Lam Vien already died once. And no, it wasn't on some epic battlefield. He died in sheer, helpless agony, forced to watch his own family get brutally slaughtered. In his past life, he was just a useless nobody struggling to survive a brutal apocalypse. But fate decided to give him a second chance. Reborn back into his past self, right before the world went to hell, his memories of the end times became his ultimate weapon. Without wasting a single second, Lam Vien threw away his fake, peaceful life. He threw himself into training like a total psycho, grinding day and night without rest, pushing his body and mind to their absolute limits. In this life, he has to be stronger, faster, and way more ruthless. Anyone who dares to threaten his family, Lam Vien will make them pay a price they can't even begin to comprehend. The tragedy of his past life, no way in hell is he letting that happen again. The scene opens in the rocky desert of Hadra town within a cultivation world. Amidst the silence, a desert lizard suddenly perks up its head, on high alert. A second later, a panicked scream of "run" rings out, followed by the frantic pounding of footsteps from someone running for their life. Hot on their heels is a pack of level 3 desert devil wolves, boasting 80 HP, 20 attack, and 3 defense. From afar, desperate cries for help echo. "Help us! Someone, please save us!" The escaping party consists of a priest, a mage, and a warrior, all at level 3. The blonde girl panics. "We are so incredibly unlucky. We only planned to hunt some level 1 monsters. How did we run into a whole pack of level 3 desert devil wolves?" She turns to their leader, crying, "Captain, what do we do now?" The captain points ahead, urging them on. "Just a little further. Look, there are some desert trees up there. Desert devil wolves can't climb trees. If we can make it up there, we might actually stand a chance of surviving." But she can't hide her dread, thinking, "Damn it, these desert devil wolves are vicious. Once they lock onto a target, they never, ever give up." Things get even worse as she realizes, we're already injured from the last fight, and our only 2 pieces of black iron gear are completely broken. A desperate thought flashes through her mind. Are we really going to die here today? Right then, the pink-haired mage trips and crashes to the ground. Her teammates turn around in absolute horror, screaming her name, Xiao He. The wolf pack is right on top of her. They can only scream, "Xiao He, look out!" She looks up, her eyes filled with absolute terror. The image of the wolf bearing its fangs and claws is clearly reflected in her terrified eyes. At the absolute last second, a flash of green light blazes, slashing right through the wolf and spraying blood everywhere. Struck by a fatal blow, the devil wolf collapses right next to Xiao He, its carcass lying lifeless on the burning sand. Still in shock, Xiao He looks up at the figure who just appeared and saved her life. She can't believe her eyes, wondering, did he just save me? Suddenly, a status window pops up above the stranger, clearly displaying Level 1. Xiao He gasps in shock. A Level 1 player? Is he a rookie? She trails off in awe as she catches sight of the young man's face, his eyes glowing with a mysterious red light. He calmly stands in front of Xiao He, shielding her as he faces the remaining devil wolves growling furiously. He glances at them and says coldly, "Level 3 monsters? Not that tough." Provoked by his attitude, the rest of the pack charges wildly at him. The young man tightens his grip on his sword. Crackling green energy envelops his entire body like lightning as he charges straight into the pack. The devil wolves pounce all at once, trying to tear him to shreds. But in the blink of an eye, 2 brilliant green slashes rip through the air, effortlessly slicing 2 wolves in half in a shower of blood. One final, decisive strike takes down the last wolf. All 3 girls stand frozen, utterly unable to believe what they're seeing. The young man stands coldly in the middle of the battlefield, his blood-dripping sword planted in the sand. The female captain gasps in shock, sweat dripping down her face. Did he seriously just kill 4 desert devil wolves with nothing but a starter sword? But before they can celebrate, Xiao He suddenly points ahead in terror. Damn it, look! In the distance, an even more massive pack is charging towards them, their blood-red eyes glowing in the twilight. It's an entire horde. The blonde girl loses it. What is happening? Where did they all come from? Xiao He replies with a tremble. Maybe. They smelled the blood of their dead packmates. The female captain urgently yells at the young man, who is still standing there looking completely unbothered. Run! This pack is big enough to wipe out an entire rookie village. I'm not kidding. You'll be torn to shreds. He turns his head slightly, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, really? Instantly, a mysterious green energy wraps around him as several glowing cards appear in his hand. A system notification pops up right in front of him. Player Lam Vien, do you want to summon a skeleton warrior? His eyes flashed with a sharp, green light as he silently gave the command confirm. The cards flew right out of his hand, stabbing straight into the ground and bursting into a blinding glow. An intricate magic circle covered in ancient runes lit up, swallowing the whole area. The ground beneath the wolf pack started shaking violently under a shower of green energy. Then, a glowing, bony hand burst right up from the dirt. Right after that, a whole horde of level 3 skeleton warriors rose up, boasting 100 HP and 35 attack, 5 defense, and the decapitation skill. But the demon wolf pack didn't even flinch, charging forward with pure savage energy. He just smirked, his cold eyes watching to see who'd get ripped to shreds first. The skeleton army let out a silent roar, raising their shields and locking in for a bloody fight. All hell broke loose. One skeleton warrior blocked the alpha wolf's pounce with its sword, while another used its shield to deflect a sneak attack from the side. Working in perfect sync, the bone army easily shut down the raging wolves. 15 minutes later, the slaughter was finally over. Lam Vien coldly yanked his sword out of the last wolf's corpse, sending blood splattering everywhere. Dead wolves littered the ground all around him. A barrage of system notifications popped up. Defeated 16 desert demon wolves. Gained 160 EXP, and the loot came rolling in. Obtained 16 desert demon wolf pelts, 16 desert demon wolf fangs, and 16 desert demon wolf claws. Right at that moment, glowing orbs of light representing the loot floated above the dead wolves, just waiting to be claimed. Lam Vien sheathed his weapon and casually absorbed the glowing essence as it drifted from the corpses into his hand. Behind a nearby boulder, the female mage, still completely shell-shocked, stammered to her teammate, "Captain, am I dreaming? Did he seriously just solo all 12 of those desert demon wolves?" The pink-haired girl slowly walked up to him and asked curiously, Hey, let me ask you something. Are you a mage? Did you just use a summoning skill?" "I'm a mage too, but I've never seen anything like what you did." Lam Vien glanced back, his eyes flashing with a mysterious crimson glow. "Who said I'm a mage?" The girl froze, her eyes widening in sheer shock as she gasped, "Then, what are you?" A smug smirk played on his lips. Behind him, a massive system screen lit up. "Because I have a forbidden Triple-S class." The screen clearly displayed some absolutely insane info. Player, Lam Vien. Level 2. Class, Soul Caller, Necromancer. Talent, Dark Boost. Strength, 5. Constitution, 25. Spirit, 30. EXP, 159 out of 237. My name is Lam Vien, and I'm from Blue Planet. I'm a reincarnator. 3 years ago, scientists spotted a giant, mysterious planet called the Demon Star, suddenly appearing right next to our home. 3 months ago, a shady company announced a virtual reality game that completely broke the internet. By diving into the game using the VR headsets they developed, people were sorted into different classes. By leveling up, they gained the power to fight off the monsters inside the game. The line between reality and the game started to blur. At first, nobody really cared, thinking it was just a game. Until one day, a few players actually got their game abilities in the real world. These people were called the Chosen Ones. But the real nightmare was just beginning. A bunch of cultists calling themselves followers of the evil god crossed over from the game world into reality and started a massive slaughter. Cities on Blue Planet crumbled into ruins, completely wrecked by giant monster tentacles. Despair filled my eyes as I clung to the bloody bodies of my family. My parents, they died in that catastrophe. Humanity pooled every bit of global strength to fight back. But we failed. The cultists wiped us out. And I died in that final, hopeless battle. But against all odds, just an hour ago, I actually reincarnated right back to the very first time I logged into this fantasy world. And this time, the system handed me a forbidden Triple-S class. Congratulations, you have acquired the only forbidden class, Necromancer. Your talents are 1. Triple-S Dark Summoning. 2. Triple-S Hell's Gate. Lam Vien's eyes hardened, flashing with a terrifying thirst for blood. This time, I'm going to power up and upgrade my skills faster than anyone to protect Blue Planet and my family. Back to reality. Lam Vien coldly pulled his sword out of the last wolf's body. Staring intensely, he reached his hand out toward the beast's corpse. A wave of dark green energy surged from his palm, shrieking eerily as it wrapped around the wolf. Strands of glowing energy branched out, spreading and connecting all the corpses scattered across the ground. As the corpse's eyes suddenly flared green, the system screen flashed. Do you want to cast Dark Summoning on the Desert Demon Wolf corpse? Yes. The beast's claws tear through the dirt as it crawls its way back from the grave. Lam Vien thought to himself, this class basically gives me the physical stats of a warrior. The entire wolf pack is rising at once with glowing phantom eyes, while still holding onto their shadow summon ability, turning monster corpses into zombie soldiers to fight for him. And these undead beasts don't just inherit their previous levels and skills. Level 3, 80 HP, 20 attack power, 3 defense. Skills, Bite, and Deathly Vessel. Bite deals 200% damage to enemies. As for Deathly Vessel, it makes them immune to fear, poison, blindness, injuries, and bleeding. He spins his hand to draw a gorgeous magic circle, granting them a brand new skill, Deathly Vessel. Now they are immune to almost every negative debuff out there. Right after, the ground cracks open with a blinding burst of light. And as for my other talent, the Purgatory Gate, it can store the monsters revived by Shadow Summon. And the storage capacity will grow as my level goes up. From deep underground, a colossal, eerie gate wrapped in heavy iron chains rises, making a bone-chilling screech as the doors slowly creak open, unleashing a blinding flash of light. The zombie wolf pack obediently strides inside, entering the world beyond the gate. Standing tall in the middle of the magic storm, surrounded by dozens of monster phantoms, Lam Vien mutters, if my level gets high enough, I'll have an invincible army of death. Witnessing the chilling scene, the female mage turns pale and stumbles back. You're bringing the dead back as zombies? Who even are you? Ignoring the terrified girls, Lam Vien looks up at the shifting sky. Checking the time, looks like it's almost go time. Suddenly, the entire sky turns a fiery red, and bloody letters appear in the air, announcing, the world boss, Giant Death Wolf, is descending upon the gravel desert. Lam Vien's eyes light up with pure hype and killer intent, time to wipe them out. In the distance, endless bolts of blood-red lightning crash down with devastating fury, leaving other players frozen in absolute terror. The fiery red sky suddenly cracks open with vein-like streaks of blood. From the middle of the crack, a pair of bloodshot, demonic eyes glares down at the panicking players. One of them screams as he runs for his life. I remember the game's official site said its attack range is 50 meters. We need to get as far away as possible. While desperate cries for help echo all around, absolute chaos erupts as players scatter in every direction. But the boss is way too fast. It plows right into the crowd, leaving nothing but death in its wake. 2 players hide behind a boulder, watching in horror. Right before their eyes, the giant wolf chomps down on an unlucky player. The massive beast stands tall among the corpses as its status window pops up. Giant Death Wolf, Lord Class. Level 6. HP, 2400. Attack, 360. Defense, 48. Skills, Roar, Giant's Heart, and Deathly Claws. In the crowd, one player tries to charge forward, but his buddy grabs him. Whoa, bro, are you out of your mind? A solo player has 0 chance of taking down the Giant Death Wolf? You're literally just throwing your life away. The 2 players still hiding behind the rock ask, shaking in their boots. So this is the world boss, the Giant Death Wolf? Is it even possible for anyone to take down a monster this terrifying? Suddenly, one of them gasps and points. Look, what is that guy trying to do? Right in the middle of the madness, a lone figure is casually walking straight toward the boss. It's Lam Vien. He walks forward with absolute chill, sword in hand, his white coat fluttering in the wind. His crimson eyes glow with a cold, fierce resolve. The blonde player scoffs. Look at that sword. The kid's definitely a newbie. The other one nods. For real. The giant death wolf is a level 6 Lord class boss. Without any backup, even if all of us teamed up, we wouldn't even be able to scratch it. A status panel pops up to explain. In this cultivation world, monsters are ranked from weakest to strongest. Common, elite, leader, lord, king, emperor, and god class. Among them, a lord class monster, even a level 1 boss, is a massive threat to any newbie. Lam Vien stops. Now, it's just him and the massive beast, face to face. From behind, a player shouts in desperation, "Hey, are you crazy? Get back here. You're just gonna get yourself killed." He glares up at the beast and mutters, "A level 6 world boss." Then, with pure disdain in his voice, he says, "Now that I get a close look, you're really nothing special." Seething with rage, the wolf lets out an ear-splitting roar. A violent shockwave ripples outward as the system alerts. World boss activated skill, Roar. Lam Vien swiftly dashes aside to dodge it. Right after, the boss swings its razor-sharp claws down. World boss activated skill, Deathly Claws. His eyes narrowed as memories from his past life came rushing back. I still remember that past life. This level 6 giant death wolf, even with its bug transformation ability, only has 3000 HP and 510 attack power. For adventurers in this stony desert, where the highest level is only level 3, dealing with this thing without a squad is basically suicide. Remembering that bloody past life, he muttered to himself, "Back then, my entire squad was almost wiped out fighting this damn thing." Back to reality, a massive shadow of claws came crashing down. But he calmly faced it. "I've been reborn, survived countless life and death battles. I'm not that weak little loser anymore." The razor-sharp claws slammed hard into the stony ground, sending rocks and dust flying everywhere. With insane agility, Lin Yuan swung his sword and smoothly slid right under the beast's belly to dodge the blow. The players hiding behind the rocks watched with their jaws on the floor. That speed was absolutely insane. Furious after missing, the beast roared in a frenzy, its entire body radiating a crimson bloodlust as a system warning popped up. "Warning, the world boss has gone berserk." Facing that rage, the corner of Lin Yuan's mouth just curled into a smirk. Instantly, a massive, deadly green magic circle expanded across the ground right under his feet. From the center of the circle, a bizarre, giant gate wrapped in chains emerged. Along with it came his command, "Rise." The gate of death loomed high, blocking out the sky, making even the giant death wolf growl with caution. As the gate slowly creaked open, Lin Yuan's eyes grew freezing cold. "Go forth, my undead army." Answering his call, a pack of undead desert wolves with glowing, eerie eyes surged out of the glowing green portal. The players hiding in the distance were completely shell-shocked, stammering to one another. "What the hell is that creepy gate? Are those zombies? They look exactly like desert demon wolves." Wait, desert demon wolves? How the hell did he turn so many level 3 wolves into undead? Gripping his sword, Lin Yuan dashed forward alongside his undead pack, calculating his next move. "I reached level 3 by farming mobs on the way here. The Hellgate's capacity has also increased to 30. It took some time, but this level up was totally worth it." The undead wolf pack ferociously tore into the giant boss, exploiting the aggro mechanics of this cultivation world. When the summoner is stronger than their summons, and both are present, the boss will prioritize attacking the summoner first unless the summons land a strike. In which case, the boss won't switch targets. Swarmed by the undead, the giant boss swung its claws in a fury, swatting them away and scattering them. Yet, one undead wolf with an immortal soul stood its ground. Howling loudly to keep the enemies aggro, the boss immediately raised its claws, preparing to strike a fatal blow on the battered undead wolf. Catching that opening, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed. Now's the time. He leaped high into the air, manipulating the aggro system. Once the boss starts targeting a summon, you pull the aggro back. Waves of blue sword energy slashed repeatedly into the wolf's massive body, completely breaking its attack combo. Blindsided by the slashes, the giant death wolf threw its head back, howling in absolute agony. The moment Lin Yuan touched down, the boss spun around, charging at him with bloodshot eyes. But he already knew the rules of engagement. When the boss focuses its aggro on the summoner, you use your summons to divert the aggro again. Instantly, the undead wolf pack lunged forward, sinking their fangs into the boss. Exploiting the distraction, Lin Yuan swiftly backflipped to a safe distance, confidently muttering, "Even a swarm of ants can bring down an elephant. Even if each undead desert wolf only does 15 damage, that 3,400 HP of this giant death wolf won't last long." Watching the boss struggle in vain as 7 undead wolves swarmed it, he coldly muttered, "You're not surviving this." This flawless micromanagement left the 2 players hiding behind the rocks in utter awe. That is insane. He's literally soloing one Lord tier world boss. Little did they know, right behind them, a trio of players with sinister grins had slipped into the shadows, whispering among themselves. 2 minutes later, a devastating blow crashed onto the ground, whipping up a massive cloud of dust. The battle was nearing its end, with the system showing the boss's HP at 500. Lin Yuan leaped up, raising his sword high, ready to deliver the final strike to the battered beast, just as the giant wolf viciously clamped its jaws down on one of the smaller undead wolves. Seizing the moment while the boss was distracted, he unleashed a powerful slash that connected perfectly. The system flashed with a critical hit warning as the boss's health plummeted. Boss HP 500, 300, 280. Reeling from the critical hit, the beast threw its head back and let out agonizing howls that echoed across the desert. Its colossal body lost balance and crashed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a massive wave of sand. Lin Yuan calmly walked up to the dying beast. On the system screen, the boss's HP flashed 10. It was on the brink of death. He coldly glared down at the loser, waiting for his final blow. Suddenly, hurried footsteps crunching on the sand rushed up from behind. A trio of bandits who had been hiding leaped into the air, swinging their weapons as they lunged at Lam Vien, screaming, "Now! Kill him! The world boss's treasure will be ours. His damn zombie army is already wiped out, so just die." Even with the sneak attack, Lam Vien didn't even flinch. He just side-eyed them, his eyes glowing with a blood-red murderous intent. Farther away, a player hiding behind a boulder shrieked in terror to warn him, "Hey, kid, watch out!" But before the warning could even land, Lam Vien had already spun around at lightning speed. He slashed his sword, unleashing a massive, crescent-shaped energy wave that swept the 3 bandits right off their feet, sending them flying into the air with agonizing screams of "R." All 3 crashed heavily onto the dirt, their blood pooling beneath the tip of his dripping blade. Standing tall over their bodies, Lam Vien sneered with utter contempt, "Know your place." The watching players stood frozen in shock, breaking into a cold sweat, unable to believe their own eyes. Dude, what the hell just happened? He literally used one move to insta-kill 3 level 3 bandits? That's a total one-shot. With the trash out of the way, Lam Vien casually strolled back to the giant death wolf, which was groaning as it struggled to stand. Raising his sword, he channeled all his power into a brilliant, lethal blue aura. He delivered a brutal finishing strike that ripped right through the beast. The system popped up again. Critical hit. Right then, a glowing screen popped up to confirm his victory. The HP of the world boss, the giant death wolf, has dropped to 0. Target successfully eliminated. You received 480 EXP and 1 soul gem. Staring at the giant boss's corpse as it started emitting glowing golden beams of light, Lam Vien thought with anticipation, wondering what kind of insane loot the very first world boss of the entire game would drop for him. From the beam of light, a silver-plated treasure chest and an exquisite blue gemstone drifted gently to the ground. Lam Vien reached out and grabbed the gem, carefully checking its stats. Soul gem. Effect: a gem infused with the power of souls. Once you collect enough of these, you can head to the Ancient Council to trade them in for legendary gear. Clenching the gem in his hand, he thought back. After hitting level 60, players had to travel to the Ancient Council, the home of the elves, to advance further. It was still way too early for that now. But even so, this gem was the easiest shortcut to getting legendary gear. Memories of the game system kept coming back to him. The gear tiers in this cultivation world went from lowest to highest, starting with white, black iron, bronze, silver, gold, dark gold, epic, legendary, and mythical. As glowing weapon illustrations floated by, he remembered that newbies usually only had white tier trash and barely ever saw black iron gear. Snapping back to reality, he calculated the inventory he had gathered 2 hours ago, relying on his knowledge from his past life. I used 2 skeleton warriors to lure that elite black sand lizard away. That gave me the chance to open the bronze chest it was guarding, and the black lizard cloak inside was a bronze tier piece. Right then, its stat panel popped up. Black lizard cloak, tier, bronze. Type, cloth armor. Effect, defense plus 30. Spirit plus 10. Agility plus 10. He also checked out a title he had just unlocked. Hunter. Type. Title. Effect. Once equipped, attack power increases by 10%, critical strike rate increases by 10%, and magic damage increases by 10%. He nodded in satisfaction. In this cultivation world, different titles could grant players special stats or buffs, and the bonus effect of this hunter title was actually top tier. Turning his attention back to his loot, he popped open the chest. Immediately, the system announced, "You are the first player in the world to defeat a world boss. Reward issued, 1 silver chest." This actually surprised him quite a bit. Oh, a silver chest? The chest lid popped open, revealing a bunch of insanely valuable items. Silver moon sword. Tier. Silver. Type. Weapon. Effect. A sword infused with moonlight energy. Attack power plus 100. Agility plus 10. Eye of Death. Tier. Silver. Type. Accessory. Effect. Spirit plus 40. Corrosive Ray level 1. Added skill. Deals corrosive damage equal to 200% to the target enemy. Recovery potion. Type. Potion. Effect. Instantly restores 20% HP and mana upon use. Skill scroll level 1. Effect. Grants 100 skill proficiency points upon use. Monster essence. Effect. A rare essence dropped only by elite monsters. It can be used for potion, crafting, or consumed directly to gain 10 stat points across strength, constitution, agility, and spirit. Looking at his inventory packed with 5 top-tier items, Lam Vien was totally satisfied. Damn, what a sweet haul. Defeating the first world boss ever. The rewards are seriously insane. Right at that moment, a vibrant green level-up light wrapped around his entire body, and the system notified. EXP has been calculated. As his player data updates, he smirks, feeling the raw power coursing through him. Not bad at all. Jumping straight from the start of level 3 to almost maxing out level 4's EXP. Every level up hands over 5 free stat points. Let's dump 3 into spirit and 2 into strength. Instantly, his status window flashes with the new stats. Player, Lin Yuan. Level, 4. Class, Necromancer. Forbidden talent, Shadow Summon. Gates of Hell, 0 out of 40. Strength, 10. Constitution, 10. Agility, 25. Spirit, 35. EXP, 52 out of 779. Staring at his jacked up stats, he lets out a smug smirk. Aw yeah, this is what I'm talking about. With this level up, my stats are easily the highest among everyone in this whole stony desert. He glances down at the empty talent slot, where the words Hell's Gate, 0 out of 40 glow intensely. He pulls up his status window to map out his next move. Sure, all his zombie shadow wolves got absolutely wiped out in that insane fight. But now that he's leveled up, his Hell's Gate has expanded enough to hold 40 zombie beasts. Cooking up a wild, borderline crazy plan, he strides over to the massive boss's corpse. Stretching out his hand, he casts a glowing green spell. Instantly, a system prompt pops up. Do you want to cast Shadow Summon on the giant death wolf? His eyes burn with an absolute hunger for pure power. Hell yeah, he commands. Instantly, the giant corpse is dead. Hollow eyes snap wide open, blasting a brilliant green magical light that tears right through the dark night. As the conversion finishes successfully, an armored, massive claw, surging with dark energy, slams violently into the ground. A deafening roar echoes from the newly summoned giant zombie wolf, bringing with it some absolutely broken stats. Giant Death Wolf. Level, 6. HP, 2,400. Attack power, 360. Defense, 48. Skills. Demon Wolf's Roar, Beast Heart. Death Claws. Undead Body. And Death's Wrath. Demon Wolf's Roar deals 400% of attack power as damage to nearby enemies and stuns them for 5 seconds. Beast Heart boosts HP by 1,000. Death Claws. Increases attack power by 150. Death's Wrath. Boosts allies' attack by 10% and increases critical rate by 20%. Looking up at his brand new killing machine, Lin Yuan grins, totally satisfied. Exactly what I'd expect from a world boss. This beast has massive AoE damage and top-tier crowd control. Plus, after turning into a zombie, it got Death's Wrath on top of its undead body. The massive beast obediently steps into the glowing portal of Hell's Gate while he keeps scheming. With this giant death wolf on my side, restocking my zombie army is going to be a breeze. A little further away, the other players stand there trembling as they witness the whole thing. Terrified, they whisper among themselves, "Oh my god. This is insane. Did he seriously just turn a world boss into a zombie pet? And what is up with that creepy portal? I swear that zombie wolf pack from earlier came out of there too. This guy is way more terrifying than any world boss." Just as Lin Yuan is about to head out, he catches the hushed whispering. He glances back suspiciously. Huh? Two figures instantly duck out of sight. He sighs and mutters, "Figures, so they're still around." Now that those three bandits are dead, they actually dropped a black iron sword. It's a solid weapon for low-level players, but he already has his silver-white sword. He reaches down and grips the hilt of the black iron sword. Seeing him hold the sword and walk toward them, the hiding players scramble back in a panic. He's coming this way with a sword. Is he gonna slaughter us for our gear too? No way. Is it too late to run? We should run right now, shouldn't we? But with his insane speed, Lin Yuan is already standing right in front of the player wearing a bandana. He asks coldly, "You were the one screaming earlier, right?" Sweating buckets. The bandana guy turns pale with fear and stammers, Yeah, that was me." Out of nowhere, Lin Yuan thrusts the hilt of the black iron sword toward him, saying bluntly, "Take it." The bandana guy's eyes widen in sheer disbelief. "What is this for?" Handing over the weapon, Lin Yuan turns around without hesitation, walking off into the blazing desert. He waves a hand behind him, leaving them with, "Thanks. This might actually be useful to you." The rest of the players crowd around him, their jaws hitting the floor. "What? No way. Did he literally just come over to give you this sword? Look at it. It's a black iron grade sword. That's easily worth thousands of dollars." 10 minutes later, Lin Yuan is still walking solo through the dry, windswept desert. Suddenly, his body starts glitching with continuous, crackling sparks of lightning. Taken aback, he frowns. Huh? Instantly. Suddenly, the whole virtual world around him shatters, replaced by neon green electromagnetic waves pulsing against a pitch-black void. With a sharp warning beep ringing in his ears, a bulky VR headset, its red warning light blinking like crazy, appears over his eyes. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan frowns as he rips the headset off, letting out a heavy sigh. Just as expected. The battery ran out and kicked me out. He sits there in dead silence on the gaming chair in his cramped little room, carefully setting the VR headset down. His eyes are a mix of pure grit and deep anxiety, muttering to himself, "I've got to make some fast cash and buy a gaming pod, like yesterday." He looks up at his massive monitor, glowing with the title screen of his destined game times, The Cultivation World. The screen shifts, displaying a digital matrix of Earth, wrapped in glowing data grids. As he recalls the basics, The Cultivation World Times is a mind-bending, hyper-realistic 3D game, divided into different login servers based on real-world countries. On top of that, each server has unique starter kingdoms to choose from. Majestic landscapes flash across the screen. The barren, rocky dunes of the Western Desert Empire, the breathtaking grandeur of the Southern Empire, the bone-chilling, frozen wastes of the Northern Abyss, and finally, a mystical land surrounded by the endless ocean, the Tide Archipelago. Memories flash back to the very first time he created his character. Please select your starting region. A. The Western Desert. B. The Southern Empire. C. The Northern Abyss. D. The Tide Archipelago. Staring at the holographic interface, he mutters under his breath, "Since I got a second chance at life, I'm sticking to the exact same starting point as my past life." Without a second thought, he decisive taps the virtual screen, selecting the Western Desert. His eyes grow dark, drifting back to his final moments. "Because right before I died, I uncovered a terrifying secret. His mind flashes to the day the sky above the city was literally ripped open by a gargantuan, blood-red demon eye, raining down absolute apocalypse while screams of pure terror echoed everywhere. No. No. Run. Amidst the collapsing buildings, the past life Lin Yuan lay pinned beneath massive piles of rubble, bleeding out and completely helpless. Around him, desperate cries for help rang out. Someone, please, save me. Right on the brink of death, a dark cloak flutters right past his fading vision. Straining to open his blood-soaked eyes, he looks up in absolute shock. Right there, in the middle of a blazing inferno confronting the giant demon eye, stood a towering, majestic figure in a cloak. Lin Yuan's eyes locked onto the emblem on the stranger's chest. Wait, is that gold jade? The signature emblem of the Western Desert Guild? A golden, eye-shaped emblem. The first disciple of the Demon Star Lord was actually a human player. The memory shifts again, showing the cloaked figure kneeling in worship before a colossal, nightmarish entity. Back in his dim room, Lin Yuan rests his chin on his hand, plotting his next move. If I remember correctly, that first disciple is the key puzzle piece in the final summoning ritual that unleashes the evil god onto Earth. I've got exactly 3 years before the apocalypse hits. If I can hunt down and destroy that traitor before then, I might actually stop this tragedy from happening again. His eyes burn with fierce determination as the image of the golden emblem flashes in his mind. The only clue I have is that damn badge. Clasping his hands together, he quickly maps out a game plan. Only the top-tier guilds in the Western Desert's capital use gold jade on their emblems. And to even set foot in that capital, I need to hit level 10. If I'm gonna drag this rat out into the light, I need to power level like crazy. His gaze hardens into cold steel. That's right. Suddenly, he raises his hand, and a glowing, emerald-green magic card materializes right between his fingers. Seated on his chair, a dark, sinister energy swirling around him, he stares intently at the card. Did I seriously just summon a skeleton card in the real world? He clenches his fist, crushing the card into shimmering shards of raw energy. You see, a select few players in Time's the Cultivation world can bring their in-game abilities straight into the real world right from day one. These individuals are known as, and here, the badass silhouettes of elite warriors flash in his mind, the Chosen Ones, the Children of Destiny. Every single Chosen One starts with a broken hidden class and an insanely high luck stat. They're destined to be the vanguard in the upcoming war against the evil god. In my past life, I didn't unlock my in-game powers in reality until the apocalypse actually kicked off. But this time, it happened way earlier. Guess the forbidden class, Necromancer, is even more busted than I thought. I just wonder how this stacks up against a Chosen One's hidden class. Lost in thought, a sudden rustling sound outside his door snaps him out of it, and he leaps to his feet. Glancing up at the wall clock, he slowly steps out of his bedroom. Wait, is it already? He walks into the dining room, only to see his dad and little sister sitting there, completely stunned by the massive, mouth-watering feast laid out on the table. Yuan, what's all this? Holding a steaming hot plate of roast duck, he places it on the table with a warm smile. Dinner's served. Come on, you two, eat up. The younger sister smiled and patted her dad's shoulder, urging him while he stood there completely dazed. Dad, don't you see? This is a super rare treat from Lam Vien. Eat up, Dad. The dad nodded in agreement. Oh, right, got it. Just standing there, watching his flesh and blood family enjoying their meal, his heart swelled with overwhelming emotion. Classic human nature, you never truly appreciate what you have until it's gone. And then, you desperately try to make up for all those wasted moments. In my past life, I was a total idiot, taking these peaceful days for granted. Memories of his dark past flashed back, cooped up in a messy room, wearing a virtual reality headset, completely lost in his gaming world. Ignoring the worried sighs and nagging from outside his door? If this kid keeps wasting his life on games, he's gonna completely ruin his future. Honey, can you stop nagging? If Lam Vien hears you, he's gonna blow a fuse again. And when the apocalypse stripped away absolutely everything, that's when it hit me. I realized just how incredibly stupid I had been. Looking at his own reflection on the virtual screen with a single tear rolling down his cheek, his bitter expression quickly turned into pure, cold determination. He picked up some food with his chopsticks and asked, "Today's Sunday? right? Isn't Dan Dan coming home for dinner? The mom smiled brightly, replying to her husband. Dan Dan said, she's prepping for mock exams, so she packed a lunch to study at school. Oh, that reminds me, if you have some free time later, can you drop some food off for her? The food she packed won't be nearly as good as this fresh stuff. The dad teased playfully. Man, who would have thought our Vien actually learned how to cook? These chicken wings are fire. Honey, don't you dare steal them from me. The mom laughed. All right, they're all yours. While they were eating, his dad picked up another bite, his eyes suddenly lighting up with pure, happy shock. Looking at his parents with a warm gaze, he softly promised, I'll learn to cook way more dishes for you guys from now on. Hearing those words, both his dad and mom froze, completely stunned by their son's sudden, wholesome change of heart. Tears of joy welled up in his mom's eyes as she wiped them away, while his dad gave a proud smile and nodded. Yeah. A little while later, Lam Vien was outdoor training, sprinting like a madman up a flight of stairs, his heavy, ragged breathing echoing with every step. He pushed himself to the limit, sweat dripping everywhere, muttering to himself, if I want to control the insane powers this game brings into the real world later on, I need a beast-level physique to handle it. No slacking allowed. He immediately hopped onto the heavy bag, throwing punches so fast and powerful they literally sliced through the air. After an absolute killer workout, he stretched and wiped off his sweat, his physique now looking seriously ripped and toned. Looking down at the timer in his hand, he raised an eyebrow. 50 meters in under 5 seconds. Not bad, but I can go way faster. Right then, his smartwatch suddenly started buzzing, letting out a familiar beep beep beep. His eyes narrowed as he looked up, muttering, all right, guess it's time to log back in. Logging back into the game, his avatar materialized from a flash of digital light as a system notification popped up. You have entered the gravel desert. Instantly, the desert sky was swallowed by a massive shadow of some winged beast, followed by a screech that literally ripped the air apart. The black mass plunged toward the ground at breakneck speed. His cold eyes narrowed as he looked up. In the sky, a flock of freakish monsters with fiery red feathers locked onto him, diving straight down. Faced with the mob blocking his path, he didn't even flinch, standing his ground like an absolute boss. With one lethal slash, he sliced a monster bird clean in half. Its stat window popped up instantly. Morning bird. Normal tier. Level 2. HP 4. Attack power 20. Defense 2. Skill Peck. Fresh blood splattered everywhere as he twirled his blade, striking a badass pose on a rock ledge, while the system pinged. Received 15 EXP. Watching the carcasses rain down around him, he shook his head in disappointment. Only 15 experience points? Weak? His glowing red eyes narrowed as he went silent, calculating his options. He instantly turned it into a summon. Right then, a massive wolf paw slammed heavily onto the harsh desert sand. Emerging from the savage darkness, an entire pack of desert demon wolves with dozens of glowing, bloodthirsty red eyes lunged forward, surrounding him completely. Lam Vien calmly leaned back against a boulder, pointing his sword downward with a smug smirk. The bait worked instantly, pulling in a massive wolf pack. No surprise there, since this thing is a favorite snack for these desert demon wolves. Prepping for the absolute massacre, he casually popped the cap off a magic potion with his thumb. Staring down the pack, rushing at him like crazy, he calmly downed the entire potion. Raw energy surged through his veins as a system alert popped up. Monster essence consumed. All skills plus 10. He shot forward like a bolt of lightning. Time to farm some levels. Meanwhile, the savage wolves bared their razor-sharp claws, reeking of death. But instantly, his blade ruthlessly impaled the lead beast's jaw to keep the momentum going. Flashes of glowing blue sword energy burst out, completely shredding the wolves' encirclement. Lam Vien landed with perfect grace, giving his sword a light flick to shake off the blood as the system chimed. You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×4. Before he could even catch his breath, 2 other massive, furious beasts lunged straight down from above, aiming to rip his head off. With a flawless, devastating slash of destructive energy, he sliced both beasts in half midair. You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf ×10. Slamming his boot onto the dry ground, Lam Vien lunged forward, trailed by a green sword energy and an overwhelming aura of pure murderous intent. Dodging a vicious pounce from above, Lam Vien swiftly leaped back. Instantly, he swung his sword, unleashing a green demonic slash that ripped their encirclement wide open. Gripping his weapon's hilt tight, he muttered, "Get ready. Here they come." His eyes flashed with a chilling bloodlust. Perfect timing. The razor-sharp blade rang out as it swung upward, cleaving the oncoming beasts in two. He kept swinging his weapon, wiping out the horde of monsters in front of him. The system chimed, "You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf times 20. The slaughter raged on as the system counter kept ticking up. "You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf times 30. He finished them off with a spin slash, unleashing an explosion of devastating area of effect damage. The system screen popped up with his final achievement. "You have successfully defeated Desert Demon Wolf times 40. Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 5. Right after, the gates of hell flew open, unleashing 7 zombie wolves to march forward. Looking at his army, he figured that after just 2 battles, the gates of hell would be completely overflowing with undead monsters. Standing on the cliff edge, he double-checked his status screen. Player, Lam Vien. Level 5. Class, Necromancer. Forbidden talent, Dark Summoning. Gates of Hell, 50 out of 50. Strength, 22. Constitution, 20. Agility, 45. Spirit, 48. EXP, 38 out of 1,252. He confidently sized up his current strength. Now that my 4 main stats have boosted after drinking that monster essence, my combat power is finally high enough to take on elite monsters of the same level. Gazing into the distance, he made his decision. All right, next up, it's time to find that person. His destination was Black Sand Town. Pulling his hood down low, he quietly blended into the bustling crowd. Suddenly stopping, he stood before the wooden door of a small house. With a harsh creak of the rusty hinges, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. Inside, an old NPC called out, "Who goes there?" At the same time, a status screen popped up. Conxi, Mage Instructor of Black Sand Town. Lam Vien walked up, cutting straight to the chase. "Instructor Conxi, I'm here to learn some skills." He recalled the mechanics of this cultivation game. World skills were usually obtained from skill books, dropped by monsters, or found in treasure chests. Memories of players grinding for skills flashed through his mind, along with another basic rule. Every class had its own novice instructor responsible for teaching rookies. Facing the NPC, he thought to himself, "And this was my instructor back when I was just a rookie mage in my past life. His name is Conxi." Meanwhile, the old man eagerly replied, "Fantastic. Teaching you will easily cover my booze money for the next half-month." His eyes narrowed as he analyzed his situation. "In my past life, I was a mage. Because of that, I know next to nothing about the necromancer class I ended up with in this life. Still, looking at its playstyle, it basically falls under magic-based classes." Pulling out a coin pouch, he thought, "But before I unlock any class-specific skills, I need to pick up basic mage skills that synergize with a necromancer's playstyle." Then, speaking up firmly, he said, "I want to learn Spirit Flame, Healing Art, and Stealth." He tossed the coin pouch to the old man, who greedily snatched it midair, drooling with satisfaction. "Heh, as long as you've got the cash, everything else is easy." The fabric slipped open, revealing shiny silver coins resting in the NPC's palm. Having taken his payment, Conchi conjured a glowing magical sphere and spoke solemnly, "Do your best, young man. For the glory of mages shall shine brilliantly upon you." A vibrant blue magical sphere suddenly surged into his body, followed by a system alert. "Congratulations, player. You have acquired 3 mage skills. Spirit Flame. Rank, Black Iron. Level 1. Effect. Deals magic damage to the target equal to 100% of your magic attack. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mastery, 0 out of 100. Right below, the status screen continued to list the remaining skills. Healing Art. Rank, Black Iron. Level 1. Effect. Applies healing power to the target, restoring 10% of max HP. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mastery, 0 out of 100. Stealth Art. Rank, Black Iron, Level 1. Effect, the user enters stealth mode, lasting 5 seconds. Consumes 10 mana. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Mastery level, 0 out of 100. After reviewing the stats, our boy strokes his chin, deep in thought. The Spirit Flame gives me ranged firepower, and the Healing Art can patch up both me and my crew. As for Stealth, it's a solid lifesaver for tight spots. But honestly, these are just basic tier skills. If I want to learn higher level skills, I've got to find a way to secure more resources. With his goal locked in, his glowing red eyes sparkled with determination. Alright, time to move out and grind some levels. His next destination appeared under the crimson glow of twilight. Black Sand Mountain, east of Black Sand Town. Crossing the slope, he quietly makes his way forward and stops right in front of a pitch-black cave. Staring into the darkness, images of half-man, half-wolf creatures flash through his mind. Kobolds. They're around level 5, nesting in these surrounding caves. They can easily sniff out prey in the dark thanks to their sharp sense of smell, and since they're sly as hell, they love setting up dirty ambushes. On top of that, they usually swarm in packs of about 100. Having mapped it all out, his eyes narrow with cold calculation. So, whether it's their numbers or their level, these kobolds are the perfect targets to level up my zombie army. Preparing to head in, he pulls out a potion he bought from an NPC half an hour ago and chugs it down. The system immediately pings. Night Vision Potion. Effect, grants the player vision within a 3-meter radius in dark environments. Duration, 30 minutes. Once everything is ready, he summons his portal. I'll use these kobolds to max out the mastery of my stealth and spirit flame skills and grab a few treasure chests while I'm at it. Holding a blazing torch, he leads his army forward to clear the path ahead, taking advantage of the item's buff. Common Torch. Effect, increases vision by 5. By your command, Master. His zombie wolf pack, eyes glowing with aggressive spectral fire, charges deep into the cave. After walking for a bit, his footsteps suddenly halt. Under the flickering firelight, his face tightens with caution. He stops dead in his tracks, frowning as he signals his wolf pack to halt. We've got movement. The moment the words leave his mouth, he whips around in a flash and hurls the torch straight ahead. The light from the torch reveals a horde of monsters creeping up the stone steps. From the dark, a low, guttural growl echoes as bloodthirsty eyes slowly snap open. Right after, countless shadowy wolf-like beasts bare their fangs and claws, lunging out of the darkness. Catching a clear view of the enemy, a smirk plays on his lips. The kobold monsters have arrived, their stat screen popping up. Kobold Miner, Common. Level 5. HP, 120. Attack Power, 30. Defense, 6. Skills, Mine, Attack. He waves his hand, giving the order, kill them all. Leave none of them breathing. The battle explodes as a reckless kobold dives from midair, swinging its pickaxe right at his head. At the same time, another bulky monster raises its razor-sharp claws, roaring in fury. But without flinching for even a second, he unleashes a green sword wave, slicing the enemy apart and spraying fresh blood everywhere. You have defeated Kobold Miner ×2. Even as their comrades drop, another one rushes in, triggering its smash skill and leaving deep, brutal gashes on his summoned wolves. Shrugging it off, Lin Yuan ruthlessly swings his sword, slicing the beast in half right in midair. The system logs, you have defeated Kobold Miner ×8. He notes to himself, the combat power of these bastards isn't that high. But the key is dodging there before he can even finish. 3 more kobolds swing their pickaxes and leap straight down at where he's standing. Reacting in a split second, a grin spreads across his face as his body dissolves into a hazy mist to escape. Stealth. The system immediately flashes. Stealth skill activated. Because he completely vanished, the monsters swing at thin air, slamming their pickaxes hard into the stone ground. As one of the monsters turns around in utter confusion, trying to find him, Lin Yuan materializes right behind its back. Hey, idiot, over here. Instantly, he delivers a fatal slash, tearing the beast's body apart. It lets out a horrific shriek, jaw agape, in a shower of spraying blood. As the corpse drops, the system displays the carnage. You have defeated Kobold Miner ×20. Standing on a high ledge, Looking down at the pile of bodies scattered at his feet, he smoothly sheathes his sword. A satisfied smirk tugs at his lips as he spots a new status update. Stealth Art. Black Iron Rank. Level 1. Exp. 5 out of 100, he mutters. The exp. However, his joy is quickly cut short as he stares at the zombie monsters rising again from the eerie mist, evaluating them. The stats of these common zombie kobolds are still way too weak. Leveling them up is going to be painfully slow. The zombie stat board pops up to confirm it. Common zombie kobold minor. Level 5. HP 120. Attack power 30. Defense 6. Skill Dig. Smash. Reaper's Vessel. When the smash skill hits a target, it deals damage up to 5% of the target's max HP. Shaking off the loss, he wasted no time ordering his new minions. From now on, you guys are replacing those useless zombie demon wolves. Charge. Then he mumbled, now, I gotta find the big boss of this dump. With his kobold escort leading the way, he pushed deeper into the dark, shadowy crevices of the cavern. Suddenly, he froze in his tracks, his feet planting firmly on the freezing stone floor. A massive chamber opened up ahead, its walls scarred with jagged black pits leading to branching paths. Out of nowhere, he felt a sudden surge of pure killing intent in the air. Glancing to the side, his eyes locked onto a pitch-black, dead silent crevice. It practically screamed trap. Zero fear. He just smirked, conjuring a glowing fire elemental orb in his palm. Found ya. He chucked the fireball, and it detonated in a blinding flash of blue light, incinerating the slimy monsters hiding there. But deep inside, another underground tunnel, two glowing red eyes flared with pure rage. Lin Yuan and his zombie squad didn't even flinch, standing their ground as the hidden enemy crept out of the dark. With a furious roar, a jacked-up monster lunged out, cracking a whip. Instantly, the system screen popped up. Elite Kobold Overseer. Level 6. HP 350. Attack power 100. Defense 10. Skills Dig, Whip Strike. Staring down the beast, he calmly thought to himself, since the dawn of time, the weak have always been prey for the strong. It's the absolute law of survival. And in the end, even the hunter is destined to become the hunted. The scene cuts to a giant green viper slithering silently behind a hunting wolf, its jaws gaping wide to swallow the wolf whole, proving that danger always lurks around every single corner. But back to the fight. The Overseer lashed out with his whip. The strike cracked like thunder, kicking up a massive dust cloud that completely blocked his vision. Just like how a resilient wolf would snap back and sink its teeth into the giant snake's neck, he mused. But sometimes, the hunter poses as the prey to bait them in. His razor-sharp eyes pierced right through the thick dust cloud, locked onto his target. Reaching out into the haze, he casually grabbed the beast's spiked whip with his bare hand. His bare hand clamped down on the deadly weapon without a care. The Overseer's eyes went wide in horror as a cold voice whispered, "Gotcha." Before the monster could even react, Lin Yuan made his move. Yanking the whip, he delivered a devastating slam, sending the massive beast flying onto its back and crashing hard against the shattered stone floor. Scrambling to its feet, the beast unleashed an ear-splitting roar and swung a massive fist to retaliate. But the punch hit nothing but a fading afterimage, leaving the monster utterly bewildered. Floating right above its head, Lin Yuan plunged his blade straight through the enemy's skull. The system flashed. Defeated Elite Kobold Overseer. ×1. Lifeless, the beast's massive corpse collapsed onto the floor with a heavy thud. The moment the fight ended, endless menacing growls echoed from the deep darkness of the cavern. Lin Yuan cast a sharp glance toward the shadows, his guard raised to the absolute max. The growls grew deafening as a massive swarm of kobolds flooded the area. Lin Yuan's solitary figure stood defiantly against the horde of monsters, led by two whip-wielding bosses. The shovel-wielding pack charged at him all at once, letting out frenzied shrieks as they closed in. The system immediately chimed. The Overseer has activated the whip strike skill. The miners have entered a bloodlust state. Bloodlust state. Attack speed increased by 40%, and movement speed increased by 25% for 60 seconds. Facing the massive army, he coldly estimated 40? No. Maybe 50 of them. That's a pretty hefty crowd, but my squad is easily a match for them in both numbers and raw power. With that thought, he summoned the Hellgate. As the thunderous howl of the Death Wolf echoed from within, he grinned. "All right, boys, get out here and get some fresh air." With glowing phantom eyes, the zombie wolf pack lunged out, instantly obeying their master's command. Standing side by side with the giant zombie death wolf, he smirked triumphantly. "The hunt," he declared boldly, "officially begins now." Responding to his call, the summoned wolves let out a deafening, powerful howl. Unfazed, the kobold army brandished their weapons and shrieked right back at them. Led by the death wolf, the zombie army charged, tearing the kobolds to shreds in a shower of blood. The alpha wolf threw its head back and howled, activating its skill. The demon wolf's howl unleashed a circular shockwave, ripping across the entire battlefield. One of the kobolds got smacked hard, getting stunned on the spot with a massive debuff, leaving the hit kobold dazed and bleeding out like crazy. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan's eyes flashed with pure killing intent. "Now." He waved his hand, commanding his army. "Wipe them out." The system kept spamming alerts about the absolute slaughter. "You have successfully eliminated kobold overseers times 5, times 10, times 20, times 40. Congratulations, your level has increased to level 6. After clearing out the whole mob, he stood right in the middle of the pile of corpses and began the dark summoning ritual. A horde of kobold zombies rose up with glowing blue eyes, sporting a whole new set of skills: Dig, Whip Strike, and Death Aura. While the new zombies were busy cleaning up the battlefield, 2 surviving kobolds tried to sneak away, but the massive shadow of a zombie blocked their path, accompanied by Lin Yuan's bone-chilling voice. "Trying to escape? Are we?" He swung his sword, unleashing a razor-sharp blade energy. "You'll have to ask my sword first." Suddenly, a colossal hammer slammed straight down from above, targeting the exact spot where he was standing. He quickly leaped backward to dodge. Just as the system alerted, the boss has activated the skill, Decisive Strike. A muscular kobold boss emerged, roaring in pure rage. Its status window popped up. Kobold Boss, Kobold Chief. HP, Attack, 150. Defense, 80. Skills, Dig, Decisive Strike. Completely unfazed, he landed lightly on the cliffside, wearing a confident smirk. "I've been waiting for you." The ferocious boss charged forward, swinging its hammer in a relentless barrage, slamming the heavy weapon against the cliffside and leaving deep cracks. The boss missed its mark, and the hammer got wedged tight in a rock crevice, leaving it utterly dazed for a second. Lin Yuan immediately seized the opening, raising a battle axe he had just picked up. He lunged downward, delivering a devastating, earth-shattering blow straight onto the boss. The impact made a massive noise, but the blade couldn't pierce its tough armor, just as expected of a boss's defense. "I can't even scratch its skin." The boss went wild, swinging its hammer back in a furious counterattack. Facing the strike, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly flashed with surprise. The heavy hammer in the boss's hands was aimed directly at him, but he only stared coldly at the weapon inches from his face. The boss let out a roar, slamming the hammer straight into the ground. Dodging while counterattacking, he took a stance and analyzed. The boss's attack patterns were definitely not simple, even for an elite monster. Based on the raw power it's showing off, it's at least 2 to 3 times stronger than a regular elite monster. Condensing a blue flame on his fingertips, he formulated a strategy. First, he would keep his distance while making sure to continuously chip away at its health. Immediately, he commanded, "Arise," and his entire summoned zombie army swarmed the boss. Instantly, the system alerted. The boss has activated the skill, Finishing Blow, and the zombie death wolf lunged forward to intercept the strike. The system alerted again. Finishing Blow deals double damage. Seeing this, he immediately waved his hand and commanded, "Attack." The zombie army lunged forward in unison, mauling and pinning the boss down. Right after, the death wolf let out a howl, activating the group skill. Death's Wrath has been activated. Attack power plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. Empowered by the buff, the zombie pack attacked even more insanely, roaring with Death's Wrath attack power plus 10%, critical rate plus 20%. The all-out assault dealt massive damage, making the boss shriek in agony minus 150. Under the relentless barrage of attacks, the boss stumbled under the sheer force of the zombie pack. Lin Yuan seized the opening, condensing a fireball to activate his magic skill. Spirit Flame. He soared into the air, unleashing countless glowing blue fireballs. As the fiery rain poured down, hitting the target repeatedly, the boss roared in pain. -20, -30, -30. He thought to himself, if I remember correctly, the kobold boss has incredibly low magic resistance. Engulfed in flames, the boss let out a final, agonizing shriek, madly charging straight at Lin Yuan for revenge. He smirked and activated his skill, Stealth. Instantly, he zipped up into the air, circling right behind the charging boss. Since you insisted on seeking your own death, don't expect any mercy. Aiming directly at a weak spot right here, an unarmored patch of flesh, he dove down, plunging his blade deep into the back of the boss's neck. The blade tore through flesh, dealing a critical blow. Blood sprayed everywhere as the boss roared in agony from taking the damage. -100. It let out one last roar, desperately swinging its hammer, but Lin Yuan just casually snapped his fingers. Commanding, "Go!" A zombie dashed forward, and he instantly leaped, holding tightly onto the death wolf. Now, the entire zombie army had swarmed the boss, leaving it struggling desperately. He realized its armor had finally shattered. Right after, he condensed countless glowing magic spheres around himself. For the next strike, let's unleash full firepower, he coldly declared, taking lives while a flood of damage numbers pop up. -30, -40, -40. Burning alive. The boss threw its head back, screaming in pure agony. Seeing their leader go down, the rest of the mob went wild, roaring and swarming him. But looking at these leftovers, he didn't even flinch. It was just their pathetic last gasp. The slaughter wrapped up in seconds, with the system spamming notifications. You have successfully defeated 10 kobold overseers. You have successfully defeated 20 kobold miners. You have successfully defeated 35 kobold miners. Seeing its pack get absolutely shredded, the last monster freaked out and bolted for its life. But it didn't get far before freezing in its tracks. Staring at the white-cloaked figure blocking its way, he drew his sword, crackling with blue lightning, and asked with a chilling voice, "Where do you think you're going?" Tightening his grip, he leaped into the air and slammed a devastating lightning strike straight down. The kobold's head popped right off, flying into the air in a shower of bright red blood. The headless corpse slammed onto the stone floor with a heavy thud. Sheathing his weapon, he watched the notification pop up. You have defeated the boss. Experience points +50. Right then, a golden level-up glow wrapped around him. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 7. Checking his updated stat sheet, a satisfied smirk crossed his face. Level 7, sweet. Player, Lam Vien. Class, Forbidden Necromancer. Innate talent, Shadow Summon. Gates of Hell, 20 out of 70. Strength, 27. Stamina, 23. Agility, 45. Spirit, 50. Experience points, 68 out of 2,745. He stared off into the distance, his mind racing with plans. With this, I'm one step closer to level 10. Just a bit more, and I can finally enter the main city in the Western Desert. Checking his skills, he nodded in approval at his stealth and spirit fire. Their mastery was maxed out. Both had leveled up to level 2, and their effects had literally doubled. Along with the stat sheet, stealth, black iron, level 2, and spirit fire, black iron, level 2. While lost in thought, something caught his eye. Walking over to where the boss had collapsed, he spotted a bronze treasure chest. Without hesitating, he reached out and popped the chest open. As the lid cracked open, a blinding golden glow burst out. The system started spamming notifications. Obtained kobold leather pouch. Obtained ever-burning torch. Obtained skull mask. Obtained shadow gloves. He opened the leather pouch, and the notification read, "Item opened. Kobold leather pouch. Obtained 20 gold coins." He did the math. If I remember right, it won't be long before major banks across the globe open up real-world currency exchanges for in-game cash. 20 gold coins is basically 200,000 yuan in the real world. Not bad at all. Checking the other loot, the system showed ever-burning torch. Effect: grants a 3-meter radius of vision in pitch-dark areas, with no time limit. Skull mask. Tier: bronze. Type: gear. Effect: reduces physical damage by 5% when equipped. Stamina +10. Strength plus 10. Touching the last item, a flash of surprise crossed his eyes. Oh? He slipped on the silver blue gloves. Shadow gloves. Tier. Silver. Type. Weapon. Effect. Gloves that match the physical power of the kobold race. Defense plus 30. Attack plus 30. He smirked. Guess my luck is pretty cracked today. Pulling a silver tier weapon straight out of a bronze tier chest was a massive win. Gloves that matched the raw power of the kobold race. He was hyped to test them out right away. At the exact same time, near the kobold cave, a buff warrior was looking over the battlefield. This was the Blood Saber Guild Master, Hoang Fai Long. Class. Warrior. Level 8. The guy standing next to him smugly boasted, "Our training lately has been paying off big time. We just wiped out 30 desert phantom wolves in less than. As long as we two brothers stick together, nothing can stop us." Vice Guild Master of the Blood Saber Guild, Ho-Hung Fai Ho. Class. Assassin. Level 5. The lackeys behind them quickly started kissing up. "Man, you two are unreal. To wipe out that many phantom wolves in one go. Only our guild master and vice guild master could pull that off. Your power is seriously insane." Another lackey chimed in. "Hell yeah. If we run into those losers from the Thunder Guild again, we're gonna completely wipe them out." The rest of the gang chorused. "Damn right." But Fai Ho just snorted in frustration. "Cheh. If that punk Lam Vien hadn't suddenly spawned out of nowhere earlier, we would have bagged the first ever world boss kill credit long ago. And no other guild would dare show off in front of us." They couldn't help but remember that system announcement. World boss. Giant wolf has been defeated by player Lam Vien. The image of Lam Vien standing tall on top of the giant wolf's massive corpse flashed in their minds, bringing back that absolute shock. Like, seriously? What? Fai Ho was still incredibly salty about it. "I don't know what kind of cheap luck that bastard got, but the second I lay eyes on him, I'm going to beat him to a pulp." Fai Long's face darkened as he snapped. "Fai Ho, how many times do I have to tell you? Stop acting so recklessly." The guild leader analyzed with a low, serious tone, noting that Lin Yuan was completely ruthless and his strength was not to be underestimated. He figured that instead of going head-to-head with him, it'd be way better to drag him over to their side. After giving the orders, Fei Long slung his weapon over his shoulder and walked away. He remembered there was a kobold dungeon nearby. "I'm going to check out its location. The rest of you stay here and recover your stamina." His lackeys bowed respectfully, shouting, "Got it, boss." The moment he was out of sight, Fei Hu gritted his teeth in frustration. The boss had chewed him out 3 times over that stray dog, and he was seriously pissed off at how unfair it was. Gripping his short sword tightly, he growled, "Lin Yuan, just you wait, you bastard. One day, I'll rip out your fangs right in front of the boss, and then I'll chop off your head so he can finally see who the real powerhouse is." Seeing his boss fuming with rage, one of the lackeys quickly ran over, pointing his finger with a sycophantic grin. "Vice leader, don't waste your anger on that useless piece of trash. Look over there. What is that?" Hearing this, Fei Hu frowned and looked in the direction he was pointing, asking in confusion, "What is it?" Meanwhile, in another part of the forest, a young girl was walking, completely unaware that she was being watched. Clad in a purple outfit, the female mage was taking a leisurely stroll under the setting sun. Fei Hu and his lackeys stealthily tailed her, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face. "Huh?" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was heading toward the cave. He looked at the notification with satisfaction. Level 7 Cobalt Zombie. HP 1000. Attack 150. Defense 80. Skills Dig, Corpse Body, and Crushing Blow. Crushing Blow. Upon impact, inflicts damage equal to 200% of the attack power on the target, with a 10% chance of landing a critical hit. He did some quick calculations in his head. "I've added another mid-level zombie with decent combat power to my collection. On top of that, the number of zombie monsters inside the gates of hell has reached 70. I'll keep pushing forward like this." Suddenly, he froze, slightly turning his head as a panicked scream echoed from afar. "You! Stay back! Don't come any closer!" At this moment, the terrified female mage backed away, tightly clutching her staff as she threatened them, "Back off! If you take another step, I won't show you any mercy." She looked in despair as Fei Hu and his men closed the circle around her. He sneered mockingly, Talk about insane luck. To think we'd run into such a gorgeous beauty today. Stepping closer with a lustful look in his eyes, he smirked. Don't worry, babe. Just take good care of my boys for a bit. Instead of making it hard on yourself, why don't you just enjoy it? One of his lackeys chimed in excitedly. Yeah, just make our vice leader feel good, and you'll get all kinds of sweet rewards. Unable to take it anymore, she raised her staff in defense. If you keep coming closer, I won't hesitate to attack. But the blonde punk easily threw a kick, knocking the weapon right out of her hand with a loud clatter. Let's see how you're gonna attack us now, he sneered, making her cry out in pain. Gah! In a flash, he brutally grabbed her by her hair, snarling with contempt. Just a low-level trash mage, and you actually thought you could hurt us? He yanked her close despite her painful grimace, threatening, That's enough acting stupid. If you still haven't given up, then why don't you try fighting back again? Go on, keep trying, babe. The more you struggle, the more excited I get. She closed her eyes and let out a desperate scream. As the madman was frantically tearing at her clothes with evil intent, a steel fist suddenly slammed right into his face with bone-shattering force. The dark, armored gauntlet clenched slightly under the sunlight, making a chilling, metallic grinding sound. Fei Hu took the full force of the punch, flying backward with a painful shriek. The lackeys watched the lightning-fast scene unfold, then screamed in absolute terror. Vice leader. His body slammed violently into the cliffside, kicking up a massive cloud of dust. He lay deeply embedded in the shattered rocks, completely battered as stones crumbled around him and blood poured from his wounds. Lin Yuan slowly stood up straight. Calmly looking down at his gauntlet, he casually commented, Not a bad effect. That was much easier than I thought. One of the lackeys was absolutely terrified. He immediately turned on his heels and ran for his life, screaming, Oh my God, I've got to warn the leader. The remaining two tremblingly pointed their swords at him, stuttering, Who the hell are you? You've angered the Blood Eclipse Guild. You're dead meat. He responded by coldly glaring at them with his glowing red eyes. Instantly, their guild emblem flashed in his mind, the Blood Eclipse Guild. In the early stages of the game, it was the #1 guild in the starter village of Black Sand Town, and almost all of its members were notorious red-named players who took absolute pleasure in committing evil deeds. He recalled the images of those brutal murderers clad in heavy armor, brandishing their weapons, alongside sinister dark mages carrying players' skulls, spreading absolute terror wherever they went. So-called red-named players were dangerous individuals flagged by the system once their crime points reached 10 or higher due to offenses like intentional assault, theft, and looting. Although the evil god had not yet invaded the world, and a player's death didn't result in real-world death, losing equipment and dropping levels still caused severe, devastating losses. Lam Vien's face turned ice cold. He smirked slightly and asked, Are you guys from the Bloodpool Guild? In my past life, these absolute rats caused me nothing but trouble. Hearing that, the guy with the ponytail furrowed his brows and scoffed. The bald punk arrogantly put his hands on his hips, tilted his chin up, and snapped back. Damn right. We are the #1 guild with a killer reputation in Black Sand Town. You pissed off our vice leader, so now you're finally shaking in your boots, huh? He tightened his bandaged wrist and threatened arrogantly, It's way too late for regrets. But if you don't want to die a horrific death, they grinned maliciously and kept spitting insults. Then chop off your own 2 hands, get down on your knees like a dog, and keep calling me your grandpa. Not about to let them gloat, Lam Vien's eyes went icy as he lunged forward, swinging his weapon. A surge of green killing intent erupted, unleashing a clean slash that ripped right through the air. In the blink of an eye, fresh blood sprayed everywhere, as the thug's arms were sliced clean off, flying through the air. The 2 lackeys fell backward, screaming in absolute agony. Triple-ARRRGHHH. Meanwhile, Lam Vien stood there coldly delivering his judgment. Thanks, but I'd rather chop off your arms myself. As for that dog-like barking of yours, save it for your trip down to hell. Watching this, the female mage clutched her shredded shirt, completely dazed, stammering in shock. He's so insanely strong. Meanwhile, down in the deep ravine, the blonde vice leader who had just been blown away was sliding down a dusty, rocky slope. His trembling hand fell next to an empty potion bottle as he gasped in pure agony. Huff, huff. Right after that, a system notification popped up. You have used a health potion, restoring 20% HP and mana. He staggered back up, clutching his battered body, gritting his teeth in pure rage. Damn you! You bastard! A blazing red aura of killing intent erupted, enveloping his body. Gripping his weapon, he stepped into the darkness, growling every word. Your fate is death. Heavy footsteps echoed. Let's see who's got the guts to mess with me. Who the hell is tired of living? Immediately, a lackey pointed. Guild leader. He's over there. Hearing the noise, Lam Vien raised an eyebrow and turned to look. The female mage behind him flinched in fear. The lackey pointed directly at him and shouted his report. It's this brat right here. He almost killed the vice leader. The massive guild leader beside him glared and demanded, Who did? But as soon as he got a clear look at his opponent's face, the armored leader froze in his tracks, breaking into a cold sweat. He quickly raised his weapon to defend and blurted out, Wait, hold on. Terrified, he stared straight into Lam Vien's blood-red eyes, thinking, Those eyes are rumored to be cold and emotionless, but the pressure they radiate is insane. His gaze shifted down to his opponent's weapon, trembling as he analyzed it. It's like it was crystallized from pure moonlight, shimmering so bright. That sword has an icy cold glow. It looks like it could cut through absolutely anything. Right now, a terrifying, brilliant green aura was radiating from Lam Vien, striking fear into his enemies. The overwhelming aura coming off him felt totally suffocating. While the leader was backing away in sheer terror, his clueless lackeys behind him were still shouting and egging him on. Guild leader, get him. Show this brat what we're made of. Damn blind dog, you dare provoke us? Are you tired of living? You're dead meat, bastard. Drenched in sweat, the armored leader grit his teeth and thought, Damn it, this aura and that sword that probably dropped from a boss monster. This guy, 9 times out of 10, is definitely Lam Vien. He gripped his greatsword in despair, cursing the brainless idiots cheering behind him. Of all the people to mess with, why did they have to pick a fight with him? They're completely useless except for ruining everything. Even as his underlings kept screaming, Get ready to die, you've. Ignoring the noisy trash, Lam Vien calmly stared down the massive leader and spoke softly, So, are you the leader of the Bloodpool Guild? Cornered in front of his men, the leader grit his teeth and tightened his grip, telling himself, I can't let my pride be trampled on. His eyes narrowed in intense anxiety, bracing himself to fight to the death. It looked like a clash was completely unavoidable today. Just as the tension reached a boiling point, Lam Vien raised his eyes at the sound of the wind rushing down the cliff. The female mage looked up too, and spotting a dark figure hurtling down, she shrieked in terror to warn him, Watch out behind you. From midair, the blonde vice leader, wielding 2 icy sharp short swords, was plunging straight down at terrifying speed, roaring maniacally. Die, you bastard. His face twisted in extreme hatred and pure killing intent. With his mouth wide open and his eyes bulging, he roared with everything he had. Die. The smug-faced guild leader swung his giant axe, slashing down with pure satisfaction. He mocked him. Hey kid, picking a fight with a vile blood guild is the dumbest decision of your life. Here is a golden opportunity to meet your maker. 2 of them rushed forward, aiming their swords straight at Lin Yuan and the female mage. But what his opponent did next left the guild leader completely stunned. He froze, gasping in disbelief. What? While the enemy stood frozen in shock, a massive werewolf phantom engulfed in a majestic emerald green aura suddenly materialized behind Lin Yuan. The beast bared its fangs with a hair-raising roar, instantly swinging its massive energy axe to strike a thunderous blow mid-air. The overwhelming force of the slash blew both of them back. The werewolf's attack unleashed an emerald green shockwave, sweeping straight into the cliffside with terrifying destructive power. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan dashed forward at lightning speed, swinging his sword straight at the guild leader. With his gleaming blade inches away from the target, Lin Yuan looked at him coldly and declared, Next up is you. The guild leader's eyes went wide, his face turning pale with sheer terror. Without a shred of mercy, Lin Yuan unleashed a flurry of blinding, rapid slashes, cutting down the enemy with lethal, precise strikes. Death came instantly. The guild leader collapsed onto the sandy ground in a pool of blood, leaving Lin Yuan to turn around and walk away. He glanced coldly at the corpse, muttering in disgust, What a pathetic guild. Suddenly, A red system notification popped up, warning him about player killing. It showed that his crime points had increased by 2, prompting him to think, 2 points, huh? Even so, his expression remained completely calm. They will decay on their own, as long as I do not rack up any more points within 1 week. Behind him, the female mage looked up at the surviving vile blood lackeys who were scrambling for their lives up the rocky slope. She hastily asked, "Oh my god, they are getting away. Should we chase them down?" Lin Yuan stood silently with his sword in hand, calmly telling her not to bother. He then walked over to the vice leader's corpse, which was already disintegrating into blinding fragments of light data. The loot dropped by the enemy materialized immediately. First was a silver-tier weapon, the bursting battle axe, boasting massive area of effect damage. Next was a pair of silver-tier dual blades, the crossfangs, glowing brilliantly and imbued with a continuous burn effect. And finally, a compact bronze-tier weapon called the spike dagger, which buffed agility. Lin Yuan rubbed his chin, thinking, even if I cannot use these, I can still flip them for a solid profit. After gathering all the loot, he turned on his heel, ready to leave. The female mage finally snapped out of it, her cheeks flushing red as she looked at him with immense gratitude. "My savior, thank you so much for saving me today." She hesitantly stepped closer to her hero. Shyly, she spoke up, I still do not know your name." Lin Yuan paused for a split second, then turned around with a confident, slight smile. "My name is." Standing silhouetted against the setting sun, he glanced at her over his shoulder and dropped a proud, cocky line. "One day, you will see my name sitting right at the very top of the world's top 10 list." That sheer arrogance left the female mage completely stunned, murmuring in awe, "The top 10? But as she watched him stride decisively into the sunset, she scrambled to catch up with him. "Who cares about some stupid leaderboard anyway? Savior, please let me go with you." The scene suddenly cuts to Weeping Samark, a desolate, barren wasteland stretching beneath a dust-choked sky. Here, Lin Yuan stood face to face with a colossal, spiky armored creature that had just burst out from the ground. These were level 6 Weeping Thunder Scorpions, threateningly raising their venomous, purplish-black stingers. Lin Yuan's gaze instantly sharpened. He spun around and drew his weapon, ready to dive into a brand new fight. A Thunder Scorpion's stinger shot forward like lightning, aiming to take his life. But with his razor-sharp reflexes, he easily dodged the strike and counterattacked, slicing right through the monster's tough armor with a wave of emerald sword energy. His eyes flashed with cold killing intent as he spun gracefully midair, unleashing a massive emerald sword tempest, sweeping away and tearing the surrounding scorpion pack to shreds. Right after, victory notifications began flooding his system screen. A total of 60 Weeping Thunder Scorpions have been defeated in this area. You have leveled up to level 8. He lightly brushed his blood-stained sleeve, smiling in satisfaction at his newly gained power. Straight to level 8. Even though gathering these paralyzing herbs is a bit of a hassle, this is a total jackpot. The scene faded once more, shifting his thoughts back to 2 days ago in a dark castle corridor, where a mysterious wizard stepped forward to meet him. The old wizard, sporting a long purple beard, spoke in a deep, gravelly voice as he bowed slightly to Lin Yuan. "Ah, hero. We meet at last." A green system window instantly popped up. "A quest from the alchemist Eimer has been detected. Do you accept?" He skimmed through the quest details. Quest name: Eimer's Wish. Quest content: travel to Weeping Samark, collect 100 paralyzing herbs, and deliver them to Emor. Time limit: 1 day. Quest difficulty: Black Iron, Paralysis Herb. Stroking his chin, Lam Vien thoughtfully recalled the events of his past life. Soon, a special dungeon would open in the main city. In his memory, a cave glowing with blinding blue lightning flashed back. That dungeon was crawling with lightning attribute monsters. To clear it, players must have insanely high lightning resistance. Because of this, the demand for effective lightning resistance potions will skyrocket, and their value will shoot up to tens of thousands of gold coins. In his past life, someone made an absolute fortune from this. Completing this quest to gather paralysis herbs would give him the recipe to craft that very lightning resistance potion. Today is the first day the NPC arrived in Black Sand Town. Once this quest is turned in, he will disappear forever. Without any hesitation, He reached out and tapped the accept button for the herb quest on the system interface, thinking to himself that this is the only chance players will ever get to obtain this recipe. Except, the rush of memories faded, bringing him back to the reality of Sammark Valley, where patches of glowing grass were surrounded by a pack of monsters. Valley Lightning Scorpions, a level 6 lightning element monster, guarding the paralysis herbs. But just like before, he delivered a devastating stomp, crushing the head of a rushing scorpion. He calmly noted that at his current level, they weren't any real threat. After taking down the small fries, he knelt on one knee in the sand, reaching out to gather the glowing grass. Since I snatched this quest, I'll take this chance to grind the mastery of my newly learned gathering skill to the max. A series of green magic glows enveloped his hand as the notification popped up. Gathering skill, Iron rank, level 2. Effect: increases gathering speed, with a 5% chance to gather rare quality herbs. Cost: 1 spirit point. Cooldown: 3 seconds. Mastery: 120 out of 200. Standing tall, his cloak fluttering in the desert storm, he looked toward the hazy dunes. Time to head deeper. Lam Vien strode forward, with powerful steps, his heavy boots sinking into the dry sand, leaving deep tracks behind. Suddenly, the ground beneath him shook violently, making him startle and step back, his hand reflexively gripping his sword hilt. What the hell is this? Instantly, a massive purple stinger tore through the sand, shooting into the air with a deafening crash of shattering earth and stone. The beast's appearance kicked up a massive cloud of sand and dust, blanketing the sun-drenched sky. Lam Vien leaped up immediately to dodge the attack. His feet slid across the ground, carving deep trenches into the sand. He slowly lifted his head, his eyes narrowing with a cold, sharp glare, locking onto a glowing red light with absolute alertness. A colossal creature rose completely from the earth, bringing an overwhelming pressure along with a barrage of flashing red system warnings. Mutated monster. Devil, crystal lightning. Scorpion has appeared. Danger. 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 Staring at the towering dark shadow blanketing the sand, Lam Vien frowned, thinking, how could a mutated devil-class monster appear in a place like this? The creature's status panel displayed clearly before him. Devil Crystal Lightning Scorpion. Level 10. HP: 2,800. Attack: 400. Defense: 55. Skills: Paralysis Lightning Strike, Toxic Needle Thrust, Earth-Rending Claw, Crystal Lightning Storm. Even though he was facing a high-level boss, he lowered his head and smirked with arrogant disdain. Things might be a bit tricky, but unleashing a surge of green mana that swirled around his body, Lam Vien bolted forward like an arrow cutting through the wind. His murderous intent flared. Today, you're going to be the whetstone for my Silver Slash's debut, you bastard! He unleashed a thunderous strike straight at the scorpion's massive claw, sending a violent wave of dark blue electromagnetic shockwaves rippling out. However, the powerful strike bounced right off, ringing with a harsh, metallic clang as it hit an armor shell as hard as diamond. He knit his brows. At that exact moment, the beast's entire body suddenly flared with surging currents of blue lightning. The system immediately blared a warning. The boss is activating the skill, Paralysis Lightning Strike. A terrifying electromagnetic web instantly exploded, trapping Lam Vien. He barely had time to grit his teeth, raising his sword and bracing his body to withstand the devastating power of the lightning strike. Right then, the system blared another warning. The boss is activating the skill, Toxic Needle Thrust. Startled, Lam Vien quickly took a defensive stance. The beast lunged forward, executing a blinding lightning thrust, forcing him to raise his sword and block it in the nick of time. Without pausing, the giant scorpion unleashed another devastating bolt of lightning that tore through space, heading straight for him. While dodging, Lam Vien frowned as he analyzed the situation. Its power is way beyond my expectations. First, I need to distract it. Amidst the swirling dust, his eyes flared with light. His entire body radiated a gloomy green mana as he coldly muttered, "You worthless trash." With a shout of awaken, a glowing green portal rips open, and a pack of werewolves armed with axes and pickaxes charge out to wreck the beast. In a flash, one werewolf swings his pickaxe straight into the boss's armor, sending sparks flying everywhere and shaving off 200 HP. Watching the strike, Lam Vien narrows his eyes, calculating. Damn, no critical hit. Pissed off, the boss immediately unleashes its earth-rending claws skill, slamming its massive claws down to shatter the sand and blow the werewolf pack away. Seizing the moment the monster is distracted, green soul fireballs are fired in rapid succession, streaking through the air. The barrage of fireballs flies straight into the scorpion's wide-open mouth, triggering a blinding magical explosion. Ignoring the monster as its health drains from the burn effect, he coldly commands, "Time to test the upgraded soul fire." Lam Vien raises his hand, cloaked in an eerie, burning green flame, and decisively gives the order. Right then, a thick rope binds its claw tight. 7 cobalt werewolves have wrapped ropes around it just in time, straining to drag the beast down into the sand. Taking advantage of this golden chance, the werewolf leader leaps high into the air with a giant sledgehammer, aiming straight for the target. The hammer slams down, dealing double damage, followed by a system alert. Heavy strike has triggered a critical hit. Reeling from the excruciating pain, the scorpion throws its head back and roars in fury, surges of lightning crackling from its cracking body. Right after, he lightly leaps up. The scorpion has no clue what's happening, looking around in utter confusion. His arm instantly charges up with a surge of brilliant blue lightning mana. Along with it, a system alert pops up. Hunter title detected. Attack power increased by 10%. Critical hit rate increased by 10%. Magic damage increased by 10%. With eyes burning red with bloodlust, he channels all his power into his raised fist. "Then I'll smash you to pieces and turn you to dust." Diving headfirst like an arrow straight into the eye of the beast's lightning storm, he roars, "Get ready." The impact unleashes a blinding explosion of light that tears the surroundings apart, accompanied by his cold declaration, "Shatter." The scorpion's supposedly unbreakable shell cracks wide open, exposing the blinding energy burning inside. Pushed past its limit, the monster's body detonates, shattering into countless sharp armor shards that rain down everywhere. At the same time, the system window pops up. You have defeated the mutated Crystal Fiend Lightning Scorpion and gained 560 experience points. The boss's shadow immediately rises again as a giant zombie. Status: Level 10. Crystal Lightning Scorpion Zombie. With its full skill set intact. Suddenly, he notices another scorpion burrowing deep into the sand. Right behind Lam Vien, the massive lightning scorpion zombie stands tall and imposing, completely under his command. Out of nowhere, hordes of scorpions swarm in from the distance, making him flinch as he blurts out in surprise. But a split second later, a cold, calculating gleam flashes in his eyes. Perfect timing. Using their momentum, he orders his new summon to sweep and wipe out the surrounding mobs. At the same time, the system announces, "Crystal Lightning Storm activated." He yells out, "Come on, let me test my new pet on you bastards." Bursts of crystal lightning shoot from the zombie, tearing through the air. It rains destruction down on the swarm of baby scorpions, with damage numbers popping up non-stop. -50, -60, -60. Moving in perfect sync, Lam Vien, his eyes glowing blood-red, swings his greatsword and leaps into the air. He rains vicious lightning strikes down on 7 monsters, the system spamming alerts, "Weak point hit, weak point hit." His blade stabs deep into a monster's hard shell, followed by another system notification. "Weak point hit." The sheer force of the thrust pierces right through the armor, unleashing a blinding burst of light from the wound. After that flawless finisher, he lands with a badass pose, his cloak fluttering in the wind. Standing in the middle of a battlefield littered with scorpion corpses, bright golden alerts start popping up one after another. Level up. Level up. Congratulations, you have reached level 10. He pulls up his glowing blue status screen to check. Player: Lam Vien. Level 10. Class: Necromancer. Forbidden talent: Dark Summoning. Gates of Hell: 20 out of 100. Strength: 32. Vitality: 28. Agility: 47. Spirit: 53. EXP: 152 out of 5,159. A satisfied smirk plays on Lam Vien's face. Leveling up twice in a row feels freaking amazing. Right then, the glowing boss loot drops before him, and he quickly does the math as he sees the alerts. Silver-grade weapon obtained, along with lightning gear, leg armor, and a paralyzing ring. Phantom hand crossbow. Nice. Every piece of loot from the boss chest is silver-grade, Selling these will definitely help out my family back home. With the desert wind whipping his cloak, he grips his sword tightly, standing tall on the peak of a sand dune. Looking down at the pile of monster corpses, the system confirms all monsters in this area have been eliminated. Out of nowhere, a blinding golden light wraps around his hand, and a notification pops up. Congrats! You've received a gold tier class skill book. An ancient grimoire with a creepy, rolling eye right in the center floats down into his hand, making him look absolutely badass. Wait, is this? Golden mana surges from the book, flowing through his entire body as the info panel displays. Dark Curse, Gold Tier. Class Requirement, Necromancer. Lin Yuan hugs the book to his chest, grinning to himself. Turns out, his luck is seriously insane. The golden light explodes, and a system alert chimes. Skill successfully integrated into the player's memory database. A massive pillar of light shoots straight up into the desert sky, along with the text. Congratulations! You have obtained an exclusive Necromancer skill. The skill details pop up, surrounded by creepy, glowing blue-green skulls. Dark Curse. Gold Tier. Level 1. Effect. Deals damage equal to 20% of the target's max HP, or restores 20% of the Lich's health. Cost. 100 mana. Cooldown. 10 seconds. Mastery. 0 out of 100%. Instantly, an eerie emerald green soul fire erupts on his hand. He mutters, analyzing the skill. So, I can heal 20% of an undead creature's HP. Lin Yuan's eyes narrow sharply. He stares intently at this raw, new power dancing in the palm of his hand. Turning toward the scorpion lich standing by the cliffside, its health bar hovering low. He flicks his wrist and shoots a brilliant green blast of energy. Let's see what you can do, he says. The energy hits the monster square in the head, spawning a dazzling, glowing recovery crown icon. The scorpion lich throws its head back, letting out a roar of pure energy as its health bar instantly shoots up. Its health is already back up to 80%. Clenching his fist to recall his mana, Lin Yuan gazes into the distance with pure determination. Alright, that's enough of a warm-up. Time to head to the main city and track down my very first minion. Suddenly, the scene shifts. Back in the real world, Lin Yuan unlatches and pulls off his VR headset with a sharp, dry click. His face goes pale with shock, like he just realized something massive. Wait a second, could it be? Out in the living room, his mom is standing behind his gaming chair, looking super worried. Yuan, your dad just threw his back out. Go give him a hand. He snaps out of it, startled. The two of them quickly support his dad under the arms, helping him lie down on the sofa as he winces and clutches his lower back. His mom says gently, "Take it easy, dear." While massaging his back, his mom starts nagging him with worry. Why are you still being so reckless at your age? Trying to fix the AC yourself without knowing your limits? Wouldn't it have been way better to just call a technician? Now look at you. You've gone and hurt your back. Lying on his stomach, his forehead dripping with sweat, his dad still forces a weak smile to calm her down. Hey, we gotta save every penny we can. The washing machine broke down last week, and didn't I fix it in just a few simple steps? Standing quietly by the doorway, Lin Yuan listens as his dad's cheerful voice continues. Besides, this is just a minor tweak, no big deal. I'll just close my eyes for a bit and I'll be right as rain. Tomorrow, I still have to pick up little Dan from school. Lin Yuan's eyes heavy with emotion, he silently stares at his hardworking father, completely speechless. Cut to the next day, under the clear blue sky of a bustling apartment complex. In the bedroom, his dad is still fast asleep, while his mom frowns at annoyance. Hearing a series of loud, chaotic noises out in the living room, she opens the bedroom door and asks sleepily, "Yuan? Is that you? Why are you making so much noise this early?" Stepping outside, the couple freezes in shock. Two delivery guys are carrying in a massive TV and mounting it. One of them walks over, grabbing his dad's hand to shake it, giving them both a mini heart attack. "Excuse me," he says. "Are you Mr. and Mrs. Lin? These are the new items purchased by Mr. Lin Yuan. We brought them over and set everything up as fast as possible. Could you please sign to confirm the delivery?" Standing dazed in the middle of the living room, breaking out in a cold sweat, his dad mutters, "Wait, am I sleepwalking? What on earth is happening here?" The scene cuts to a high-end gym where Lin Yuan is crushing decline sit-ups, his ripped muscles glistening with sweat, before transitioning over to the treadmill. He effortlessly keeps up a steady running pace, then says, "Sorry for the trouble." The gorgeous manager smiles and asks, "Would you like to sign up for our VIP package, sir? We would need to charge you for a full year upfront." Without a second thought, he decisively whips out his credit card and replies, "Sure, here's my card." He thinks to himself, "After selling off some useless gear, I renovated the apartment and bought a family membership at this gym." His eyes gleam with deep contemplation as he ponders. After all, Mom, Dad, and little Dan need to start physical training early so they can adapt quicker when the age of the undead begins. Holding the card in her hand, the beautiful receptionist's face blushes slightly as she screams internally, "Oh my gosh, this guy has been working out forever, but his face isn't even red, and he's not even out of breath. Plus, his physique is just insanely athletic." Suddenly, her eyes widen in sheer shock as she gasps, "Wait, what is this?" Her hands trembled in utter shock. A premium VIP card? This was only given to those with over 5 million in their bank accounts? Ignoring the receptionist's jaw-dropping reaction, Lam Vien casually pulled out his phone and made a call. "Hello? Yeah, it's just the prize money from a gaming tournament I won a while back." "Right, you two just rest up at home today. Leave little Dan to me." Watching his strong figure walk away, the female employee clutched the card to her chest, sighing in awe at how young this customer was. He really is an extraordinary man. Meanwhile, at the school gate, the final bell just rang. Crowds of students flooded out, shouting excitedly that school was finally over. "Hurry up, let's hit the net cafe, team up, and crush a match. I'll wait." "Wait up, let me join." Amidst the bustling crowd, a schoolgirl with silky golden hair adorned with a light blue bow stepped gracefully down the stairs. That was Lam Vien's younger sister. She possessed a stunning, sharp beauty, drawing eyes as she walked briskly in her pristine school uniform. Two of her classmates happily ran up to her, chattering, "Hey, today's my birthday, so you have to come over to my place today. My big bro bought my favorite strawberry cake and some milk tea. I'm so lucky. Having an older brother is the best. I'm so jealous. I wish I had one too." Hearing this, Lamdam's eyes darkened as she thought to herself, "An older brother. Is that really something to be jealous of?" The image of her incredibly lazy brother, with his messy hair, glued to his gaming screen while aggressively slamming on the keyboard in a completely trashed room, instantly flashed across her mind. Cutting off the flashback, she firmly hoisted her backpack and strode forward. Gritting her teeth, she thought, "I don't need a brother at all." Suddenly, a sleazy punk blocked her path, wearing a disgusting smirk. Well, school beauty Lamdam, aren't you acting a bit too high and mighty?" He and 3 other tough-looking thugs surrounded her with sinister grins. The leader sneered, "We've had others invite you out so many times, but you always blow us off. But this time, since we personally came to invite you, you could at least show some damn manners." Finding her path blocked, Lamdam glared at them and snapped, "What do you want?" Her 2 friends shrank behind her in terror, asking with trembling voices, "Class president, who are these guys?" "Hey," the brazen punk smirked, boldly reaching his hand toward her face. "Look at this smooth, soft skin. Let me get a little feel, huh?" Furious, Lamdam slapped his hand away with a fierce swipe, raising her voice. "Don't touch me. Get the hell out of my sight." She pointed directly at the thugs and yelled, "If you lay another hand on me, I'm calling the cops." Enraged, the punk swung his arm, delivering a vicious, ringing slap across her face, making her scream in pain. He roared, "Damn it, you're not worth showing any damn respect to." The blow was so brutal, it knocked Lamdam to the ground with a painful gasp. Her 2 friends screamed in pure terror. "Class president." The punk aggressively raised his hand to strike again, roaring, "Acting like a little touch is beneath you? Why do you have to pretend to be so pure?" Unable to dodge in time, Lamdam squeezed her eyes shut and threw her arms up to shield her face, bracing herself for the impact. But at that exact moment, a rock-solid hand shot out, grabbing the leader's wrist with a crushing, powerful grip. Sensing the sudden turn of events, she slowly opened one eye, completely stunned. Emerging from behind, the towering figure of a young man appeared. His eyes burned with a blood-red murderous glare as he spoke in a freezing tone. "Who gave you permission to lay a hand on my sister?" He stepped forward firmly, leaving Lam Vien dazed as she stared up at that incredibly familiar face. Grip tightening, the struggling thug writhed in anger, screaming, "Damn it! Where the hell did this stray dog crawl out from?" Right then, his 3 lackeys rushed forward to surround him, barking threats. "If I don't knock every single one of your teeth out today, I'm not a man. Are you asking for a death wish? Stop talking and just break his arms first, then we'll talk." Answering their threats, Lam Vien unleashed a lightning-fast punch straight into the leader's face, sending blood spraying everywhere. In the blink of an eye, he lunged forward, delivering a monstrous uppercut that sent the thug flying. Before they could even react, he spun on his heel and launched a devastating lightning-quick kick, sending the third punk crashing back. To finish the lightning-fast combo, he brought his foot down in a brutal stomp right onto the last guy's face, leaving him utterly wrecked. Lam Vien stood tall and imposing, the explosive impact of his stomp cracking the ground beneath him into spiderweb shards. At his feet, the beaten thugs lay sprawled across the pavement, groaning and whimpering in agony. Having easily cleared out the trash, he calmly turned back to look at the 3 girls. On their way home, walking side by side, Lam Vien curiously asked, "What made you show up today?" While thinking to herself, this guy literally does nothing but play games all day. Why on earth did he come to pick me up at school today? He kept his eyes on the road ahead and answered softly. Dad threw his back out. Mom's at home taking care of him. Hearing this, her face filled with anxiety, and she asked in a panic, "A thrown out back? Is it serious, bro?" He quickly calmed her down, saying, "No big deal." After that, dead silence fell between them, with only the rhythmic sound of their footsteps echoing. Lam Vien looked down, sneakily stealing a glance at her big bro. She thought to herself that it had been ages since they last had a real conversation like this. Talk about awkward. The afternoon sun hit Lam Vien's sharp jawline, highlighting his rugged, dependable, and super chill vibe. The silence was suddenly shattered when 2 of her classmates rushed over, waving frantically and screaming, "Hey, class rep, class rep." As soon as they caught up, the 2 girls squealed, holding their cheeks. "Oh my God, class rep. Is he seriously your brother? He doesn't look a single bit like that lazy bum you always talk about, right? I had no clue Senior Lam Vien was this cool and ridiculously handsome. Why have you been hiding him from us this whole time?" Lam Vien froze, staring at her besties in complete disbelief. She was screaming inside, "Handsome? This guy? Are you for real?" Under the bright sun, Lam Vien flashed a subtle, charming smile, making all the girls nearby start whispering, "Whoa, who is that guy? He is so hot." "Yeah, he's one of our graduated seniors. Honestly, he's way hotter than any of the boys at our school." Seeing all the girls drooling over her brother's tall figure, Lam Vien blinked in shock, thinking, "Wow, since when did his popularity get this insanely high?" Some underclassmen even got the guts to run right up to him, blushing as she squeaked out, "Hi there, senior." He politely waved back, "Hey there," leaving Lam Vien trailing behind him in deep thought. Wait, has he always been this tall? How did I never notice this before? Her eyes locked onto his broad shoulders and toned build as a million questions started racing through her mind. He actually has muscles? Since when does he work out? No wonder he kicked so much butt in that fight earlier. But seriously, he's still the same guy, right? Flashbacks hit her hard. She remembered the old Lam Vien frail, exhausted, wearing a hoodie pulled over his eyes, face glued to his phone, totally shutting everyone out on the packed subway. A total contrast to his current glowing self. Back then, he was just a miserable shut-in rotting in a pitch-black room, sporting a scruffy beard, lazily clutching a controller amidst piles of trash and junk food. Lam Vien scowled, staring intently at her brother's sturdy back and wondering, but seriously, how did he pull off such a massive sudden glow-up? Her friends happily waved goodbye, shouting, "Catch you tomorrow. See ya." "Yeah, see you." She flinched a bit when a familiar voice broke the silence. Turning around, completely clueless, she saw Lam Vien slightly bending his knees. Under the drooling gazes of all the girls nearby, he pointed to his back and said, "Hop on." She panicked, waving her hands wildly. Her cheeks flushed bright red as she stammered, I can walk myself," while screaming inside, "What the heck? No way am I getting a piggyback ride in front of literally everyone." Suddenly, a strong force yanked her forward, throwing her off balance as she let out a sharp gasp. Before she could even finish her scream, she tumbled forward, landing flat on her brother's broad back right in the middle of the school courtyard. "Hey! Let me down!" Lam Vien effortlessly adjusted her on his back and started walking, saying calmly, "Your friends are already gone. Stop pushing yourself if you can't even walk." With his sharp eyes, he had already noticed the nasty, dark bruise on his sister's ankle. He added, "You got knocked down earlier. Did you sprain it?" Lam Dam rested her chin on his shoulder, her eyes wide with shock as she thought, when on earth did he even notice that? The moment they reached the front door, he called out, "We're back," while Lam Dam weakly mumbled, "Mom, Dad." The parents stood frozen at this incredibly rare sight, staring at each other in utter disbelief. Ignoring his parents' stunned expressions, he calmly carried his sister through the living room, which had been fully upgraded with new furniture. Later, he used his strong, capable hands to quickly wash the mountain of soapy dishes under the running tap. Their mother smiled warmly, whispering to her husband, "Honey, look at our boy. Doesn't it feel like he's turned into a completely different person?" The father nodded in amazement. "Yeah, he's cooking, washing dishes, and he even upgraded all the home appliances." Their mother gently patted her daughter's hand and added, "And it looks like you two are finally getting along again. Way better, actually." Holding a warm cup of water, the girl awkwardly cleared her throat and mumbled, "Oh, is it?" She gently blew on the steam rising from her cup, her eyes drifting as she thought, "He's such a weirdo. Has he really changed for real?" Lam Vien stood before the sparkling clean sink, dried his hands, and shrugged, "All done." With that, he casually took off his apron, turned around, and said, "I'm heading back to my room now." Lam Dam stared at the closed wooden door, a tiny flash of disappointment flicking through her eyes. She thought, what was I even expecting? He's still just a gaming addict at the end of the day. But then, she jumped as a hand suddenly shot out, holding a tube of ointment right in front of her face. Standing there, he told his sister, "This ointment works wonders. Make sure to put it on after you shower." He pushed open the door and slipped back into his own world, throwing out a cold warning. "I'm gaming. Don't come into my room unless it's a total emergency." She sat quietly in her chair, her hands unconsciously squeezing the cold tube of eye ointment. Closing her eyes to enjoy a distant feeling of warmth, she playfully muttered, Yeah. Like anyone actually wants to sneak into your room anyway." A rare smile bloomed on her lips, completely melting away her usual cold, arrogant expression. Standing hidden behind the door, he rubbed his forehead and sighed as he heard his mother chime in from the other side. "See? I told you so. You two are finally getting along. What happened at school today?" she asked, followed by his sister's evasive reply. "It's nothing, Mom. I'm going to take a shower." He leaned back into his comfortable gaming chair, letting go of his heavy burdens, thinking to himself the recent family drama would finally quiet down now. Running his fingers through his messy hair, his eyes gradually regained their usual sharp, determined look. Decisively, he pulled the VR headset over his head, ready to connect. He muttered, "Time to head back into the game." The scene flashed to life as a massive pillar of energy shot straight down into the desert, accompanied by a system notification. Main City, Sandwind City. Underneath his frayed cloak, his eyes flashed with a cold, calculating look as he muttered, "Time to catch that little rat." He strode toward the OIV towers, the hem of his cloak whipping in the sandstorm as the system interface popped up. "You have entered Sandwind City." Elsewhere, a man took a brutal kick straight to the face, screaming in terror. "Ah, I beg you, respected merchant. I swear to God, this is all just a misunderstanding." An armored guard pointed his razor-sharp spear directly at the man sprawled on the ground, roaring, "Shut your mouth. Save your filthy lies for when you're rotting in a cell." Lin Yuan quietly stopped in the shadows, witnessing the entire brutal arrest play out in the sun-drenched plaza. The guard suddenly froze, darting a sharp, alert glance to the side as he gasped. He whipped his head around, staring intently into the empty air, and muttered in confusion, "How strange. Did my eyes play tricks on me?" Lin Yuan's figure completely melted into the dark hallway, hiding behind a massive stone pillar nearby. Furrowing his brows, he began analyzing the game's mechanics, patiently lying in wait for the perfect moment. After calculating his crime points, he realized it would take 3 days for them to reset. Standing tall in the sun-drenched plaza, Lin Yuan lightly tugged his cloak and muttered, "This is the perfect time to welcome my old friend." The scene shifted to a grand, majestic cathedral, with the text overlay. The church. Bishop Lawrence stood before the pulpit, spreading his arms to bestow absolution upon a kneeling believer below, declaring solemnly, "In the name of the Lord, the darkness of your past has been washed away, and from this day forward, your soul shall be as pure as pristine snow, and the holy light shall guide your path. Now, I shall perform the rite of absolution for you." Walking into the cathedral, Lin Yuan spoke up, "I come from the poorhouse." The old priest's lips curled into a gentle smile, his eyes showing keen interest at the newcomer's words. Casually walking past the crowd in the church, Lin Yuan continued loudly, "I heard there's a patient here in critical condition, and I've come to treat him." A voice belonging to a gatekeeper echoed from behind a massive wooden door. "In that case, we must trouble you to treat Sir Dark," only to receive a simple reply, "All right." The scene then shifted to a room where a muscular man lay comatose on a bed, a green wound spreading across his chest, alongside an introduction card. Dark. Dark was once a member of one of the strongest knight orders in the ancient Western Desert Kingdom, the Scorpion Lion Knights. Lin Yuan recalled past memories of Dark valiantly riding a scorpion lion beast, thinking to himself, "In my past life, only when I reached level 15, was I barely able to get a gold-tier weapon from him." On-screen info displayed. Dark. Former member of the Scorpion Lion Knights. Standing beside the sickbed, Lin Yuan looked down at the man with a calm face and said, "Sir Dark, I came here specifically to treat the poison in your body." Dark half opened his exhausted eyes, his forehead dripping with sweat. Seeing the young man's level pop up, the old priest standing nearby smirked mockingly, sneering, "Oomph, you're only a level 10 mage. Even the guards patrolling the streets are higher level than you." Dark suddenly coughed violently, spewing a pool of toxic, greenish-black blood onto the floor, his breathing incredibly heavy and labored. Lin Yuan immediately spoke up, "The poison has already begun eating away at your internal organs. If you don't let me treat you." Lin Yuan leaned down, staring intently at the patient who was wiping his mouth, and coldly declared, "You won't make it." Gritting his teeth through the pain, Dark snapped his head up and roared, "To purge this poison, you'll need 1,000 grams of rotten gilled fish fat. If you aren't afraid of dying, head to the desert swamp and test your luck." The system immediately went off with a loud chime, popping up a series of green screens. "System, you have triggered the quest. Dark's request. Do you accept?" Quest name, Dark's request. Quest difficulty, gold grade. Mission, collect 1,000 grams of putrid gill fish fat to cure the poison in the body. Seeing this, Lam Vien smirked, a confident grin spreading across his face beneath his hood. He replied flatly, "Naturally." The scene shifts to a murky, muddy swamp where human skulls float around and freakish fish swim, their bubbles constantly popping in the desert mud. These bizarre fish squirm and crawl across the barren sand under the scorching sun, making slimy, squelching noises. Suddenly, a massive fish bursts out of the mud, opening its mouth full of razor-sharp teeth to attack a soldier, while a status window pops up. Putrid gill fish. Elite. Level 15. HP 3,500. Attack 300. Defense 45. Skills. Tail Whip Leap. Gill Curse Resonance. Right at this moment, a brave, blonde knight leaps into the air, swinging his sword and shouting orders to his staggering comrades below. "Hold your ground. These monsters' teeth are razor sharp. Don't let them bite you. Watch my back." The giant beast whips its tail, unleashing a blinding beam of light that slams into the ground, creating a deafening, bone-shaking shockwave. The blonde knight and his comrades are blasted into the air, screaming in agonizing pain as they are blown away by the blazing energy explosion. The struggling soldiers sink into the muddy swamp, panicking and shouting to each other as the swarm of freakish fish surrounds them. "Help! Help us!" The giant fish's tail charges with a brilliant golden light and slams down, triggering a system alert. Skill activated. Tail Whip Leap. Gaping its pitch-black mouth full of sharp fangs, the giant putrid gillfish lunges straight at the knight, roaring with absolute fury. The blonde knight grits his teeth, bracing himself, desperately raising his sword to block. Everything goes dark as the monster's colossal mouth, dripping with a slimy tongue and rows of razor-sharp teeth, opens wide, completely blocking his view. The blonde knight's eyes widen in sheer horror, his mud-stained face breaking out in a cold sweat. He thinks, "I'm dead meat this time." Suddenly, Lam Vien swoops down from the sky, his eyes glowing red with murderous intent. He tears past the knight, creating a sharp gust of wind that cuts through the air. Lam Vien's powerful hand reaches out, grabbing the knight's sword arm and yanking him back. He pulls the knight back, while unleashing a blazing blast of azure fire, coldly growling. "Get out of my way!" He charges straight ahead, the intense blue flames reflecting in his confident, unwavering eyes. The fish monster's eyes widen in shock as the azure flame hits it dead in the eye, sending it into wild panic as it roars in agonizing pain. The blue fire erupts violently right on the monster's head, unleashing a blinding explosion and an earth-shaking shockwave. Lam Vien lands smoothly on the ground, leaving the stunned knight sprawled on his butt behind him. Dropping to one knee, the blonde knight clutches his throat, whispering in utter disbelief, I actually survived?" Suddenly, he whips his head around, eyes wide in shock, calling out, "Wait!" Looking up at Lam Vien, the knight is completely awestruck, thinking, "The epic hero who was just here a second ago." Suddenly, Lam Vien streaks down like an arrow, shrouded in a vibrant green magical aura. He swings his sword, unleashing devastating azure magical slashes upon the swarm of fish monsters, landing one critical hit after another. A giant fish, glaring with bloodshot eyes, takes the full force of a critical slash and opens its mouth, roaring in agony. It immediately whips its tail and leaps into the air like a frog. Countless others leap up at the same time, snapping their sharp-toothed jaws at Lam Vien. The blonde knight's eyes widen in sheer panic, and he screams, "Watch out, legendary hero!" Another giant fish lunges stealthily from beneath the mud, but Lam Vien easily backflips to dodge the attack, smirking provocatively. "Is that all you've got?" He lands gracefully on the ground, his face remaining cool, calm, and collected. He plants his foot firmly onto the ground, locking into a solid stance. Instantly, he summons his sword, gripping it tightly as it glows with a vibrant blue light, and boldly declares, "Trash is still trash, even when you pile it up together." He raises his sharp blade to eye level, his glowing red eyes gleaming with absolute murderous intent. He thrusts his weapon straight into the monster's eye, unleashing a blinding flash that obliterates the eyeball. The swarm of freakish fish takes hit after devastating hit, writhing and twisting in absolute agony. Standing dazed in the distance, the knight can't help but gasp in shock. Damn, who on earth is this absolute beast of a hero? The 8 of us were almost crushed to pieces, yet he took down 5 of them all by himself. His strength is insane, but taking on all of these fish alone is simply impossible. Shivering in a cold sweat, the blonde knight's eyes widen with dread as he suddenly remembers something crucial. When it comes down to it, the most terrifying thing about those monsters is their group attack skill. In perfect unison, the swarm of fish gaps their mouths wide, channeling green lightning into a massive combined attack, letting out earth-shattering roars. Lam Vien stood dead still on the jagged cliff, calmly facing a massive tidal wave of toxic energy crashing toward him. He slightly furrowed his brows, his glowing red eyes showing in strangely calm gaze as he let out a cold snort. Humph. Right then, the system flashed a warning. The hookfish were casting their group skill, Echo of Curses. Everyone in range would get hit by a toxic fog shockwave, triggering negative status effects like confusion and auditory hallucinations. He raised a hand, forming a glowing star-shaped magic seal. With a mocking smirk, he muttered, "Just a cheap trick. In this life, I won't fall for that crap again." Channeling his magic power, he roared, ordering his summon to rise from the magic circle. "Giant wolf, rise." Pointing forward, he commanded the giant spectral wolf materializing behind him to use its skill, Howl of the Starving Wolf. The phantom wolf threw its head back and let out a long, savage howl, unleashing a shockwave that swept away the school of fish as system notifications popped up. Target hit. The hookfish have entered a stunned state. He reached up to touch his face as digitalized data blocks and system info screens lit up the air, displaying the details of the summoned item. Mask of Awakening. Active effect. A single-use defensive mask to block toxic fog. With the gas mask equipped, Lam Vien leaped forward, dashing down into the battlefield with his sword drawn. Lam Vien flew through the air, the gas mask covering the lower half of his face. Plunging down like a comet trailed by green magic energy, he slashed his sword relentlessly, coldly declaring, "Get wrecked and accept your death." The emerald magic blade pierced right through the giant eye of a wide-mouthed fish. A cold system notification flashed. Critical hit. Using his momentum to flip in midair, he landed a brutal strike that split another monster's head in half, triggering another system alert. Hit. A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes, slamming his razor-sharp blade straight down at the enemy with a low growl. Die. His silhouette plunged his sword straight into the giant, razor-toothed maw that was waiting to swallow him whole, delivering a perfect strike. Critical hit. The grotesque fish writhed and twisted its massive body, throwing its head back to let out agonizing shrieks as it took hit after hit. Critical hit. Completely overwhelmed by his power, another fish tried to flee. Lam Vien gripped his glowing green weapon tightly, looking at his prey with sheer contempt and muttering, "Too slow. Since you love playing the role of smelly bugs in the mud." He flipped his blade, dealing a decisive slash that slammed a massive wave of green magic into the ground, coldly declaring, "Then rot at the bottom forever. You absolute trash." The burst of energy created a blinding pillar of lightning that tore the ground apart, incinerating the thrashing, screaming monsters. The blonde knight stepped up, gripping his staff-wielding comrade's shoulder, and gasped in shock. Incredible. But his eyes immediately tensed up as he warned, "But it's too early to let our guard down." The group watched in terror as the churning mud rose, bristling with countless sharp spikes, screaming in panic. "Look! The enemy fish are charging!" Lam Vien still stood absolutely motionless. Glancing coldly out of the corner of his eye, he calmly ordered the giant mechanical beast that had just appeared beside him, "Go, Magic Scorpion." The mechanical beast immediately raised its massive tail, charging up its energy and flashing a blinding purple light as the system notification read, "Activating skill, Crystal Lightning." It unleashed countless brilliant purple crystal energy lasers, firing them straight into the air. A barrage of purple lightning bolted straight down at the 7 monster fish hiding under the mud, creating a bloody, wide area sweep accompanied by the system alert. Full burst. The devastating energy spikes pierced right through a giant fish's head, rolling its bloodshot eyes back as its jagged toothed mouth let out a deafening screech of pure agony. Seeing this, a short-haired warrior nearby clutched his head, his sweat-drenched face twisting as he screamed, "It's not working as well as I thought. The gap in level and numbers is just too huge. He can't take them all out in one shot." Having dealt with the foul fish, Lam Vien leaped into the air. He landed right in front of the group, his cloak fluttering behind him, and calmly asked the dazed crowd, "Who said I was planning to kill them all anyway?" He raised a hand, pulling his hood down low. His glowing red eyes narrowed calculatedly behind the gas mask. The blonde knight and his comrades stared in utter shock, finally realizing his bizarre attack trajectory. Their eyes widened in shock as they gasped, "Wait a second. Is the scorpion targeting the bellies of all the female fish?" Across the battlefield, the corpses of the female fish began oozing a liquid that drew countless glowing red eyes, crawling out of the shadows, swarming the area and making someone shiver. "Look, it's the male fish." The mage broke into a cold sweat, his face turning pale from sheer shock at the insane scene unfolding before his eyes as he yelled in panic. The school of monsters has completely lost its mind. They're tearing their own kind to pieces, jaws wide open in a total frenzy, unleashing deafening, thunderous roars that literally shake the entire sky. One male fish snaps its massive jaws right into the bloody carcass next to it, revealing eyes shot with crazed blood-red veins, all while a calm, steady voiceover breaks it down. Whenever a female stench mackerel dies or spawns, she secretes a massive amount of toxic mucus. This viscous, dark purple, toxin-filled liquid oozes everywhere along the rock crevices, bubbling up and sending the male fish into a total berserk rage where they tear into anything in sight. Standing tall under the glowing sunset, Lin Yuan calmly says, "I just exploited their natural instincts to make them slaughter each other." Right then, beneath the thick mud, a fish carcass slowly sinks, bubbling up as it goes down. Suddenly, a massive fish with a mouth full of razor-sharp teeth bursts out of the water right behind him. A bystander screams in panic, "Watch out, savior!" Lin Yuan just stands dead still on the rock, looking up at the colossal beast lunging at him, completely blocking out the sky. The crowd below backs off in shock. One of them grabs his buddy's arm, stammering, "What the? Is that a female stench mackerel? Why is it as huge as a male one?" Up on the ledge, Lin Yuan smirks under his mask and says coolly, "Perfect timing." He thrusts his hand forward, unleashing a wave of green magic. "Rise, undead spirit wolves." Instantly, a pack of spirit wolves charges forward, snarling viciously. They swarm the beast, tearing and latching onto its flesh. Watching the massive fish struggle desperately against the wolves, he coldly analyzes. Just as I thought. A level 15 elite monster, facing its massive, sky-shaking, roaring jaws, he thinks to himself, "I'm not doing any damage to this thing." Even after sending in 6 undead wolves, gripping his weapon tightly, his eyes flash with sharp confidence. But this is more than enough to pin you down. As one of the spirit wolves locks its jaws onto the monster's head, he blurs through the air like a flash, tearing through space as a system notification pops up. Stench Mackerel Elite defeated. His glowing blade slices right through its tough hide, spraying purple slime everywhere as he shouts. Yes, just like that. Next up, he does a mid-air flip, swinging his weapon in a wide arc of magic to deflect the dark purple toxic orbs flying his way. With lightning speed, he snatches a handful of slippery purple eggs flying out from the monster's belly. With perfect aim, he hurls the purple eggs straight into the gaping mouth of a nearby male fish corpse. The knights just stand there, completely bewildered by his bizarre move. Lin Yuan turns and orders the spirit wolf, gripping the egg-stuffed fish head, "Take that to the center rock." On command, the beast dashes off at wind-splitting speed. It drops the venom-soaked fish head exactly where it was told. He swings his sword and nods. Perfect. At the same time, the spirit wolf throws its head back and lets out a deafening howl to alert everything nearby. The purple liquid inside the fish corpse begins to release billowing clouds of toxic smoke. He thinks to himself, "Lure them in." As the toxic gas rises to the top of the ledge, the male fish lurking in the mud starts swarming out in frantic waves. Attracted by the scent, the pack of frenzied fish monsters charge headfirst into the thick purple haze. He smirks, all gathered up. Right after, deafening sounds of them violently thrashing and crashing into each other echo continuously through the dense fog. The crazed beasts bite, tear, and crash into each other furiously, triggering a system notification. The stench mackerel pack has wiped itself out. Witnessing this, a shocked soldier suddenly remembers. Wait, I recall stench mackerel eggs are highly attractive to the males. The blonde knight chimes in. So he deliberately used them as pheromones too. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan extends his hand again, gathering sharp waves of green magic as he mutters, "This still isn't enough. Rise." Behind him, muscular undead werewolf ghouls holding pickaxes materialize. He commands, "Time to get to work." Hoisting their pickaxes, they charge at the giant fish carcasses scattered all over the ground as he urges them on. Keep going. One werewolf ghoul swings down hard, shattering the monster's armored scales to pieces. Staring at the loot, a soldier points with wide eyes. Is that the green poison sac from the males? Lin Yuan slowly walks over to the group and explains calmly. Exactly. The green poison sac inside the males acts like a natural vaccine. The toxic gas and stench it emits make the other schools of fish sense extreme danger. Beneath the water, the surviving fish thrash wildly in panic, fleeing while letting out agonizing shrieks. As they scatter, he nonchalantly adds, "So they'll back off at least 5 meters and won't dare stick around." They aren't fully immune to their own poison. After all, once poisoned, they're completely at the mercy of anyone else. The blonde knight leaps with joy, pumping his fist as he cheers. They're gone. The whole pack is completely gone. Lin Yuan turns and strides through the murky, carcass-littered water, thinking to himself, now. All that's left now are the side quests and the sweet, sweet loot. He stops right next to the massive monster carcasses rotting away on the bone-dry mud. Reaching out, he touches his gas mask as it dissolves into digital data. Closing his eyes, he mutters. This mask actually did some heavy lifting in the fight. And finally, he holds up a glowing gem, radiating blinding magic power. Clicking his tongue in a mix of regret and smugness, he thinks, man, what a waste spending 5 gold coins on a single-use item. Sure, it's a bit of a ripoff, but the payoff was totally worth the grind. The system screen pops up, highlighting the glowing loot. Gill Fish Oil. It's a key ingredient for high-grade healing potions. Effect. Works like magic on infected, pus-filled, and ulcerated wounds, regenerating necrotic tissue into healthy flesh. Reading the description, Lin Yuan looks down slightly. A flash of nostalgia crosses his eyes as he mutters, "Oh, I almost forgot about this one." Next, he raises his hand and gently tosses a tiny, bright red ball floating in his palm. Instantly, a new item info panel pops up. Nose of the Wave Teaser. A grooved spherical shell made of rotten fish skin. When squeezed, it squeaks, vibrates, and glows. Effect. Emits rotten fish pheromones, inducing panic in small and medium-sized aquatic creatures. Clutching the red ball in his hand, his face goes totally blank as he squints in dead silence. With a sweat drop rolling down his forehead, he sighs at its ridiculous look. The quest reward is great, but the design is a massive joke by the game devs. Seriously, how does a weird drop that makes you look like a total clown even exist? Suddenly, the blonde knight leans in close, his eyes sparkling as he gasps in awe. "Whoa, this is so cool! And it even glows!" The knight clasps his hands together, his face blushing with pure excitement as he squeals. "Oh my gosh! Oh my goodness! It's even moving!" Lin Yuan gives him a heavy side-eye and asks, do you actually like this nose thing?" Thrilled, the blonde knight waves his hands, throwing gold coins into the air, and begs desperately, "It's amazing! My wonderful savior, can you please sell it to me? I'll buy it, no matter the price." Seeing this, his teammates behind them break into a sweat and force an apologetic smile. Sorry about him. He's always like this. Lin Yuan casually turns away, tossing the red ball over to the knight, and says generously, "Just take it. Consider it a gift." The knight quickly reaches out and calls after him. "Wait, at least let me pay you." But Lin Yuan already has his back turned, waving his hand as he flatly replies, "No need." In the eyes of the knights, Lin Yuan's departing figure looks as if it's bathed in a blinding holy light, complete with a pair of majestic angel wings. The whole squad clasps their hands, tears streaming down their faces as they cry out in deep gratitude. Our savior. He really is an angel. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan walks away, totally speechless, thinking, that's so dumb. Who in their right mind would actually pay money for that garbage? The scene shifts to the front of a massive cathedral, where two cloaked guards stand strict watch outside a majestic wooden door bearing a sign that reads, Church. Inside the infirmary, a hand slowly pours a glowing green liquid onto a man's chest wound, making it sizzle as steam rises from the flesh. A bearded man suddenly bolts awake, sitting straight up in shock, and gasps, "What in the..." as the nasty gash on his chest glows green, rapidly stitching itself back together. Calming down on the bed, the man looks at the young guy holding the empty vial and asks, in surprise, "I never expected you to actually pull this off." At that moment, a cold system voice chimes, displaying the message, "Quest complete. You have successfully finished the gold tier quest requested by Doc and received the rewards. Gold weapon, green spirit sword." Lin Yuan waves his hand, summoning a massive blade, radiating intense green magic energy. His sharp eyes narrow as he mutters, "Finally, the spirit sword." A detailed weapon stat screen instantly pops up in front of him. Green spirit sword. Grade, gold. Type, weapon. Effects. Attack power plus 150. Magic damage plus 150. Spirit plus 100. Attached skill. Mark of the Green Spirit. Mark of the Green Spirit. Range, 150 meters. Deals damage to the target enemy equal to 150% of spirit power. No cooldown. Mana cost, 10 points. The sword floats, glowing brilliantly amidst countless magic circles and crackling lightning. As he continues his analysis, sure, its base stats are pretty average, but the attached skill, Mark of the Green Spirit, is incredibly effective in combat. His eyes grow sharp as he recalls fights against monsters in his past life. Smirking, he thinks, especially its hidden effect. With every successful hit, it accumulates green spirit energy inside the enemy. After 3 hits, it triggers bonus damage. Glorious images of his past life flash in his mind. Standing tall and mighty on a mountain peak, reaching out to summon his massive sword. He proudly reminisces. Back then, this bright spirit sword is exactly what helped me sweep through the Western Desert, until I reached the absolute peak and became the #1 mage in the Western Desert. Back to the present, Lin Yuan gently traced his fingers along the patterns on the blade, his glowing crimson eyes showing pure satisfaction. Next, the system popped up another notification. Main city reputation reward received, plus 1,000. Scorpion Tail Knight's reputation plus 500. Looking out at the bustling desert city outside, he calculated that even though his reputation score was only at neutral, just like in his past life, it was enough to let him roam around the city's different areas. Suddenly, he furrowed his brows and stared at another notification that just popped up, muttering in surprise. Oh? There's more? The glowing system screen read. Since you have flawlessly completed the quest, you have received an NPC favorability reward, Dax favorability plus 10. Looking at Dak cluelessly touching his own chest, he thought to himself, looks like things are going a bit differently this time. Dak flashed a warm smile, turned his face, and said sincerely, "Thank you so much, little brother. Without you, I probably would have ended my life on a sickbed next month." Lin Yuan calmly replied, "It's the least I could do." Hearing that, Dak's expression instantly turned serious. He placed his hand over his chest and said in a low voice, "As a token of my gratitude, there's something I must warn you about." Lin Yuan stood still, his face pensive, a flash of speculation crossing his eyes as he thought, is it because of these extra favorability points that a hidden quest got triggered for me? In his mind, the haunting warning of the cloaked man under the blood moon, surrounded by a flock of black crows, echoed, "If you ever meet a man named Quincy, do not go near him." Right then, he calmly spoke up, "Quincy is my mentor. So why is that so surprising?" Hearing this, the man's eyes widened in shock as he blurted out, "What? He is your mentor?" Dak placed his scarred hand on his thigh, sighed softly, and continued, "Even though you hid your class." Actually, immediately after, he stood tall, facing the young man, and resolutely declared, "You are a necromancer. Am I right?" Lin Yuan immediately furrowed his brows and asked with a guarded expression, "How do you know I'm a necromancer? Even Quincy shouldn't be able to tell what my class is with my profile hidden." Dak turned around, looking out into the distance as he recalled the past. "I used to be a knight in the Scorpion Tail Order. We reported directly to the king. We handled all kinds of secret missions. Because of that, I once learned a special skill called dark perception." Hearing this unfamiliar term, Lin Yuan repeated with curiosity, "Dark perception?" A glowing crimson hexagonal magic seal appeared in midair, along with the explanation. Dark perception is an exclusive skill of the Scorpion Tail Order. The moment a necromancer appears, it automatically senses them. The closer they are, the stronger the signal gets. Lin Yuan looked up at Doc, furrowing his brows in confusion. "So you already knew who I was from the start? Are there really skills designed to?" Doc waved his hand dismissively and answered sincerely, "No. I was poisoned, and my perception was severely impaired. I didn't notice it at first, but now that I'm cured, that unique presence of the Dark Lord radiating from you simply cannot be hidden." The young man grew even more confused, whispering, "The Dark Lord?" Dak lowered his head with a nostalgic look, his voice deep. "In that case, I'll have to take you back to a very long time ago." The scene shifts to statues of gods standing amidst sacred light, as a narrator's voice echoes. In the immortal world, the most famous legend is that there are 5 gods in total: the god of light, the moon god, the god of nature, the god of tides, and the god of souls. Next, an image of a dark entity wearing a plague doctor mask appears. He continues, "But in the beginning, there was a 6th god, the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord, also known as the King of Corpses, was the strongest among all 6 gods. The dark entity extends its sharp claws, threatening the followers kneeling in the grand hall." The voice echoes with absolute authority. Just because he possessed supreme power, the Dark Lord did whatever he pleased. Right after that, this god bestowed massive dark power upon his most loyal followers, changing their classes to necromancers and forcing them to obey his every command. Under the Dark Lord's reign, the necromancers didn't just spread plagues and slaughter millions of people. With glowing red-eyed zombies roaring madly as they lunged to tear apart civilians in the streets, They also raised the dead as zombies, triggering endless catastrophes. Because of this, every nation began to shun the Dark Lord, and all temples dedicated to him were completely demolished. Every record of him was burned to ashes, and the statue of the Dark Lord was toppled, lying in ruins on the burning ground. The narrator's voice coldly continues. Once a necromancer is exposed, they are hunted down and killed instantly. A brutal red cross slashes across the necromancer icon, sealing away its dark history. This class was forever branded as a forbidden profession. Back in the room, Dark tightly grips his collar. With a face twisted in a mix of deep hatred and gratitude, he says, "I was poisoned right from the start because of a... At first, I thought I was just waiting to die. But then you showed up." His status window pops up. Lin Yuan quietly glances at it, thinking back to his past life. "I was just a regular mage back then. I had no idea the legends hid such a secret. So that's why necromancy is a forbidden class. Luckily, I've kept my profile hidden this entire time." He rubs his chin, pacing back and forth thoughtfully. "Things are starting to get complicated. I thought clearing my sin points would be enough to let me search for clues about the crest in the main city." His glowing red eyes flash with tension as he continues to think, "But now, if I can't hide this Dark Lord aura radiating from my body, my class could get exposed at any second." Cutting his train of thought, he turns to face Dark and asks seriously, "Doc Gerald, is there any way to avoid the dark detection of the Scorpion Knights?" Dark immediately clenches his fists, cold sweat dripping down his face. "Unless Quincy helps you. But if he finds out your real identity, he'll definitely kill you." Dark glares, emphasizing the terrifying reason, because a necromancer was the one who killed his wife. As Lin Yuan stands dead silent, his calm face momentarily shows a thoughtful pause. He soon arrives at the arid, rocky desert. Lin Yuan's silhouette walks quietly under the harsh, scorching sun. As the system notification pops up, "You have returned to the gravel desert," he continues to silently stride across the burning sand. Flashing back to 10 minutes ago, Dark frantically threw his arms out to stop him. "Are you really planning to see Quincy? He wants to rip every single necromancer to shreds." Hearing this, Lin Yuan only slightly turns his head, his glowing red eyes showing utter calmness and resolve. "I don't have a choice." He stands in silence, thinking to himself, "If I keep carrying this Dark Lord presence around, it won't just be the main city. Everywhere I go will be extremely dangerous. I have to get rid of this." Back in the desert in the present, while he is lost in thought, a massive wave of holy sword energy suddenly tears through the air, slashing straight down. Stunned, he gasps, "Huh?" Following a deafening crash that shatters the ground, he quickly backflips to dodge the ambush, his face filled with shock. "What?" Nimble as ever, he lands firmly on the sand with one hand, his sharp, guarded gaze locking onto what lies ahead. At that exact moment, a rush of heavy footsteps echoes from the hillside. Looking up, he sees a huge crowd of fully geared players standing on a high rocky ledge. The shield bearer leading them proudly boasts, "I've been waiting around here for days. Finally caught you." With a sinister grin and glowing eyes, the enemy steps forward, raising his chin smugly. "Humph. Last time you ambushed me. This time, I brought 30 of my brothers." The shield soldier behind him also smirks, threatening with a low growl. "Let's see how you're going to die now." Chiming in, a guy wearing a hat gives a twisted, sick smile. "When your head rolls off, make sure to scream as loud as you can. I'd really love to hear it." As the trap closes in, a tiny camera beetle hovers overhead, wings buzzing, broadcasting the whole scene live. Instantly, phones of countless players buzz with notifications. The Bloodstained Guild is now live. On a crowded subway train, curious commuters pull out their phones as the host's voice rings out. "What's up, lucky viewers? You guys are in for a real treat today." On screen, the guy in the hat rubs his chin, introducing the show with a wicked grin. Today's show is going to be how to chop someone into tiny pieces, while the live viewer count skyrockets to 212. In an office, a group of young guys huddle around a computer screen, gasping in shock. What? Is the Bloodstained Guild live streaming another newbie beatdown? Pedestrians stop in their tracks, gluing their eyes to their screens, gossiping. Wow, 30 against 1? What unlucky bastard pissed off the Bloodstained Guild? At another laptop, a group of friends gathers. A guy rubs his chin and says, He looks kind of familiar. While the girl next to him sighs with regret. He's actually pretty hot. Too bad he's about to get slaughtered. In stark contrast to the viewer's anxiety, Lin Yuan calmly crosses his arms, brushing a bit of dust off his clothes, and speaks coldly. A pack of stray dogs like you isn't even enough for a warm-up. Since you came all this way to die, I guess I'll just have to kill you all over again. The live stream chat instantly went wild. No way! That guy's actually got the balls to say that. Wanna get wrecked? Say that again, punk. Wait, why is he low-key kind of cool though? Grabbing my popcorn in the front row, just waiting to see him get absolutely crushed. Humiliated in front of hundreds of people, the shield bearer's face turned beet red with rage. He swung his weapon, charging forward while roaring, "Take him down." On command, 3 dagger-wielding assassins moved lightning fast, sliding across the sand and rushing straight at Lin Yuan. At the same time, the mage fetish raised his hand, summoning crackling bolts of brilliant green lightning. High above, the archer drew his bow and loosed an arrow of pure light from midair. The other warriors also swung their axes and swords, leaping down to utterly crush the lone kid standing below. Facing a full-on gang-up, Lin Yuan didn't even flinch. His system screen popped up. Malicious attack detected. Counterattack window, 15 minutes. Eliminating all attackers within the time limit will not increase your PK value. A cold smirk played on his lips. Drawing his crackling blue elf sword with both hands, he confidently muttered, 15 minutes. That's more than enough. He slammed his sword hard into the ground and roared, "Undead army, time to come out and play." Instantly, lightning, scorpions, and a pack of zombie wolves erupted from the greenish-blue flames. A hulking undead werewolf swung its pickaxe high, rearing back to deliver a devastating strike. As the mage's lightning ball hurtled toward him, Lin Yuan just stood there with a mocking sneer. "You seriously call a pathetic little spark like that lightning?" Right on cue, a single pickaxe swing smashed the lightning ball into oblivion. He waved his hand, ordering, "Scorpions, poison them." The giant scorpion whipped its tail forward, impaling the warrior who was still mid-jump. Sensing things going south, the sweating commander shrieked, "Fall back, warriors. Switch to shield formation. Mages, charge your spells. Archers, fire at will." Instantly, the shield bearers surged forward in unison, slamming their shields into the ground and roaring. Formation. The synchronized slam sent out a deafening shockwave, generating a dense energy barrier that cracked the very sand beneath them. Behind the safety of the shield wall, the mages chanted in unison, channeling a massive surge of magic from their spell circles straight to the lead mage. Soaking up the power, the lead mage strained to raise his staff, condensing a colossal purple lightning ball that crackled with earth-shattering energy. Screaming like a maniac, he slammed his staff onto the ground to unleash the attack. Massive purple lightning bolts tore up the sand, striking down to obliterate his undead army. Meanwhile, the archers up on the rocky ledge drew their bows to the limit and let loose a blinding rain of light arrows. A barrage of light arrows rained down, whistling through the air to pierce the zombie wolves and undead scorpions, flashing constant damage numbers of -15, -20, -20, -20. On the livestream, the viewer count quickly plummeted from 212 down to 168, accompanied by a flood of mocking comments. "Aren't these summons just easy EXP for a level 8 elite squad? I'm out. Just another noob trying to show off. Place your bets. Let's see how long this kid can last." Standing smugly behind the shield wall, a swordsman brandished his weapon and sneered. "So what if you can summon some zombies? Even if you bring out that giant tank like last time, he'll just end up as minced meat under our attacks." Then, their leader capped off. "You're dead meat today, kid." Hearing their arrogant trash talk, Lin Yuan, his face shrouded in the shadows, let out a chilling smirk and softly muttered, "Hey, is that so?" That eerie smile caught the shield bearer's eye, making him break into a cold sweat. His eyes widened as he stammered in panic, Is he laughing?" Just then, the livestream chat exploded once more with panicked red text. "What the hell? What's happening?" Right at that moment, cracks began web patterning across the ground. A series of mini explosions erupted right under the mages' feet, throwing them into a total panic. The ground beneath the backline mages completely collapsed, creating a massive sinkhole that swallowed them whole as they screamed, "Someone help me!" Hearing the massive commotion from behind, the vanguard shield-bearers and swordsmen whipped around, faces pale with utter shock. Before their eyes, a massive, muscular undead werewolf was swinging its pickaxe directly at the head of a screaming mage. A bolt of green lightning tore through the air, blasting the mage and making him howl in pure agony. The sheer destructive force of that single downward pickaxe strike was enough to make the commander scream at the top of his lungs. Fall back. Instantly, their entire formation completely fell apart. The wolf pack charged in like rabid beasts, tearing through the defensive shield line as horrific screams echoed. Help! Somebody save me! Facing such overwhelming brutal power, the leader and the shield bearers turned ghost white. Sweating buckets, they gasped. What the? The sheer chaos sent the live stream's viewer count skyrocketing to 302, unleashing a wave of hyped-up comments. What the hell is going on? An attack from the underworld? Since when do zombies actually know how to coordinate? Who said he was a newbie again? Who claimed they were gonna rip him to shreds? Because right now, there are literally pieces of them scattered all over the place. Ha ha ha. On the other side of the battlefield, that staff-wielding mage is frantically casting golden magic to heal himself, shouting at the top of his lungs to warn his teammates to watch out for the poison, saying they need to purify it before healing. But the moment he shuts his mouth, a blast of green magic erupts from beneath the ground, launching him sky-high as he screams in agony. Standing perfectly still amidst the chaotic battlefield, Lin Yuan calmly reaches out a hand, gathering swirls of vibrant green magic that dance around his fingertips. Right then, he feels a subtle ripple in the air behind him. Instantly, he whips around and thrusts his sword straight into the distorted space. The magical blade drives clean through the chest of a newly materialized assassin, making him spit blood as he gasps in utter shock. How? How did you know? Lin Yuan tightly grips the hilt of the sword embedded in his enemy, looking down from a rock with absolute contempt as he coldly replies. Casting his gaze over the bloody war zone, the survivors are scrambling to escape from the magic barrier of the demon scorpions. Screams of terror echo everywhere. He's too strong. All the shield bearers are dead. Run for your lives. Watching his gang get utterly crushed, the helmeted leader grips his greatsword tightly with both hands. His eyes are completely bloodshot with rage as he grinds his teeth in sheer hatred. His face twists into a psychotic scowl in the reflection of his sharp blade. He growls and curses. Damn it! A bunch of useless trash. Fueled by pure rage, he leaps high into the air, swinging his greatsword down with all his might toward Lin Yuan, screaming, "I'll rip you apart myself." Facing this lethal strike, Lin Yuan merely raises his glowing red eyes. His face remains chillingly calm. Standing tall, he grips his glowing green spirit sword as it unleashes violent magical windstorms that swirl around his body. Instantly, he slashes upward to trigger his green spirit curse mark skill, summoning massive, terrifying phantom skulls that roar with gaping jaws and charge straight at his foe. Those massive ghostly skulls, trailing thick green energy, tear through the air as they surge toward the airborne swordsman. The helmeted guy's eyes widen in sheer terror, his face draining of color as he stammers out, What is that?" In a flash, Lin Yuan leaps into the air with a swift flip, swinging his sword to unleash a flurry of slashes. Landing gracefully back on the ground, he calmly turns his back on his enemy. With his eyes hidden beneath his bangs, he begins a slow countdown. 3. Behind him, the helmeted guy is dripping with cold sweat, his face contorted in absolute despair as the steady countdown keeps ticking. 1. Right on cue, a massive, earth-shattering explosion erupts with a blinding flash, swallowing the guy whole as he screams in agony. Lin Yuan stands there completely unfazed, one hand casually gripping his cloak, and the other holding his smoking green spirit sword as a smirk plays on his lips. Meanwhile, over on the livestream, the viewer count skyrockets from 302 to 558, with the chat going absolutely wild. Whoa, is this guy pay to win? That Huang Fei Hu guy sure talked big. And the boss just turned into fireworks. Talk about wanting to shred someone only to get turned into mincemeat yourself. Does he need a sidekick? I'm great at cheering. Right then, a flashing red system notification pops up. Player Huang Fei Hu has been physically disconnected from the broadcast. Back on the brutal battlefield, the shield wielder watches in absolute horror as his comrades are ripped to shreds by hordes of monsters and zombies. with desperate cries for help echoing all around him. Arg, someone save me. Sweating bullets, his eyes wide and trembling, he asks himself in pure panic. Am I hallucinating? In the distance, Lin Yuan stands like a statue among glowing crimson magic bolts hovering in the air. He radiates a suffocating pressure, leaving the shield bearer utterly stunned. It has only been a few days. Yet just by standing there, he is surrounded by the bloody bodies of his attackers, strewn across the ground. That terrifying aura makes the shield bearer feel like his opponent is some supreme being who manipulates everything. Trembling with fear, he thinks, it's like I'm facing a demon straight out of hell. Suddenly, Lin Yuan slowly turns his head, catching him in his gaze. Locked in that chilling stare, the shield bearer drops his weapon and falls to his knees. His face twists in tears as he begs, "Please, don't kill me. I beg you." But ignoring his pleas, Lin Yuan pulls his sword out of a corpse and slowly walks toward him. He slowly raises his blade, his imposing figure closing in on the trembling shield bearer as he speaks in a low, chilling tone. Now, with that, he swings his glowing blade, driving it straight through the shield bearer's head as he calmly declares, "It's your turn to taste despair." The sheer force of the thrust sends the shield bearer's body flying backward, pinning him to a vertical cliff as he lets out one last, agonizing groan. Lin Yuan reaches out a hand, looking calmly at the droplets of blood hovering around his glowing blade, and mutters indifferently, "It's over." Right after that, his glowing red eyes narrowed, locking a razor-sharp glare onto the sound of fluttering wings echoing from the sky. High above, a tiny camera drone bug was panicking, flying like crazy in a desperate bid to escape. Lin Yuan extended his hand, gathering a swirling vortex of glowing blue gale energy, calmly muttering to himself, "Damn, I almost forgot about this one." With a swift flick of his wrist, he unleashed a blast of explosive wind magic that tore through the air, heading straight for the fleeing device. Drawing back his magic power, he stood in the middle of the ruined battlefield, where not a single soul survived, scoffing, Finally, some peace and quiet. The scene suddenly cuts to a glittering skyscraper towering over the dark city night in the real world. An angry chat message pops up on screen. "Damn it, why did that big boss have to blow up the stream drone too?" Inside a luxury room, a group of guys are sitting around gossiping, as a text box pops up asking, "Does anyone actually know who this guy is?" Another text box quickly replies with hype, "I do. He's the absolute beast who slaughtered that giant wolf. I literally saw it with my own eyes." On the computer screen, a flood of rapid-fire messages spams continuously. "Where is he right now? I want to go meet him. Looks like he's out in the barren rocky desert. The mercenary guild already sent him an invite." Hidden in a dark corner, a blonde guy in a white suit swirls a glass of red wine, a shady smirk creeping onto his face as he mutters, "Lin Yuan." Meanwhile, in a rundown warehouse in Black Gravel Town in the survival world, a heavily bearded, raggedly dressed man is curled up, fast asleep on some old wooden crates. The wooden door cracks open, revealing Lin Yuan's face half hidden in the shadows. Over in the corner, the scruffy bearded man slumped over the wooden crates, hiccups, then says in a lazy, slurred voice, "It's you again, huh?" Strewn all around the messy room are empty wine jugs. Quincy clutches a clay pot, flat out refusing, "I'm not teaching you. I've got enough cash. And I'm feeling way too lazy today." Ignoring his attitude, Lin Yuan calmly deactivates his disguise on the system interface and says decisively, "I need to talk to you." At that exact moment, his status window flashes brightly, officially switching his displayed class from Mage to the forbidden class Necromancer. The very second that dark, ominous aura flares up, the clay pot slips right out of Quincy's hands, smashing onto the floor and shattering into pieces with a loud crash. The drunkard's expression completely pulls a 180-degree turn, his bloodshot eyes widening in pure rage as he growls out every single word. You're a necromancer." He then goes wild, swinging his arms and smashing everything around him. Quincy grinds his sharp teeth, his face twisting with long-buried hatred as he mutters, "How many years has it been?" His rough hands clench into tight fists, crackling with a surge of blinding, glowing blue lightning. A necromancer. Exploding with rage, Quincy snaps his head up, his eyes blazing with pure magical energy as he roars in absolute fury. "How dare you show your face in front of me?" With that, He leaps into the air, swinging both arms to slam a massive lightning strike down onto the ground, unleashing devastating, destructive power. Blinding lightning bolts rip through the air, striking directly where Lin Yuan was just standing, obliterating the floor into countless flying shards. Peering through the thick cloud of dust, Quincy quickly raises his guard, sweat pouring down his face as he gasps. He's too fast. A ghostly shadow, carrying a chilling, murderous aura, flashes right past his eyes at an uncatchable speed. Seizing his chance to counter, Lin Yuan flips midair, swinging his razor-sharp sword to point it straight at his target. The tip of the sword, glowing with magical light, stops mere inches from Quincy's eyeball. The young man calmly asks, "Now, can we finally talk?" Buckling under the overwhelming pressure, Quincy grits his teeth, breaking into a cold sweat while Lin Yuan's sharp eyes remain coldly locked onto his prey. Having total control of the situation, Lin Yuan holds his weapon high, looking down at the older man. Quincy asks in a low voice, "What do you want?" Letting out a heavy, defeated sigh, Quincy clutches his chest and mutters helplessly, "Fine. If you're really that stubborn, I'll give you a hint. Consider it." The scene transitions back to a distant memory. As a sorrowful voiceover begins, under the reign of the Dark Lord, the immortal world was plunged into endless despair. To bring back justice, Quincy and his wife fought against the Dark Lord's most loyal subordinate. The image of a woman throwing her head back with a shattered face appears, accompanied by a grim narration. After a life-or-death battle, the necromancer was slain, but his wife, while trying to heal Quincy, was cursed by that damn necromancer. Her soul was corrupted by the darkness, erasing all her memories and turning her into a monster that could never reincarnate. Watching his beloved wife slowly turn into a twisted demon wrapped in a dark haze, a desperate Quincy reached out, crying, "No!" Collapsing onto the ground, his sword cast aside helplessly, he shed bitter tears. To break the curse and save his wife, the only way was to purge her corrupted soul. But after that battle, Quincy couldn't even lift a sword. Everyone figured Quincy would spend the rest of his days drowning in grief. Until one day, he posted a mysterious quest. "If anyone can save my wife, the savior will inherit my entire fortune. And if they are a necromancer, they will receive the method to break through dark perception, a treasure I looted from a dead necromancer." But the truth hidden behind Quincy's determined eyes was straight up brutal. Quincy was using the reward as bait, planning to save his wife, while making all other necromancers pay with their lives. The chilling image of his demonized wife sprouting endless bloody tentacles flashed by. But still, 158 people had taken on this quest to this day. Under the monster's feet lay the armored corpses of countless warriors, scattered across deep red puddles of blood. A cold system notification popped up, putting an end to the horrifying flashback. Not a single soul had made it back alive. Back to the present, Lin Yuan kept his sword pointed forward, his expression deadpan as he demanded, "Tell me about your quest." "Now." Quincy smirked, revealing a wild grin filled with sharp fangs. He sneered, "Heh, fine. Since you asked for it, and I've been waiting for someone to play a little game with my beloved wife anyway." Instantly, a blue system window popped up in front of him. Quincy's quest detected. "Do you want to accept?" Quest name: The Late Wife's Soul. Quest objective: free Quincy's wife and lay her to rest. Time limit: 10 days. Quest rank: 3. Lin Yuan narrowed his eyes, full of confidence. "I accept," he said decisively. Hearing his agreement, Quincy bowed slightly, a flicker of mixed emotions crossing his eyes. "Well then, best of luck. Maybe you'll actually finish this quest for me." The moment Lin Yuan turned to leave, the man's face twisted hideously in the shadows. He hissed with pure malice, "Assuming you can even crawl back here in one piece." The scene shifts to a dark, desolate fortress standing alone amidst the silent mountains. A location tag pops up. The Northern Memorial of the Dead. Black Gravel Town. Inside the fortress, Lin Yuan walked with quiet, echoing steps, slowly making his way down a seemingly endless stone corridor. Shrouded in pitch-black darkness, he calmly consumed an item. The system popped up. Night vision potion used. With his vision instantly lighting up, Lin Yuan stepped inside with confidence, scanning the gloomy corridor as he thought to himself, "The Memorial of the Dead has a total of 5 floors. All the deceased NPCs of Black Gravel Town are buried here. Suddenly, a zombie lurched out from a dark corner, jaw agape in a savage screech as it clawed its way toward him. Instantly, the massive tail of the Thunder Scorpion pierced straight through the zombie's chest, making it sizzle in agonizing pain. Lin Yuan stood there calmly, staring at the corpse in front of him, and continued his train of thought. On top of that, undead monsters like zombies, skeletons, and ghosts occasionally spawn along the corridor. More sluggish zombies appeared ahead, their stats showing that the monsters' levels increased with each floor. Floor 1 usually has level 1 to 3 zombies. The scene shifted to armored skeletons wielding swords and shields, with a caption, Floor 2 contains level 4 to 6 skeletons. Next was a hooded ghost hovering with its face covered. And finally, a massive beast trampling over bloody corpses came into view. Floor 4 holds. The massive beast bared its fangs in a sinister grin, finishing his thought, a level 10 ghoul. Fully knowing all the details, Lin Yuan led his 2 torch-bearing werewolves straight toward a teleportation portal glowing with a brilliant blue light. Stepping into the magic circle with a sharp, confident gaze, he decided, let's skip straight to floor 4 in one go. The space instantly warped, and the teleportation light whisked him past grand stone pillars. The camera panned over ancient, gloomy vaulted ceilings as he traveled straight to the upper floors. The light gradually faded, and the system displayed his arrival location, the Memorial of the Dead, floor 4. Lin Yuan started walking down the vast corridor, cautiously scanning the silent atmosphere around him. He stopped in his tracks when he caught a rustling sound coming from up ahead, squinting into the darkness where countless glowing red eyes lurked. Noise up ahead. Suddenly, a ghoul leaped out. High above, 2 other monsters hung upside down, ready to strike. Skill activated. Cross Shred. A whole pack of ghouls surged out of the shadows, lunging at him. Their stat window popped up. Elite Ghoul. Level 10. HP 2000. Attack 400. Defense 40. Skills: Decaying Bite, Wall Climb, Cross Shred. With a bloodthirsty roar, they used their skill. Decaying Bite activated. Confronted by the overwhelming swarm of monsters, his expression remained cold and unfazed. He barked out a challenge. Bring it on. Answering the call, the Thunder Scorpion slammed a devastating blow onto the ground, ripping open a massive fissure glowing with blue light. Skill activated. Earth-splitting pincer. Next, it whipped its razor-sharp tail, building up an electric charge that crackled with violent sparks. The giant scorpion swept its tail in a devastating arc, sending 3 ghouls flying into the air in the blink of an eye. Fired up and ready to kill, the undead wolf army jumped into the fray, unleashing relentless energy attacks that had the ghouls shrieking in agony. Overwhelmed by sheer power, the monsters were smashed backward, slamming into the walls and shattering the stone into piles of rubble. One barely alive ghoul desperately clawed and crawled across the cracked tile floor, its bloodshot eyes staring up in sheer terror at the glowing blade. Lam Vien raised his foot and stomped, crushing the monster's skull. His gaze icy, he spoke in a flat, ruthless voice. Almost forgot about you. With the battlefield now littered with piles of ghoul corpses, the system screen popped up in the dead silence. The young man glanced back at his handiwork, a look of slight surprise on his face as he muttered, "Huh, that ended faster than I thought." He waved his hand, sending swirls of emerald green magic around his undead army, and clicked his tongue in disappointment. Too bad, Shadow Corpse control only works on actual corpses. It's completely useless against undead monsters. Suddenly, violent swirls of purple dark energy erupted around Lam Vien, radiating a chilling sense of extreme danger. He whipped his head around, his crimson eyes widening. But before he could react, a massive beam of purple light crashed down from the ceiling, causing a devastating explosion that shook the entire floor. Raising his sword in a desperate bid to block the destructive impact, Lam Vien gritted his teeth in shock. What the? The raw force of the blast sent him skidding backward, his eyes glaring through the smoke as he spat. Damn it! The impact blasted him down into a yawning, pitch-black crater, surrounded by jagged cracks, humming with purple energy. As he hit the ground, he realized he had fallen into a massive hall, where a dark throne was lit by eerie, ghostly blue flames. A gargantuan shadow entity materialized, unleashing a spine-chilling roar that shook the very foundation of the room. Lam Vien quickly regained his footing and raised his sword to face the monster, keeping a cool head as he scanned his surroundings. Looking up, he spotted a glowing purple coffin suspended high in the air by massive chains, making him wonder, did I just trigger a zone change? Inside the coffin was a woman, suddenly, her face twisted into a creepy grin. She slowly licked her lips and let out a seductive, chilling laugh. Hey, human, you've finally arrived. In an instant, the woman shattered both the coffin and her binding chains, triggering a violent explosion that shook the entire chamber. She calmly walked out of the debris, flexing her razor-sharp claws. She purred in a low, inviting voice. Fresh blood. Just then, the system screen displayed her stats. Resentful Banshee. Lord. Level 18. HP 6,000. Attack 800. Defense 200. Skills. Death Flower. Succubus Roar. Corpse Explosion. Lam Vien raised his guard, narrowing his eyes as he assessed her. So, this is the 5th floor. The Banshee lunged down with a maniacal laugh, her claws ready to strike as she roared bloodthirstily. I'll tear you to shreds! Lam Vien quickly brought up his sword to block her razor-sharp claws, resulting in a deafening metallic screech. Right after, the Banshee spun around, whipping giant tentacles that erupted from her back. The system screen flashed. She has activated the skill, Death Flower. The tentacles slammed into the stone floor, tearing open massive cracks as they rapidly closed in, trapping the young man. Lam Vien swung his sword, unleashing a glowing crescent of energy that severed the tentacles wrapping around him. He stepped back a few paces, warily watching the severed tentacles ooze a purple toxin as he thought. Corrosive poison? Observing the stone melting under the venom, he analyzed further. So this is the level of her attacks. Gripping his hilt tightly with both hands, he channeled all his energy into his weapon. He unleashed bright blue waves of sword energy, shouting with absolute confidence, "You can't touch me!" Each precise strike severed her tentacles clean off. Lam Vien focused intently as his blade began to glow with purple dark magic, which clung to the remaining tentacles, slowly dissolving them into thin air. Realizing her attacks were useless, the Banshee gritted her teeth in sheer rage. She threw her head back and let out a deafening, high-pitched shriek, releasing a powerful wave of purple sound waves across the room. The system immediately warned. She has activated the skill, Succubus Roar. Under the devastating power of her shriek, the surrounding wooden doors burst open all at once, accompanied by the fierce roar of a rising entity, making Lam Vien click his tongue. He quickly narrowed his glowing red eyes, his face filled with intense focus as he scanned the area. From the darkness, a gnarled hand radiating a chilling green aura reached out, gripping the doorframe with a spine-chilling creak. Lam Vien raised his sword, his face tensing up as he recognized the newly summoned enemies. Those are. Right then, cloaked skeletons wielding weapons shuffled out from behind the doors. Shocked, he gasped. The Blackstone Town NPCs have been summoned? Not only that, a ton of skeletons wearing high-tech armor crawl out from the cracked ground. He mutters, not just them, even the challengers who failed this creepy trial are here. Lin Yuan grips his sword hilt, his face turning dead serious. Damn, is she really trying to revive all of them? Right at that moment, the shattered bones begin putting themselves back together with a dry, creepy cracking sound. His red eyes gleam, with sharp calculation, thinking, there's no way it's just one skeleton behind that door. I didn't expect this boss to have a trick like this. He immediately waves his hand to summon his undead army, shouting a cold order. Get out there. Surrounded by his pack of werewolves and scorpions, he points straight at the wooden doors and barks, block those doors. On command, an undead werewolf swings its pickaxe high, slamming it down with full force to seal the exit. He quickly calculates his next move. First, I'll let my undead squad tie down these trash mobs. The lightning scorpion backs him up, using its massive claws to completely seal off the path, making sure not a single skeleton can slip through. Lin Yuan spins around to face the she-devil, raising his hand to buff his army and activate frenzy mode. Instantly, a werewolf throws its head back and lets out a deafening roar, its body erupting with a terrifying, furious aura. Roar. The system screen flashes. Entering frenzy mode, the werewolf's eyes turn a glowing, bloodthirsty red. But he's not done, yet he summons his two strongest heavy hitters. He calls them out with authority, Cobalt Chief, Crystal Lightning Scorpion. The two summoned beasts immediately charge right at the skeletons trying to bust through the door. He commands, "Attack." The lightning scorpion whips its giant tail down, completely shattering the stone floor. The system panel pops up. Skill activated. Earth Splitter. At the exact same time, the Cobalt Chief swings his massive warhammer high, slamming a devastating blow into the ground to trigger his skill. Heavy Strike. The combo of these two attacks triggers a massive explosion, blasting the skeletons straight into the air. The insane impact cracks the surrounding stone walls, sending huge chunks of debris crumbling down. Watching her undead army get absolutely demolished, the she-devil can only glare in pure rage, completely helpless. But the moment those boneheads are wiped out, eerie green mist starts oozing from the ground again, signaling another wave. The she-devil floats amidst her regenerating tentacles, a smug smirk spreading across her face. Heh. Her cockiness catches Lin Yuan slightly off guard. The she-devil calmly strokes her face, her voice dripping with arrogance. Ghosts are spirit-type monsters. Their bodies can pass right through physical objects, and they're completely immune to physical attacks. Lin Yuan's cloak whips violently in the wind. He swings his sword, tracing a glowing arc of magic, and fires back confidently. Yeah, but they also take double magic damage, you idiot. With that, he leaps into the air, unleashing magic sword slashes that summon a swarm of flying skulls heading straight for her. He tightly grips his glowing blade, thinking, "I'll hit her with the green soul curse." But the she-devil suddenly bursts forward at blinding speed, casually dodging every single strike. He is shocked. Her speed just shot up out of nowhere. Meanwhile, the wooden doors his undead army blocked start shaking violently. Skeletal hands are frantically clawing and pounding from the inside. Lin Yuan looks back, cold sweat dripping down his face. Those NPCs inside the tomb could break out any second. "I've got to wrap this up, fast." He quickly whips out a ring. Purple electricity crackles around his fingers. "I need to lock her down." Gripping the ring tight in his fist, he unleashes its full power. The system screen pops up with the item stats. Equipped. Paralysis Ring. Grade, Silver. Type, Accessory. Effects. HP plus 100. Magic plus 100. Agility plus 15. Spirit plus 15. Bonus skill. Paralyzing Venom. Once equipped, attacks have a 5% chance to paralyze the target for 3 seconds. Once equipped, he does a mid-air flip, spamming a barrage of glowing sword waves straight at the she-devil. Clenched his fist, he channels every drop of lightning energy directly into the ring, activating the bonus skill. Paralyzing Venom. A massive bolt of purple lightning shoots from his fist straight at the she-devil, catching her completely off guard. The strike lands dead on, blowing a huge chunk of her blinding protective aura to pieces. Instantly, the system alerts, target hit, paralyzing Venom activated. Capitalizing on the stun, Lin Yuan launches himself into the air, swinging his sword in a glowing magic arc as he roars. "I'm just getting started." Out of nowhere, a massive demonic skull spawns right behind her, slamming into her back with a blinding flash of light. The sheer force of the blast blows her away, with razor-sharp green energy ripping her cloak to shreds. Lin Yuan slams his sword down hard, sending a shockwave that shatters the stone floor and sends debris flying everywhere. Driving his sword deep into a massive crack in the floor, he keeps spamming his skills. He looks up, a smug smirk creeping onto his face. Not bad. Right on cue, a massive wolf specter spawns in with a deafening roar. Dude's oozing confidence. "Just as I thought," he says, after getting hit by that green soul curse once. Her speed's completely tanked. Perfect timing for a wolf's howl. On command, the ghost wolf throws its head back and lets out a long, chilling howl, blasting a sonic wave that literally shakes the air. The system pops up, Wolf Howl skill activated. Caught right in the blast radius, the banshee clutches her head, totally dazed and stumbling around. Just like that, the system panel flashes. Target stunned. Lin Yuan grips his sword tighter, his razor-sharp gaze oozing pure confidence. Even if that stun only lasts 5 seconds, that's more than enough for me. He blitzes forward, spawning a bunch of clones that unleash a relentless storm of slashes. Coldly, he asks, "Let's see how many of these hits you can actually take." A barrage of magic slashes rains down on the banshee, stacking up massive chain damage. -50, -50, -60. She's in absolute agony. the banshee gritting her pale teeth as thick black blood oozes from her mouth. Screaming in pure rage, she unleashes a violent blast of dark purple energy all around her. Whoa. Lin Yuan furrows his brow, instantly on high alert at his enemy's erratic behavior. The system warns. Target has activated corpse explosion. Instantly, dark energy detonates the corpses littered across the ground, triggering a chain of earth-shattering explosions. Thick smoke covers the entire battlefield. Jagged purple lightning rips through his phantom wolves and scorpions, swallowing them in the fiery chain reaction and turning them to dust. Massive plumes of purple smoke billow up, swallowing a huge chunk of the cavernous tomb. But as the smoke starts to clear, Lin Yuan's undead army slowly emerges, completely unscathed by the blast. Talk about broken. Standing on a rock and looking down at the carnage, Lin Yuan thinks to himself, so she wanted to blow up the NPC corpses to bring this entire tomb down on me. He looks at his remaining summons and clicks his tongue in annoyance. His zombie army has been slashed down to just 1/3 of its original size now. That's a heavy hit. Turning back to face the weakened banshee, his eyes flash crimson with pure killing intent. Now, it's time to put you down for good. He leaps into the air, swinging his sword to unleash a volley of demonic skulls, yelling, "Begone!" The eerie skulls, burning with a toxic green aura, streak through the air straight toward the banshee, forming a storm of pure destructive energy. Completely overwhelmed, the banshee can only reach out in sheer despair. Letting out one final, agonizing shriek, her health bar plummets with every single hit, putting her right on the brink of death. HP 300, critical state. HP 200, critical state. HP 100, dying state. HP 30. With a sudden flash of blinding light, the final system notification pops up. Congratulations! You have defeated the resentful banshee. You have received 800 EXP. Lin Yuan lands softly on the cracked earth, standing coolly as the smoke begins to drift away. He looks up, surrounded by his growling pack of ghost wolves, and wonders, is it finally over? As absolute silence settles in, glowing purple wisps begin to drift lazily around him. Out of the glowing embers, the gorgeous spirit of a woman emerges, her voice soft and gentle. "Thank you, brave human." With a peaceful smile, her form slowly dissolves into glittering stardust, fading into the void. Lin Yuan reaches out his hand, and a ring hovers right above his palm, glowing with a brilliant light. The system panel flashes. Beloved ring. Quest item. Cannot be discarded. Cannot be sold. Description. An engagement ring gifted by Quincy to his wife. A symbol of their eternal love. Lin Yuan knit his brows, looking kinda disappointed. Wait, is this ring seriously the only drop? Just then, an eerie skill book marked with a skull icon warps out of thin air. It radiates waves of dark purple energy, emitting a low, ominous hum. Lin Yuan looks up, completely caught off guard. Whoa, what do we have here? He catches the book, totally mind-blown. He had no idea. The corpse explosion skill used by the resentful banshee was actually an exclusive skill for necromancers. The info panel pops up below. Corpse explosion, grade, gold. Requirement, necromancer exclusive. Holding the book, his eyes narrow as he pieces it together. Could it be because the guy who sealed her away was a loyal servant of the Dark Lord? A second later, the book dissolves into a swarm of green light particles, sinking straight into his body. System notification. Skill book has been successfully learned. Bathed in a pillar of brilliant light, the detailed skill window pops up. Corpse explosion. Grade, gold. Level, 1. Effect. Detonates a zombie, dealing fire damage equal to 60% of the zombie's max HP to all nearby enemies. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. Mastery, 0 out of 100%. He chuckles in pure satisfaction. Sure, it eats up my own zombies, he muses, but that damage output and blast radius are absolutely insane. Definitely a sweet little bonus. Cut to the bustling streets of Black Wolf Town, where a cloaked Quincy is standing out on a balcony, staring blankly at the ring in his palm. He whispered, "Is this the engagement ring I gave her?" He clenched the ring tightly as memories of his beautiful wife flooded back, muttering, "A sealed soul with no memories. Only when freed does it regain its memories and drop its most precious item." Back in the room, Lin Yuan stood by the window while Quincy clasped his trembling hands and asked, "My wife, Did she suffer when she passed away? Lin Yuan calmly replied, no. Quincy tenderly cradled the ring, a single tear rolling down his cheek as he stared at the distant, smiling silhouette of his wife. Turning around, he said with absolute sincerity, I never expected a necromancer, the class I hated most, to be the one to fulfill my wish. No matter what, I will always remember this kindness. An old leather-bound book slowly materialized in his hand, cloaked in a faint black smoke. Opening a chest, he revealed a crown glowing with a soft green light. He said solemnly, and now, it's time to keep my promise. The system screen popped up, Crown of Darkness. Rating, Unique. Type, Headwear. Effect 1. Infamy value becomes completely unviewable once equipped. Effect 2. Hides the dark aura. Note: exclusive equipment for necromancers. Cannot be sold or destroyed. Lin Yuan took the crown, murmuring to himself, Crown of Darkness. It doesn't give any stat boosts, but hiding my infamy and that dead giveaway dark aura is exactly what I need right now. Smirking confidently, he calculated, with this baby, I won't have to worry about any trouble from the Scorpion Tail Knights, and I can basically do whatever the hell I want in the main city. The system flashed a prompt. Do you want to equip the Crown of Darkness? Without a second thought, he replied, yes. A blazing magic circle erupted around him as the crown dissolved into green flames, fusing straight into his body. Standing in the middle of that surging energy with his white robe fluttering, he smirked, finally, I'm one step closer to the truth. The scene shifts to a bustling city floating high in the clouds, with a system announcement, Welcome to Dorcas City. Inside, players are busy trading and hanging out. Dorcas City is packed with all kinds of guilds, big and small. One recruiter shouts, 20-somethings guild. Our leader is a total simp, join our guild to watch him throw down. Another yells, PvP guild, join us if you've got the passion. And another, Apple guild. While a girl mutters, but the really strong guilds. Lin Yuan looks at the guild leaderboard. Rank 1, Military Guild. Rank 2, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Rank 3, Astral Guild. Rank 4, Holy Anthem. Rank 5, Eternal Guild. Rank 10, Blackwood Guild. There are barely 10 of them. Is that bastard hiding in one of these? Lin Yuan stared at the leaderboard, his glowing red eyes narrowing with intense calculation. I'm just a newbie who just set foot in Dorcas City. Joining one of these massive guilds is going to be a pain. Blending into the crowd, his proud figure slowly fading behind other players, he muttered, looks like I got a hunt for an opportunity. With long strides, he walked down the paved stone street, passing by endless players rushing back and forth. Calm and collected, he moved through the crowd, his white robe fluttering in the wind. Suddenly, a flurry of rapid footsteps echoed right behind him. Sensing something was off, the blonde knight whipped his head around in total shock. But in the blink of an eye, Lin Yuan's cold, sharp blade was already pressed right against his throat. Instantly overpowered, the knight's eyes went wide with sheer terror, and he stammered, Who are you? While Lin Yuan stood on the steps above, looking down on him with a freezing, cold gaze. But the moment he recognized Lin Yuan, the knight let out a massive sigh of relief and muttered, Oh, thank God, finally. He cheered with joy, his eyes sparkling like stars as he waved his hands. But because he was way too excited, he tripped over his own feet and face planted hard into the dirt, crying out in pain. Ouch! Lin Yuan stared down at him, completely speechless. Frowning slightly, he asked, Wait, it's you? The knight quickly scrambled up, rubbing his sore butt, and chuckled. Ayo, Lord Lin Yuan. You actually still remember me? Lin Yuan shot him a sharp glare with his glowing red eyes, his voice dropping low with deep suspicion. How do you know my name? The knight scratched his head and eagerly explained. Well, when I was watching that guild's livestream. An image popped up of him sitting comfortably in a big armchair, surrounded by a bunch of glowing blue screens. Continuing to flex, he said, I dug up clues about you from among thousands of chat comments. Reaching out his hands, standing proudly amidst a literal mountain of gold coins. He bragged, Haha. Then I dropped 2 million to upgrade our corp's latest facial recognition system, just to make absolutely sure it was you. Come on, praise me. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as his face turned into a totally dazed chibi-style expression. 2 million. Just to find me? The knight scratched his head and naively replied, "Huh? Is that really a lot? Our corp usually drops hundreds of millions just to beta test a system, you know?" Hearing that, Lin Yuan looked up at the towering skyscraper in the distance, thinking to himself, the Han Group? That trillion-dollar tech giant that basically controls all the high-end technology across the globe? With a background like that, who knows what other secrets this guy is hiding? Should I just end him right here? Meanwhile, the young knight practically turned into a puppy with floppy ears and a wagging tail, his eyes sparkling as he pleaded, "Shen Yuan. Shen Yuan, party up with me. Tomorrow, there's an S-rank raid in the Bloodscale Cave. Word on the street is someone found the nest of the iron-eating beast. All we have to do is..." But before he could even finish his sentence, he tripped and wiped out yet again, face-planting hard onto the dirt with a loud oof, leaving Lin Yuan completely speechless. He turned away and said coldly, "You should get lost. Stop following me." He thought, whatever. Why am I even taking a clown like this seriously? Hearing the rejection, the knight slumped onto the ground, laughing sheepishly. Ha ha, ha ha ha. You're totally right. A beast like you who can solo the entire Bloodscar Guild definitely doesn't need a party. He scratched his head and let out a heavy sigh. Man. But in this raid, the third team from the Black Tree Guild is going to be there to scout rookies too. If you show off your skills, you might stand a chance. Lin Yuan stopped in his tracks, glancing at the guild leaderboard, where the Black Tree Guild was currently sitting at rank 10. The knight sighed in disappointment, muttering to himself, "Guess I'll just have to try my luck alone then." Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from behind him. "When does the raid start?" Startled, he whipped his head around and asked blankly, "Huh?" Lin Yuan, with his back turned, patiently repeated. I asked, "What is the exact time of the raid?" The knight jumped for joy, eagerly running after him and shouting, "Tomorrow morning at 8. So, Shen Yuan, does this mean you're in?" Lin Yuan placed a hand on his shoulder and calmly corrected him. "Call me Lin Yuan." He then continued walking, adding, "But before we head out, I've got some preparations to make." The knight gaped in confusion. The scene then shifts to a ruined, crumbling fortress, where a skull flag flutters wildly in the wind. A system notification pops up. The Vulture Bandit Camp. Suddenly, a massive explosion shakes the entire area, sending shattered rocks flying everywhere. Lin Yuan, alongside his undead army, breaches the stone wall and storms inside, commanding, "The boss should be right ahead." He exhales deeply, a breath of cold mist escaping his mouth. Standing right before him are bird monster creatures. The system panel displays Vulture, Bandit Zombie. Level 12. HP, 1600. Attack, 250. Defense, 70. Skills, Scythe Throw, Undead Body. He waves his hand, decisively ordering his undead army, "Go get 'em." Standing on a high cliff, Lin Yuan looks down at the army of bird monsters swarming below. They frantically swing their weapons, tearing into each other amidst a pile of stark white skulls, letting out horrific, guttural screeches. One of the bird monsters extends its razor-sharp talons, snarling menacingly. Lin Yuan reaches his hand forward, his eyes narrowing sharply as he gives the cold command, "Charge!" In response, his undead legion plunges down from above with bared claws, launching a relentless assault on the flock of bird monsters. One of the monsters leaps high into the air, spinning a massive scythe like a giant boomerang. The system notifies. The spinning scythe hurtles at lightning speed towards Lin Yuan, who is standing completely still. But the very second it makes contact, Lin Yuan vanishes. The scythe shatters into a million pieces, leaving the monster utterly stunned. Seizing the moment, Lin Yuan leaps into the air, swinging his sword to unleash a blazing arc of magical energy. He decapitates 3 monsters in a single, clean sweep, boldly declaring, "Your life is mine, bastard." The system announces, "Successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit Captain ×3. He continues to tear through the battlefield, his chain slashes wiping out countless more enemies. Successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit Captain ×6. Successfully eliminated Vulture Bandit Captain ×10. He lands gracefully on the ground, his white coat fluttering amidst the shattered remains of the monsters. Turning his head, a flash of suspicion crosses his glowing crimson eyes. He realizes the monster boss has already vanished from its throne. Suddenly, a massive shadow looms right behind his back as the system interface displays. Vulture Bandit King, Lord Class. Level 19. HP, 6,200. Attack, 820. Defense, 220. Skills: Scythe Throw, Stealth, Backstab. With a piercing screech. Skill activated. Backstab. Lin Yuan quickly thrusts his hand forward. Green sparks crackling around his fingertips as he triggers his next skill. Skill activated. Corpse Explosion. The Vulture King swings his razor-sharp dual scythes and lunges, screaming, "Die!" only to be blocked by bird monster zombies suddenly clawing their way out of the ground. A terrifying emerald explosion erupts, engulfing the entire area in a raging sea of flames. Blown away by the blast, the Vulture King screeches in agony, his entire body slamming hard into the cliffside, leaving a massive crack in the stone. Lin Yuan leaps into the air, preparing to deliver a thunderous punch right onto his enemy's head. Clenching his fist, his eyes flash with a brilliant green light. As he roars, "Take this!" The system announced that the Gloves of Darkness had been activated. With a devastating ultimate punch, the Vulture Lord gasped in shock. Lin Yuan roared, "Go to hell." A massive pillar of light erupted as the Vulture Lord fell into the deep abyss, screaming in absolute agony. Lin Yuan landed on the ground with clenched fists, green lightning still crackling and swirling around his body. The system announced, "You have slain the Vulture Bandit Lord. Congratulations, you have reached level 13. The skill info panel popped up. Shadow Curse. Rank, Gold. Level, 3. Effect. Deals damage equal to 20% of the target's maximum HP, or restores 20% HP to an undead summon. Cost, 60 mana. Cooldown, 6 seconds. EXP, 20 out of 300. Art of Corpse Explosion. Rank, Gold. Level, 2. Effect. Detonates an undead to deal fire damage to surrounding enemies, equal to 80% of the user's maximum HP. Cost, 100 mana. Cooldown, 10 seconds. EXP, 2 out of 100. A skill scroll appeared, and the system prompted, "Do you wish to use the skill scroll to upgrade this skill?" He replied, "Yes." Holding it in his hand, he thought to himself, "The effect is pretty sick. I already used a skill scroll to upgrade Shadow Curse once before, and now I've bumped it straight to level 3. At the same time, I even upgraded the Corpse Explosion skill too." He looked at his Yama army drawing up in formation and smiled with satisfaction. "As for my undead army, this is plenty for now." The system announced, "You have acquired 130 undead monsters." Detailed information about the newly acquired monsters popped up. Vulture Bandit Captain, level 15. Vulture Bandit Lord, level 19. Lin Yuan's eyes gleamed as he stared at the system screen. He thought, wait. After reviving the Vulture Bandit Lord as an undead, it actually gained an extra skill? Recalling his previous experience, he muttered, "Besides, when the giant Death Reaper was resurrected last time, it also gained a new skill, Wrath of the Vengeful Spirits." He stroked his chin in deep thought and smiled slightly. Does this mean resurrecting Lord-class monsters grants them an extra skill? Well, this is getting pretty interesting. Suddenly, a notification popped up on the system screen. The hunting campaign you are participating in will officially begin in 2 hours. A smirk played on the corner of his lips. Lin Yuan spun around decisively, his cloak fluttering in the wind, and gave the order. The scene cuts to the gathering area right outside the entrance of the Molten Bloodscale Cave, surrounded by rugged, towering cliffs. Lin Yuan let out a sweat drop, pointed forward, and asked in utter confusion, "Dude, what the hell are you wearing?" The other guy was twisting and posing in a ridiculously shiny set of armor. Lin Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Are you trying to cosplay as a Golden Knight statue or something?" Puffing out his chest with immense pride, the Golden Knight boasted, "Yuan, my boy, I blew 50 gold coins to have a master blacksmith custom make this legendary armor set just for me, so don't worry, there's no way I'm going to be a drag on you today." Right at that moment, a sharp metallic crack echoed from the crotch area of the armor. The entire crotch guard slid straight down to his ankles, exposing his boxer shorts underneath and leaving both of them completely frozen. An awkward silence filled the air as they just stared at each other, completely speechless. Sweating buckets, Lin Yuan tried to break the tension. "Well, That's the first time I've seen segmented armor like that. Pretty unique, I guess. Han Than's face flushed bright red as he quickly pulled the armor piece up, stammering. The blacksmith told me this is the latest trend. Gritting his teeth, he struggled to yank his helmet off. But the helmet was stuck tight, making him flail his arms and legs in a total panic, screaming, "Wait! I can't see anything! Yuan, help me!" Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was just completely speechless. Stumbling around blindly, he crashed headfirst into someone's leg, letting out a wild yelp. Our golden knight had literally headbutted a strange man straight in the crotch, causing him to groan. Looking up, Han Than blankly muttered, "Huh?" Standing right before him was a massive bald guy, radiating a heavy, terrifying aura. The bald man flashed a creepy smile and asked, "You okay, kid?" The system displayed the target's info: Zhao Kui, captain of the 3rd Squad, Black Tree Guild. Class, Warrior. Level, 15. Han Than froze instantly, breaking into a cold sweat as he felt a murderous aura slithering behind the bald guy like a giant viper. Swallowing hard, he thought, "Wait, what? Is it just my imagination?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed his collar from behind and yanked him back, giving him a fright. Lin Yuan dragged his friend back, muttering coldly, "Aren't you ever gonna take off that stupid-ass armor?" Han Than giggled sheepishly. Hey. Oh, right." Zhao Kui narrowed his eyes at the newcomer and let out a cold snort. Lin Yuan's eyes were icy sharp, his glowing red pupils staring directly back at the bald guy without flinching. Zhao Kui broke into a light sweat, gritting his teeth in annoyance. "Tisk, this brat. How dare he look at me with those eyes? What a total pain in the ass." He glared in rage, thinking, "How dare this punk look at me like that? What a total pain in the neck." He forced back his fake friendly smile and called out, "Hey, you two." His words were cut short by the harsh bark of another guild member traveling with the one-eyed mage. "Which one of you is Han Than?" The guy was holding a registration form with a golden knight's photo pasted on it. Frowning, he closely compared the photo with the person standing in front of him. Then, he pointed straight at Han Than's face and yelled, "Ah, it's you, right? The one wearing that freakish outfit." The guild members behind him burst into mocking laughter. What kind of messed up fashion sense is that? Ha ha ha. Look at that gaudy yellow look. Does this guy think he's at some cringe cosplay convention or what? Han Than scratched his head with an awkward laugh, raising his hand to admit it. Hey, yeah, that's me." Then he quickly introduced, "You three are the big bosses from the Black Tree Guild, right? Oh, and by the way, this is my friend." Suddenly, the sharp metallic ring of a weapon being drawn echoed through the air. The guild members raised their swords, pointing them directly at the two, as they arrogantly cut him off. "Cut the crap. We don't give a damn about the names of some noob rookies. Get this through your heads. We didn't let you bring someone else along because you paid double the registration fee. It's only because our captain is insanely generous." Lin Yuan kept his head low, his eyes hidden behind locks of messy hair as he remained silent. Zhao Kui stepped forward, gently pushing the sword down. "Playing the peacemaker? What do you guys think you're doing? We need to be nice to our new friends." The soldier quickly defended himself. "I was just joking, Captain." With a sharp metallic click, the sword was sheathed back in. Zhao Kui continued to advise them with a faint smirk. "Kid, don't get too ahead of yourself just because our captain is being nice. You need to appreciate this opportunity with gratitude. Got it?" The lackeys bowed in unison. "Yes, sir. We will definitely do our best." The one-eyed mage clapped his hands to grab everyone's attention, announcing loudly, "All right, everyone, get into position. I'm officially starting roll call." The other players began to gather, whispering among themselves, "Man, this is intense. I never thought I'd actually get to work alongside members of a major guild. Are these the players who took part in that zero rank hunt? I just hope my gear doesn't fail me mid-raid." Lin Yuan casually scanned his surroundings, silently assessing them. They all seemed to be rookies who had just set foot in the main city. Zhao Kui turned and walked toward the dark cave entrance, commanding, "All right, we have enough people. To avoid wasting time, let's get ready to move out." He looked back halfway, flashing a sinister, confident smirk. "Don't you guys worry. Even the Grim Reaper takes a detour when he sees the Black Tree Guild, so everything's going to be perfectly safe. Zhao Kui gallantly led the crowd into the cave, answered by excited cheers echoing back. Yeah. By this time, Han Than had changed into a set of pristine white armor, holding a little red flag as he happily breezed past the grumpy guild member. He waved the flag, urging, "Yuan, hurry up. I heard there are glowing slime monsters inside this cave." The soldier walking behind them furrowed his brows and muttered, "This guy. Does he think this is some kind of picnic?" Lin Yuan calmly strolled after them, his tattered black cloak fluttering behind him. The corners of his lips curled into an amused smile, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I can already smell it. A truly thrilling scent. The scene shifts inside as the group travels down a long slope with massive stalactites inside the Bloodscale cave. A while later, the group stops in front of a fork in the path, whispering in hushed tones, "Ah, is that a three-way split already? And hey, we haven't encountered a single iron-eating lizard yet," another person explained. "That's totally normal. The iron-eating lizards are active at night and hide during the day, so it's highly likely they are resting deep inside some cave." A girl in the team directed an inquiring gaze toward the leader. "Captain Zhao, in your opinion, which path should we take?" Zhao Kui narrowed his scheming eyes and made a decision. "In my opinion, it's best we split up." The suggestion sent a wave of fear through the rookies, as terrifying visions of the ferocious monsters flashed through their minds. Split up? But isn't that a bit too dangerous? Yeah. What if we run into a level 16 elite monster? The blue-robed mage raised his hand to calm the crowd. "Quiet down, everyone. Chill out. Actually, to keep you guys safe on this mission, our captain already scouted the path ahead. When you met us today, we had just finished our scouting run and were resting up to regroup." An armored man gasped in shock. "What? Captain Zhao already scouted the path ahead?" Zhao Kui smugly stood in front of the dark cave entrance, nodding in confirmation. "That's right. Based on our morning scouting run. Out of these three paths, the middle path has a strong scent of iron-eating lizard pheromones, making the risk of an ambush extremely high. The other two paths are actually totally safe." He spread his arms wide, laying out his plan, but honestly, the more dangerous the place, the higher the chances of finding some seriously valuable treasure. So, to balance efficiency and make sure everyone stays safe, I've decided our guild will take the center path, while the rest of you take the two side paths. He flashed a sly grin, asking for their input with pure, fake sincerity. "So, what do you guys think?" The players, without a single shred of doubt, responded in absolute awe. "Say what you want, but the big guilds are still the big guilds. Their plans are always so thoroughly thought out. You're the squad leader of the guild's third unit, and you've got the highest level among all of us, so whatever you say goes." Right in the middle of all that worship, Lam Vien coldly raised his finger and cut him off. "We'll take the left path." Triu Koi glanced back and smirked. "No problem. Anyone else want to go with them?" The crowd started to hesitate, shifting their eyes between the two of them and whispering, Go with those two? I mean, one of them looks super weird and totally unreliable, and as for the other guy," glancing at Lam Vien's silent, expressionless face, a man sneered, "He's just some cold-faced freak. He's probably hiding his level and class because he's too embarrassed to show them." A girl blushed and defended him. But I think he's actually pretty handsome." The guy got pissed and snapped. "Then why don't you go with him, huh?" Trio Koi shrugged and raised his hands in mock helplessness. "Well, looks like you're not exactly Mr. Popularity here, kid. Too bad. Even though I'm the leader of this mission, I can't force anyone to do anything." Not even bothering to waste his breath on the sarcasm, Lam Vien turned and walked away, curtly saying, "Follow me." Han Than quickly scrambled to catch up. "Oh, okay." The silhouettes of Lam Vien and Han Than slowly faded into the darkness of the left fork, under the watchful, scheming gaze of Triu Koi. His fake smile instantly vanished. He clicked his tongue, letting his true, venomous nature show. Two ignorant idiots. Meanwhile, deep inside the silent cave, the only sound was the dripping of water from icy stalactites, creating tiny ripples on the dark puddles below. Lam Vien and Han Than walked through the quiet cavern, surrounded by tiny slime monsters hiding behind the rocks. Next, Han Than pulled his collar up as he walked, whispering nervously. Vien, the temperature is dropping crazy fast. I've got a really bad feeling about this. He broke into a cold sweat and leaned in, whispering, and I feel like someone's watching us. In fact, the feeling is only getting more intense. Lam Vien kept a totally calm face, giving a slight glance as he replied. Finally noticed, huh? Yeah, there's definitely something here. Hearing this, Han Thon gasped in a panic. But wait, didn't squad leader Triu say he scouted the path, and that this way was totally safe? Lam Vien smirked sarcastically. Ha, you actually trust that guy? This is an S-rank raid. Yet, they brought a bunch of rookies along. It's obvious they just want to use us as bait to clear the path. Han Than stared blankly, asking, then, why didn't you? Lam Vien tilted his head, watching the slimes peeking from the rocky walls, and calmly cut him off. Expose him? Before he could finish, Lam Vien snatched a trembling slime right off the wall, giving it a total heart attack. He hurled the slime deep into the dark cavern, saying coolly, because, what a coincidence. I also want to see exactly how many. The two froze in their tracks, staring intently into the pitch-black abyss ahead. A swarm of glowing red eyes suddenly flashed in the dark, as Lam Vien muttered under his breath. Of these interesting things I could bait out. A horde of monsters began to crawl out, and his system screen immediately popped up. Iron-eating lizard, elite, level 16, HP, 3,300, attack, 440, defense, 100, skills, iron tail whip, corrosive aura. Just then, a sudden strike slammed violently onto the ground, sending rock debris flying everywhere. The scene shifts to the neighboring tunnel, where a blazing vortex of fire erupted in the middle of a monster ambush. Along with a roar of burn, a one-eyed mage was casting a spell, incinerating the lizards as they shrieked in agony. Right after that, a powerful slash of blue light rained down, slicing a monster clean in half. The arrogant swordsman swung his blade, cutting down his enemies while roaring. You idiots, keep pushing and witness my true power. He then turned to Trio Koi, brown-nosing, squad leader. Thanks to those sacrificial lambs pulling the monsters and thinning out their numbers, this is a total breeze for us now. I can't believe those fools actually bought that BS about scouting the path. Ha ha ha. A spiked mace spun rapidly in the air, making a sharp whooshing sound as Trio Koi's voice rang out. Once most of them are dead, those iron-eating lizards in the other two tunnels will be on their last legs too. Trio Koi used his mace to crush a monster to pieces and added smugly, that's when we step in to sweep up the loot. We get double the rewards with half the effort. Right then, 3 ferocious iron-eating lizards lunged from above, aiming straight for him. Trio Koi kept his arrogant smirk, taunting them. Come at me, you brainless beasts. Who the hell do you think you're screaming at, huh? All of you. Get over here and get some. The monsters charging in were instantly blasted back by an invisible force, their broken bodies slamming hard against the rocky cliff. Cheu Hoi dragged his spiked mace across the ground, sending sparks flying everywhere, and muttered coldly, trash. Scene cuts back to the left side. Han Thon's eyes widened in pure shock as he stammered, VVN, you. In front of you, a monster swung its tail to attack. Instantly, the system screen popped up. Iron Tail Whip skill activated. Iron Tail Whip uses a metallic tail to perform a sweep attack. Deals damage equal to 170% of attack power upon impact. Instantly, giant, spinning sickles slice through the air. The system notified, Machete Throw skill activated. Machete Throw throws a machete at the target with a maximum range of 10 meters. Can be recalled, dealing damage equal to 160% of attack power. At the same time, shadowy birdmen flickered in and out of sight, gliding past the lizard. The system immediately announced the activation of stealth and backstab. Watching the army of undead birdmen completely overwhelm the pack of lizards amidst the clashing of metal, Han Than gasped in shock. Dude, when the hell did you tame all these undead monsters? He couldn't hide his pure admiration, and excitedly continued, this is even more epic than the last fight. You're freaking awesome. Lam Vien turned his head slightly, giving a calm smile. I told you back then that I was going to prep a few things first, didn't I? Han Than's jaw dropped in disbelief. What? In less than a single day, You managed to tame all these insanely strong monsters? Right then, a glowing system prompt popped up. You have successfully defeated Elite Assassination Lizard times 55. Lam Vien stepped over the monster's corpse, surrounded by his undead army, and remarked with satisfaction, "It's over." Their performance wasn't half bad. Han Thon stared at him with starry eyes, whispering, "Man, I'm so jealous. When will I ever be strong like you?" Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Han Thon stumbled, using his sword to stay upright, and asked in a panic, "What the hell is this? An earthquake?" He whipped around to call his friend, Vien. But seeing Lam Vien busy collecting the monster corpses with eerie green flames, Han Thon thought to himself, "Vien is busy. I'd better check things out myself first. I can't keep relying on him for every little thing. I need to make myself useful too." Han Thon cautiously crept forward, following the rumbling vibrations, muttering, "Looks like it's coming from this way." He stopped, tapping his heel lightly against the stone floor. Han Thon leaned down to look, a confused expression plastered on his face. Did the shaking stop? Out of nowhere, a massive, bright red tongue burst through the ground, shooting up into the air. Han Thon jumped back, his face turning pale as a ghost. The slimy tongue towered over him like a pillar. Cold sweat dripping down, he stammered in terror, What the hell is this?" Instantly, the fleshy tongue slammed down right where he was standing. Han Thon was thrown to the ground, his sword slipping from his grip as he screamed in panic, "Help me!" The tongue squirmed and retracted, gearing up for another strike. It lunged forward like lightning, wrapping tightly around Han Thon and squeezing the air out of his lungs. A split second later, he was dragged down and slammed hard into the newly plowed crater, his face pale with pure despair. Closing his eyes to accept his fate, he thought, I'm dead meat, right at that life or death moment. A brilliant beam of sword energy sliced through the air. Lam Vien lunged forward, swinging his blade and severing the massive tongue in a single clean cut. He spoke with ice-cold disdain, "You're just a filthy beast hiding underground, eating dirt. How dare you pull this crap in front of me?" Blood sprayed like rain from the severed tongue. In one swift motion, Lam Vien grabbed Han Thon by the collar. He yanked his friend out of the danger zone in the nick of time. Both landed safely as Han Thon clutched his chest, coughing violently. "Cough! Cough! Vien!" Han Thon looked back at the pit. He warned in a panic, "There's definitely a massive monster down there. We need to get out of here before it breaks free." Before he could even finish his sentence, the ground ahead split open with a deafening crash. Han Thon's eyes rolled back in terror as he screamed, "Oh my God, it's too late!" A massive blue reptile emerged, roaring in fury. The system warning screen flashed. Iron-eating salamander, reptile. Level 20. HP 6,300. Attack 850. Defense 280. Skills: Iron Tail Sweep, Impregnable Fortress, Earth Burrow, Toxic Breath. Han Thon took a trembling step back, drenched in sweat. The quest info said the Molten Blood Scale Cave was home to an elite-tier iron-eating salamander, but this guy is a boss-tier monster. Summoning his courage, he stepped in front of Lam Vien, gritting his teeth. "I'm sorry, Vien. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have to face a terrifying monster of this level. I'll hold it off. You need to fall back now." Lam Vien just smirked. He calmly asked back, "You call this a terrifying monster?" He stared at the boss, leaving Han Thon completely dazed. "Wait, what?" The iron-eating salamander hissed and charged, its heavy stomps shaking the entire cave. Lam Vien lunged straight at it, his magic sword glowing as he roared, "Let's see what you got. I'm gonna end you." Han Thon called out after him, "Vien!" Up in the air, the Birdman army also got into position, waving their weapons and shouting. The Hawk Elder yelled, "Throw the scythes!" Instantly, a barrage of giant, spinning scythes sliced through the air, flying straight at the boss. The boss reacted immediately. System notification. Boss has activated the tail sweep skill. Its tail, hard as steel, whipped around violently, swiping away all the incoming scythes. The boss threw its head back and roared. Taking advantage of the opening, Lam Vien seized the moment from midair. Hovering above, he unleashed an attack. A swarm of magical skulls rushed out with piercing screams. Wraith's Curse. The skulls slammed violently into the boss's head, exploding into a brilliant shower of green light. Lam Vien landed gracefully on the ground after his attack, but as the dust settled, the salamander seemed completely unfazed, except for a few minor scratches. Lam Vien frowned, his eyes narrowing as he analyzed. Did that only leave a few light burns? The boss threw its head back, opening its drooling, venomous maw as it prepared to strike back. A terrifying green toxic gas spewed from its mouth. System notification. Boss has activated the toxic breath skill. A high-pressure toxic attack. Upon impact, it inflicts continuous poison damage, draining 3 to 10% of maximum HP per second for 5 seconds. The toxic energy slammed into the ground, triggering a massive green explosion that engulfed the entire area. Standing outside the fray, Han Than screamed at the top of his lungs, "Vien, watch out!" The waves of toxic mist rolled in, shattering the surrounding stone into pieces. Lam Vien leaped backward, sliding on the ground as he scrambled to dodge the oncoming damage. The ground melted and hissed wherever the toxic mist touched. Han Than panicked. That's a highly concentrated corrosive attack. Lam Vien glared at the boss, pressing his lips together as he thought, "Fighting this thing is harder than I thought." Right then, another powerful tail sweep whipped right across his line of sight. He leaped high into the air to dodge it, a thrilled smirk spreading across his face. But that just makes it way more interesting. Mid-air, he raised his hand and commanded, "Rise, Eagle Lord." Out of the void, the majestic Vulture Lord appeared. It spread its wings wide, letting out a deafening screech. Immediately, the giant birdman charged straight at the salamander boss, at a terrifying speed. Han Than watched with wide eyes, wondering, is this wind spirit beast Vien summoned another one of his new minions? He held his face in awe, his eyes sparkling. That is so incredibly badass. On the battlefield, the Vulture Lord instantly flashed right behind the salamander, raising its dual blades high. The system displayed, activating skill. As the strike landed, the reptilian beast began to glow. System warning. Boss has activated Impregnable Fortress. Impregnable Fortress increases defense by 150% for 10 seconds. At the same time, its massive tail whipped violently toward the enemy behind it, whipping up a fierce gust of wind. Lam Vien quickly spotted the danger and yelled a warning. "Watch out!" However, the tail whip was too fast and slammed right into the Vulture Lord, sending it flying with a blinding explosion. Han Than turned pale, gasping in horror. What? That reaction speed is insane. Does this monster have eyes in the back of its head? Lam Vien landed on the ground, frowning as he stared at the giant salamander slowly turning around. He muttered, "Eyes in the back of its head." Meanwhile, the Vulture Lord had been blown back by the powerful tail swipe, while Lam Vien stood there observing. He quietly analyzed the enemy's weaknesses. The blue lizard has a simple eye structure and mostly relies on changes in light to sense its surroundings. Therefore, he continued his deduction. But their dynamic vision is top tier. Their hearing and sense of smell can pick up the slightest movements of their enemy. In fact, some blue lizards even have infrared sensory organs, using them to detect their enemy's body heat. Recalling their traits, he realized. Because of this, the blue lizard's sensitivity to an enemy's movement path is many times greater than a human's. The corner of his mouth twitched up into a smirk, his eyes cold and sharp. "Looks like to deal with this thing, we have to make it walk right into its own trap." The giant monster roared, thrashing around as it took countless attacks from all sides. Lam Vien waved his hand, conjuring massive magical fireballs and taunting, "Come on, let's see if your scales are tougher, or if my fireballs are hotter." The salamander moved agilely, dodging the incoming fireballs with incredible speed. It threw its head back and let out an earth-shattering roar, challenging its foe. Lam Vien said calmly as he ran, "Perfect. I'm going to rile this monster up so it focuses all its attention on me." Watching from a distance, Han Than yelled anxiously, "Vien, you're in danger." Breaking out in a cold sweat, he muttered, "The defense of a boss-level iron-eating salamander is just too insane. Those fireballs can't even scratch that thing, so what you're doing is a massive gamble." His eyes widened in pure shock as he watched his friend take action. Wait, Yuan is running right towards. In front of Lin Yuan lay a pile of dead lizards. Han Qing couldn't help but gasp. That pile of undead. Lin Yuan leaped right over the lizard horde, charging straight towards Agnes as he gave a decisive command. He stopped on a dime, spinning around skillfully. Just as the salamander lunged, he swung his sword, unleashing a blazing blade wave that caught it off guard. Right then, the pile of undead suddenly rose up, grabbing the boss's body tightly and leaving it completely stunned. Lin Yuan stood at a distance and sneered. "You big, brainless idiot, don't you know how to stop?" The fierce monster let out a wild roar. Lin Yuan raised his hand as green energy gathered in his palm, saying coldly, "Now, feast on." This feast of explosions, the system announced. Skill activated. Corpse explosion. A terrifying green explosion completely consumed the monster as a flurry of damage numbers popped up. -50. -80. -100. With his face illuminated by the eerie green light, Lin Yuan said decisively, "Its armor has been shattered." The giant salamander shrieked in agony while Lin Yuan stood his ground, facing it head-on. He moved swiftly and gave a sharp command. Taking advantage of the monster, turning its head, he analyzed. This lizard has one more weak spot. Its eyes can't focus on enemies from both the left and right sides at once. The Vulture Lord swooped in from the flank, preparing to land a fatal blow. Its arrow aimed straight at the boss's eye. Sensing the danger, the boss began gathering an energy orb in its mouth, ready to retaliate. At that exact moment, Lin Yuan leaped into the air, lightning crackling around his blade. His reflection mirrored in the monster's pupils. He roared, "This strike is going to send you to hell." As he dived down, unleashing a lightning slash straight into the beast's mouth. The blade drove deep into its weak spot. As the system chimed, weakness hit. A cascade of notifications popped up. Level up, level up, level up, congratulations. You have reached level 14. The massive beast collapsed to the ground, white smoke rising from its body. Immediately after, green streams of light flowed from the boss's corpse into his undead army. The system notified. HP restored by 85%. Lin Yuan reached out. A white aura of energy enveloping the corpse, and his skill panel appeared. Dark Curse. Gold tier. Level 3. Mastery. 200 to 300. He stared at the panel, his eyes sharpening. Looks like using the skill scroll one more time will directly upgrade Dark Curse to level 4. He looked back at the giant boss's corpse, thinking with satisfaction. Even though corpse explosion consumed a lot of my undead, getting my hands on this creature makes it all worth it. The boss's new stats panel appeared. Undead Iron-Eating Salamander Lord. Level 20. HP. 6,300. Attack. 850. Defense. 280. Skills. Irontail Whip. Strength Fortress. Earth Burrow. Toxic Sand Breath. Undead Body. Lin Yuan stared at the newly resurrected beast and declared, "From now on, you're my shield." Russell. Han Qing sat happily amidst a pile of sparkling loot, calling out, Lin Yuan. "This is the first time I've ever seen this much loot. Should we start sorting through it right now?" Lin Yuan turned around, his cold gaze shifting toward the cave entrance. "What's the rush? There are still a few rats we haven't exterminated yet." The scene shifts to another cave. The corpse of an armored player lay sprawled on the ground. Zhao Hui stood on a boulder, looking down with utter disdain. "Humph, those idiots aren't even worth a glance." The swordsman and the mage stepped forward, kissing up to him. Hey, it's all thanks to your brilliant leadership, Captain. With you here, even a Lord-tier monster would have to drop to its knees." "Captain, judging by that shockwave from earlier, the fight on both sides is probably wrapping up. If we head over right now, we can reap the fruits of their labor." Zhao Hui crushed a small lizard under his boot with a sickening crunch. He hoisted his spiked mace onto his shoulder and ordered, "Move out. It's time to collect some bodies." Suddenly, an explosion went off right above their heads, nearly blowing off the mage's feet. In an instant, a chain of explosions erupted all around them, forcing them to leap back in sheer panic. Zhao Hui roared in fury. "Who goes there? How dare you ambush the ancient Black Tree Guild?" High up on a rocky ledge, Lin Yuan and Han Qing emerged from the cold mist. With his arms folded, Lin Yuan's calm voice echoed through the cave. "Isn't this about collecting bodies? Well, I came to collect yours myself." The mage pointed a trembling finger and shrieked in terror. "No, it's impossible. You two should have been swallowed whole by that pack of iron-eating salamanders. Han Qing pointed right at them, fuming with rage. You actually have the nerve to say that? How shameless. And here I thought the ancient Black Tree Guild was supposed to be some prestigious guild. Honor and fairness? My ass. I never expected they'd actually use people as bait just to clear a dungeon. The swordsman growled back. So what? Becoming a stepping stone for the glory of the Black Tree Guild is an honor for trash like you. Triyu Koi gritted his teeth, silently scheming. Damn it. Those two actually made it out alive. Could it be that the cave they entered didn't have many iron-eating salamanders? And all the monsters gathered around those unlucky bastards instead? Han Thon clenched his fists and kept calling them out. You guys seriously have no shame. Triyu Koi glared at Lam Vien, his murderous intent flaring up. Tisk, that kid. The more I look at him, the more pissed off I get. Better to just take him out right now. He stepped forward, his voice dripping with malice. I don't know what kind of ridiculous luck you bastards had to make it out alive. But now. He swung his spiked mace with brute force and roared. Your lucky streak ends here. Right as the mace was about to crash down, Lam Vien shoved Han Thon back and yelled, Get back. Facing Triyu Koi alone, he asked coldly, You really think you can kill us all by yourself? The iron chains screeched as Triyu Koi poured all his strength into the attack. The two clashed, their weapons striking with explosive sparks. Lam Vien used his sword to block the spiked mace, triggering a loud explosion. Triyu Koi sneered. Heh, what is this? Some kind of joke? Lam Vien didn't say a word. His sword glowed with a green energy, summoning eerie, glowing skulls. The skulls charged forward, exploding violently and blasting Triyu Koi's lackeys away. Triyu Koi scrambled to dodge, struggling to withstand the blast. As the smoke cleared, he was the only one left standing on the battlefield. He looked around warily and spat. Damn it, where is he hiding? Lam Vien suddenly appeared from above, bringing down a heavy slash. Did you really think I wouldn't notice, you idiot? Triyu Koi quickly raised his weapon to block, their metal clashing with a deafening screech. Lam Vien said, Experience has shown that those who live on pure luck. He channeled all his power into his sword, pushing his opponent back. He need to sleep with one eye open. After the clash, Triyu Koi vanished into the smoke. Lam Vien stood alone in the silence. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed behind him, and Triyu Koi's voice echoed. Because in the end, for trash like you, Lam Vien spun around in surprise. Triyu Koi swung his mace down hard toward his head, roaring. Your worthless lives can end at any second. A massive explosion shook the entire cave. Han Than screamed in terror. Vien! The swordsman and the mage pointed their weapons at Han Than, with the swordsman mockingly saying, Leave this rookie to me. Hey, wasn't your warm-up enough? It's my turn now, right? From within the smoke, Triyu Koi looked down at the figure at his feet and said, All right, I don't have time to play around with you. He raised his fist, preparing to finish him off. So, just stay down and accept your death quietly. Suddenly, he froze, his eyes widening in pure horror. What? His hand was gripped tightly by another. Lam Vien's voice echoed. You're the captain of Squad 3 of the Black Tree Guild, right? Triyu Koi broke into a cold sweat, unable to believe his eyes. How could this kid? Out of the darkness, a sinister smirk spread across Lam Vien's face. His eyes glowed crimson as he tightened his grip on Triyu Koi's hand. He said, I think I now have a pretty good idea of what the number 10 guild in the main city is actually capable of. He stood up, dragging Triyu Koi along effortlessly. Triyu Koi screamed in agony as his fist was crushed in the grip. Lam Vien squeezed with immense force, his eyes flashing with a menacing red glow. With just one hand, he slammed Triyu Koi away like a ragdoll. Triyu Koi's body crashed hard near his two lackeys. He struggled to sit up, coughing roughly, cough, cough. You bastard. I really underestimated you. He forced himself up, swinging his mace as he barked. Don't just stand there like idiots. Attack him together. The two lackeys shouted in unison. Right. All three leaped into the air, charging at Lam Vien and screaming, Die. Lam Vien raised his head, a disdainful smirk playing on his lips. In the end, trash is still trash. You guys aren't even worth my attention. He swung his sword, releasing a massive wave of sword energy that blasted all three away, ending the battle in an instant. Just as the sword wave died down, two green, bird-like phantoms suddenly swooped down from above, making Triyu-koi and the mage look up in shock. The phantoms instantly pounced on them, making the panicked swordsman cry out, "What the?" while the terrified mage shrieked, "Monster!" Triyu-koi's eyes widened in pure terror as he realized an overwhelming power was descending upon them. He stood frozen, staring helplessly. A colossal impact slammed down, sending Triyu-koi flying as he roared in agonizing pain. Egg! That insane pressure slams all three of those scrubs straight into the dirt, pinning them down so hard they can't even twitch. Struggling to lift his head, Zhao Kui looks up to find Lin Yuan standing right over him like a boss. Completely terrified, the coward scoots back and starts begging. "Wait, stop. If you kill me, the Ancient Black Tree Guild is gonna make you pay. They won't let you get away with this, so you better think twice." Lin Yuan just stares down at him with freezing cold eyes. Suddenly, breaking all the tension, Han Qing rushes over and clings to Lin Yuan's leg with literal hard eyes. He squeals with joy. "Oh my god, just as expected, you're freaking invincible. I was seriously worried to death just now." Annoyed by this clinginess, a cold sweat drops down Lin Yuan's face as he kicks Han Qing away. "Get the hell off me." Once that's done, he points his massive greatsword right at Zhao Kui. He warns him, "From what I know, your guild, the Ancient Black Tree Guild, isn't just arrogant to outsiders. They're also brutal to their own members. So, if you die, get your level reset, and lose your gear, they're gonna hold you responsible. Am I right? Have you even thought about how you're gonna explain this to them?" Hearing this, Zhao Kui starts sweating bullets. He immediately throws his hands up in surrender. "All right, fine. I lose this time. Just tell me what I have to do for you to let me go." A smirk plays on Lin Yuan's lips. "Fine. Give me a list of all the high-level players in your guild. Write down their classes, levels, and stats in detail." In his mind, he flashes back to a mysterious cloaked figure from his past life who unleashed devastating lightning. The skills that this first follower used were completely unknown back then. Nobody knew what those skills were, let alone how to counter them. This guy definitely had an ultra-rare hidden class, and his true identity remained a complete mystery until the very end. Caught off guard by this weird request, Zhao Kui asks in confusion, "A list of elite members? Why the hell do you want that?" Before the scumbag can even finish, Lin Yuan drives his sword straight through the guy's hand. Blood splatters everywhere as Zhao Kui screams in absolute agony. Pressing down hard on the blade, Lin Yuan growls at the squirming wreck. "Are you writing it or not?" Scared absolutely witless, Zhao Kui cries and screams, "I'll write it. I'll write it right now." A moment later, Lin Yuan skims through the list of names, thinking to himself, "Looks like all the heavy hitters of the Ancient Black Tree Guild are here. There are a few special classes, but none of them match the stats of the first follower." Behind him, Zhao Kui and his lackeys clutch their bleeding, mangled arms, timidly asking, "Big bro, can you let us go now?" Lin Yuan turns around with a highly suspicious smile. "As far as I'm concerned, sure. I can let you guys go." Hearing this, Zhao Kui lets out a massive sigh of relief and eagerly bows. "Thank you, big bro. Thank you so much." But before they can even celebrate, Lin Yuan releases a blinding flash of light that blasts all three of them away, making them scream out in terror. He cold-heartedly delivers his judgment. "But you jerks have ruined too many innocent players, and you owe them an explanation." After completely wiping them out, the system screen pops up to show the dropped loot. Demon-infused cloth armor, silver grade, berserk dance sword, bronze grade, and cloak of approaching light, bronze grade. Lin Yuan picks up the dropped sword to inspect it, raising an eyebrow. "Huh." Just then, Han Qing excitedly jogs over, holding a chest in both hands. "Lin Yuan, look. These guys had a treasure chest, and they haven't even opened it yet." Lin Yuan calmly reaches out to take it. "All right, I'll take my pick first. The rest is yours." But Han Qing quickly pulls the chest back. "No way, you can't do that." Instead of splitting the loot, Han Qing smiles brightly and pushes the chest forward. "I'll buy it from you. I can't just take advantage of you." Seeing how stubborn he is, Lin Yuan shrugs indifferently. "Suit yourself." He turns around to leave, slinging his sword over his shoulder, without a single regret. There's nothing in there for me anyway. You can take it all. Behind him, Han Qing waves happily. Awesome. I'll transfer the money to you right now. Heh. Along with a system notification that 54 gold coins have been deposited, the scene shifts outside of the game, showing the entrance of the Molten Blood Scale Cave 3 days later. Walking along, Lin Yuan thinks to himself, just as I expected, all of that was only silver-grade gear. In the current version of the game, gold-grade gear is extremely hard to come by. As they walk, Han Qing suddenly raises his hand and says hesitantly, "Hey, there's something. I don't know if I should bring it up." Lin Yuan looks over and asks, "What is it?" Imagining a bunch of terrifying shadow assassins, Han Qing breaks into a cold sweat and warns him, "I heard the people from the ancient Black Tree Guild are super vindictive. If they can't win in the game, they'll seek revenge in real life. How about I have my bodyguards tag along to protect you?" Lin Yuan just keeps walking casually, waving a hand in farewell. "Thanks for the warning. But those guys are just pathetic bugs, and I know exactly how to handle them." Back in the real world, Lin Yuan is taking off his VR helmet when a loud, booming voice echoes into his room. "Yuan, come on out, dinner's ready." Rising from his gaming chair, he turns and replies, "I'm coming." But just as his hand grips the doorknob to turn it, a faint click of a lock echoing in the silence catches his attention. The second the door cracked open, Lin Yuan froze up, staring at this giant silhouette in a suit. The dude radiated a heavy, suffocating aura with glowing eyes, totally blocking the way. But contrary to what he expected, once he looked closer, he realized the massive dude was literally just his dad standing in front of his room wearing a VR headset. His dad awkwardly reached up, trying to clumsily take the headset off. Right after, he cleared his throat, flashed a smile, and held the headset out. "Ahem, Yuan. Look, isn't this the headset you need to play? Did it get busted or something?" Lin Yuan took the headset to inspect it, asking in confusion. "It still works fine. Doesn't look broken at all. But Dad, why on earth did you suddenly buy a gaming headset?" Sweating bullets, his dad waved his hands frantically to explain, making Lin Yuan facepalm in sheer helplessness. "Huh? No. What would I even do with this thing? Your mom found it while she was cleaning Xiaodan's room." Hearing his sister's name, Lin Yuan instantly flashed back to Xiaodan in her blazing armor in his past life. Around this exact time, Xiaodan had already awakened her hidden class. Just then, his mom came out holding a plate of food and called out, "All right, you two big guys, stop standing around out there. Hurry up and eat." At the lavish dinner table, his mom smiled and teased them, while his dad scrambled to defend himself. "Your dad doesn't get any of this new age stuff, but he's always trying to find common ground to chat with you. So he spent the whole afternoon struggling with it and couldn't even turn it on." "Hey, that's not true, Yuan. Don't listen to your mother. I was just worried you'd break Xiaodan's stuff while your mom was cleaning, so I was just testing it out." During the meal, Lin Yuan picked up his food while scheming silently. "If I get mom and dad into eternity, I can use in-game resources to take care of them. And when that devastating disaster strikes, they'll actually have the power to protect themselves." Thinking this, he looked up with a bright smile and said, "This game isn't hard at all, Dad. Tomorrow, I'll buy 2 more headsets. You should give it a shot too, Mom." But his mom just waved her hand, politely brushing it off. "No way, don't go wasting your money. It's fine, don't worry about us. By the way, is Xiaodan still not home yet?" she asked, reaching for her phone. "Today is Friday, so she's probably out hanging with friends. I'll give her a call in a bit. You two go ahead and eat first." But Lin Yuan quickly pulled out his phone. "Let me call her." The screen showed he was dialing his sister. The automated operator immediately chimed in. "The user you are trying to reach is currently unavailable." Lin Yuan's face darkened as he thought to himself, "Even if Xiaodan didn't want to answer my call, out of sheer politeness, she'd at least text me back. She wouldn't just completely ghost me like this." Seeing him freeze up, his mom urged him, "Eat your dinner first, Yuan. Xiaodan is probably eating out anyway. We won't wait for her anymore." Completely ignoring her words, Lin Yuan stood up immediately to leave. "Mom, Dad, you guys eat first. I'm heading downstairs to grab some things. I'm worried the store will close if I wait too long," his mom complained. "Huh? But the food is gonna get cold. But his dad brushed it off. Just let him go. Watching him walk away, his mom sighed. Do you remember back then? Yuan and Xiaodan used to be absolutely inseparable, like shadows. I don't even know when they grew so distant. We should just let them connect more. His dad nodded in agreement. Yeah, Yuan's just not great at expressing himself, but at the end of the day, he's still her big brother. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan was taking steps down the quiet stairwell, his face looking dead serious. Dark, haunting memories of his past life suddenly flashed through his mind, specifically when his sister showed up battered and covered in wounds. The flood of memories kept rushing back, painting a vivid picture of the time he was holding a cup of instant noodles, completely stunned to see his sister limping back home. Back then, he had turned around in absolute shock and asked, Xiaodan, what happened? But she just clutched her bloody arm, screamed coldly at him, and walked right past. None of your business. Don't call the cops. And don't you dare tell mom and dad. Got it? Followed by a deafening slam of the door, leaving Lin Yuan standing completely alone in the dark hallway. Back to the present, a cold, sharp gleam flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. In his past life, right after Xiaodan started playing Eternity, she quickly awakened her hidden class. But she also had to endure a hell of a lot of pain she never should have faced. It all started with the rise of that mysterious organization. He pictured a bunch of figures cloaked in armor and mystery. The system organization was a shadowy group founded by 9 chosen ones. And only the chosen ones were actually worthy of joining the system. Then came the image of a hooded woman, reaching down to touch a glowing red pool of water. He recalled. Among them was an entity known as the Prophet. The Prophet could sense the chosen ones in the real world and would dispatch members to recruit them into the system. This organization grew ridiculously powerful at an alarming speed, and soon, the system's influence became totally unmatched inside the game. And that wasn't even the half of it. He remembered how they went around busting criminals in the real world. Their influence on the real world was getting stronger by the day, even though whatever they were doing was totally cryptic and unpredictable. But they actually did some good things to keep society stable, which made them a total head-scratcher. After my sister, Tiu Dan, got invited to join, she kept taking on these super dangerous missions, but she never uttered a single word about that system organization. Hurrying down the apartment stairs, Lam Vien grit his teeth and prayed, please, just don't let it be them. He slammed the heavy door open, a flash of pure grit in his eyes, as he stepped into the dark night. He swore to himself, fueled by pure determination, but even if it is them, this time. Lam Vien's face hardened. I'm not letting Tiu Dan get dragged into this blind ever again. Shoving his hands deep into his pockets, he picked up the pace down the quiet street under the glow of the streetlights. People brushed past him, but his mind was laser-focused on finding her. Suddenly, his eyes sharpened. Target locked. Right ahead of him was a brightly lit drink shop with a purple sign. Lam Vien stealthily closed in, ducking behind a large stone pillar to spy on them through the glass windows. Frowning, he sized up the situation inside. Just as he'd guessed, Tiu Dan had already met up with them. But they're too far. I can't hear a damn thing. And I can't risk making them suspicious right now. Time to move. His hands started glowing with a green light as the system notification popped up to activate his stealth skill. It's been a minute since I last used this. Better focus. Lam Vien's body gradually went transparent. He calmly slipped through the shop door. My stealth skill level is currently at level 3. It lasts for 5 minutes. Stepping inside, he quietly came to a halt. Standing there completely invisible, his eyes remained razor sharp. Yeah, 5 minutes was more than enough. Lam Vien silently crept up right next to the table where his sister sat facing 2 guys. One of them, Hao Thon, clasped his hands together and said in a dead serious, persuasive tone, I've told you everything. Whether you believe it or not is entirely up to you. Joining us isn't just about what the organization gets out of it. He locked eyes with a stunned Tiu Dan, speaking loud and clear. When that apocalypse hits in 3 years, you'll be standing right there with us, protecting this world. Hearing that, she looked down, totally lost in thought. Right beside them, an invisible Lam Vien kept a cold face, quietly taking everything in. Tufan chimed in, teasing his partner. Look at you. You're scaring the poor girl. Tone down that creepy killer vibe of yours, will ya? Ignoring the tease, Hao Thon knit his brows and replied deadpan, I am talking about a highly serious matter, and this is for her own good. After all, this is about... Suddenly, Hao-Than froze, sensing something off in the air. The room went dead silent as Hao-Than's sharp gaze swept right over the spot where Lam Vien was standing cloaked. Instantly, Hao-Than reached up and gave his ring a quick twist. A red glow flashed, accompanied by a prompt. Dispel skill activated. A wave of energy rippled out from the table, scanning right through Lam Vien's faintly shimmering silhouette. Lam Vien flinched in shock as a system warning popped up. Stealth effect will be dispelled after a 3-second countdown. Hao-Than's eyes narrowed with suspicion, staring hard at the empty space before him. But then he looked over toward the counter and didn't see anyone. Just then, Tufan called out to the shop owner, breaking the tense silence. "Hey boss, why didn't you tell us you had iced herbal tea earlier? Get me another one to go, all right?" The owner cheerfully replied. "You got it, just a second." A moment later, the owner handed over the drinks. "Here are your drinks. Enjoy." Meanwhile, crouched behind the counter, Lam Vien was sweating bullets. Did he use a dispel skill slotted into that ring? Lucky for me, his dispel stealth skill has a 3-second delay. Right as the system notified him that his stealth effect was officially gone. Back at the table, Hao-Than took a sip of his drink and calmly continued. "To Dawn, I really hope you'll think through our offer. Someone with a true sense of justice," he said, sliding a business card toward her, "wouldn't just sit back and watch when disaster strikes. So, once you make up your mind, just call the number on this card." His little sister clasped her hands tightly together and nodded with a look of pure determination. As the two men stood up to leave, Tufan turned back to wave playfully. "Hey there, little beauty. I'll be waiting for you. You better show up, okay?" The second their backs were turned, Lam Vien immediately recast his skill, stealth activated. His body flashed with light as he quickly slipped past the shop owner, who was busy cleaning up. Back out on the street, Lam Vien watched their retreating figures. Are they gone already? But he got sloppy with his footing, and his foot accidentally kicked a paper cup on the ground, making a soft clinking sound. He jolted awake, his eyes widening in pure panic. At that exact moment, the footsteps of the two guys ahead also came to a sudden halt. Hao Chen turned his head, looking back at the empty cup rolling on the ground. "On high alert?" he muttered. "Just as I suspected, there's something fishy going on here." Talk about bad timing, the system suddenly chimed in with a warning. Invisibility effect is about to expire. 3, 2, making Lin Yuan sweat buckets. The two guys, oozing raw killing intent, rushed right up to where Lin Yuan was standing. They stopped dead in their tracks, their eyes scanning the empty space right in front of them with laser focus. Hao Chen cautiously stepped closer to the empty cup, rolling on the ground. The surrounding square was dead quiet, with only the wind howling through, and not a single soul in sight. Kneeling down to inspect the area, Hao Chen muttered, "Maybe I've just been too paranoid lately. There's absolutely nothing here." Xiao Fan, standing right behind him, chimed in, "Boss, your nerves are shot. You need to chill out a bit. By the way, do you think that girl is actually going to join us?" As they resumed walking, Hao Chen said with absolute certainty, "According to the prophet's prediction, she'll show up sooner or later." Exactly. So far, the prophet's predictions have never been wrong. Xiao Fan shrugged with a cheeky smirk. "But honestly, I'm way more interested in finding out which girl I'm destined to have an eternal romance with." Hao Chen strode ahead, his voice turning cold and strict as he warned, "Let's actually survive the upcoming catastrophe first, then we can talk." Xiao Fan clasped his hands behind his head and casually strolled after him. Yeah, whatever. That's still a long way off." Up on a high tree branch overlooking the square, Lin Yuan stood hidden in the shadows, quietly watching their figures fade into the distance. Balanced firmly on the branch, he silently analyzed the situation, thinking, "These guys are way tougher to handle than I expected. If I get too close to them and my forbidden ability gets exposed, I won't have a place left in this eternal world. I've got to be more careful." All right, time to move. Cut to the front of the shop, where Lin Dan was tightly clutching a business card in her hand. Having just stepped out of the shop, she held her phone in one hand, looking completely lost in thought. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock as she gasped, "Wait, bro, what are you doing here?" It turned out, Lin Yuan was standing there, waiting right by the steps. Clutching a plastic bag in his hand, he calmly replied, "Hey, you haven't eaten yet, right?" She slightly lowered her head to avoid his gaze, stammering, I'm fine." Lin Yuan lifted up the bag of food, gently advising, "It's late, let's not make mom worry any more than she already is. I bought some food. Let's head home and see if there's anything you want to eat, all right?" Lin Dan just stood there in a daze, thinking, this guy can't even take care of himself. Yet now, he's... Before she could finish her thought, Lin Yuan turned around and urged, "Let's go." He turned his head back to look at his sister, gently reminding her, "Time to go home." Lin Dan stared blankly at her brother's back, not saying a single word. A short while later at their apartment, footsteps echoed as they announced, "We're home." Their mother walked out, gently chiding, "You kids got so carried away playing that you lost track of time. Have you eaten yet? Do you want me to heat up some food for you?" But Lin Dan just closed her eyes, looking completely drained, and replied, "No need, Mom. I'm going to head to bed first." She walked straight to her room, while their mother turned to Lin Yuan. "You haven't eaten either, Yuan. I'll whip up something else for you two." Just then, the sound of a door locking came from Lin Dan's room, where she leaned against the door and let out a heavy sigh. Dragging her feet slowly toward her bed, she muttered to herself, "Seriously, what has been going on lately?" Flopping down onto the soft mattress, she threw her hand over her forehead and hugged her teddy bear tight, deep in thought. Ever since I started playing that game, all kinds of weird and bizarre things have been happening. In her memories of the game world, a giant mantis lunged, unleashing razor-sharp wind blades. A purple-haired girl spun around and screamed, "Xiao Dan! Run, quick! I'll distract these monsters." Terror washed over the purple-haired girl's face as the system popped up with details. Long Scythe Mantis. Type, normal. Level, 5. HP, 300. Damage, 50. Defense, 8. Skill, Chaotic Dance. Skill effect, rapidly swing the scythes to deal double damage. The purple-haired girl collapsed to the ground, screaming in agony as the giant mantis's scythe slashed through the air behind her. Seeing that, Lin Dan immediately threw herself in front to shield her. She firmly yelled, "Get out of here, I'll hold them off." She tightly gripped her massive sword, shouting, "I'm a frontline warrior. How could I ever abandon my comrades and run? Just leave this to me." As soon as those words left her mouth, she looked up and roared, channeling all her strength as the swarm of giant mantises rushed her at once. She swung her massive sword with all her might, blocking the thunderous strike from the monster's razor-sharp scythes. Still, the crushing force of the impact left her face strained with sheer exhaustion. The monster channels all its strength, pressing that scythe down and forcing a painful scream out of her. And just when she thinks she's about to bite the dust, the system suddenly chimed with a notification. "Congratulations, player. You have unlocked your latent ability." The system's interface kept flashing, "Awakening in progress," while our girl is coughing her lungs out from sheer exhaustion. Cough, cough. Suddenly, her eyes light up with pure determination. She grips the hilt of her sword with both hands, gathers all her strength, and lets out a massive roar as a blinding surge of power bursts right out of her blade, triggering a shockwave that blows everything back. The blinding light slices through the air, blasting the panicked monster backward, while a massive shockwave slams straight into the ground, ripping it apart with sheer force. After that insane attack, the girl just stands there, panting heavily from exhaustion. Gasp. Gasp. She sheathes her sword and stands tall, looking absolutely badass as the system displays her new skill, Dawn Blade. Back in the real world, Lin Dan slowly raises her hand, staring at it in disbelief. That feeling, it felt so real. I can actually feel the changes in my body even out here in the real world. Lost in thought, her eyes filled with worry. If the apocalypse really hits like he said, can I actually protect everyone? Am I really? A faint, mystical glow starts to flicker from her fingertips. Lying on her cozy bed with her arm over her forehead, she tosses and turns, thinking, but if even this power can't stop the catastrophe, what chance does anyone else have to survive? Sitting up and grabbing a picture frame, she mutters to herself, whether I team up with them or not. Staring at the photo, her gaze hardens with resolve. I have to get stronger and fast. I want to protect them. She gently sets down the frame, showing a family of 4. The scene cuts to Lin Yuan, who is also staring at a photo with a brooding look. Moving to the new place can't be delayed any longer. I need to pour all my energy into the game, so I can't be on high alert all the time in the real world. The next day, standing in front of a sleek, modern building, Lin Yuan thinks, it's time they get to live a better life. Right then, the receptionist's voice pipes up. Welcome, sir. Smiling warmly, she walks up to greet him. Are you here to look at properties today? Lin Yuan, hands casually tucked in his pockets, calmly drops his request. Do you have any luxury villas? I want one with top-tier security systems. A cold sweat breaks out on the receptionist's forehead as she thinks. He looks way too young. Does he even have the cash for this? But keeping up her professional smile, she replies, well, sir, have you had a chance to check the prices for this neighborhood? After all, this prime location. Without missing a beat, Lin Yuan pulls out a high-status black card and casually says, I haven't, but I'm pretty sure there's enough in here. The receptionist's eyes go wide in absolute shock when she runs the card on her computer. Stammering, she gasps, This is. She clutches the card, shaking with pure excitement. Isn't this the exclusive VIP card that requires a deposit of at least tens of millions? Oh my god, he's a walking goldmine. When they arrive at their new place, the villa's AI system immediately chimes with a warm welcome. Welcome home, master. AI assistant number 2345 is ready to serve you with absolute loyalty. His mom stands frozen in front of the sheer luxury, asking hesitantly, Yuan, if I heard that right, did you just say? The whole family stares dumbfounded at the massive villa in front of them. In utter disbelief, his mom gasps, Is this really our new home? She steps out into the spacious yard with its own pool, constantly marveling. A private pool. This place looks just as fancy as the ones on TV. His dad walks into the bedroom, looking around in awe. Man, this bed is ridiculously huge. His mom turns, nervously grabbing her son's hand. Yuan, how many years of mortgage are you going to have to pay for this? Maybe we should just go back. His dad clears his throat, chiming in. Ahem, your mother is right. We don't want to put too much pressure on you. Lin Yuan smiles to reassure them. There's no mortgage, guys. I paid it all off in cash, using prize money from my previous competitions and my earnings from the game. So please, just relax and enjoy it. I'll be living in the house next door, since I'll mostly be focusing on playing the game. His dad throws an arm around his wife's shoulder, smiling warmly. I never in my wildest dreams thought I'd get to live in a mansion like this. Haha, we're truly blessed to have a son like you. His mom nods, tearing up slightly. In the blink of an eye, our boy has grown up and can stand on his own 2 feet. Lin Yuan quietly lets out a gentle smile, his eyes warming up as he watches his parents' happiness. Walking around the estate, he calculates his next moves. The security level here is airtight, nothing to worry about. The next step is getting my parents into the game so they can be prepared for the arrival of the New World Order. Suddenly, his eyes turn cold as he senses danger closing in. From the shadows, a group of guys steps out, and their leader sneers. Finally showed up. Huh? Heh. We've been waiting for you to show your face for a long time. A massive, tatted-up thug walked up, clutching an iron bar and growled. Finding you wasn't easy, you little punk. Lin Yuan casually shoved his hands in his pockets, staring blankly at the bald guy while sizing him up. Is this the leader of the Black Tree Gang I wiped out earlier? Completely ignoring the crowd surrounding him, he calmly took a step forward. Pissed off by his absolute indifference, the thugs rushed him. Why aren't you acting tough now, huh? Look at him, he's frozen stiff with fear. Go smash his head open. A burly thug swung his iron bar hard at Lin Yuan's head. Roaring. Anyone who dares disrespect Boss Thoi is asking for death. Right before the blow landed, the system notified him that his stealth skill was activated, while Lin Yuan smirked mockingly. Too slow. The iron bar slammed into the pavement, shattering the tiles, leaving the thug staring in utter shock as he gasped. What? Because his target had completely vanished into thin air. As the leader swung his iron club down, Lin Yuan effortlessly dodged and immediately lunged forward. Instantly, he delivered a devastating kick, unleashing a massive burst of blinding energy upon impact. The bald guy screamed in agonizing pain. Ah! Ah! He was blown backward, crying out in disbelief. Collapsing to the ground and coughing up blood, the terrified thug gasped. Erg. Is he a human or a monster? Lin Yuan looked down, pointing the iron bar right at his throat, threatening him coldly. You persistent leeches just never learn, do you? Guess you don't value your life at all. Terrified out of his mind, the bald guy begged desperately. Wait, I was wrong. Please spare me, boss. Don't kill me. I can still be useful to you. I know a secret. Lin Yuan commanded bluntly. Spit it out. With a boot stepping heavily on his chest, the guy stammered. In the main city, look for a blacksmith named Huo Tian. After that, keep doing ore delivery quests. Once his favorability rating is high enough, he'll forge a piece of gold-tier equipment for you. Hearing this, Lin Yuan analyzed the info. In his past life, someone indeed managed to obtain gold-tier equipment very early on. Back then, rumors said it involved a hidden NPC, so this guy probably isn't lying. Is that so? But he gripped the iron bar tight, unleashing an overwhelming aura. Crouching down, Lin Yuan warned, I hope you don't do anything stupid again. I have plenty of ways to deal with you, both inside and outside the game. If you dare touch my family, delivering a crushing blow right next to him as a warning, he emphasized, this is what will happen to you. Cold sweat pouring down his face, the bald guy nodded in a daze. I understand. Scene cut to inside the game, at the main city of the Western Desert at night. Inside the moonlit tavern, patrons are clinking glasses and chatting loudly next to steaming plates of food. A heavily bearded old blacksmith boomed at Lin Yuan. You're telling me you can provide me with 100 ore fragments? Don't play with me, kid. Look at you, all neat and tidy. You clearly don't look like a miner. But if you actually pull it off, I'll forge a weapon for you free of charge. Stepping out of the tavern, he muttered to himself. Looks like the bald guy wasn't lying. Next up, mining. Nearby, a drunk girl was trying to run away from a group of sketchy men. Hold on. Why are you running? Let me buy you a drink. The girl waved her hands frantically. Ah! Get away from me! I don't even know you guys! The girl stumbled away dizzily, waving them off. Don't touch me, as the guy closed in to make a move. All right, just come with me. I promise I won't touch you. Walking past, Lin Yuan stopped to quietly observe. The thug angrily pointed at his face and cursed. What the hell are you looking at? I'll gouge your eyes out. But just like before, he took him down with a single strike, muttering, Idiot, you really don't value your life. Saved from the trouble, the drunk girl stumbled over and teased him. Oh, what a handsome young man. Thank you. Can I buy you a drink? Lin Yuan turned around and walked away, cold as ice. No thanks. The girl followed, calling out to him. Hey, don't walk so fast. He kept a serious face, ignoring her. Suddenly, she stumbled and fell right into his arms, softly groaning. Oh, nestled in his arms, she said playfully. Oh, so you like to dance, huh, young master? Also, Lin Yuan had no choice but to throw her over his shoulder, sighing exhaustedly. Sigh. What a complete pain in the neck. He turned the doorknob and pushed the door open. Laying the girl down on the bed to rest, he let out a sigh of relief. Whew, finally. With that out of the way, he headed over to the poison iron mine. Once there, Lin Yuan repeatedly ordered his minions to dig away furiously with their pickaxes. He calculated silently. Right now, I have 12 magic hound hybrids in the Purgatory Gate. They're perfect for mining, so I'll be able to gather a massive amount of ore in no time. Suddenly, an explosion boomed in the distance, catching him off guard as he spun around. A new pack of monsters spawned, causing the system to display their stats. Frenzied Mole, Normal Tier, Level 10, HP 1200, Damage 70, Defense 15. Skill, Furious Bite unleashes consecutive strikes on the target, boosting damage by 10%. Summoning the giant scorpion monster, Lin Yuan orders it to wipe them all out. Meanwhile, the scorpion swings its razor-sharp tail, sweeping through the horde of moles. The entire horde of mole monsters is defeated, lying scattered all over the ground. Activating the magic circle in his hand, Lin Yuan calculates that collecting different kinds of monsters will improve his tactics and make them more versatile. The freshly killed moles are resurrected as phantoms loyal to him. Just then, a massive, fiery explosion suddenly shakes the cave walls, making him spin around. Lin Yuan frowns in surprise. What the? From above, a giant mole boss lunges down, attacking a female player holding a staff. The system panel flashes red with an alert. Berserk Mole Boss. Level 16. HP 3800. Damage 300. Defense 150. Skills. Furious Pursuit. Keen sense of smell. Seeing this, he backs off and analyzes. Is this the mine boss? Why is someone intentionally luring it here? The female player immediately raises her staff, creating a glowing protective barrier. Out of nowhere, she fires a beam of magic right at him. While Lin Yuan stands dumbfounded in the distance with his sword in hand, he immediately leaps up, rapidly retreating as the attack frantically rushes at him. He quickly analyzes, is this a homing skill? No. At the same time, the system announces that a priest has activated a sacred art skill on him, boosting the allied target's defense by 20 points for 60 seconds, which surprises him since he just received a support skill from this class. Suddenly, a person in the distance looks around in confusion. What's going on today? Why did all the iron ore disappear? Isn't this the priest from the scrap metal collector's party? Why is he playing solo? A player controlling a mechanical drone plots? I've got to act fast and seize this opportunity. At this moment, the priest gasps for air as he runs, shouting, "Wait, I didn't mean to lure this monster here. Run, quick, I'll take responsibility for my own actions." On the livestream channel, there are 15 viewers. Comments start rolling in, mocking the priest for taking on a boss solo and laughing at his bizarre, stealth assassin-like agility. Lin Yuan looks at the priest, silently admiring his heroic spirit, and decides to gladly accept this free delivery boss, especially since he's broke after buying that villa. The viewer count on the channel suddenly skyrockets from 15 to 130. The excited viewers realize this is the top-tier expert who defeated the world boss solo. They eagerly urge him to make his move. The giant monster opens its massive maw, roaring to intimidate, ready to pounce on the desperately screaming priest. In the nick of time, Lin Yuan appears and uses his glowing sword to completely block the beast's devastating strike. Narrowly escaping death, the priest plops onto the ground, stuttering in shock. In a faraway meadow, a burly bald guy is watching the live stream of this battle. He grunts in frustration. Crap. Getting beaten by a monster like that is nothing to be ashamed of. Beside him, another guy holding a wine glass chimes in. The internet is buzzing again about that top expert Lin Yuan guy. Pretty annoying, right? They won't stop hyping him up. Everyone's saying it, but strictly in terms of skill, I'd say no one can touch our guild leader. The bald guy smirks and turns to expose him. It's Dak and Han of the Berserk Guild, who is also watching that livestream. He continues to mock. Honestly, Mad God is only benefiting from his guild and his class. But when it comes to raw skill, nobody right now can match that top-tier expert. Hearing these offensive words, Doc Non, in his red guild gear, glares in fury. Say that again. The bald guy quickly backtracks. Oh, you're Doc Non. From the Berserk Guild, right? Hey, I'm not the only one saying this. Even the comments are praising him. Some people are even saying that Mad God, as the leader of the #1 guild, should have stepped down a long time ago. Daknon doesn't waste words, immediately unsheathing his massive greatsword to threaten them. Pressing his blade close to the guy, he growls, demanding his name. Breaking a sweat, the bald guy forces a laugh and replies, "What's the point of taking your anger out on me? Everyone's saying it anyway." The bald guy narrows his eyes and adds suggestively, "But you should know, Mad God is a very humble guy. After all, when the heroes leave the stage, the villains take over." Ignoring those words, Daknon turns away to double-check. That brat is still live streaming, right? And gets the answer that he is in the mine. Grasping his greatsword, Daknon stomps off, barking a sharp order. "Notify the guild. Everyone online, follow me." Back at the mine battlefield, Lin Yuan repeatedly unleashes slashing sword strikes, cutting through the beast's thick hide. He stood in front of the priest and calmly said, "You can step back." Its aggro was now locked right on me. The furious giant mole monster bared its razor-sharp claws, ready to charge straight at Lam Vien. It slammed down hard, crushing massive boulders and unleashing a shockwave that shook the ground. But Lam Vien agilely dodged backward, easily slipping out of the AoE damage zone. The moment he regained his balance, he gripped his sword, spun around, and roared, "Attack!" A sharp wave of sword energy sliced through the air, exploding with enough force to knock the beast clean back. With 1,297 viewers, the chat went absolutely wild, and the audience went crazy demanding to study his moves frame by frame. They hyped up his flawless aggro control and his afterimage-inducing speed, calling him a straight-up genius. Pissed off, the boss slammed its massive claws into the ground, causing the earth to crack and mud to splatter everywhere. It bared its jagged, fanged maw, lunging crazily to snatch Lam Vien. Suddenly, a pack of summoned shadow wolves pounced like wild beasts, pinning its limbs and body so the boss couldn't even move. Seizing the chance to slip past the beast's face, Lam Vien coldly muttered, "If you only focus on what's in front of you and ignore what's behind, you're gonna pay a hefty price." Gripping his sword tight, he mocked, "But hey, you don't need to learn that lesson." With a powerful, heroic move, he brought down a sharp, decisive slash that ripped through the wind. Lam Vien drove his blade deep into the boss's eye, sending a fountain of hot blood spraying everywhere. Taking a critical hit straight to the eye, the beast threw its head back, screaming in absolute agony. Right then, a magical werewolf summon lunged forward with a spear, letting out an ear-splitting howl. It slammed its weapon right onto the boss's head, completely shattering its heavy defense. A barrage of brutal strikes rained down relentlessly, leaving no room to breathe. Lam Vien got into a combat stance and delivered his final judgment. Time to end this. As a flash of light pierced straight through the monster's head, the chat went absolutely wild, wondering who the real boss actually was. Tons of fans in the chat were literally begging to get beaten up by him, completely mesmerized by this absolute legend's power. The system immediately congratulated him for defeating the furious mole boss, leveling up to level 15 and receiving the Stalker's Dagger, along with the Boots of Agility. The gear stat panel popped up. The dagger boosts attack damage by 20, attack speed by 5, agility by 25, and grants a skill that boosts damage after every 6 hits. The boots increase agility by 30, movement speed by 5, and grant a passive for out-of-combat sprinting. The priest walked over, completely starstruck, and gasped. With those skills, are you really the legend who single-handedly conquered the giant wolf of death? Please, let me add you as a friend. If I support you from now on, we'll be totally unstoppable. But Lam Vien just walked away with a cold rejection, forcing the priest to scramble after him, swearing up and down that he had watched the video so many times he'd recognize him even if he turned to ash. Just as he was leaving, a sudden, followed by a massive wave of energy slashing through the air. Lam Vien instantly drew his sword, unleashing a powerful counter-slash that ripped right through that dangerous wave of energy. In front of the mine entrance, a group of figures stepped out of the shadows with a sneering laugh. Heh. Dak Nhan stepped forward with his gang, arrogantly sneering. "In that case, let's turn him to ash and see if you can still recognize him. Hee. Making a scene over a piece of trash like this? Isn't that a bit much?" Dak Nhan angrily barked back. "How dare you talk to me like that? To them, you might be some big shot. Alright guys, start the stream. Let's show everyone what happens when you mess with the Wrath Guild. We need to make sure they never forget that our leader, the Mad God, is the undisputed strongest player in the Western region." Lam Vien pondered to himself. So these Wrath Guild punks want to use me to hype up their name? Since they're practically serving free gear on a silver platter, I guess I'll take it. At that exact moment, the system chimed in. Hostile ambush status confirmed. Counterattack window. 15 minutes. Eliminating attackers within this time limit will not incur crime points. The priest beside him immediately raised his staff high, getting ready to fight. He pumped himself up, shouting, "Hell yeah. I've been waiting for this moment for so long. To fight shoulder to shoulder with a brother. I'm gonna absolutely shine in this bloody slaughterhouse. In the name of our sacred bond, I will protect my brother." Lam Vien looked over at him, completely dumbfounded. Wait, who the hell is this guy supposed to be? Seriously, just step aside, man. Dak Nhan pointed a finger and barked. "Hold on, you bastard. Listen up. The Mad God is..." Before he could even finish his sentence, Lam Vien blitzed forward, slapped him straight across the face, and casually asked, "Huh? What did you just say?" He followed it up with a heavy kick that sent the cocky leader flying high into the air. Daknan crashed hard onto the ground, leaving his lackeys screaming in panic. On the livestream channel, with 5,630 viewers, the chat went into a frenzy. The fight hasn't even started and he already got his face slapped swollen. This guy is absolutely no joke. Bro really used his face to block the legend's hit. Classic. Imagine starting a stream just to embarrass yourself like this. Oh, this is real life. My god, the legend literally just soloed the boss and now he's about to take on a whole crowd? Ragnar struggled to stand up, clutching his face and gnashing his teeth, cursing under his breath. You're just a stray dog that no guild would ever take in. How dare you strike me? You really think you're some kind of legend? Get him. His eyes bulged with rage as he screamed. Finish him off for me. The guild squad rushed forward as the commander ordered. Warriors, charge on my mark. Mages and priests, chip away at his health from the back. Vanguard and defense, spread out and surround him. The bloodthirsty crowd charged with absolute confidence, thinking, there's no way he can handle all of us alone. Lin Yuan slowly melted into the shadows, calculating, this trash actually has some coordination. In that case, I'll target their backline first. Activate stealth. Having lost their target, the warriors panicked and shouted, Underwaked. Damn it, the bastard disappeared. Mages quickly cast a reveal spell. A female mage quickly cast her magic around them, making the warrior smirk. Nice job. However, Lin Yuan had already closed the distance from above, swinging his sword downward. Too late. The support players gasped in terror. The backline shrieked in shock. What? He's right behind us. Ragnar spun around, trying to boost his teammates' morale. Don't worry, he's just running on fumes. He just fought a boss, so his health must be super low, and his mana completely drained. Charge. We have the numbers. Finish him. Viewers watching the live stream mocked them. Amazing. This is the first time I've seen someone describe ganging up on someone in such a poetic way. It's hard to say. Crimson Fury is still the #1 guild in the Western Desert, after all. If this legendary master actually pulls off a reversal, the Crimson Fury guild won't have any dignity left. Good luck, pro player. The crowd swarmed him, unleashing their skills and screaming, kill him. If we pull this off, come get your payout from me. No limit, based on how much damage you deal. Kill him. Fireballs rained down continuously while Lin Yuan swiftly rolled and dodged. Watching the flames brush past, he thought, this mineshaft is way too narrow for my undead army to utilize their numbers. But wiping these guys out in one shot won't be hard either. Innumerable fireballs shot out continuously, creating explosive blasts heading straight toward him. Man, even a top-tier pro is only human after all. Who could possibly survive being surrounded and pressured like this? Such a shame. They capitalized on his opening. Remember, guys, the pro is all alone. While his opponents have a full squad coordination. The impact sent dirt and rocks flying everywhere, filling the entire passageway with thick dust and smoke. As the smoke cleared, they couldn't find any sign of him and immediately gave chase. Look, that bastard is trying to run. He's exhausted. Hurry up and take his life. The eager crowd followed hot on his heels. Chase him down. Never let him escape. Ragnar laughed triumphantly as he chased deeper into the cave. Ha ha ha, today I'm gonna get you. Suddenly, he looked up at the cave ceiling and froze. What the? From the cliff above, Lin Yuan plummeted straight down, delivering a devastating stomp right to his face. Ragnar coughed up fresh blood, thrown back violently by the surprise attack. He slid across the ground, collapsing with a cry of agony. Clutching his face, Ragnar swore bitterly. Ugh, how cheap. What kind of hero uses sneak attacks? Lin Yuan grabbed him by the hair, pressing his glowing sword against his neck to threaten him. Panicking, Ragnar yelled out, Get over here. He's right here. Lin Yuan coldly declared. They won't be coming back. But tell me, since you sent the Vanguard squad to their deaths, won't your hot-tempered master punish you? Ragnar gritted his teeth. You! Behind the narrow path, a pack of magical beasts glowing with murderous intent rushed out, forcing the lackeys to back away in confusion. What is the meaning of this? Lin Yuan decisively triggered the explosive magic. Activate skill, corpse explosion art. Holding Ragnar by the head, the man screamed in despair. What the hell did you do? Lin Yuan looked down indifferently and replied, go ask them yourself. The chat exploded with over 10,000 viewers. Damn, I knew it. How could a top player make such a rookie mistake? 6666666. Ragnar looked like an absolute clown. He wiped out their whole team even easier than crushing regular monsters. I give up. I'm totally sold. This play deserves a perfect 10 out of 10. With a swift flash of his sword, he finished Ragnar off, leaving him in utter shock. Looking at the loot window popping up, Lin Yuan thought, what an unexpected windfall. I need to quickly pack up all this gear and get out. This place is going to be swarming with players soon. The system announced the details. Bloodthirsty dual sabers. Gold tier. Category. Weapon. Effects. Physical damage plus 50, attack speed plus 20, critical strike plus 30. Attached skill. Lifesteal converts 10% of damage dealt into personal HP. After leaving the mine, he headed back to the stone blacksmith shop in the main city. Over at the blacksmith's, a heavily bearded old man was happily waving his hands over a pile of ore, saying, oh, I take back everything I said before. You're seriously one talented kid. If you can, I hope you'll swing by our place more often. We're still gonna need a ton of ore in the future. The system immediately notifies. Blacksmith favorability plus 100. Current relationship status. Friends. While Lam Vien quietly calculates, a blacksmith can only gather a maximum of 100 iron ores per day. Looks like this is going to be a long-term quest, but the ore mined this time is enough to last for a while. Leaving the place, he walks while lost in thought. The amount of gear dropped by the Fury Guild this time is actually pretty massive. If I sell all of it to Han Fan, it might bring him trouble. So, selling to individual players might be a bit of a hassle, but it'll be faster. However, trying to find my first follower through a guild is way too passive. I need to start with the clues I already have. Determination fills his face. In his past life, the first follower's underling had the ability to control snakes. So, this might be related to the clue about finding the hidden serpent civilization in the sewers. The key to solving this mystery is probably down there. Lam Vien walks through the pitch-black sewers, his footsteps blending with the steady dripping of water echoing through the dead silence. Scanning the area, he waves his hand to conjure a green energy source. The quest he got from the officer seemed totally ordinary, but there's actually a hidden dungeon deep within these sewers. He hurls it at a mutant rat. Analyzing further, he figures this must be the Serpent Fiend's lair. A hidden dungeon like this can drop a flesh and blood seed, a rare item that permanently boosts your stats. Plus, hidden dungeons have a limit on how many times you can enter each week. Once word gets out, everyone's gonna scramble for it, so I need to use magic corpses to secure the entrance. Suddenly, a sharp snake hiss rings out, warning of danger. He moves forward, thinking, just need to find the room with the snakes. That's where the hidden dungeon is. And this is the only dungeon I know of that's connected to snakes in these sewers. His eyes light up, razor sharp as he locks onto his target. Right here. Lam Vien instantly swings his sword, delivering a powerful strike that shatters the barrier blocking his way. As dust fills the air, he furrows his brows in confusion. Something's not right. Are the snakes in the Serpent Fiend's lair really this huge? A colossal serpent rises, letting out an ear-piercing hiss. The system immediately displays Hell Serpent King level 60 HP. Damage, defense, skills. The monster lunges, snapping its massive jaws. Startled, he leaps back, gasping. Is this thing also a creation of the serpent civilization? How is its level so high? It's all the way at level 60. I can't let it touch me even once. Without a second thought, Lam Vien quickly retreats and shouts, activate stealth. Cloaked in invisibility, he breaks into a cold sweat. If I mess up, I could die and lose levels and gear. That would be a massive setback. Even though he's invisible, the giant snake's tail slams down, pulverizing the boulders and leaving him panicking. My stealth is completely useless. Barely dodging the blow, he shifts his strategy. All right, I'll have to use the terrain to my advantage. Lam Vien rolls repeatedly to dodge. As the monster's jaws crush the solid stone walls, the dangerously close calls making his gaze grow dead serious. The giant Serpent King lunges forward again, launching a relentless assault with its razor-sharp teeth. Its head slams into the ground, cracking the floor wide open and sending stone debris flying everywhere. Twisting midair to dodge, he realizes how desperate his situation is. This is bad. There's no way in hell I can block these hits. To shake off the pressure, Lam Vien immediately raises his hand to summon a magical beast. A lightning scorpion materializes and charges straight at the giant serpent. He quickly calculates, I'll use the lightning scorpion to buy myself some time. Watching the battle play out, he smirks confidently. I refuse to believe I can't take you down. The lightning scorpion clamps down on the serpent's body, unleashing a blinding burst of electricity in a devastating attack. Despite the damage, the Serpent King viciously flicks its tongue and surges forward, tearing up the surrounding stone. Panting heavily in exhaustion, Lam Vien looks up, spotting a glowing, hidden triangular passageway. Behind him, the tough scales of the slithering serpent crush everything in their path. Quick as lightning, he ducks and slides through the narrow gap just as the debris explodes around him. Having barely saved his own skin, he turns back, glaring with intense vigilance. The terrifying, massive eye of the serpent stares back through the gap, accompanied by a furious hiss. Safely out of reach, he analyzes the situation. Even a monster like this can't make any waves around here, because, after all, this place is. Looking up at the entire city, he thinks in awe. The Imperial Palace of the Western Desert, guarded by the National Guardian Master, any monster that dares to approach will be crushed with ease, no exceptions. Unable to catch up, the giant serpent lets out a low, guttural hiss and warily backs off. Piecing the lore together, Lam Vien recalls that the serpent civilization and the Western Desert Kingdom share an ancient blood feud. The sheer power of the Western Desert Kingdom had completely crushed the serpent civilization, forcing a chunk of them to go into hiding. And the moment any wild beast, spirit, or monster dares to set foot on the Imperial Palace grounds, the Grand Master, State Protector, will obliterate it without a single second of hesitation. This snake is extremely strong, but it's absolutely no match for the Grandmaster. Maybe the snake demon's lair is somewhere near that monster. Following this clue might actually lead to some solid results. However, he decided to change direction. To stop a mess like that from happening again, he needed to hit the market, test his luck, and see if there was any snake bait that could lure in low-level snake monsters. That kind of bait would only attract low-level snakes, meaning he wouldn't run into any giant monsters like that again. Scene change. A magnificent, grand palace comes into view under the brilliant glow of the sunset. At the shop stall, the merchant clasped his hands and smiled warmly, saying, "Thank you for your purchase. Please drop by again next time." While Lin Yuan was checking the stats of the snake bait, which releases a special scent to draw in low-level snake monsters, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by a bright smile. "I've been wandering all over Sandstorm City, just looking for you." It was that priest from before. He rushed over enthusiastically. "My dear friend, hope you've been doing good without me. By the way, was that you the mine boss was chasing after?" Clinging onto Lin Yuan, he rattled on and on. "Add me as a friend first, my dear friend. Finding you on this massive map was no easy task. But I seriously feel like our souls are calling out to each other." Lin Yuan frowned and asked, "Do you need something?" Just then, a system notification popped up. "That Southern Sun is requesting to add you as a friend." Lin Yuan turned to leave while the priest kept pestering him. "Of course I do. Wait up. Don't you want to go hunt monsters together in the Ash Valley? It'd be awesome to fight side by side." But Lin Yuan flatly refused. "No, I have other things to do." The priest hurriedly reached out to stop him. "Wait, my dear friend. Don't you think a super trio would be incredibly cool? Come join us." He spread his arms out, trying to convince him with dramatic flair. "And this way, you can join me, Lang Yu, and Xing Hen, to form a super quad. We can be each other's wings and wake up this slumbering world." Hearing a familiar name, Lin Yuan paused and thought, Lang Yue. In my past life, Lang Yue was the leader of the second most powerful guild in Sandstorm City, the Jinghua Shui Yue Guild. He was also a core member of the order, and rumor had it that he was one of the 9 saviors who founded it. Quickly weighing the pros and cons, Lin Yuan realized this was a massive opportunity. Whether to get clues about the order, or to recruit his very first follower. But tomorrow, the daily entry limit for hidden dungeons resets, and if he misses it, he'll lose out on this week's loot. So, it was better to grab the immediate rewards first before reaching out to Lang Yue. A moment later, the system notified him that the friend request from that southern sun had been accepted. Lin Yuan walked away with a decisive stride, leaving behind a promise. Next time, let's run a dungeon together. I really have things to do, so I'm heading out now. The priest waved goodbye happily. All right. I'll answer your call anytime, my dear friend. Relying on his past life experience, Lin Yuan quietly headed toward the stone stairs. Near the hidden dungeon's entrance, there was bound to be twilight snakes. He knelt down on one knee, meticulously examining the ground, trying to track down any traces left behind by that giant snake. His eyes suddenly sharpened as he spotted 3 small blue snakes slithering out of a rocky crevice, flicking their tongues. Watching the snake tails slip into the shadows, he analyzed the situation. These little snakes are definitely the real monsters from the snake demon's nest. But still, it's best to be careful. Lin Yuan swung his arm, unleashing a magic blast that shattered the camouflaged rocks, completely clearing away the obstacles in his path. Stepping up the dark stairs alongside his massive undead minion, a smirk crept onto his face. Finally, found it. Before him lay a giant, scattered snake skeleton. Immediately, the system notified. You have entered the hidden dungeon, Snake Demon's Nest. Looking down from a high platform at 7 monsters wriggling like tentacles below, the system displayed their details. Snake Demon Larva. Common. Level 10. HP 1000. Flesh Seed plus 500. Attack 100. Defense 10. Skills. Flesh Condensation. Flesh Condensation. The snake demon larva condenses the flesh seed inside its body, HP plus 500. Lin Yuan raised his hand, channeling a brilliant green magic field overflowing with raw power, and ordered, "Go." The moment the command left his lips, a giant thunder scorpion was summoned. Bearing an oppressive aura, it charged straight into the middle of the 7 monsters. As the scorpion's jagged, razor-sharp claws snapped wide open, he coldly commanded, "Wipe them out." The system reported the battle's progress. Star-shattering Thunder Scorpion has activated its skill, Crystal Thunderstorm. The beast instantly unleashed a devastating surge of purple electromagnetic energy. A barrage of dark lightning bolts rips through space, instantly obliterating the evil snake larva swarm. Right away, he rushes forward, standing right in the middle of a literal rain of falling loot. He picks one up. This is the hidden dungeon drop, the Flesh Seed. The system pop-up flashes. Do you wish to consume the Flesh Seed? Special Medicine. Effect. Randomly increases the player's main stat from +1 to +5. Human players using this will increase their tolerance up to 100. Lin Yuan lets out a smug smirk, bringing the plump, crimson pill to his lips, ready to gulp it down. Instantly, the system chimes. You have consumed a Flesh Seed. Watching his bug summon continue the slaughter and spawn a mountain of seeds, he calculates that he can only consume a maximum of 100, but the stat boost is seriously impressive. This kind of rare item that permanently boosts stats is extremely limited. Selling these, even at the absolute lowest price, would fetch 4 to 5 gold coins each. Clearing this hidden dungeon once a week will get me 1,000 seeds. This way, even if I don't join a guild, I'll never have to worry about money again. He continues using the items, the system constantly chiming. You have used Flesh Seed, ×1, Constitution stat +5, current tolerance, 2 out of 100. With a handful of seeds, he eats them non-stop. You have used Flesh Seed ×1, strength stat +2, tolerance, 3 out of 100. You have used Flesh Seed ×1, spirit stat +4, tolerance, 4 out of 100. Lin Yuan's eyes glow with a mystical crimson light. He holds his breath, feeling a terrifying power surging fiercely through his veins. The status window instantly pops up, showing his spirit stat skyrocketing to 318 points. Lin Yuan looks with satisfaction as the system displays that his tolerance has reached its limit at 100%. As for the remaining 900 flesh seeds, he decides to hoard them for now, waiting until he rents a shop before putting them on the market. From now on, just coming here to grind once a week will be more than enough. Behind him, The leftover magical residue from the corpses of the writhing snakes hovers in the air, forming eerie, glowing green serpent illusions. Lin Yuan turns and leaves, leaving his 3 wolf-bodied minions holding hose to block the entrance. Leaving these 3 zombies here is more than enough to scare off any average player. For a while, no one will be able to discover this place. As he strides forward, he frowns, logically piecing things together. The snakes here don't seem like the ones that guy controlled in my memories. Or rather, is he capable of mutating monsters? But a level 60 monster should absolutely not be appearing at this stage of the game. Suddenly, the interface flashes a bright red warning of a real-world call. Your little sister is calling. Lin Yuan is startled, his expression shifting instantly. Xiao Dan. With her personality, she'd never call me out of her own free will. Has something happened? He picks up immediately, his voice tense. Xiao Dan? What's wrong? On the other end of the line, a timid, hesitant female voice stammers. Nothing. I just wanted to ask if you've eaten yet. Lin Yuan freezes, his worry instantly turning into utter confusion. He is speechless. Yeah, I've eaten. Through the screen, a blonde classmate suddenly snatches the phone from his panicked sister's hand. Speaking up boldly, she says, Hey, class rep's big bro. Actually, she wanted to ask you if you're free to carry us through a dungeon right now. Lin Yuan is completely stunned, breaking into a cold sweat. He stands there blankly and answers mechanically, sure. In his mind, a million question marks pop up. Xiao Dan actually asked me to carry her? Before he can process this, a sneering, mocking laugh echoes from the background on the phone. Ha ha ha, see? I told you so. Lin Dan is just a filthy liar, and her brother is just a big talker who doesn't know when to shut his shameless mouth. A smug smirk plays on the blonde guy's face, while a purple-haired girl beside him just stares in confusion amid the crowd. A sharp-tongued guy in the crowd chimes in with a sneer. Listen to that confidence. He didn't even ask which dungeon it is before agreeing. Hey, Lin Dan, has your brother gone totally brain-dead from gaming too much? Do you two always team up to scam people? What perfect teamwork. A red-haired girl joins in. Honestly, Brother Yan, why don't we choose the heroic difficulty of Ashen Valley for that dungeon? Not a single guild has managed to clear it yet anyway. The blonde girl holding the phone glances nervously at the young man and says hesitantly to Lin Yuan over the phone, Ashen Valley. Big brother. You heard all that, right? The blonde guy, Yan, crosses his arms with a mocking chuckle. Ha ha ha. Ashen Valley, no less? What a joke. Cut the crap, Lin Dan. Your brother spends all day slacking off instead of studying. He's a total fraud, and you're just a deceitful little brat. To raise 2 pieces of societal trash like you, I bet your parents aren't exactly decent people either. Hearing this, the blonde girl glares at him and yells in anger. You! But from the other end of the line, Lin Yuan's bone-chilling, murderous voice cuts her off. His eyes burn with furious crimson rage. Enough. Xiao Dan, don't waste your breath on trash like that. I'm heading to Ashen Valley right now. Scene cuts to the game, where the blonde female warrior Lin Dan stands on a steep cliff, her heart racing. Even though her brother grinds her account like crazy and has topped up a ton of cash, she still can't help but feel super nervous. Her face is written with worry. The heroic level Ashen Valley is a notoriously brutal dungeon, second only to death mode. What if doing this just drags her brother into more trouble? While she's deep in thought, a familiar, gentle voice rings out from behind her. Dan. She turns around, totally surprised to see her friend. The system announces, Under Heaven's Long Song has joined the party. The female warrior gasps. Qian, why are you? Clad in priest robes, Qian thumps her staff onto the ground, huffing with frustration. I heard what happened. Your deskmate was just congratulating you this morning on moving into your new villa. How on earth did that brain-dead Wang Yan overhear it? That complete jerk is honestly subhuman. I came here to be your witness. Later, we're absolutely gonna make him bow and apologize to you, right in front of all our classmates. Moved to tears, the female warrior Lin Dan chokes out. Thank you so much, Qian. Suddenly, an annoying, sarcastic voice cuts in from beneath the cliff. Yeah, you definitely need a witness. Once we get the results later, you guys better open your eyes wide and take a good, hard look. Wang Yan and a red-haired girl crouch and leap right up onto the cliff, strutting forward with smug, mocking smirks on their faces. I've seen plenty of clout-chasing girls like you. Aren't your parents just maids working at someone else's villa? Huh? Yet you actually have the nerve to claim you live in a mansion? Ha. The system continuously displays VIP players entering. Unrivaled Young Master Yan. Follow Young Master Yan and their high-tier boosters. Qianchen is absolutely fuming. She glares and snaps back to protect her friend, Wang Yan. You're nothing but a spoiled brat who got lucky in the reincarnation lottery. What right do you have to mock anyone else? Lin Dan quickly places a hand on her friend's shoulder to pull her back, urging, Qianchen, don't waste your breath on him. He's not worth it. Wang Yan's eyes flare with bloodshot rage, blue veins bulging on his forehead. Damn it, I cannot stand this little bitch for another second. He unsheathes his sword, barking orders at his hired power levelers. You two, go teach her a lesson. I'll pay you double. The red-haired girl cackles gleefully. Hehehe. I've been sick of her fake, innocent act for so long. Let me claw her face off for you. The hired booster charges forward eagerly. Hell yeah. Young Master Yan is always so generous. Let's see how you look after I strip off all your gear first. Just as the scumbags rush forward with smug grins, a colossal wave of emerald sword energy charged with devastating power rips through the air and slashes straight down. Before the two boosters can even brush against the girls' outfits, they are blown sky-high by the massive magical shockwave, screaming in sheer terror. What the hell is this? Ah! As the dust clears, Lin Yuan, his white cloak billowing in the wind, lands right in front of his little sister. With a swing of his blood-drenched blade, he sends those two pieces of trash flying dozens of meters away. He pulls back into his stance, his pitch-black cloak settling with absolute authority. Turning halfway around, he asks in a warm, deep voice, Are you okay, Dan? The female warrior Lin Dan stammers in shock. I'm fine. She steals a glance at her brother's back. In her mind, she's screaming in total fangirl mode. Oh my god, that was so fast. He is unbelievably cool. Stunned, Wang Yan jumps up and curses. Damn it. Do you have any idea how much it costs to hire these guys? You showed up just to mess everything up. How the hell are we supposed to clear this dungeon without them? Lin Yuan doesn't even bother to reply. With a sudden burst of speed, he vanishes like a ghost, reappearing with his razor-sharp blade pressed hard against the guy's neck. You're the one who just bullied my sister and dared to talk trash about my parents? The rich kid collapses onto his butt in sheer terror, but his mouth remains defiant. Do you even know who I am, you little punk? How dare you speak to me like that? Before he can even finish, Lin Yuan delivers a thunderous slap straight to the bastard's face, completely twisting his jaw and sending blood splattering from his nose and mouth. But sending him tumbling isn't enough. He follows up with a lightning-fast kick that blasts the guy backward, shattering a boulder behind him. A freezing cold voice rings out. I don't give a damn whose dog you are. If you love barking and biting so much, you'd better keep that snout open and take your beating. The red-haired girl backs away in sheer panic. Are you insane? This dungeon requires a minimum of 6 people to enter. Wang Yan struggles to crawl out from the rubble, his face swollen like a balloon as he screams in fury. You just took out 2 of our guys. How the hell are we supposed to enter the dungeon now? Lin Yuan wipes his hands as if he'd just touched absolute garbage, throwing a cold glance backward. I'll take care of the missing slots. All you need to do is shut your mouth and wait. Meanwhile, his mind starts plotting the next move. Conveniently, the Ashen Valley drops that exact skill. Sooner or later, he's going to need it anyway. Opening the system interface, he thinks to himself, I could invite that Southern Sun guy. I can use this chance to get closer to Cold Moon. The system flashes a notification. Party invite sent. Target. Southern Sunday over on the side. Qianchen nudges her best friend, her eyes shining bright like high-beam headlights. Oh my gosh, Dan, your brother is way more savage than I imagined. And he's like super-duper handsome, too. Lin Dan crosses her arms, lifting her chin with absolute pride. Oh, really? He's just all right, I guess. Nothing special. Wang Yan, still fuming, points and sneers bitterly. Humph, a dirt-poor loser like you? Let's see what kind of trash you can actually pull into the party. Watch him drag in some useless trash who can't even beat the tiny mob at the dungeon entrance. Before he could even finish his sentence, the red-haired chick stammered and pulled his sleeve, her face completely pale. VM. Young Master VM. You need to look at this, quick. A dazzling, glowing figure descended from the sky as the priest, that year's sun, made a super flashy entrance. The surrounding crowd immediately gasped in shock. Isn't that the legendary big shot from the Iron Triangle? The priest closed his eyes, leaning on his staff, and mumbling some cringy, dramatic lines as the bell of destiny echoed. You and I are destined to sink together into this sea of ambition, with no turning back. The system chimed, notifying that year's sun has joined the party and successfully teleported. The priest showed up with a sharp, cold look, acting all deep and edgy, flexing as hard as he could. Young Master Vung VM stood there jaw-dropped, staring with eyes wide open as if he'd just seen his own savior. Holy crap, it's the veteran legend priest, the core support of the number 2 guild, Jinghua Shuiyu Samark of the West. The red-haired chick instantly flipped her attitude like a pancake, wiggling and cooing. Oh, Brother Ji Union, are you going to carry us through the dungeon? Thank you so much. The female warrior, Lam Vien, looked at her friend in confusion. That year's son? Why on earth is he here? A god-tier player like him would never do random matchmaking. Tian also broke into a cold sweat, her face pale. I don't know either. Ruining the entire cool vibe, the priest suddenly spread his arms and lunged at Lam Vien like a baby bird finding its mom. My ultimate bestie. You finally remembered me. I knew it. You were definitely going to carry me through the dungeon. The moment I got your party invite, I sprinted over here as fast as I could. The shameless priest kept shoving his face forward. We'd make an absolutely invincible duo. It's going to be so awesome. Lam Vien made a face of pure disgust, shoving the priest's chubby face away with one hand. Seeing this, Vung VM squealed like a dying pig, unable to accept this brutal reality. What? A veteran legend is begging that guy to carry him through the dungeon? How is this even possible? Isn't her brother just some random, nobody gamer? The red-haired chick grabbed his sleeve and egged him on. Brother VM, did the big shot join the wrong party? Go talk to the veteran legend and clear this up. G-Union immediately whipped around, glaring daggers at them to protect his idol. A nobody? I came here specifically for my ultimate bestie. He is the boss of all bosses, basically a gaming god. Haven't you guys ever scrolled through the forums? Just as he was about to expose more, Lam Vien coldly turned his back and cut him off. All right, let's just get into the dungeon. But Vung VM's stubbornness flared up again. He hissed, I get it now, Lam Vien. Turns out your brother also paid for a carry. But the heroic level of the Ash Valley is a place where even the number 1 guild, Wrathbow, failed. He's just a priest from the number 2 guild. What the hell is he going to do? Ignoring the barking dogs, Lam Vien only gave a cold, sideways glance back, throwing back a badass line, shut your damn mouth and open your eyes wide to watch me crush this dungeon. The system lit up. The party is entering the Ash Valley dungeon. Heroic difficulty. The entire group stepped through the portal, turning into beams of green light that tore through space, teleporting them straight into the dungeon. As soon as they landed, they were greeted by a swarm of fiery red monsters bearing their fangs and claws. The system reported the target. Ash Lizard, normal. Level 18, HP 4,700. Attack 580. Defense 75. Skill. Fire Breath. Launches a fiery attack, inflicting a burn effect that lasts for 10 seconds. Standing before the horde of monsters blocking the portal, the female warrior, Lam Vien, broke into a cold sweat, gripping her weapon anxiously. The monster stats here are insane. Can my brother really handle this? If only my level were a bit higher. Standing in the back, Vung VM smirked with a sly, dirty scheme in mind. He called a priest here, just to slowly clear these mobs, right? There's no way in hell I'm letting him have his way. Go pull those mobs over there too. The red-haired chick flipped her attitude instantly. Understood. Young Master VM, I'll do whatever you say. A fireball zoomed out, exploding right into the group of idle lizards nearby. The red-haired chick smirked. Let's see how he handles this mess. The hit lizard furiously opened its massive mouth and let out a deafening screech. Sensing some dirty play behind him, Lam Vien's eyes turned razor sharp, casting a cautious side glance backward. Instantly, A massive swarm of bright red lizards charged forward like a raging flood, spitting fire everywhere. Someone shrieked in panic. What's going on? Why are so many monsters aggroed all at once? Lam Vien and Thien stared in sheer terror, their faces filled with panic. This is nothing like the guide video we watched. The swarm of ash lizards crowded together, opening their deep red jaws as they roared madly and charged straight at the party, looking to eat everyone alive. Young Master Wang Yan drew his sword, striking a defensive pose while sneering and gloating over everyone's misery. Looks like your luck is pretty trash, huh? Unlike the panicked crowd of normal folks, that veteran priest was getting hyped up like he'd just huffed laughing gas, raising his staff high and shouting, This is what gets the blood pumping, Supreme Ice. Your fighting spirit has also been awakened, right? This battle will elevate both you and me. While he was busy acting all deep and dramatic, Lin Yuan dryly called out, cutting him right off. Thunder Scorpion. The system immediately popped up a notification. Elite Thunder Scorpion Corps activated the skill. Crystal Thunderstorm. The dungeon sky turned pitch black as giant, dreamy purple lightning bolts crashed straight down, blowing the lizard monsters to absolute pieces. 6. Amidst the chaos, Lin Yuan charged straight to the front lines with sword in hand, leaving behind a classic heartthrob warning. Everyone, stay safe and protect yourselves. Lin Yuan's figure was like a streak of green lightning flashing across the battlefield. He kept slashing his brilliantly glowing, jade-studded blade. Our CEO-level gamer spun around, landing critical hits left and right to clear out the trash mobs blocking his path, his eyes burning with badass, lethal intent. Suddenly, a rogue lizard slipped through the cracks, opening its sawtoothed maw and lunging straight for the two girls. Lin Dan grit her teeth and spread her arms to shield her friend, raising her spear. Get behind me. I'll handle this. Qian nodded, trembling. Why, yeah. Be careful. But right before the monster could even touch his little sis, Lin Yuan dropped down from the sky, driving his sword clean through the lizard's skull, growling in a super cool voice. Not on my watch. Lin Yuan stood tall, his cloak fluttering majestically as he loomed over a mountain of dead lizards. Lin Dan stared at her big bro in utter awe, thinking to herself, who knew he was this insane in the game? He's so strong. With that trash mob dealt with, Lin Yuan walked over, gently resting his large hand on his silly little sister's blonde hair. Staring at her with warm, doting eyes, he spoke in a sweet, romantic, lead-worthy voice. Don't worry. As long as I'm here, I'll never let any harm come your way. Getting absolutely hit by this charm offensive, our female warrior, Lin Dan, blushed hard, her big round eyes blinking with emotion. God-tier gamer Lin Yuan replied with a confident, melt-your-heart-tender smile. Her friend Qian stood there with her hands clasped, eyes shining like shooting stars, while Lin Dan twirled her hair in pure, giddy excitement. Talk about a total sense of security. Having a big bro is seriously the best. But just as they were having this ultra-sweet family moment, that loudmouth Wang Yan had to ruin the vibe with his clown behavior. Tisk, I see it now. This Ash Valley isn't even that tough. A single person could easily crush these mobs. There's no way my full set of silver-grade gear is worse than whatever they've got. The red-headed girl chimed in right on cue, sucking up to him. Exactly. How could these peasants ever afford young Master Yan's gear? Reinvigorated and completely delusional, Wang Yan charged forward like some kind of god. You idiots! Keep your eyes wide open and watch me show off. He leaped into the air in a superhero pose, yelling, Behold the true power of young Master Yan. And the very next second, the lizard, finding him incredibly annoying, whacked him with a devastating tail swipe right to his smug face, twisting his mouth and making him scream in agony. Ow. Ah. The young master face planted hard, splayed out on the ground like a squashed frog, groaning. Damn it, this monster is way too strong. It hurts like hell. Lin Yuan stood with his hands on his hips, glaring at the deadweight at his feet and threw some cold, hard truth. If you're eager to get yourself killed, at least wait until I clear this dungeon first. Shoving the deadweight aside, Lin Yuan's hand began to gather glowing green mana, muttering to himself about spoiling his sister. I wanted to get little Dan some gold-grade gear. But for now, guess she'll just have to settle for this silver stuff. Acting like a total boss, he casually tossed a pile of shiny, expensive gear to his sister like he was throwing away cheap groceries. This gear looks like a good fit for you. Just take it and use it. The system displayed Battle Will Vambraces, Silver, Attack plus 50, Strength plus 25. Along with that was the blindingly shiny Fearless Battle Armor, Silver, with an insane stamina stat of plus 50. The redheaded girl nearby caught the scent of money, her eyes lighting up like car headlights as she squealed with absolute envy. So handsome, giving away silver gear worth hundreds of thousands without even blinking. Young Master Wang Yan was green with envy, clutching his arm and grinding his teeth in anger. Enough already. Do you really have to be this pathetic? Faced with this pile of high-tier gear, his little sister Lin Dan had a sudden bout of teenage pride, firmly pushing it away in refusal. Keep it for yourself to stay safe, big bro. I'll figure out my own gear. Despite getting rejected, our sister-obsessed big bro Lin Yuan didn't get mad at all. He just gave a warm, doting smile, thinking, just like always trying to act tough. With no time to waste, the party charged forward to sweep the dungeon. Lin Yuan swept through like a hurricane, his vibrant green sword slashes sending the pack of lizards flying everywhere. Our warrior girl, Lin Dan, swung her greatsword with absolute fire, while her classmate charged ahead casting spells. Meanwhile, Wang Yan ran for his life wherever there were monsters. He was nowhere to be found. As for Lin Dan, she was also struggling hard, barely blocking a heavy attack from one of the beasts. Wiping the sweat off her face, her eyes flared with pure determination. I got this. But luck was not on her side. A giant-ass lizard lunged straight out of a blind spot, jaws wide open, reeking of bad breath and packed with razor-sharp fangs, roaring right in her face. Before she could even scream for help, a massive, blinding green magic orb slammed directly into the lizard's face, exploding and deleting it in the blink of an eye. Lam Dan glanced back, a warm smile creeping onto her lips as she muttered to herself, "That has to be him." Grumbling on the outside as she rushed off to slice up monsters, the little sister was secretly overjoyed. It was just like the old days. Meanwhile, further away, our OP gamer guy, Lam Vien, was sweating bullets. Wiping his forehead, he sighed in utter defeat. Why is trying to sneakily gift some gear so damn hard? Honestly, right now, the battlefield was a total clown show. The older brother was busy kiting a whole pack of monsters, while secretly lobbing support spells with his other hand to help his little sister, who was sweatily hacking away over on the other side. Watching from the sidelines with her hand over her mouth, their friend Thien broke into a cold sweat as she took in the scene. One was secretly sending loot and backup, while the other... Man, this sibling duo's awkward synergy was honestly hilarious. Watching them go back and forth like this was way more entertaining than actually grinding mobs. Squeezing through a cramped, narrow ravine, littered with battle ruins, the party finally made their way into the deepest, darkest depths of the dungeon. The priest, yesterday's son, clutched his staff and stared up at the massive cliff ahead, his voice dripping with drama as a gust of wind howled. Suddenly, the priest whipped around, looking at Lam Vien with a rare, dead serious expression. Supreme Ice Crest, how about we retreat? If we leave the dungeon now, there's no penalty. If we get a squad wipe before even fighting the boss, our levels will drop and we'll lose gear. The risk is just too high. Hearing this voice of reason, Lam Vien nodded calmly, his face expressionless. You're not wrong. The moment he saw their side showing signs of backing down, that loudmouth Vuong Viem started clowning again. Standing on a rock with his arms crossed, he laughed mockingly. Huh? This is hilarious. You guys were so hyped when bullying weak mobs, but the second you see the boss, you chicken out and tuck your tails in? Pathetic. Ignoring the barking dog, Tien turned to comfort her friend with a worried look. Little Dan, honestly, your brother carrying us all the way here is already insanely impressive. Lam Dan hung her head in shame, biting her lip in self-blame. I'm just causing more trouble for him again. If only I were a little stronger, maybe we wouldn't be in this mess. While the atmosphere sank into a depressing silence, Lam Vien slowly stepped forward, his tall, solid back facing them as he spoke in a clear, firm voice. Yesterday's son is right. The death penalty is way too harsh. Turning around, a dark green mist of his summoning magic erupted around him. He dropped a cold, final line. So, none of you need to lift a finger. The air around them instantly turned ice cold, as dozens of burly werewolf undead wielding weapons surged out of the void, forming a fierce, demonic army right behind him. Lam Vien curled his lip coldly. I can handle this alone. Seeing the army of monsters packed like a festival crowd, Vuong Viem's jaw hit the floor. He stammered in shock. So many summons? What the hell is going on with this guy? The veteran priest, yesterday's son, immediately clenched his fists to his chest. He threw his head back with pride, waving his hands excitedly, like a total fanboy. You guys are in a party with the Supreme Ice Crest and you still don't know his true power? Whether it's soloing a world boss or single-handedly wiping out the Bloodstained Guild, of all the players I know, he is the absolute strongest. High up on the sheer cliff above their heads, the giant boss, the Bloodlust Lizard, clung to the wall. With its jagged, spiky scales and a mouth full of saw-like teeth, it radiated a terrifying pressure. Fast as lightning, a massive green magic orb tore through the air and slammed right into the boss's face in a deafening explosion. Its golden beast eyes instantly widened in fury. The final battle had officially begun. The glowing green magic orb landed a devastating blow right on the giant boss's chest, making it shriek in agonizing pain. The bloodlust lizard went absolutely wild. Its bloodshot eyes glared as its long tongue whipped out. A split second later, a violent magic explosion erupted beneath its body, shaking the entire cliffside. Following that deafening roar, the system pinged repeatedly, flashing a high-stakes alert. The Ashen Lizard King. King rank. Level 21. Health. 10,000. Attack. 1,200. Defense. 300. Packed with a bunch of overpowered shield skills. Despite this suffocating pressure, Lam Vien stood tall and composed with his hands in his pockets, his sword at his side. Flanking him were his two werewolf guardians, weapons raised and ready to jump the boss. Meanwhile, safely in the back line, their deadweight teammate Vuong Vien stared at the stats in utter shock, sweating bullets as he panicked and shrieked at the top of his lungs. 1,200 attack? With that kind of damage, one love tap and we're instantly deleted from the game. How are we even supposed to fight this? In stark contrast to that coward, the female warrior Lam Dan bit her lip, her eyes blazing as she raised her greatsword with absolute resolve. She thought fiercely, this whole thing started because of me. There's no way I'm letting him face certain death alone. Without a single second of hesitation, the little sister charged straight down the slope and rushed forward. She yells at her brother's back, telling him she'll pull the aggro and soak up the damage. But just as she's about to go totally ham, the system suddenly alerts that the Sun Priest fanboy has activated a skill. Right before her eyes, a golden magic binding circle shackles Lin Dan's heels, pinning her right on the spot. Target locked. The priest slams his staff on the ground to strike a cool pose, smirking at the completely bound girl. Just stay put and enjoy the show. If you rush in, you'll probably just be deadweight and get in his way. Annoyed at being rooted, Lin Dan whips her head back and glares, stammering, "You. What did you just bark?" Completely ignoring her swearing, the priest dramatically waves his arms and preaches. Now, let us witness the smooth, elegant, and legendary plays of our Ice Emperor. While the ones outside are busy clowning around, in the center of the battlefield, facing the boss's line of fire, Lin Yuan strikes a cool pose with his back turned, drawing his cold magic sword. At that exact moment, the system flashes red, alerting that the Ash Lizard King has activated its skill. In an instant, an explosive blaze erupts. However, he just hops back, sliding a step, his silhouette blending with the sword light as he gracefully dances to dodge the fatal bombing attack. Seeing this, the fanboy priest stands on the sidelines, screaming and foaming at the mouth with hype. His positioning and perfect control over the boss's skill range is absolutely god tier. Right when the boss finishes its attack, he seizes this brief opening. Lin Yuan's 3 undead werewolf summons immediately spring off the ground, propelling themselves high into the air, launching straight at the beast's spiky head. Leading the pack, 2 incredibly fierce wolves dive in, sinking their claws deep into the bridge of the Lizard King's snout and head, ignoring the monster as it opens its massive jaws and roars in fury. What follows is a flurry of critical bites, with the summoned pack landing every single strike. Their eerie green glowing fangs sink brutally into the tough scales around the boss's shoulder joint. In the midst of this absolute chaos, as the giant boss gets swarmed and torn apart like it's being jumped by a pack of rabid dogs, Lin Yuan flickers in and out of sight, constantly chipping away at its health. The self-proclaimed commentator speaks up again, calculating the cooldowns of every single skill down to the millisecond just to perfectly kite and poke the boss is truly an unbelievable feat. Keeping up the relentless pace. Yet another jade green beast opens its massive jaws, rearing back to take a savage bite out of the Lizard King's flesh. Witnessing this next-level kiting, the Sun Priest presses his clasped hands to his forehead, his eyes sparkling with pure adoration as he shrieks. It's like he can read all the monster's data. Standing behind in the restricted zone, his sister Lin Dan stares in awe, whispering to herself, Is this his true strength? Next to her, the red-haired chick has completely lost her damn dignity, her eyes literally turning into giant hearts. Stamping her feet and cheering cutely, she squeals, Lin Dan's brother is so freaking cool. Go get him, Appa. Smash that giant lizard's face in. Seeing this, Wang Yan, who is standing right behind them, looks absolutely furious, his face darkening with rage. He hisses bitterly, Shut your damn mouths. A dirty scoundrel grin spreads across Wang Yan's face. Gripping his weapon tightly as cold sweat drips and veins pop, he secretly plots his next move. At this rate, that bastard is going to clear the dungeon. If that happens, where the hell am I going to hide my face in class to save my reputation as a young master? Oh right. All I need to do is land a successful sneak attack to throw him off balance, and let the boss hit him with a fatal blow. That'll send him straight to the lobby. Paying no mind to the dirty scheme brewing behind him, the badass Lin Yuan leaps straight into the air. He plants his foot arrogantly right on the boss's razor-sharp teeth as it gapes its mouth open in furious defiance. At the same time, the system shows the boss's HP is down to a pathetic 315 out of 10,000. The boss bends its head down and blasts a beam of pure white energy in a straight line, unleashing its shearing bite skill. Hiding in a corner, Wang Yan smirks and calculates. It just used its bite skill. Its cooldown delay is a whopping 8 seconds. This is my golden chance. Seizing the moment, the total loser villain Wang Yan rushes out with a twisted, manic grin. Brandishing his weapon, he roars bloodthirstily. You still want to solo the boss? Drag your ass down to hell. But life's no fairy tale. Mid-battle, Lin Yuan reacts as if he has eyes in the back of his head. Suddenly, he turns his cold profile, his crimson eyes glowing with intense murderous intent as he side-eyes him. The corner of his mouth curls up, spitting out 2 words, dripping with utter disdain. You dumbass. With reflexes like a cheat code, our legendary big bro effortlessly slides back to dodge, causing Wang Yan's sneak attack to slice through thin air. The spoiled rich kid's eyes widen in wild panic. What? No way you dodged that. Pointing his freezing sword at him, Lin Yuan coldly adds, Looks like you really have a death wish. Without letting this absolute trash say another word, Lin Yuan drops low into a sharp combat stance. Power erupts from the greatsword in his hands. He swings his arm, delivering a ruthless death sentence. Then go hold hands and rot in hell with it. With a sharp times whoosh, the sword light sweeps across, unleashing a burst of massive damage right into Wang Yan's face, forcing a pathetic shriek out of him that echoes straight through the sky. The result of that devastating swing was a mind-blowing force that launched this total idiot's body flying backward in a perfect, beautiful arc, and right as the unlucky prey fell, right into the boss's mouth, the ultimate badass moment of our dominant main character arrived. A glowing neon blue screen popped open right in the middle of the pitch-black frame, displaying a brutal finishing blow, activating the skill. Corpse bloating. Art of Brutality. The Art of Brutality instantly detonated Wang Yan's body from the inside out, and the terrifying pressure ripped the Lizard King's throat wide open, dragging down the spoiled brat in his final, miserable struggle before he was completely wiped off the map. Right as the collapsing rocks buried the battlefield, the world system notifications flashed open to announce the Squad of Honor, an all-server announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player who chose to remain hidden, and player Lin Dan, along with Theo Duoy VM Theo, for achieving a record clear of the heroic difficulty dungeon, Ashen Valley. Staring at the unbelievable results with her eyes wide in shock, the female teammate turned and exclaimed, No way, we actually cleared it. Lin Dan, your brother is literally so cool and overpowered. Next time, do you think we can ask him to carry us through another dungeon again? Lin Dan could only break out in a cold sweat, awkwardly scratching her head as she replied, He's been super busy lately. Let's wait for another chance and see. Meanwhile, in another scene, the fanboy priest slicked back his hair, boasting proudly. As expected of the ultimate master. Go ahead and take all the spotlight this time. Next time, I'll show you the true peak of what a priest can do. At the same time, the red-haired chick, who was looking down on everyone just a second ago, instantly flipped her attitude, acting all flirty as she tried to hit on him. Hey, great God, can I add you as a friend? But in response to her cheap flattery, he only scowled with deep disgust, shooting her a glance as sharp as a blade. As he snapped, "Shut your mouth. I've already seen right through your pathetic nature." Without a shred of hesitation or mercy, he instantly swung his sword, purging the red-haired chick on the spot for being in cahoots with the backstabber. She could only widen her eyes in sheer panic before collapsing, triggering the death announcement. Player Theo Duoi VM Theo has been eliminated. Having just swept away that pile of trash, his attention was quickly grabbed by a blue system screen, asking if he wanted to proceed. With his eyes locked onto the giant corpse, Lin Yuan calmly muttered his final choice. Yes. Let's harvest this giant corpse first. Once that was done, he turned around and coldly told his teammates, now that the pests are cleared out, let's head over to the treasure chest and split the loot. Despite the chest glowing brilliantly, his little sister, Lin Dan, proved to be extremely considerate. She quickly waved her hands in refusal. No way. You carried the entire team and dealt all the damage from start to finish. How could we have the nerve to ask for loot? Just getting carried to clear this stage is more than enough for us. In contrast to his sister's hesitation, Lin Yuan casually sifted through the skill books, decisively replying, I only need the War Beast writing skill book and the magic scroll. You guys can handle the rest. Right after that, a series of top-tier loot popped out one by one, starting with the silver-grade Ashen Greaves. It boosts stats by 30. Vitality, 20 movement speed, and 10 spirit, along with a sweet flame step skill that cuts fire damage by 10%. The second item was the brilliant red bronze grade blazing bracers, adding 10 vitality, 15 strength, and 5 points to critical damage. And it didn't stop there. Next up was the fire-tempered greatsword, a bronze grade weapon with solid base stats, plus 15 attack, plus 5 strength, and plus 5 vitality. The final item was a pair of sleek, polished black leather agility boots, a bronze-grade gear that grants 10 movement speed, 10 vitality, and 5 spirit, absolutely perfect for kiting and dodging skills. Seeing the lineup of glowing items, the priest grinned from ear to ear. Beaming, awesome. Our guild leader happens to be buying up leg guards right now. This drop is an absolute godsend. Talk about perfect timing. Seizing the opportunity, he quickly suggested, how about this? I'll buy out this entire stash. And then we can split the gold coins evenly among everyone. Okay? Hearing such a generous offer, both girls' eyes lit up with joy. Wow, we're rich. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan kept his completely indifferent look, casually wrapping up. Split it however you want. I'm good. Once the transaction was completed, Lin Yuan leisurely turned on his heel toward the teleportation portal, leaving behind some protective parting words. After this incident, Wang Yan's gang won't dare to cause you any more trouble. Next time you run into trouble, just give me a shout. Now, I'm heading off to do some quests. Seeing her brother about to leave, Lin Dan hurriedly reached out to stop him. Brother, wait a second. Pausing his steps, he slightly turned his head with a casual glance, raising an eyebrow as he asked in a flat tone, What's wrong? Do you still want more gear? Not caring about the loot at all. His little sister knitted her brows with intense curiosity, determined to get to the bottom of things. Ever since we entered the dungeon, your plays have been absolutely insane. And you're even using summoning skills to call endless minions. Could you actually be a hidden class genius? Tell me. Since you started playing this game, have you felt any weird changes in your body? That sharp question made Lin Yuan lower his eyes, hiding the calculating red gleam within. His mind was racing. Did she actually notice something? But Lin Dan has already crossed paths with those Order faction guys. I absolutely can't reveal my Necro Hunter identity right now. Keeping it from her is only to protect her. Quickly hiding his panic, Lin Yuan spun around, instantly putting on a clueless, innocent face to deny everything. No way. Why the weird question? Did you notice something different about me, or what? Getting hit with a counter question, Lin Dan flinched, breaking into a cold sweat. She awkwardly waved her hands in a panic and cleared her throat to dodge the question. No, not at all. Cough, cough. Oh, right. I just remembered I still have a quest too. Watching his sister hastily run away, Lin Yuan let his guard down, a rare smile appearing as he thought to himself, she's all grown up, but her acting is still as terrible as ever. Though, at least this time, she actually called me brother. Guess that's some progress. Just as that warm, fuzzy feeling started to kick in, a loud, energetic voice suddenly cut through. Yo? Bing Xiao. Turning around, he saw the fanboy priest excitedly waving and skipping over, leading two extremely badass-looking characters behind him. Thank goodness you haven't left yet. Boss Leng Yue just decided to run the Ashen Valley dungeon on death difficulty. I practically begged her to let me bring the great Bing Xiao along, because that's the only way we'll actually secure a win. Lin Yuan stood on a ruined ledge, tilting his head slightly. His cold face was partially hidden beneath his black cloak as he silently sized up the newcomers. With a cold, calculating gaze, he thought, this is actually a perfect chance to investigate if believer number 1 is hiding inside Mirror Flower Water Moon. Decision made, he nodded decisively and locked it in. Sure, I've been wanting to see what this death difficulty is all about anyway. Seeing his idol agree so fast, the ecstatic priest lunged forward, throwing an arm around Lin Yuan's shoulder with a massive grin. Hell yeah, you're a lifesaver, Bing Xiao. Come on. Let me introduce you to the elite members of our guild. Gesturing proudly, he pointed toward a gorgeous girl wearing incredibly hot armor. Our core trio consists of the guild leader of Mirror Flower Water Moon, the ice-cold beauty herself, Lady Leng Yu. In response to the over-the-top intro, the guild leader merely crossed her arms and greeted him with a detached expression. Welcome to our elite squad. Not stopping there, the priest pointed toward the guy wearing a massive wizard hat next to them. And this is Xingyan, our heavy hitter for magic DPS. His class is super rare, and he's our main mage. But before the hype could even finish, the mage frowned and interrupted, clearly annoyed. All right, cut the crap. I never agreed to let this guy join the team. Dragging some random solo player into our lineup is not a smart move. The mage's gaze sharpened beneath his low-brimmed hat as he gave Lin Yuan a side eye full of sheer contempt. The margin of error on death difficulty is practically zero. How is a random casual like him supposed to know anything about teamwork? He'll just be deadweight dragging us down. I'm not risking this run for him. You get what I mean, right? Furious that his idol was being trash-talked right in front of him, the priest instantly snapped back. Xingyan, what the hell are you talking about? Bing Xiao literally carried us earlier. Brushing his teammate off, the mage sneered, arrogantly tilting his chin up as he pointed straight at Lin Yuan's face. I've seen plenty of big talkers with zero skills. Don't say I'm bullying you here. I'll give you one shot to prove your worth. With a smug grin, he threw down a totally toxic bet. If you can solo half of the boss's health bar, I'll hand over this gold tier gear I'm wearing right now. But if you feed and ruin the run, you'll have to compensate us for all our losses out of your own pocket. Xingyan's eyes locked onto Lin Yuan, dripping with threats and utter disdain as he spat out each word. You hear me? If you're too chicken, you better scram right now while you still can. Facing such arrogant provocation, Lin Yuan didn't flinch. He leaned in slightly, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. Free gold gear handed right to me? I'd be an idiot to pass that up. But I'll need everyone here to bear witness, so nobody tries to back out of the bet later. They glared at each other, killing intent flaring up as the air turned heavy. Seeing the threat of infighting, Boss Leng Yue immediately stepped in to shut it down, her voice firm and stern. Xingyan, that's enough. I already approved letting Tai Yang's friend join the team. If you had an issue, you should have said something then. Now that the decision is made, we stick to the plan. Drop your ego and focus on working together to clear the dungeon. Getting scolded right to his face in front of an outsider, Xingyan was seething. He gripped his staff so hard that bursts of fiery magic erupted from it, snapping back fiercely. Leng Yue, are you seriously defending some random nobody over me? In response to his rage, Leng Yu simply brushed it off coldly. My decision is final. I'm not repeating myself. Entering the dungeon, the mage fell back, absolutely fuming as his eyes glared murderously at Leng Yue's back. Gnashing his teeth, his mind screamed with venom. Leng Yue, I'm going to make you open your eyes and see just how useless that stray dog you picked up really is. The only irreplaceable member in your lineup has to be me." Beneath the dark shadow of his hat, his face contorted with rage. His eyes flashed with a twisted, crazy jealousy as he screamed silently, "It will always be only me." Right off the bat, the squad has pushed deep inside the gloomy, blazing hot dungeon. The moment they set foot inside, they instantly aggro the gatekeeping monsters snarling in their faces. The system immediately scans the data. Ash Lizard, Common Tier, Level 18, Health 4,700. Attack 580. Defense 75. Along with a fire-breathing skill, officially kicking off a bloody clash. Right at that moment, a blinding beam of golden light crashes violently down from above onto the ground. Before the thick dust can even settle, a massive lizard head emerges, its blood-red eyes flashing with a savage, bloodthirsty glint. Deep inside the narrow canyon, the Iron Triangle squad along with Lam Vien find themselves completely ambushed from all sides. On the cliffs above, a swarm of monsters is lurking, while a massive lizard boss slithers down, flicking its long tongue, locking its gaze directly on its prey. Witnessing this suffocating sight, the priest breaks into a cold sweat and panics, whining, "The mob density on this death difficulty is just ridiculous. We barely stepped inside, and we're already totally surrounded." Living up to her reputation as leader, Lan Henguiet keeps her cool, looking absolutely badass. She draws her glowing greatsword, shouting, "We have to find a way to break through." In an instant, she charges forward, swinging her blade to hold the line. She yells, "Hold your ground. Let me draw the aggro. Everyone, watch for an opening and push through." Standing in the back to provide heals, the priest hastily replies, "Got it, Tunya." Further back, the mage Tin Non charges up two crackling lightning orbs in his hands, casting a spiteful glare at Lam Vien, while cursing him under his breath. Just looking at this clinger's face pisses me off. I wish I could just blast these lightning orbs straight into his head. Too busy being jealous and losing focus, he doesn't see a lizard grunt suddenly lunge from above, aiming straight for a blind spot behind their defense line. The priest panics, screaming, "What the hell is happening?" Meanwhile, Tingon is startled and panics. "Crap, I let one slip through." Right in the middle of the chaotic battle, Lan Henguiet, while swinging her sword to deflect the monster's claws, turns her head and snaps. "What the hell are you thinking, Tingon? Get your head in the game." Getting chewed out by the boss, Tingon grits his teeth, sweating bullets as he tries to salvage the situation. We're screwed. More monsters are coming from behind, and nobody in the formation is free to fall back and block them. In this touch-and-go moment, the red-haired girl grits her teeth and decides to throw her summon under the bus. There's no other choice. I have to summon Sai Luan, my baby brown bear, to block the path. Seeing this, Tin Hangon quickly tries to stop her, feeling bad for the bear. "Are you crazy? That's a suicide mission. Those monsters will tear it to shreds. You had to trade silver gear just to get that pet." Just as the squad's formation is on the verge of collapsing, Lam Vien's black-cloaked figure calmly steps forward. Raising one hand, he points straight to the sky as dark magic surges beneath his feet. Looking incredibly badass, he declares, "Leave this area to me." A dark sigil opens, and three giant shadow wolves with ash-gray fur and glowing pale green eyes rise from the netherworld. Right beside him, a massive, battle-scarred shadow bear emerges. It slams its boulder-sized claws violently onto the ground, unleashing a shockwave of absolute defense. Receiving the order, the dark beasts immediately charge into the fray like crazy. Two massive wolves sink their claws and fangs deep into the back of a red lizard, violently tearing into it and forcing it to throw its head back and shriek in agony. Without wasting a single second, Lam Vien moves as smoothly as a ghost, gliding right past the monster's claws. The sword in his hand flashes with a vibrant green aura as he unleashes a slash of sword energy, cleanly wiping out the back line of monsters, leaving the female archer sighing with relief and delight. "We actually blocked them. This is amazing. Now my pet doesn't have to be sacrificed." On the flip side, Tin Hangan is absolutely fuming. Glaring bitterly at Lam Vien, he grits his teeth. "How dare you embarrass me in front of Lan Henguiet? Don't you dare think you're dragging your sorry ass out of this dungeon alive, you country bumpkin." Trying to save face, the stuttering mage tries to explain. Lan Hanuet, just now I. But Lan Hanuet doesn't even bother to listen. She extends her arm to shield him from the crossfire, sternly demanding discipline. Everyone, hold your ground. Absolutely no more distractions. Before they can even catch their breath, the system delivers another harsh blow, announcing that a fresh wave of monsters is preparing to ambush them. Standing on the edge of life and death, the heavily armored shield warrior, pumped up with adrenaline, roars in response, "Bring it on." Closing his eyes, the priest raises his staff high, channeling a blinding, holy sun aura, ready to fully buff the entire squad to face the next wave of chaos. In the midst of the chaotic, noisy battlefield, only Lam Vien maintains a completely calm, ice-cold expression. Out of the corner of his eye, he casts a subtle glance backward, taking in the entire situation with perfect precision. Witnessing that effortless, overwhelming composure, Tin Hingan starts sweating bullets. His eyes bulge with a mix of sheer panic and bitter jealousy, completely unable to accept reality. Fighting on the front lines, Lan Hen Goyet swings her greatsword, tearing through monster carcasses while silently analyzing his moves to analyze a blind spot and neutralize a fatal threat in the blink of an eye. His reflexes and mechanics are both a level of rare, genius talent. Once we clear this dungeon, I definitely have to invite him to join our guild and see what he can do. Retreating to the back, the mage Tin Hangon can only stare blankly as Lam Vien summons his beasts to secure the rear, while Lan Henguiet dominates and tears things up on the front lines. Seeing them sync up so perfectly made Tin Nan's massive ego boil with jealousy. Having lost his spot as the favorite, he forced himself to channel crackling lightning magic in his hands, his face dark as he plotted a dirty, underhanded scheme. Crap, my image in Len Nguyen's eyes is completely trashed. This won't do. I gotta find a way to screw this punk over and utterly humiliate him. The despicable jerk seized the chance to leap high into the air, launching a powerful lightning orb while shouting, "I'm coming to back you up. Watch out. Wouldn't want to get accidentally hit." Instantly sensing the murderous intent sneaking up from behind, Lam Vien glared sideways at the backstabber, his eyes glowing crimson with sheer, unadulterated contempt. What a brainless idiot. But actually, this is actually a goldmine of an opportunity to play victim. Get closer to Lan Wyatt, make her lower her guard, and easily pry some info out of her. Seizing this perfect setup, instead of simply deflecting the attack, Lam Vien deliberately faked losing his balance. He dropped to one knee, sliding across the ground in a calculated, dramatic dodge. He threw himself straight into the danger zone of two bright red giant lizards that were snapping their massive jaws and whipping their tongues out. He immediately went into full Drama King mode, faking pure panic as he stammered, damn it." Just when it seemed like he was about to get devoured, a soft yet incredibly strong hand reached out and grabbed Lam Vien's hand with absolute decisiveness. Lan Mayet's clutch pull allowed Lam Vien to use the momentum to swing himself up, soaring through the air to safety. Talk about being on the exact same wavelength. Lam Vien instantly locked in, ready to ride the wind. The next second, Lan Wyatt threw him forward and yelled, "Go!" Catching the wave instantly, Lam Vien turned into a dark shadow and lunged forward. Crisscrossing slashes of brilliant green sword energy tore the pack of lizards into tiny shreds, clean and brutal. Landing and turning around, Lan Wyatt tilted her chin. Her purple eyes flashed with an overwhelming, badass aura as she gave her team the final order. "Finish them off, quick!" A devastating wave of sword energy swept through, leaving a deep, smoking trench in the ground and clearing out every single obstacle in the blink of an eye. Witnessing this butter-smooth duo combo, the priest grinned from ear to ear and immediately started showering them with hype. Oh my god. That combo was absolute hype. The guild leader and this handsome hunk sync up so well. He looks incredibly cool. Ignoring all the cheering, Lam Vien stood tall and proud, holding his sword as his cloak flapped in the wind. Drawn in by his majestic aura, Lan Wyatt sheathed her sword and smiled in admiration. "That's the first time I've ever seen a skill like that. Did you learn it after your class advancement?" Lam Vien shrugged, playing it cool to hide his secrets. "Nothing special, just got lucky and picked up a skill book." Hearing this, Lan Nguyen instantly switched to scout recruitment mode. Her eyes lit up with friendly interest as she said, "Our top 2 guild is always looking for hidden talents. Would you be interested in joining Mirror Flower Watermoon to exchange some tips and strategies?" Having zero interest in fame or fortune, Lam Vien turned away, coldly but politely turning down her juicy offer. No thanks. I'm used to being a solo player. Despite getting rejected, Lan Nuit still had a gentle smile on her lips, leaving Lam Vien slightly dazed and wondering. That familiar smile. Is it just my imagination? It looks exactly like. Unfortunately, that rare smile didn't escape the mage Tin Nan, and it ignited a wildfire of jealousy in his eyes. He gripped his staff tightly, cursing under his breath in pure frustration. Who the hell does that bastard think? The tense atmosphere eased up a bit when the priest happily waved his staff to report. I've gathered all the loot, guys. We can split it later. For now, do we stick to the original plan and take down the boss, Little Nuit? Without hesitation, Lan Nuit calmly nodded in agreement. But just as everyone was gearing up, Ting Nan put on his hypocritical mask, walked over with a fake grin, and started acting. Hold on, I need to apologize to this brother here. Seeing how you wield that sword, I knew your strength was way beyond what I imagined. With this kind of power, you definitely deserve a bigger stage to shine. He narrowed his eyes, a scheming, petty smirk plastered across his face as he dropped a deadly proposal. I suggest we let him go first to tank and draw the boss's aggro for us. Instantly seeing through this cheap trap, Lam Vien smirked and called out his cowardice. If I go in acting as a meat shield to draw aggro, how am I supposed to output any damage? Let alone chunk down half of the boss's health. Don't tell me. You're trying to worm your way out of this because you're too damn stingy to hand over that gold tier gear. Exposed and triggered, Tin Nan snapped, raising his chin and throwing the insult back. You think you can even survive a few hits from the boss? Don't flatter yourself. Let me tell you, if we actually finish the quest, I'll hand over the gold gear on the spot. Sensing the thick tension in the air, Lan Nuit frowned and stepped in firmly. I don't agree. Changing tactics right in front of the boss introduces too many wildcards. Ignoring her objection, Tin Nan stubbornly pushed the issue, saying, Don't stop me, Lan Nuit. I thought you thought highly of him anyway. Why not just let him make his own decision? Meanwhile, Lam Vien slightly lowered his crimson eyes, his brain running calculations as he coldly analyzed the situation. Locking his eyes on the mage, he quickly assessed. This clown keeps getting in my way of approaching Lan Nuit. What a total pain in the ass. I might as well just play along to shut him up for now. I'll handle him later, once the boss is dead. Having made up his mind, he looked up and replied calmly, Sure, I'm down. The entire team then marched into the center of the dry, silent valley. There, right before their eyes, was the giant ashen lizard king covered in blazing red, thorny scales, curled up and sleeping soundly. The scar-faced priest turned around, patted Lin Yuan on the shoulder to cheer him on, and said, All right, buddy, let me open my eyes and see what you've got. In a dark corner right behind them, Xingyin pulled his hat down to hide his sinister and mocking smile. You idiot, you definitely have no idea that this boss's AoE skill was designed specifically to counter summoners? Heh. Oh, this is gonna be a good show. Ignoring the critical glares and those waiting for him to crash and burn, Lin Yuan slowly gathered a green magic sphere in his hand, crackling with destructive energy. His eyes flashed with absolute confidence. The death difficulty boss in the current patch is indeed insanely tough, but with the experience from my past life, I've got its mechanics down to a science. Seizing the chance to strike first, our protagonist leaped and swung his sword, unleashing a perfect crescent slash that launched the massive sphere of energy ripping through the wind. The magic blast struck and exploded with a blinding flash, right on the boss's head, waking the monster from its slumber with a massive burst of damage straight to its armored scales. Stung by the painful blow, the Lizard King snapped awake. It reared its head back, opening its fanged maw wide to let out an earth-shattering roar. The system flashed red, warning of terrifying, desperate stats. Ashen Lizard King. King class. Level 25. HP. 15,000. Attack. 1,500. Defense. 500. Along with an absolute arsenal of devastating bombardment skills. Reading these terrifying stats, Xingyin broke into a cold sweat and shrieked, a level 25 boss for a death difficulty dungeon? The highest player level right now is only 15. How the hell are we supposed to fight with such a massive level gap? Don't just stand there, guys. Pour on the damage. That little brat must be regretting his life choices right about now, haha. But contrary to this petty villain's delusions of a total wipe, as the enraged boss slammed its feet, triggering a series of glowing red energy pillars that burst diagonally through the shattered earth. Lin Yuan skillfully flipped through the air, perfectly dodging the punishing blow. He stuck a clean, super cool landing on one knee and slammed his palm onto the ground, igniting a magic circle to summon a pack of ferocious wolves. A knowing smirk played on his lips. Some habits never change. Its grand opening ground slam hadn't changed a single bit. Just as Lin Yuan leaped high into the air, Xing Yin, standing in the back, let out another sly smirk. Gazing smugly at Lin Yuan's back as he plunged into the sea of fire, he sneered to himself, "Man, what a beautiful sight." Watching him struggle and run straight to his death. He's nothing but a pathetic sewer rat. Haha. Before the team could even close in, the giant boss slammed its massive tail into the ground, creating a violent shockwave that swept through and blasted the entire backline away. With their rhythm completely shattered, the mage clutched his staff in a panic, his face turning pale as he screamed, "Damn it, it's too late." The consequence of this disastrous play was the entire team being blown away like leaves in a storm. Amidst the chaotic frenzy, an angry shout tore through the party. "Xing Yin, what the hell are you doing?" Just as she stabilized herself, Lang Yue immediately glared in fury, demanding to know why the useless leech hadn't activated his lightning magic to paralyze the boss's tail. Wasn't that the plan? Getting completely chewed out by his leader, Xing Yin fell to his knees. Trembling and stammering, "Lang Yue, I'm sorry, I. With things looking incredibly grim, the tank slumped onto the ground, clutching his chest and groaning. "Man, we're all completely battered and broken. Waiting for healing buffs is going to take too long. How can our buddy carry this fight all by himself? We're totally done for." The priest added gloomily, "In a death difficulty dungeon, even if we abort midway, the penalty is going to skin us alive. We're completely stuck." Pushing her panic aside, Lang Yue drew her sword and stood tall, her leadership aura shining bright as she resolutely declared, "Since things have come to this, I only hope everyone takes this brutal lesson to heart." Our new friend played flawlessly without a single scratch, while our supposedly coordinated team ended up being a total deadweight holding him back. "I'll tell him to fall back. The guild will cover all the losses." Just as their leader was about to raise the white flag, the archer's eyes went wide in shock as she pointed forward and shrieked, "Look, he's soloing the boss." Amidst the dusty battlefield, Lin Yuan calmly muttered, plotting his next move. "The Ashen Lizard King's weak spot is on its back. All I need is some lightning damage to paralyze its tail, and I can unleash a combo to rip it apart." With his plan set, he decisively swung his sharp sword, pointing it straight at the sky to summon his magic. Seeing the monster bare its fangs and roar, ready to strike back, Lin Yuan smirked, mocking its snail-like speed with two cold words, "Too slow." Instantly, a giant magical scorpion aimed its sharp stinger and jabbed it deep into the Lizard King's tail. The moment the stinger hit its mark, the system screen flashed, signaling a jaw-dropping play. Star-slaying Thunder Scorpion activates skill. Lightning Paralysis Strike. Following that was a massive explosion of lightning, shocking the beast violently. The high-voltage current coursed through its massive body, locking the boss in a paralyzed state. The system calmly displayed two glittering gold words, shattering any hope of retaliation. "Defense broken." The moment the boss's defense shattered, Lam Vien waved his hand, commanding his 7 summons to surge forward like a broken dam. "Nice. The blind spot behind me is clear. Charge, everyone." Just look at that insanely smooth outplay combo. Tin Yan's eyes widened as he broke into a cold sweat. In utter panic, he gasped, "How the hell does he have a lightning attribute summon too? And he knows exactly how to deal with the boss." Jealousy surged inside him, making him incredibly salty as he muttered under his breath, "How does that punk know that? Damn it. His play just now basically proved I'm more useless than a goddamn summon." Clearing the gloomy atmosphere, the priest pumped up the team's morale and shouted excitedly, "Amazing. We actually have this boss in the bag. Everyone, heal up quickly and let's back him up." The warrior replied with burning enthusiasm, "Got it." Just as the team was about to charge, Tinangon reached out to stop them with a sinister, wicked smirk. He muttered maliciously, "Hold on. Ha ha ha. What an idiot trying to act smart. He's just digging his own grave." Staring intently at the pack of wolves savagely tearing into the boss, the mage sneered, "Those trashy summoned beasts won't last long at all." Just one heavy blow from the boss is enough to crush them to pieces. Just as that petty bastard jinxed it, the wolves' HP bars flashed red as they wobbled, on the verge of vanishing under the Lizard King's thorn armor. Refusing to let his army collapse, Lam Vien calmly waved his hand as a dark green magic circle erupted from his palm. The system screen flashed instantly, triggering a game-changing skill, Dark Curse. The dark energy surged directly into his summons. The wolves' muscles bulged as they bulked up in a brilliant green light, ready to stir up trouble once more. This sudden slap in the face made Tin Yun's eyes pop out. His teeth chattered as he shuddered in disbelief. How the hell can he heal his summons? At this rate of chip damage, won't he be able to solo the boss by himself? Ignoring the mage who was currently questioning his life choices, Lan Wyatt unsheathed her greatsword, looking incredibly badass, and stomped her foot to rally everyone's spirits. Is everyone ready? The boss's HP is about to drop into execution range. Let's all charge and finish it. The entire squad responded in unison, radiating intense bloodlust. Let's go. Feeling humiliated from being jumped, the Ashen Lizard King threw its head back and roared, its entire body glowing red-hot like a burning coal. The system flashed an urgent hazard warning. Skill activated, Crucible of all things. The temperature skyrocketed like an erupting volcano, turning the entire valley into a giant incinerator, ready to roast anyone who dared step near the center. Standing at death's door, Lan Wyatt paled, frantically warning the team, "Watch out." Taking advantage of his teammates' panic, Ting Yan was completely swallowed by jealousy. His bloodshot eyes twisted in rage as he screamed insanely, "No way! I will absolutely not let you win. I must get that gear and Lan Wyatt must be mine. You'd better rot in hell with this beast." Playing the hero, he swung his staff to activate his repulsion lightning ring and put on a dramatic act, shouting, "Everyone, back off! Get out of the way so I can interrupt the boss's ultimate." However, instead of aiming at the boss, the lightning bolt tore through the ground and shot straight towards Lan Wyatt's exposed back, aiming to murder her, using the boss. The sneak attack was so sudden that she had no time to react. She could only gasp, "What?" in shock, before the brutal lightning magic blasted her straight into the death zone. Witnessing this dirty play within the party, Lam Vien kept an ice-cold head. Using the wind to glide, he dashed in to assist. Smirking, he muttered, "I knew exactly what a piece of trash like you would do." As Lan Wyatt's body flew helplessly toward the boss's fiery maw, Lam Vien shattered the ground beneath him as he lunged to save her, sighing deeply like a seasoned pro. What a total pain in the ass. Swift as lightning, Lam Vien's strong arm reached out, grabbing her waist right at the brink of death and pulling her back with decisive force. Catching her soft body in his arms in a classic romantic princess carry, he pressed close to her face, his cool demeanor instantly comforting her. Carrying the beauty, he leapt backward to escape the danger zone. With a simple tap of his finger, he coldly sealed the fate of the match. As the glowing green system screen popped up, signaling a brutal finishing blow, skill activated, corpse detonation. The internal detonation instantly sent a green shockwave that shattered the Lizard King's defenses. As the blinding light faded, and before the dust could even settle, the world system announced his name repeatedly, honoring an unprecedented achievement. Server-wide announcement. Congratulations to the anonymous player for achieving a first clear of the death difficulty dungeon, Ashen Valley. Snuggled in his strong arms, Lan Wyatt's cheeks flushed crimson with embarrassment. Her heart pounded wildly as she gasped in sheer admiration. "I can't believe you're so young yet possess such massive combat experience." Without showing any panic, Lam Vien gently set her down and calmly replied, "Oh, really? Guess I just got lucky then." Bantering back and forth, Lan Henuit pulls herself back to her usual serious self, but her eyes still sparkle with admiration. She makes an offer, saying even if he doesn't want to join her guild, she still desperately wants to add him as a friend, just to make it easier to drag each other along for higher-level dungeons. Falling right for the perfect flirt, Lam Vien grins smugly and locks it in. Sure, why not? Instantly, the blue system screen flashes, sending a sweet friend request notification. Lan Wyatt sends a friend request, and our boy doesn't hesitate to hit accept. Lan Wyatt is now officially on his friend list, completing step 1 of his plan to infiltrate the guild. Behind them, the fanboy priest struggles to carry the heavy reward chest over. Wearing a sly grin, He squints his eyes and teases his usually serious boss. Well, I've lived this long, but this is the absolute first time I've ever seen the great Lady Lan Niguet act, so shy and flustered like a blushing, totally love-struck teenage girl. They hadn't been holding each other for long before Lan Guet blushes hard and awkwardly clears her throat. Cough, cough, cough. Hey, put me down already. Meanwhile, on the opposite side, the mage Tin Hengan is sweating absolute buckets, clutching his staff, crying out in a total panic. How can this be? I haven't even touched a single strand of her hair. Gently setting the beauty down on the ground, Lam Vien stands tall and steady. Instantly, the system flashes a glowing leaderboard announcement. Anonymous player. Identity hidden, has reached an 87% contribution rate in the Death Tier Ash Valley Dungeon 12. Armed with that overwhelming stat, our boy coolly reaches his hand out to demand his debt. My contribution rate is a whopping 87%. According to our bet, you should be stripping off that gold tier gear and handing it over to me right about now, shouldn't you? Cornered and called out, Tin Hengan turns pale, sweating buckets as he desperately tries to play dumb to dodge the bet. Gold tier gear? Cough, cough. I mean, the boss is dead anyway. Let's look at the loot first and split it up. Not letting him dodge, Lam Vien presses hard. No need to split. Just strip off your gold tier gear and give it to me, and we're good. He completely corners Tin Gon, forcing him to back off pathetically. I'll give it to you. Don't rush me. Just let me find a replacement piece first, then I'll hand it right over. Completely shutting down his snake behavior. Seeing the tension rise, Guild leader Lanhing Guayet steps in to defuse the situation, offering a highly generous proposal. Honestly, Tin Nangan's gear might not even suit you. How about this? You get first dibs on all the loot from this run, and I'll personally pay out of my own pocket to get you a piece of gear that actually suits you. What do you think? Softened by her sweet words, Lam Vien smiles slightly, taking a step back to set up his real play. Sure, that works. Let's lock it in as you said. But honestly, compared to a pile of gear, what I really want is… Hearing this, Lan Nuyet lets out a sigh of relief and nods in agreement. Is this how a pro rolls? Sure. I really have to rely on you a lot this time. Let me go back and ask the others in the guild to see if they're down with it. After wrapping up negotiations, Lam Vien turns on his heel and casually walks toward the glowing red corpse of the Lizard King, muttering to himself, "Almost forgot, I still have your share." He instantly reaches out his hand, casting his dark summoning spell on the corpse of the Ash Lizard King. But 2 seconds later, a glowing red warning flashes across, throwing everything into chaos. 3 dog-headed minor zombies have been eliminated in the damp sewer area. Looking at the sudden death notification of his minions from far away, Lam Vien's eyes widen in pure shock. He gasps in utter disbelief. What? His brain instantly kicks into gear to analyze the situation. He knits his brows, silently thinking, my undead minions were actually wiped out? There shouldn't be anyone leveling up near that hidden dungeon anyway, and those 3 zombies were more than enough to scare off any nosy players. This abnormal situation. Could that snake controller have finally shown himself? His gaze instantly sharpens, and killing intent flares up as he locks onto his target with absolute determination. I have to seize this golden opportunity. The clue to the #1 target is definitely hidden on him. Without hesitating for another second, Lam Vien turns into a blur, rushing like the wind straight into the teleportation portal. He leaves the entire team completely stunned, totally ignoring the shouts, calling after him from behind. Hey, you haven't even taken your gear yet. The screen cuts to the damp, dripping sewer area. Lam Vien throws on his invisibility cloak, slipping through this narrow tunnel to play it a bit safer. As he goes deeper inside, he quickly discovers the corpses of his 2 summoned loyal dire wolves lying cold and stiff on the stone floor. Kneeling on one knee to examine the scene, he uses his glowing sword to illuminate the bodies, deeply analyzing them like a total pro. No signs of a struggle around. The undead were taken down with clean throat slits. Looks like the enemy is a seasoned veteran, highly skilled in assassination. Lam Vien narrows his eyes, confirming his theory. This is obvious. The weak trash mobs in this hidden dungeon aren't normally strong enough to pull this off. And if it were the power of the underworld snake, my minions would have been blown to absolute pieces, leaving no intact corpses. Piecing all the clues together, he springs to his feet. his cloak fluttering as he confidently declares his conclusion. Then, this is 100% the work of that snake controller himself. Just as he finished putting two and two together, a massive surge of murderous intent crashed down from the ceiling, instantly breaking Lin Yuan's stealth. A massive demon snake with wide-open fangs lunges straight down, accompanied by a flashing red notification. Stealth broken. Bone-grinding demon snake. Boss. Level 15, HP 4. 1500. Attack. 300. Defense. 130. Skills. Misty Venom, Suffocating Bind, and Flesh Fusion. Reacting with insane god-tier reflexes, Lin Yuan immediately plants his feet and flips backward, just barely dodging the demon snake's devastating tail whip. Using the momentum to leap back, he creates a safe distance. He quickly raises his hand, channeling a glowing orb of magic that bursts with brilliant light, ripping through the gloomy darkness. Swinging his sword with a surge of energy, he slashes straight into the beast's body. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, on high alert, thinking to himself, the level of these sewer snakes is no joke, and I still don't know what kind of dirty status effects they can pull off. I gotta keep my guard up. But, just a split second later, a massive shadow blocks his vision again. Startled, he looks up only to face another absolutely massive Snake King, towering over him, glaring down. He gasps in shock. How the hell is there another one? But he doesn't back down for a second. Gritting his teeth and bracing his arms, he raises his great sword to block the brutal beast's lightning-fast bite head-on. Under the suffocating pressure of the attack, Lin Yuan seizes the moment to activate a magic circle beneath his feet, summoning his trump card bodyguard, the giant wolf, to the battlefield. Instantly, a massive, glowing blue werewolf head rises, radiating pure murderous intent. Pointing his blade to lead the way, he barks out a sharp command, "Hold them off for me." Receiving the order, the giant wolf instantly bares its sharp fangs, lunging forward to bite right through the tough scales, throwing the demon snake far away. Taking advantage of his summon, keeping the monster busy, Lin Yuan pivots on his heel and dashes deep into the shadows. His brain rapidly plans out a strategy. Playing the long game here won't work. The enemy is definitely hiding in some dark corner nearby. I have to drag his ass out into the open and deal with him first. His crimson eyes sweep through the dark, pushing all his senses to the absolute limit to track down the target. Very quickly, his gaze locks onto a heavy, reinforced iron gate sealing off the end of the path, where the tip of a snake's tail is hurriedly slithering inside. Smirking, he mutters, "Found you." Instantly, Lin Yuan channels his full power and rushes over. He charges forward, his fist enveloped in a brilliant blue magic aura that tears through the air as he roars. "You've got nowhere left to hide, punk." He unleashes a devastating punch packed with overwhelming power, slamming it down with zero mercy. The brutal force collides head-on, but there's no one there. Looking closely at the shattered iron gate, he notices lingering traces of green magic. His expression turns cold. This gate. It's clearly the mark he left behind just moments ago. Standing before a bottomless abyss, he quickly connects the dots and realizes the enemy's sinister scheme. This is the Underworld Snake King's domain. The bastard has been deliberately setting a trap to lure him straight into a death zone. Just then, his summoned beast runs completely out of energy, shattering into a faint green mist before dissolving into nothingness. Realizing his summon has gone down, Lin Yuan calmly turns his cold face toward the enemy, standing beside a swarm of purple demon snakes, his lips curling into a mocking smirk. "Fine then. Let's see who loses patience and makes the first move." The moment those words leave his mouth, the system screen flashes, activating his stealth skill. His body instantly dissolves into faint streams of light, blending into the dark night. Having lost their target, the two dark purple demon snakes bare their venomous fangs and wildly strike forward to tear him apart. Their strike completely misses, biting into nothing but the cold iron gate. Seeing his prey slip away, the snake tamer grits his teeth and growls in pure frustration. Humph! To think he didn't fall for it. Hidden beneath his snake scale mask, his eyes flash with deadly malice as he thinks to himself, "I absolutely won't allow a second soul to learn the secret of these sewers. This is my domain." A suffocating silence fills the air. The dark sewer is creepy quiet, with only tiny ripples disturbing the puddles on the ground. Holding his breath, the villain's dark purple pupils dart around, scanning every corner. The second he catches the tiniest vibration, he whips around and swings his staff, firing a blast of destructive lightning, screaming maniacally, "Caught you slipping. Now go feed my snakes." The powerful blast slams straight down, blowing the ground into shattered brick and a thick cloud of dust. But completely defying the villain's expectations, Lin Yuan drops down like a ghost right into the blind spot behind him, mockingly sneering, "Where the hell are you aiming?" Sending the snake tamer into a panic as he gasps, "What?" Seizing the moment while his opponent is still in shock, Lin Yuan gathers his strength and swings his greatsword, unleashing a brilliant blue crescent slash that tears through the air. Desperately trying to save face, the villain quickly raises his staff horizontally to block the strike, gritting his teeth and snarling in fury. "You bastard! How dare you!" But refusing to fight fair, he instantly commands the massive demon snake behind him, which opens its jaw packed with jagged fangs and lunges at Lin Yuan with a roar. "Die. You piece of garbage." Lin Yuan instantly analyzes his opponent's weakness. Looks like this guy is absolute trash at close combat, which is why he's always trying to back away and keep his distance. All I gotta do here is summon my boys to leash these bastards up, and the win is basically in the bag. Having finished his calculations, he stuffed the map away. "You're not the only one who can summon minions, you know? Let's let them battle it out." Seeing the horde of undead rising from their graves one after another, the Serpent Whisperer's eyes widened in sheer shock. Panicking, he muttered, "Undead corpses again? How can there be such a coincidence? This is impossible." Seizing the moment while his enemy was totally disoriented, Lin Yuan pressed the attack, unleashing a vibrant green magic slash while dealing extra physical damage. He mocked, "Is waving those snakes around the only skill you've got?" Having his sore spot hit, the villain tensed up and snapped back. "Shut up. A punk who's about to meet the Grim Reaper doesn't need to know that much." With his cloak fluttering in the magical aura, Lin Yuan smirked, easily crushing the weak resistance. "Cut the crap. Without your snakes, you're nothing but a useless deadweight. You're seriously embarrassing the title of the #1 disciple." Having his backer insulted, the villain erupted in rage, swinging his staff to unleash a toxic, dark purple blast, and screamed, "You bastard! How the hell do you know about that lord's existence?" Taking advantage of the chaos, the giant demonic serpent lunged straight down from above with a destructive force. The villain gripped his staff tightly, his face hidden beneath the mask twisting into a vile, ecstatic grin. "Didn't expect that, did you? I still have a backup snake. Just surrender so I can slowly interrogate you, ha ha." Facing the onslaught of snakes, Lin Yuan remained completely unfazed. His sharp, crimson eyes silently pieced the truth together. No wonder that ambush earlier was so seamless. These beasts even know how to use the terrain for cover. Just as expected, by this time, he had already fallen right into the trap of the #1 disciple. "I have to capture him alive." The next second, he swung his sword, shredding the lunging snakes to pieces. Furious at the sight, the Serpent Whisperer gathered all his life force into his staff, slamming it straight at Lin Yuan as he snarled a death sentence. "Game over, you piece of trash." Quickly dodging the attack, he plotted, "This is it. I'll use this opportunity to bait him into closing the distance." As the destructive blast of energy tore through the wind, Lin Yuan raised his sword to block it, feigning a cry, "Damn it." The next second, 2 snakes shot out and wrapped tightly around him. "My movements are definitely slowed down." The Serpent Whisperer pointed his staff down, mocking him with a provocative smirk. "When I saw that horde of corpses, I thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. Who would have thought you're actually a necromancer hunter? Too bad your skill set is so trash. Looks like you haven't even mastered it yet." He clicked his tongue, hearing his ultra-rare class name exposed. Lin Yuan paused slightly, his sharp eyes showing a flash of surprise. "Necromancer hunter? What the hell are you barking about?" His mind raced, suspicion surging to the absolute limit. How the hell does this bastard know so much about this hidden class? He even knows the Necromancer hunter's skill set by heart. Hidden beneath his snake scale mask, the villain smirked maniacally, probing, "Spill it. Where did you dig up the info on the boss's location? I've got all day to play with you anyway." Responding to that arrogance, Lin Yuan held his head high, his red eyes burning with a cold, murderous intent as he shut him down. "Those words, I'm returning them to you, word for word. Just wait." In a moment, I'm going to beat you until you spit out every single thing you know." Before the words even finished, the Serpent Whisperer's face paled in horror as he realized his precious snakes behind him had already been turned into undead. How the hell did you turn my snakes into undead corpses?" Lin Yuan folded his arms behind his back, proudly declaring, "My undead army is endless, while your beasts are dropping dead second by second. Stop your useless struggling." Losing his advantage, the villain gritted his teeth in fury, swinging his staff to unleash a defensive magic shield. In your dreams, ignoring the danger, he bolted, roaring in resentment. "I will absolutely never let a half-breed like you catch me." Seeing this, Lin Yuan stretched out his hand, coated in vibrant green magic, decisively activating his destructive trump card, Corpse Explosion. On command, the blackened serpent instantly writhed in a frenzy, launching itself into the air to intercept the target. The violent impact of the undead explosion shattered the wooden scaffolding blocking the path, sending shockwaves that shook the entire tunnel. Taking advantage of the thick smoke, Lin Yuan activated his Senecio skill, unleashing a flurry of green magic vines in hot pursuit. Go drag him back by his neck. Looking at the desolate ruins, he slowly touched down, lightly flipping his cloak as he coldly muttered. He slipped away pretty fast, but at least I've narrowed down the operating area of this Serpent Whisperer. His crimson eyes gleamed with confident calculations. Besides, at this stage, he hasn't even tapped into the overpowered strength of the evil god's descent yet. Once I master the Dispel Control skill, these trashy snakes will be nothing but free undead material delivered straight to my mouth. While busy plotting his next move, Lin Yuan's eyes suddenly froze as he glanced down at the rubble pile. Huh? Amidst the dark crevice, a bright golden gleam flashed, instantly catching the hunter's attention. Bending down to pick up the strange object, he opened his palm and flipped it over, but saw no stat screen. Lin Yuan quickly hypothesized. No stats shown. Looks like it's not gear. Highly likely it's some kind of ID token. If that bastard is actually hiding inside the Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild, hitting up Lan Ningyiet right away to double-check is the ultimate galaxy brain move. He definitely hasn't had time to pack up his hideout yet. Without hesitating, he instantly opened the system chat and shot a quick message to the female guild leader. Recipient: Lan Ningyiet. Hey, you free to meet up tonight? I want to talk about what happened back at Ash Valley. As soon as he hits send, the screen cuts to a quiet night sky, where the city's towering stone castles are starting to light up and buzz with life. In a cozy corner of a quiet tavern, Lan Ningyiet hurries over to Lam Vien's table, looking a bit guilty. My bad. I kept you waiting. Sorry I'm late. The second she sits down, she gets straight to business, sliding a glittering gold ring with a magical glow across the table. Here's that gold tier gear I promised. See if the stats work for you. A green system screen pops up, clearly displaying some premium stats. Mind Focus Ring. Gold tier. It directly buffs 20 spirit and adds 200 to max mana, plus a quick meditation skill that seriously boosts mana regeneration. Slipping the premium ring on, Lam Vien nods in satisfaction, sizing up his new prize. A mana recovery effect? Huh? Ever since I started using Corpse Explosion, my mana's been tanking faster than a lead balloon. Lan Ningyiet really came through this time. She's definitely showing some real good faith. And she's not done yet. The boss lady flashes a bright, easy smile as she pulls out a bunch of loot dropped from the death dungeon. Also, about the loot from Ash Valley, we had a deal that you'd get first dibs. The screen flashes to show the Dark Crown Hero armor, silver tier. Next up is a highly coveted dagger, the Meteor Dagger, a silver tier weapon made for bloodthirsty assassins, glowing with a sharp light. Finally, the best piece of loot appears. A level 1 skill scroll that directly injects 100 points into skill proficiency. Without even glancing at the silver gear, Lam Vien snatches up the scroll, tucks it straight into his inventory, and coolly locks it in. This was practically made for me. Honestly, it's way better than I expected. You guys can split the rest of that junk amongst yourselves. I'm good with just this scroll. Seeing how decisive he is, Lan Ningyiet rests her chin on her hand, smiling with genuine interest. And here I thought you were some edgy, antisocial loner. Didn't expect to see you hanging out in a lively spot like a tavern. Skipping the small talk, Lam Vien gets straight to the point, his expression turning cold. Today, while I was farming mobs down in the sewers, I ran into a high-level player. The badge he was wearing was a dead ringer for your Mirror Flower Water Moon Guild logo. I want to track him down too. Exchange some pointers. Mind lending me a hand? Hearing this, Lan Henguyet looks surprised. The sewers? Let me check around with my members first. Without a word, the young man slides a shiny golden pocket watch across the table as proof. He dropped this when he panicked and tried to flee. Take a close look. Does it ring a bell? Taking the evidence, Lan Henguyet squints at it closely, her eyes completely blank. A pocket watch? Let me see. This doesn't really look like in-game gear. To be honest, I've never seen such a flashy accessory before. Having gotten the gist of the situation, Lam Vien says seriously, "Got it. Then please keep an ear to the ground about what's going on in the sewers. This is a matter of life and death for me." Sensing his gravity, she nods firmly. All right. I'll make sure to flag this case in the guild. With the main business out of the way, Lam Vien casts a sidelong glance, trying to fish for some info on her guild. By the way, you just handed over a gold tier item to pay off a debt to an outsider like that. Aren't your guild members raising hell about it? The moment he mentions her toxic teammate, Lan Juliet's face turns icy cold. She scoffs. Tin Hangan is throwing a massive fit, of course. But he's the one who threw the game and screwed over the team. His screw-up was plain as day, there's no running from it. Her sharp gaze suddenly softens, and she gently brushes back her hair, her voice laced with nostalgic sorrow. And there's another reason. You look a lot like my little brother. Sometimes, it even messes with my head. If he were still alive today, he'd definitely be around your age. Seeing her lost in memory, Lam Vien finally understands why her behavior had been so strangely familiar before. He slowly slides the pocket watch back toward her, speaking gently. It's all in the past now. Don't be too hard on yourself. As the heavy atmosphere settles, Lan Henguyet quickly snaps back to her usual sharp self. Oh, right. If you trust me, you should stockpile as many lightning resistance potions as you can. You're gonna need them real soon. Slipping the ring into his pocket, Lam Vien nods as the system alerts him that he's finished harvesting 100 paralyzing grass for Yimia's quest. He quickly calculates. The Order faction has nothing on him. After all, the absolute best recipe for lightning resistance potions is already sitting right in his hands. Lam Vien wraps things up. I'll keep your advice in mind. It's getting late, so I'll be taking off first. Lan Nuyet stands up with a smile. Since it's on the way, let's walk together. The two head out of the tavern, stepping onto the quiet, stony street. Suddenly, Tin Hangan, wearing a low-brimmed hat, emerges from a corner and blocks their path. Coming face to face with Lam Vien, walking alongside his goddess, Tin Gan's face goes completely dark. He grips his staff tightly and slams it hard onto the stone pavement. This bastard dares to sneak around behind my back and date Lan Nayet? I'm gonna wreck him right now. But before he can even process it, Lam Vien and Lan Nayet are already standing right in front of him. Oh, hey, Tin Nan. What a coincidence. Are you hitting up this tavern too? Hearing that, he stammers awkwardly to cover his tracks. I just happened to be passing by. With that, Tin Yan stepped forward, mockingly lecturing Lan Henguyet as the proud guild leader. What could you possibly have to talk about with a nobody like? But Lam Vien didn't even spare him half a glance and snapped back hard. I invited her out here to discuss some private guild matters. As a mere grunt, you don't need to stick your nose into our business. Humiliated on the spot, Tin Hangan, furious, unleashed a lightning spell with sparks flying everywhere. Oh, look at the big shot who's all talk. Didn't you just brag earlier about not wanting to join the guild? Why are you now sweet-talking the guild leader into discussing confidential matters? He got right in Lam Vien's face, his eyes bloodshot. Spit it out. You're getting close to her for some dirty reason, aren't you? Hearing this, Lam Vien frowned, thinking to himself, what a toxic parasite, before firing right back. Lan Henguyet's swordplay is truly profound. I went through the trouble of inviting her out here to exchange a few pointers. Got a problem with that? Tin Gan sneered malevolently. Ulterior motives, more like it. Lan Nayet, don't let yourself get fooled by this guy. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. Pushed past her limit, Lan Nuyet abruptly turned her back and walked away, throwing back words as cold as ice. Thanks for your unnecessary concern, but since when do I need your permission to hang out with someone? Seeing his crush get mad, he frantically waved his hands to salvage the situation. No, no, no. Lan Hinjait, I didn't mean it like that. She snapped back around, scowling with disappointment. Enough. What a waste of my time. I literally came all this way just to help secure your gear. You couldn't disappoint me more. Stuttering and breaking into a cold sweat, he stammered, Lan Nuet, you've got it wrong. Watching the two of them walk away, Tin Gon's eyes flashed with a wicked, crazed look. It's all because of that bastard. He ruined everything. He pulled at his hair in frustration, muttering, as long as I make him disappear, Lan Hinyet will be mine again. His face twisted in rage as he roared, exploding with bone-chilling killing intent. I have to eliminate him. Fuming with rage, he slunk away to a dark dock cluttered with wooden crates. The moment he saw his contact, Tin Hingan slammed a bag of money onto the table and barked out orders. So you really were hiding here. Go eliminate this guy for me. The fully masked assassin leisurely raised his glass for a sip, replying lazily, What's the rush? Let me finish this glass first. Tin Hang Gan roared in frustration. I'll double your pay once it's done. Just make sure you take him down as miserably as possible. The assassin received the target's photo through the system, sneered, and locked in the contract. Well, quite a big spender, aren't we? All right, I'll take this gig. The cunning mage smirked, adding another layer to his wicked plot. Remember, choose a spot where a massive crowd is gathered. His face twisted like a demon's, and with bloodshot eyes filled with madness, he growled, Slowly torture him right in broad daylight for me. The assassin clicked his tongue, staring intently at the photo, showing Lam Vien's cold face, feeling puzzled. This kid, why does he look so familiar? The scene shifts to the bustling city of Samark, where an NPC uncle named Dak stares intently at a pocket watch. Shaking his head, he says, I've never seen this watch before. It looks like just a regular piece of jewelry, but you could head over to the Scorpion Knights and try your luck. Though that's assuming you can even get inside first. Taking back the watch, Lam Vien clicked his tongue and thought, who would have thought an experienced NPC like Dak would be completely clueless about this too? He nodded politely. All right, thanks, uncle. The NPC Dak waved his hand with a sigh. Don't mention it. Too bad I'm retired. Without a good reason, it's pretty hard to meet the commander. Just as they hit a dead end, a cute young girl carrying a basket of food stepped inside. Uncle Dak. How have you been? I brought you some delicious food. Seeing the girl, Uncle Dak's face completely brightened up. Edith. I'm doing great. Thanks for going out of your way to visit this old man. Hearing the familiar name, Lam Vien frowned slightly and muttered, Edith. Uncle Dak pointed toward the girl and gave him a tip. If you really want to dig up some info on the Scorpion Knights, you should ask this girl for help. She's actually the biological daughter of Commander Sid. To his surprise, Edith quickly shook her head, looking hurt. No, I stopped being his daughter a long time ago. Now, I'm just an independent tailor. Catching the scent of a quest, Lam Vien took a step forward and pitched in. Sounds like some family misunderstanding. Maybe I can lend a hand? Uncle Dak also sighed and advised, Edith, the commander is already deeply regretful. No matter what friction you two have, don't be so hard on him. Just take this old man's advice, okay? Edith smiled gently, her eyes gleaming with a ray of hope. All right, my young friend, please follow me. Turning around to walk inside, she held the box tightly, saying wistfully, I thought I'd never get the chance to give him this gift again. Strolling behind her, Lam Vien chimed in. It seems you were just waiting for the right opportunity. Edith gently caressed the crimson box, then slowly unlatched the lid to reveal a neatly folded black outfit. Perhaps. Carefully holding the box with the exquisite formal wear, her eyes were filled with deep thoughts. This is a suit I spent 1 full year making by hand. Gently placing the box into Lam Vien's hands, she earnestly pleaded with him. And after that, please let me know his answer. Taking the item, Lin Yuan reassures her with total confidence. Don't you worry. I'll make sure this gets delivered as fast as humanly possible. Right on cue, a green system screen pops up with a notification. You have accepted the hidden quest. Dusty Family Ties. Lin Yuan checked out the quest details. Name, Dusty Family Ties. Trigger conditions. Heal Edith. gain her favor, and boost reputation with the Scorpion Knight Order. Objective: deliver the formal suit handcrafted by Edith to her dad, Sid. Rank: Gold. Time limit: 12 hours. Before long, Lin Yuan arrived at the gates of the Scorpion Knight Order's camp, heavily guarded by soldiers wielding massive halberds. Seeing a stranger cloaked in black approach, 2 guards instantly crossed their weapons to block his path and barked, "Halt! Identify yourself." Lin Yuan calmly replied, "Don't worry. I'm here on behalf of Lady Edith. I have something to deliver to the commander." Hearing this, one of the guards lowered his weapon in surprise. "Lady Edith? Please wait here. I'll go report to the commander right away." While waiting, Lin Yuan crossed his arms and did some quick math. The Scorpion Knight Order was basically the strongest fighting force in the Western Desert, Ancient Kingdom, second only to the Imperial Preceptor. If I play my cards right and get on their good side, things will be way easier for me down the line. Before long, the guard jogged back and waved him over enthusiastically. "Sorry to keep you waiting, please follow me." Lin Yuan strolled after the guard deep into the camp, curiously eyeing a massive winged lion mount with a vicious scorpion tail chained to the ground. Glancing at the beast, he clicked his tongue, calculating in his head, "If I want to get one of these signature lion-scorpion mounts of the Scorpion Knight Order, I'll definitely need to grind way more reputation points to even qualify to buy one." As the stranger passed by, the beast suddenly roared, baring its fangs and claws aggressively, its fiery eyes locked onto him in a threatening stance. Leading him to a massive command tent, the guard stopped and pointed inside. "The commander is right inside that tent ahead. Go on in." Lin Yuan nodded politely. "Got it? Thanks." Just as he pulled back the curtain and stepped inside, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat, reminding himself that Commander Sid's power was absolutely terrifying, on par with a level 60 Lord-tier monster. He absolutely couldn't slip up and reveal his secret as a necromancer hunter. Stepping further in, he saw a man clad in heavy armor standing with his hands clasped behind his back, staring at a tactical map. Lin Yuan spoke up. "Commander Sid, sorry to disturb you." The white-haired man with a long scar across his face slightly turned his head. In a deep, bittersweet voice, he asked, "Tell me, how is Edith doing right now? Is she living well?" Lin Yuan walked over, placed the red box on a wooden table, and replied calmly, "Lady Edith misses you dearly. I'm actually here on her behalf to deliver something to you." Carefully lifting the garments with both hands, the old man listened as Lin Yuan explained. "This is a formal suit she spent 1 whole year tailoring just for you. She hopes you can understand her feelings." Sid froze in grief. 1 year. That child must be 20 by now. Why does she still refuse to come see me? Clutching the clothes tightly to his chest, the old commander's eyes gleamed with a mix of pride and heartache. It seems she's still as passionate about tailoring as ever. Look at these exquisite stitches. This is truly a masterpiece. His face crumpled in sorrow, and he hung his head in deep regret, blaming himself. And yet, back then, I was so stubborn. I thought my daughter shouldn't be doing such a lowly tailoring job. In the end, I even forced her to run away from home. Caressing the soft, ruffled collar with his rough, calloused hands, he whispered, choked up, "It's been 10 years since we last saw each other." Witnessing this tear-jerking scene, Lin Yuan thought to himself, who knew a legendary general who could command the wind and rain like Sid actually had such a soft side? I've got to seize this chance to ask him about that pocket watch. Fixing his expression, he gave a comforting smile. "Commander Sid, Lady Edith doesn't resent you at all." The commander snapped his head up, his tear-filled eyes burning with determination. "Please, tell her for me. I don't give a damn about that stupid family pride anymore. I just want my little girl back by my side." Lin Yuan placed a hand over his heart and nodded respectfully. "Will do. However, there is one more thing I need to ask you." With that, he opened his palm, revealing a golden pocket watch engraved with a skull to the commander. "Do you know the origin of this watch?" Old Sid knitted his brows, closely examining the item in the young man's hand. Before replying in a low, firm voice, "A pocket watch? I can confidently say I've never seen this style before in my life. All right, go deliver my message to my Edith." Lin Yuan put the watch away, clicking his tongue as he sighed and closed his eyes, reluctantly accepting this dead-end lead. Guess that's that. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Lin Yuan froze in his tracks when Commander Sid called out, "Wait." Sid's gaze suddenly turned razor sharp, a crimson glow flashing in one of his eyes. Hitting that wall of sheer bloodlust, Lin Yuan broke into a cold sweat and grit his teeth. No way, did he spot a slip-up? But out of nowhere, the old man shut his eyes, let out a heavy sigh, and pulled back his terrifying pressure, muttering, "My bad. I went too far. Since you're someone my daughter actually trusts, I shouldn't be doubting you anymore." Suddenly, he whipped out a shiny golden medal, and the imposing commander declared with absolute authority, "Thank you so much for everything you've done for Edith. If any punk dares to mess with her, feel free to use the Scorpion Knight's name to kick their asses." Seeing this, Lin Yuan let out a massive sigh of relief, wiped away his sweat, and thought, "Talk about a close shave." Then, bracing himself, he gave a firm promise. "Got it. I'll make sure Lady Edith stays completely safe, no matter what." Instantly, a bright green system notification flashed on the screen. "You have earned Sid's recognition. Scorpion Knight's reputation increased by 1,000. And the good news kept rolling in. Your reputation with the Scorpion Knights has reached friendly. You are now officially an honorary member of the Scorpion Knights." Looking closely at the medal, he smiled. After all, there was absolutely no other way to farm this thing unless Sid personally handed it over. With this bad boy in hand, he could basically strut around this entire map like he owned the place. Leaving the camp, he headed straight for the reputation shop. His current reputation points had already hit 1,500. Now that the reputation shop was finally unlocked, there was no way he was missing this golden opportunity. After all, some of these exclusive items were only sold right here. The guard at the shop gave him a massive, friendly smile. "Welcome, young knight." Eyeballing the list of sick gear on his screen, Lin Yuan didn't hesitate for a second. "I want to buy a lion scorpion mount." He grinned like a villain. His combat skills were already maxed out, so if he could just get his hands on this beastly mount, he'd basically become a walking, talking mobile fortress. The NPC gently stroked the fur of the terrifying lion-scorpion hybrid and warned him, "A lion-scorpion is crazy expensive, kid. You won't find more than a handful of these in the entire windblown Sand City. The price is a whopping 300 gold coins." Whipping out a massive bag of cash and slamming it onto the counter, Lin Yuan didn't even blink. "No problem at all." The system flashed 2 alerts back to back. 300 gold coins deducted. Poison Scorpion Lion Mount. Successfully unlocked. The scene cut back to the tailor shop, where Edith was holding her hands tight against her chest, tears streaming down her face as she heard the news. "My father. Did he really say that? Oh my God. I honestly thought he'd forgotten all about me." Spending every waking hour obsessed with his precious night order, Lin Yuan offered her a gentle smile. "Don't say that, Lady Edith. The commander genuinely wants you back by his side." She looked down, a soft, peaceful smile gracing her lips. "Just knowing he feels that way is more than enough for me." The familiar system screen lit up with another notification. "Hidden quest. Dusty family bonds completed." Edith carefully handed over an ancient box with a bright smile. "This is a small token of my gratitude. Please, take it. And please tell my father that making beautiful clothes for everyone makes me incredibly happy. I want to stay right here and keep doing what I love." Popping the box open, the stats of a sweet gold tier gear flashed before his eyes. Spiritual Ballistic Coat. Grade: Gold. Type: Equipment. Effects: Constitution plus 100. Defense plus 60. Spirit plus 30. Skill: Spell Immunity. Active effect: Upon activation, grants total immunity to all magic damage and crowd control effects for 10 seconds. Cooldown: 24 hours. Slipping the brand new, crisp trench coat over his shoulders, Lin Yuan smirked triumphantly as a magical aura flared up around him. A gold tier gear with magic and CC immunity? Hell yeah! With this bad boy in my hands, I can completely shut down that old geezer of a mage. Then he nodded in farewell. "Thank you. I'll go deliver your message now." The scene shifted back to the outside of the Night Order's headquarters, where a deep sigh of relief from Commander Sid echoed from within. "Sounds like Edith is really loving her life right now. Hearing that puts my mind at ease." Not one to give up on searching for clues, Lin Yuan stroked his chin, his brain working fast. Since the pocket watch lead is a dead end, I might as well just ask him directly about the snakes. With that thought, he spoke up boldly. Commander, do you happen to have any intel regarding snakes? The commander stroked his beard, frowning in confusion. Snakes? Ever since the Snake Men civilization was banished, every single snake around this wind-blown sand city was wiped out by us long ago. But then he paused, his eyes narrowing in deep thought. However, if it's a snake that appears in a dream, does that count? Sensing something highly unusual, Lin Yuan pressed curiously. A snake? Is there something special about it? Rubbing his chin as he tried to recall, Sid mumbled, well, rumor has it that it's a massive, giant serpent. But then again, stuff that happens in dreams is nothing but a fleeting illusion. We wouldn't even know how to deal with it anyway. As he spoke, he picked up a letter sealed with red wax and said in a low, serious voice, since you are now an honorary member of our Scorpion Knights, since you're so damn interested in snakes, I'll hand this quest over to you, the old man concluded, tossing the letter straight to the young man. Snatching the letter, Lin Yuan gave a quick nod. Got it. I'm on it, he said, though his mind was already cooking up theories. Could that actually be the underworld snake? But how the hell can it creep into someone else's dream? Don't tell me this is linked to that damn snake controller. Right on cue, the system screen popped up with a new notification. Quest accepted. Quest: Count Kahlo's Nightmare. Quest details: head straight to Count Kahlo's estate. Time limit: 48 hours. Following the system's navigation, Lin Yuan quickly made his way to the massive, ridiculously luxurious stone mansion of the Count's family. But before he could even step foot inside, the heavy wooden doors burst open, and a brutal-looking servant yanked a young girl by her collar, throwing her out without a shred of mercy. The girl crashed hard onto the cold stone floor, letting out a painful shriek. The servant glared, pointing his finger and yelling, "A filthy peasant like you actually has the nerve to defy the Count?" Meanwhile, the butler, looking sharp in his fancy suit, with a red bow tie and gold-rimmed glasses, smugly adjusted his white gloves and raised his chin, ordering, "This brat clearly has a death wish. Beat her up." The thugs immediately rushed in, kicking the poor girl as she curled up to shield her head. They kept throwing insults. Filthy trash, always needing a good beating. One beefy thug raised his massive, flexed fist, gritting his teeth and snarling, "The fact that the Count even looked at a piece of garbage like you is a blessing, you peasant." But before his fist could land, Lin Yuan easily caught it, stopping it like it was nothing. He smirked sarcastically. "Well, this is definitely the Count's place. Your hospitality is truly eye-opening." Getting interrupted by a total stranger, the thugs backed up a few steps, glaring and barking. Where the hell did this random punk crawl out of? How dare you stick your nose into the Count's business? The butler smirked, pushing up his glasses with pure arrogance. Tisk, tisk, trying to play the hero saving the damsel in distress? Fine, you can rot here with her. Get him, boys. Barely breathing on the ground, the girl looked up at her savior with bruised eyes, whimpering softly, "Run, quickly. If you cross the Count, you'll..." Ignoring her warning, Lin Yuan stepped forward coldly. "This is exactly the place I was looking for." With that, he unleashed a massive burst of energy, sending the thugs flying through the air. They screamed, "What the hell is happening?" Looming over the trembling butler, Lin Yuan asked coldly, "Where is the Count?" Breaking into a cold sweat, the butler tried to salvage some dignity, stammering, Do you have any idea whose people you're messing with? This is..." Before he could finish, a figure slowly approached. Looking up, the fat, bearded Count Kalos strutted out, acting all high and mighty. "This is Count Kalos' territory. Where did this peasant crawl out of? Daring to lay hands on my people. Go call the Scorpion Knight Order, and throw this brat into the dungeon." Lin Yuan calmly pulled out a shining gold badge, flashing it right in front of him. He smirked. "Actually, I'm the one the Scorpion Knight Order sent. I'm here about your little nightmare." Seeing the badge, the Count's eyes went wide. You are a knight?" Pulling a complete 180-degree turn, the Count gritted his teeth and barked at the butler. "Hang these useless trash upside down and starve them for 3 days and 3 nights." The butler bowed low. "Right away, sir." Turning back to Lin Yuan, the Count forced a fake, brown-nosing smile. What a bunch of blind fools, failing to tell a knight apart from a commoner. They deserve it. You've arrived at the perfect time, young man. If you can solve my little problem, I'll personally go to the Night Order to secure a handsome reward for you. Lin Yuan coolly shoved his hands into his pockets. I hope so. Following the Count inside, Lin Yuan was greeted by an incredibly lavish library with massive bookshelves reaching all the way to the ceiling, where a few maids were busy cleaning. Some were dusting with feather dusters, while others bent over, struggling to move the gaudy, jewel-encrusted velvet chairs. Slopping down into the armchair behind his desk, the Count pinched his temples, looking miserable. There's always a giant serpent chasing me in my dreams. It's utterly ridiculous. A grand count like me, having to endure this absolute torture. He slid a detailed drawing toward Lin Yuan. I hired an artist to sketch that damn snake. Take a look. Is there any way to handle this? Examining the sketch of the bizarre, three-headed hooded serpent, Lin Yuan frowned in surprise. Just as I thought. The underworld snake. Folding the paper, Lin Yuan calmly smirked and replied, My lord, I'll need a little more time to look into this. Right then, a cute, timid-looking maid with short hair approached with a tray of drinks. The Count spoke in a patronizing tone. I hope you're confident about this. Getting this sorted out will be good for both of us. Suddenly, the clumsy maid tripped over the edge of the carpet and lost her balance, sending the tray of drinks flying. Splash! The freezing cold water slammed right into the smug Count's face, making her shriek in absolute panic over her horrific mistake. Splashed with water right in the face, the Count bolted up, wiping his face while roaring like a wild beast. You filthy peasant! In a fit of sheer rage, his massive, meaty arms swung down in a bone-shattering slap, sending the maid crashing to the floor. You worthless brat! He spat, completely losing it. I'm gonna skin you alive. The poor girl clutched her swollen cheek, collapsed on the floor. Tears streamed down her face as she sobbed and begged for mercy under the oppressive shadow of her cruel master. Please, spare me. Don't beat me. The Count's face twisted into a flushed, ugly grimace. His bloodshot eyes bulged as he roared like a savage. You couldn't even handle this one simple thing? You useless piece of trash. Still not satisfied with just screaming, he venomously raised his massive leather boot, about to stomp right on the poor girl's face. You filthy, low-born vermin. But before his boot could connect, Lin Yuan shot forward like a gust of wind, scooping the maid up and whisking her to safety in the nick of time. The Count missed his kick, stumbled forward, and stared in absolute shock. You? My lord, we're still discussing the commission. Flying off the handle like this doesn't look very professional, does it? Hearing the knight speak up, the Count wiped his face, forcing his anger down with a fake dismissive laugh. Haha, my bad, I lost my cool. But honestly, I only do it for their own good. If they can't even handle basic chores, how are they gonna survive in the real world? He slicked back his hair smugly as he spoke, while Lin Yuan gently set the maid down on the floor. Back when they were rotting on the streets with nowhere to go, I was the only one who felt sorry enough to take them in. They should be bowing down in gratitude. Shoving his greasy, malicious face closer, he growled in a threatening tone to coerce her. Well, tell him, Anna. Am I right or what? The maid, Anna, hung her head with tears welling up. Wringing her hands in pure terror, she mumbled, Why, yes, sir. I am deeply grateful to my lord for taking me in. The Count jerked his chin in disdain, ordering, Beat it. As he brushed past Lin Yuan and his butler, the Count kept muttering, spitting out incredibly degrading and hateful words. Unlike those born with noble blood like me, trash like them aren't even worth a stale piece of rye bread. Plopping back down at his lavish dining table, he laced his fingers together and started preaching his smug philosophy. Then again, even lowlifes have their uses. Their ultimate purpose in life is to please and entertain me. Don't you agree, Sir Knight? Knowing the fat bastard was mocking him for being a busybody, Lin Yuan just half closed his eyes coldly and chose to stay quiet. Annoyed by his blank reaction, the Count turned to his butler. Butler, serve the feast, and set up a separate spot for our titleless knight here. The butler bowed low to obey, then smirked, turning to mock Lin Yuan. Hey, if you weren't working for me, you wouldn't get to taste the Count's luxury delicacies in a million years. Soon, the long dining table was packed with food, served by the busy maids. Standing by his side, the butler reported, My lord, this meat sent by Count Golan has been carefully prepared by our chef, just as you ordered. Take a look. The Count stroked his chin and nodded, acting like a true connoisseur. Not bad. But he cast a contemptuous sidelong glance at Lin Yuan. He clicked his tongue and ordered, "Our country knight here probably isn't used to such high-class, sophisticated dishes. Just throw him something basic." The butler smirked obsequiously. "Right away, sir." Hearing those grating insults, Lin Yuan frowned, holding back. "The mission comes first. Once I wrap this case up, I'm coming back to trash your entire noble house, you fat pig." Outwardly, he just shrugged nonchalantly, replying, "Whatever's fine." A moment later, Anna the maid approached and gently placed a bowl of plain fish soup in front of him. "Please enjoy, Sir Knight." Lin Yuan looked up at her, offering a polite smile. "Thank you." Stuffing his mouth with a huge chunk of meat and chugging his wine, the obese Count Carlo urged him. "So, Knight, have you figured out a plan yet? Don't go wasting my precious time." Lin Yuan calmly picked up the simple fish soup and took a sip, replying in a level voice, "I would like to stay in your room tonight to investigate." Hearing this, the Count lost his temper, hurling his wine glass and shattering it on the floor. He pointed a finger right at Lin Yuan's face and barked, "Are you out of your damn mind? Since when is my bedroom a place where trash like you can just waltz in? Figure it out yourself. I only care about results." Despite getting yelled at to his face, Lin Yuan remained unfazed. He slowly sipped his soup, looking down as he cursed the guy in his head. What an arrogant, brainless pig. A while later, once the fat Count had retired to his room, a cold, sharp glint suddenly flashed in Lin Yuan's eyes. Activating his stealth mode, he slipped right in front of the Count's bedroom door, only to gasp inwardly. Shit, something's going down. A sharp, stinging slap echoed right in front of him. Anna the maid clutched her swollen, burning cheek, crying out in pain. "Ah!" Lounging on his jewel-encrusted chair, Count Carlo leaned his arrogant face in close, snarling, "You ungrateful brat. Is serving the great Count Carlo really such a chore to you?" The butler chimed in with a greasy smirk. "Exactly. Countless people would die for the chance to serve his lordship, yet you dare complain?" On the cold floor, the poor girl lay prostrate, sobbing and begging, "Please, please spare me." He grabbed the girl's hair and yanked it back, flashing a vile, wicked grin. "You seriously think some scrub-tier knight is gonna save you? That brainless idiot does whatever the hell I tell him to anyway. Haha." The butler pushed up his glasses, chiming in with a mocking laugh. "Knight? What a joke. One word from you, Lord Count, and that loser is nothing but a worthless slave." Ha ha ha. Standing hidden right outside the carved wooden door, cloaked in a deep blue stealth magic, Lin Yuan frowned and clenched his fists, thinking, so that's how it is. Every single maid here was forced into slavery through these dirty, underhanded tricks. Inside, the Count swung his arm, throwing the girl onto the cold stone floor, and bragged arrogantly, "I, Count Carlo, don't just hold all the power here in the West Desert Kingdom. Even if I go to another country, my status as a noble remains untouched. You're never escaping my grasp, not in this lifetime." Ha ha ha. Anna could only cover her face and sob uncontrollably. The butler flattered him. "A brilliant mind like yours, Lord Count, would obviously never be foolish enough to put all his eggs in one basket." The fat slob stroked his chin and let out a smug scoff. "Humph, obviously." Eavesdropping from outside, Lin Yuan suddenly put the pieces of the puzzle together. Wait a second. His title was granted by the West Desert Kingdom. How could he keep those exact same privileges in another country? Unless, right then, the green system screen flashed with a new quest update. Hidden condition triggered. Count Carlo's nightmare has been updated to arrest. Quest details. Arrest the traitor, Count Carlo, and throw him behind bars. And locate proof of his treason. Time limit, 48 hours. Smirking, he thought, "Hamph. Exactly as I expected. This Carlo bastard is a traitor. I need to contact the Scorpion Knights, and fast." Activating a special item on his person, the system interface flashed a notification. Special item used. Arrest request sent to the Scorpion Knights. Back inside the room, the Count's eyes suddenly grew heavy, dark circles forming under them. He let out a massive yawn and mumbled, "Ugh, why the hell am I so sleepy all of a sudden?" Scratching his head in frustration, his bloodshot eyes locked onto the kneeling maid, redirecting his rage. Damn it all! That miserable snake keeps me awake every single night, so don't you dare think you're gonna live in peace either. Before he could even lay a finger on her, a terrifying force exploded from outside, kicking the thick, gold-plated wooden door clean off its hinges. Hands casually tucked into his pockets, Lin Yuan strolled in wearing his long trench coat, looking completely unfazed and arrogant. My, Lord Count, I could have sworn I just heard a pathetic scream in here. Meanwhile, he quickly formulated a plan. I just need to buy some time until the knights get here. Seeing the buzzkill show up again, the Count's blood boiled. He pointed a trembling finger, shrieking at the top of his lungs, You, this damn knight. Over and over again. You dare show me such disrespect. How insolent. The butler also stepped forward, barking threats, but ignoring the desperate shouting of the two crooks, Lin Yuan simply looked down at the maid and said gently, Go on outside first. I have some personal business to settle with the Count. The girl looked up, her tear-filled eyes wide with shock. Feeling completely insulted, the Count's fat face contorted as he spat out each word with pure venom. Humph. You ruin my fun and think you can just walk out? Some scrub-tier knight gets a little power and suddenly thinks he's hot stuff? That stupid knight badge doesn't mean jack. The butler leaned in, fanning the flames. My lord, don't you think we should teach him a little lesson? The Count tilted his chin, ordering ruthlessly, Tie him up and hang him upside down. I want him to watch with his own eyes what happens to low-born scum like him. The butler pushed up his glasses, cracking a sinister grin as he rubbed his hands together. Leave it to me, my lord. Turning back, he shrieked at the top of his lungs, Guards! Intruders! They're trying to assassinate the Count! Instantly, the sound of heavy footsteps thundered down the lavish hallway as countless guards, spears in hand, charged straight into the room. Seeing they were completely outnumbered, the maid Anna grabbed Lin Yuan's sleeve in a panic, begging through her tears. Please, you have to run. Don't throw your life away for me. But Lin Yuan merely narrowed his eyes, calmly scanning the mob of trash blocking his way. He smirked confidently. You think this pile of garbage is enough to take me down? Not a chance. The guards roared and lunged at him. Striking a pose, Lin Yuan swung his hand, and a massive, gold-embellished greatsword crackling with deep blue lightning slowly materialized in his grip. Gripping the hilt right before his eyes, his gaze burned crimson with raw killing intent. He muttered to the girl behind him, Get ready. You're getting out of here first. The girl quickly nodded. Okay. In a flash, Lin Yuan spun, unleashing a wave of blue energy that literally split the ground. The absolute beast swept away the frontline guards, leaving them gasping in horror. What? Under the silent night sky, the mansion's massive ironwood doors remained shut tight, looking like a suffocating cage. Suddenly, that massive door was violently blasted open from the inside by a terrifying, explosive force. Wooden debris flew everywhere in a massive explosion that ripped through the air. Lam Vien frowned, cutting through the wind with quick steps, his sharp eyes scanning the area as he silently calculated his next move. There are way too many maids and servants around here, making it hard to bust out his necromancy and corpse explosion spells. The maids huddled in a corner, shaking like leaves as they clung to each other, whispering in pure terror. Is that really him? Is he seriously trying to assassinate the Count? An iron-armored guard rushed past, frantically turning back to hiss at them. Shh, keep your mouths shut. Before the short-haired maid could even reply, her face went totally pale with horror. Her eyes went wide as a guard, sliced out of the air by Lam Vien, free fell to the ground, screaming in sheer despair. Help! Somebody save me! Meanwhile, our boy dashed off, unleashing a blinding wave of emerald sword energy that wrecked everything in sight. Standing like a boss among the mob of guards groaning on the ground, Lam Vien sheathed his sword and muttered his game plan. Now, he just had to keep an eye on the Count and the butler until the night order showed up to wrap things up. Out of nowhere, countless glowing green magic chains shot out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around his limbs. Restrained by magic, he didn't even flinch, just smirked coldly and thought, So, this is a crowd control skill? Perfect. Just the chance I needed to test out the equipment skill of my Gloom Spectre gear. The system interface immediately flashed a bright green notification. Skill activated. Magic immunity. Crowd control effect removed. The butler smirked, stepping forward with the count, gripping his magic staff as he mocked his opponent. You knights are all the same, all muscle and absolutely zero brains. Count Callow stood behind him, hands on his hips, barking out orders with a smug, punchable face. Did you really think someone as important as Count Callow wouldn't have top-tier bodyguards? Teach this trash a lesson he'll never forget. Hiding behind the door, the maids hugged each other, shedding tears of despair. It's over. He still fell right into the hands of that psycho butler. Sigh, but who can blame him? The butler is literally a retired elite from the Royal Mage Order. The butler crazily shoved his glowing lightning staff right in Lam Vien's face, unleashing a crackling bolt of thunder while laughing like a maniac. This magic can send lightning straight into your veins, tisk tisk. The glowing blade reflected off Lam Vien's ice-cold face, but the butler just kept running his mouth. I bet that's not going to feel very nice, is it? But in the blink of an eye, Lam Vien effortlessly slapped the attack right back at him, his voice colder than ice. You should keep this little toy for yourself. He drove his blade deep into the guy, making him cough up a mouthful of blood as he shrieked in absolute horror. What? You weren't paralyzed at all? The next second, the butler collapsed to his knees, clutching his chest and coughing up pools of fresh blood in sheer agony. Watching this, the fat count broke into a cold sweat, his eyes bulging out of his head. He stared at Lam Vien, who was standing there holding his sword like a god of death, his face completely twisted in pure panic. He backed away, pointing a trembling finger and screaming in desperation. I hired you to do a job. What the hell is this? Are you trying to start a rebellion? Lam Vien pointed his blade, dripping with killing intent, straight at Callow's throat. His voice was low and menacing as he delivered his judgment. Compared to my mission, I think your little act of treason is a way bigger deal, don't you think? Hearing that, the fat bastard shivered in absolute terror, muttering to himself. Meanwhile, while Lam Vien was focused on the count, the butler scrambled up from behind, frantically swinging his staff for a sneak attack. Since you already know everything, just die and get out of my sight. But Lam Vien acted like he had eyes in the back of his head. Without even turning around, he just raised 2 fingers, shooting an emerald blast of magic to block the strike. He sneered. Sucks that I can't chop you to pieces right now, but the quest says I have to bring you back alive. The butler was blown back, screaming in shock. What the hell? A knight who can use magic? Before the guy could even process it, our boy closed the distance. A violent blast of holy lightning exploded and struck right down on the royal mage, frying him as he twitched and shrieked in absolute agony. The insane force blasted the once dapper butler away, crashing him hard onto the stone floor, shattering the tiles, and kicking up a huge cloud of dust. He collapsed to the floor, completely knocked out, his shattered glasses falling to the ground, a fitting end for a bully who thought he was untouchable. Taking advantage of the chaos, the count turned tail and ran, muttering, I'll find Sid and get you sentenced to death. But the moment he looked up, he bumped right into a pair of pitch-black boots, blocking the stairs like a grim reaper. He stammered in sheer horror, sweating like a pig. Why you? How did you get here already? Lam Vien's towering figure blocked out the moonlight, releasing a suffocating pressure that sent the count tumbling down the stairs. Well, didn't you just scream about wanting to sentence me to death? Throwing all his dignity out the window, the cowardly fat slob got on his knees, frantically waving his hands to excuse himself. No, that's not it. I was actually going to find Sid to put in a good word for you. No, wait. I'll personally ask the king to knight you and give you a massive reward. Lam Vien coldly raised his hand, gathering a burning green flame of magic right in front of the count's face, smirking as he delivered the final blow. If I just drag a traitor like you to the king, he'll give me more than enough rewards anyway. The magic orb slammed down, tearing through the air as Lam Vien coldly delivered his punishment. When you were brutally persecuting those innocent, defenseless people, did you ever once think of showing mercy? The count clutches his face and screams in despair. Under the blazing pressure of the blue flames, he whimpers and begs for mercy. I know I was wrong, okay? I'll release those peasants right now. But Lin Yuan crushes his hopes with a cold, low growl. It's too late for that. Lin Yuan reaches out and hoists the fat pig's heavy body right into the air, leaving him wide-eyed, suffocating, and gasping for breath. Gasp. Hold down this traitorous criminal. Lin Yuan gritted his teeth, growling his sentence. You'd better take your sweet time and think over your confession. My lord, the fat bastard still struggles, throwing out desperate bribes. No, I'll give you whatever you want, just take it all. Please, spare my life. His plea is answered by a brutal, explosive magic punch straight to his chest. Lin Yuan cold-bloodedly bids him farewell. Say goodbye to your filthy, despicable noble status. A blast of deep blue energy, crackling like lightning, strikes straight down, carrying unstoppable destructive power. Right at this moment, Commander Seth, riding majestically on his fierce, black lion beast, leads the night order and arrives just in time, asking with concern, I hope I'm not too late. Is Count Carlo unharmed? Where's the mastermind you mentioned? Lin Yuan stuffs his hands in his pockets, replying with a cold, smug attitude. Unfortunately, Commander, the criminal we need to arrest is Count Carlo himself. He is a traitor. Holy crap. Seth immediately turns to the young knight with a grim warning. You must be absolutely sure about this. If you dare lay a hand on a count without solid evidence, that is a death penalty offense. At the same time, Count Carlo, splayed out miserably on the ground, points his finger and screams in a wild frenzy to salvage some dignity. Oh, so you know it's a death sentence? You sent a complete lunatic here. This is an absolute, blatant insult to a count. Seth frowns and crosses his arms, looking troubled and hesitant to make a move based solely on your word. I still cannot order the arrest of the count. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan stands leaning back with his arms crossed, completely unbothered, showing zero signs of panic or hesitation. Just as they hit a deadlock, the maid, Anna, steps forward. Clasping her hands together, she musters up all her courage and declares clearly, Wait, I know where the evidence is. Anna walks up to Lin Yuan, looking up with absolute determination in her fearless eyes. I once accidentally overheard the count plotting in secret. They even set up an altar for worship inside a secret chamber, with extreme determination written all over her face. The young girl points decisively. The secret chamber is not far from here. The evidence is definitely hidden in there. His mask torn off, the count's face twists into a flushed, dark red, looking like a literal demon, his bloodshot eyes bulging as he screeches like a madman. You lying brat. When did I ever associate with the Serpent Men civilization? Like a cornered wild beast, he leaps through the air, trying to rip his accuser to shreds. You filthy peasant, I will tear your mouth apart. But Lin Yuan is already stepping in. With a swift kick charged with deep blue mana, he sends the fat bastard flying back, shutting him down coldly. Since the system quest described it exactly like this, yours truly is absolutely sure you really are a traitor. Turning to the commander, he firmly requests, Commander, please take the count into custody first. I will bring back the evidence in no time. Seeing how things have escalated, Seth rubs his temples with a heavy sigh, reluctantly agreeing, All right, fine. With a matter this serious, we will just have to wait for the results of your search. Sitting atop his beast, Seth waves his hand, barking orders to the squad. 2 knights stay behind to help with the search. The rest of you, escort the count back to camp immediately. The soldiers stomp their armored boots and shout in unison to accept the order. Lin Yuan turns to the maid, offering a reassuring word. Lead the way. No need to worry. Gazing at the young knight's strong back, Anna blushes, completely dazed, and replies, Yes. You and the others are different. I trust you. Under Anna's guidance, the group heads deep into a dark, gloomy passage built from cold stone bricks. The girl speaks up. The count's secret passage connects directly to this place. One of the knights walking behind, holding his spear to peer around, wonders to himself, a sewer? This is exactly the kind of place those serpent men love to lurk in. Following behind, Lin Yuan casts a suspicious glance at the short-haired maid. His sharp mind is already analyzing the situation. But seriously, why on earth did she wander into a godforsaken place like this just to eavesdrop on their secrets? Stopping in front of a massive, closed metal door, Anna looks up and points it out. This is the secret chamber where they always meet up in secret. Lin Yuan casually steps forward to take position. All right, leave the rest to me. Lin Yuan silently glues his eyes to the massive door, carefully inspecting every crack. There are absolutely no special traces left on it. He reaches out to grab the handle, channeling his strength to slowly pull it open while warning his companions, "Keep your guard up. I'm opening the door." As the door slowly opens, revealing pitch-black darkness inside, Lin Yuan peers in and clicks his tongue. "Looks like there's nobody in here." Suddenly, from the surrounding darkness, these giant, vicious pythons bare their toxic fangs and lunge at them, forcing him to quickly back up and yell, "Everyone, fall back now!" The knights behind them completely lose their cool, grabbing their weapons in absolute, frantic panic. Facing the pack of wild, venomous snakes, Lam Vien draws his sword, totally chill and ready to throw down. No need to panic, they're just a bunch of tiny worm-ass snakes. With just a few quick slashes, the snakes are sliced and diced, left lying in a bloody mess all over the floor. Who knew this place was hiding so many venomous pests? Something is definitely fishy here. Meanwhile, Lam Vien keeps a sharp eye on Anna, the maid standing silently off in the distance. His brain is working at lightning speed, analyzing the situation. It really feels like she isn't scared or even surprised at all. Thinking about it, if they all got wiped out here, could she be a snakeman disguised as a human, secretly plotting with that fat bastard? Maybe she felt the Count was about to get busted, so she played nice and helped me just to cut ties and make a run for it. This snakeman repellent potion is something those scaly bastards absolutely detest. Let's see if she's real or fake. One test and she'll show her true colors. Quick as lightning, he smashes the glass bottle onto the stone floor. It shatters, releasing a pale yellow mist as he gives a perfect, casual excuse. This is just a little snake repellent to keep those nasty snakes away, so we don't have to worry. The thick yellow smoke quickly billows up, completely wrapping around Anna, but she just calmly clasps her hands over her chest, looking totally unbothered, with zero physical signs of irritation. "I'm so sorry. I had no idea there were such terrifying things hiding in there. But I'm absolutely sure the evidence is kept inside." Seeing how ridiculously calm the maid is in the middle of the repellent smoke, Lam Vien silently dials back his killer gaze. He summons a bright green magical flame in his hand to light up the dark room, letting out a quiet sigh of relief as his doubts fade away. Maybe I was just overthinking it. He then turns to the girl with a comforting smile. "It's fine. This wasn't your fault at all." The group pushes forward, walking straight to the back of the stone-tiled chamber. Right in front of them is a giant, creepy-looking coiled snake statue. Lam Vien folds his arms with a smug look. "Bingo. Found our evidence." One of the knights picks up the snake statue to check it out, completely losing his mind. "Oh my god, this is definitely a snakeman totem. The king ordered all this crap to be destroyed ages ago. How did that damn count dare to hoard this much of it?" The knight next to him holds up a piece of patterned cloth, his eyes wide with absolute horror. This is the count's family crest. He really was plotting with those snakemen. This is high treason. Standing right behind the two sweating, panic-stricken knights, Anna the maid keeps her head down, wringing her hands as she plays the fragile, sobbing victim, begging them, "Please, noble knights. You must make him pay for what he's done." Cut to the prison cell. Count Kalos slams his hands on the table and jumps up, glaring at the guards. "Humph, it's been a whole night already. Where's your so-called evidence? How dare you drag a count's honorable name through the mud? Once I get out of here, I'm going to personally ruin every single one of you useless trash." Just then, the cell door flies open, and Commander Sid strides in majestically alongside Lam Vien, absolutely burning with rage. As he barks out an order, while the guards quickly snap to attention, the Count is brutally shoved to the ground, forced to his knees as the guards yell at him, "Shut your mouth and confess to your crimes, you filthy traitor." The Count breaks into a cold sweat, totally panicking as he stammers, What? No way. I swear I have absolutely nothing to do with those damn snakemen." Standing with his hands behind his back, watching the interrogation, Commander Sid lets out a heavy sigh and shakes his head in disappointment. Unbelievable. To think Kalo actually turned out to be a traitor. He pats Lam Vien on the shoulder, his voice filled with pride and appreciation. "But hey, you did an amazing job this time. I've already reported this to the king, so expect a sweet reward coming your way very soon." Lam Vien just gives a humble smile and bows. "Thank you, Commander. I was only doing my job." Right behind them, the harsh cracks of the whip echo through the room, mixed with the Count's pathetic screams. "Ah! Stop! Stop it! I'm a Count. I am Count Kalo." The butler is also wailing like a coward. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a simple butler. Ah. Sid's face turns deadly serious as he watches, stroking his chin as he analyzes the situation. I'm afraid the snakemen have already gotten their hands on a ton of our kingdom's classified intel. Next, I'll personally lead our forces to wipe them out. As for the maids in the Count's manor, I'll have to trouble you to get them sorted out. Lam Vien lowers his eyes, doing some quick mental math. Turns out, there's still a top-tier item left in the Count's manor that he absolutely cannot pass up. Snapping out of his thoughts, the young knight gives a confident nod. Got it. I'll make sure they're all taken care of. Just then, a guard rushes in to report. Commander, they're ready to talk. Sid's eyes flash with a sharp glint. He spins around and barks. Get some pen and paper. Prepare to take down their statement. The once dapper butler, now looking like a swollen, bruised mess, scrambles forward to sell out his boss. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. The Count has been secretly dealing with, not wanting to be left out. The Count contorts his bloody face and screams, "Shut your mouth! Who said you could speak?" That part where he used his massive, chubby body to deliver a heavy headbutt, sending the captain flying and tumbling to the ground, squealing. Ow, ow, ow. Groveling at Sis's feet, Callow, with tears and snot streaming down his face, trembled as he confessed. I confess, I really did have a tiny bit of business with another faction. Just a tiny, tiny bit. He looked up, sobbing pathetically as he begged for his life. But since I've come clean on my own, you guys have to ask the king to go easy on me and show some mercy, okay? Absolutely disgusted by the traitor's shameless audacity, XIS gripped his sword hilt, cursing under his breath. We've put our lives on the line for this kingdom for years, and a scumbag like you dares to bite the hand that feeds you. You're a dead man, you piece of trash. Suddenly, the system screen lit up with a brilliant flash. Quest. Capture the traitor completed. Scorpion Knight's reputation +1. Even so, Lin Yuan frowned, deep in thought. Did the quest really end just like that? What about that giant serpent? I must have missed something huge here. Closing the system interface. Lin Yuan cupped his hands in farewell. Since he's confessed, I'll go ahead and arrange the accommodations for those maids. Zis nodded in agreement, his eyes burning with killing intent as he glared at the fat Count. Go on. I'm going to make this fat pig Callow cough up every single secret he's hiding. The wooden door of the dungeon slammed shut, locking the traitor's filthy secrets inside the interrogation room. Inside, Ixis drew his sword, pointing it straight at the Count's face as he roared. Spill it. Who are the Serpent Men's spies among us? Callow's eyes widened in sheer panic, and he shrieked in protest. What the hell do you mean, Serpent Men? The guy who contacted me was clearly a spy from the southern Kwai Kingdom. Meanwhile, Lin Yuan had returned to the front gates of the Count's grand mansion. He rubbed his chin, recalling memories from his past life. He remembered someone on the forums bragging about a shield hidden in Callow's mansion, a reward bestowed by the king himself. It had god-tier stats and a unique skill. It's got to be hidden somewhere around here. Stepping into a cluttered storage room packed with chests, Lin Yuan frowned, rummaging through every nook and cranny. His glowing red eyes scanned the room, searching for the treasure. He yanked open several expensive wooden chests, only to find them completely empty. Lin Yuan clicked his tongue in disbelief. Did someone beat me to the punch? Is there someone else who knows about this gear? Returning to the main hall, a guard escorting the maids ran up to report. Sir, all the maids have been gathered, but we noticed one of them is missing. Lin Yuan frowned. The guard anxiously added, It's the maid named Anna. Lin Yuan's face darkened. A green magic flame flickered in his palm. His mind raced. Was she silenced by the Serpent Men to cover their tracks? Or was my earlier hunch actually correct? Snuffing out the flame, Lin Yuan turned and strode down the dark hallway, muttering resolutely, Whatever the case, I need to track her down, fast. Stopping before the door leading to the basement, he quickly reasoned, A living, breathing person doesn't just vanish into thin air. The secret passage leading straight down into the sewers under the mansion is the prime suspect here. Following the damp steps deep into the pitch black, freezing sewers, his figure vanished into the gloom. He kept piecing the events together in his head. He still had this nagging feeling he'd missed a crucial detail. Let me think. If that Count really was plotting with the Serpent Men in secret, Then just as he reached that thought, a familiar female voice piped up sarcastically, cutting him off. Well, you sure took your sweet time. Lin Yuan's eyes widened as he instantly went on high alert. Who's there? Under the flickering light of the sewer, the maid Anna stood with her back to him, mockingly teasing, "What's the rush? You weren't the one stuck playing undercover in that trashy mansion, so of course you can just show up whenever you feel like it." Out of the sewer shadows stepped a figure cloaked in black, sporting purple hair and a snake scale mask covering one eye. With a sinister smirk, he purred. Well. Is that fat Count Callow finally done for? Spotting his mortal enemy, Lin Yuan instantly activated his stealth skill. The system screen flashed. Stealth mode activated. Slipping into his phantom state, his brain went into overdrive. It's the serpent caller. Why is Anna meeting him in secret? Isn't she just a regular NPC? The serpent caller clicked his tongue in mock admiration. Tiske, I've gotta hand it to you, Anna. You're a natural-born actress. That pig of a count probably had no clue, even on his deathbed, that you were the one who set up that secret chamber. By now, Anna had stripped off her maid uniform, revealing a tight combat suit that perfectly showed off her smoking hot curves. Crossing her arms, she smugly replied, "Of course they didn't." But then, she frowned and vented. But some bizarre-ass knight had to show up out of nowhere. For some reason, he started sniffing around my connection to the serpent men. He even used snakebait to test me. Putting the brawl aside, the snake tamer smirked. Hey, aren't those dumbasses still getting played like a fiddle by you anyway? Then his face turned serious as he demanded, "What does that bastard look like?" Anna pulled out a portrait, coldly reporting, "This is his face. I still have to carry out the snake people's mission." Slowly breaking down the nobility of the West Desert Kingdom. Then she asked back, "By the way, how is your snake restocking going?" The snake tamer took the portrait, glancing at it carelessly. But the next 2 seconds, his face twisted in pure rage, veins popping all over. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "It's this bastard. If it weren't for him, my precious little snakes would have never left me. He did this. He's the one who snatched my hidden dungeon." Hiding in the shadows, Lin Yuan finally put the pieces together. So Anna was a snake person spy all along. Her goal was to frame others and wipe out the West Desert nobility. But then, another question popped up in his mind. If the Baron was actually framed, why did the system say I completed the quest? Whatever. I'll just find the right moment and wipe out the whole damn nest. Hearing the snake tamers screaming, Anna crossed her arms in disdain. What's the matter? Have you clashed with him too? I mean, isn't he just some knight who knows a bit of magic? You can't even handle a tiny issue like that? Furious at the jab, the snake tamer barked, "What the hell do you know? His strength is way beyond what you see. The bastard can even summon the undead. If it weren't for that damn undead guarding the hidden dungeon's entrance, why the hell would I be struggling like this?" Anna gasped in shock. Undead? Could his class be? Gritting his teeth, the snake tamer replied, "Exactly. That's why I need you to lend me the Underworld King snake for a bit." His face turned incredibly sinister, eyes burning red with insane bloodlust as he roared, "I'll make sure he dies a brutal, agonizing death." But to his surprise, Anna flatly refused. Absolutely not. The Underworld King snake is crucial for another plan. If the West Desert's Grand Preceptor senses it, there is a huge chance he'll destroy it. That's a loss our snake civilization cannot afford to take. The snake tamer grabbed her shoulders, begging desperately. "But I can't wait any longer. You have to lend it to me." Anna slashed his hands away, leaning in dangerously close as she hissed, "I am not letting you act recklessly, got it?" Still invisible, Lin Yuan silently analyzed. Normally, NPCs don't have this much interaction with players. So this snake tamer is using Anna to grind reputation points for the snake civilization? He clenched his fists, determined. "I'm absolutely not letting this bastard get what he wants." Suddenly, a violent gust of wind swept through, shaking the entire sewer. Lin Yuan whipped around in shock, stunned by what he saw. From the thick white smoke, a massive emerald python with fierce, glowing golden eyes slithered out, raising its head high with an oppressive aura. The snake tamer scrambled back a few steps, leaving the spotlight to the beast and its master. Standing right in front of the python's head, Anna crossed her arms and threatened coldly, The underworld king snake can sense my emotions. If you really want to try something, there's no way I can stop it from tearing you apart. The snake tamer curled his lip and sneered. Humph, you two really are a devoted pair of master and pet. The giant python lowered its eyes, with only one thought in its mind. Everything is for the plan. Anna gently stroked the python's tough scales, seeking comfort and connection. Finally, the snake tamer backed down. Fine, I'll find a way to deal with him myself. You just keep carrying out your mission. And don't forget what your boss ordered. You're supposed to coordinate with my moves. Anna leaned her head against the underworld king snake's firm body, holding a shield she had just stolen. Grumbling in annoyance, I get it. Just let me rest for a second. Serving those old geezers is seriously making me sick to my stomach. This entire trip only got me a mediocre shield. Getting handled by that fat pig for so long is a total joke. As the snake tamer turned to leave, Anna tossed her head and called out, "Suit yourself." Lin Yuan caught this entire little drama playing out right before his eyes. Lin Yuan looked down at his spiritual hand, calculating his next move. My stealth doesn't work against the underworld king snake. I can't just make a reckless move here. He quickly hatched a new plan. I'll just have a tiny snake tail the snake tamer, then strike once he's far enough away. A small spiritual snake immediately detached from his body, silently slithering after the target. Looking up at the massive python, Lin Yuan whispered reassuringly, "Don't be impatient. Very soon, you will see the light of day again." The python flicked its tongue in eager anticipation. Lin Yuan clenched his fists with determination. The Baron's matter can wait until I get out and ask the Knight order. The cultist issue is the most urgent right now. First, I've got to take down this snake tamer. Opening his tracking map, he smirked confidently. With the gloomy soul guide skill in my arsenal, I'll definitely catch him completely off guard this time. The puppeteer was walking along when suddenly, a numbing shock jolted straight down his spine. He froze in his tracks. This undead bastard. Is it him again? The system immediately chimed, activating the skill, Paralysis Sense. His purple eyes widened in shock beneath his dark cloth mask. Crap, I'm being tracked. He quickly pulled out a teleportation scroll, gnashing his teeth in pure rage. Lucky I prepared this backup. Sooner or later, I'm gonna put an end to that bastard. The system immediately popped up a notification. Teleportation in progress. A glowing blue magic circle appeared beneath his feet, swallowing him whole before vanishing without a trace. Lam Vien stood frozen, clicking his tongue in disbelief. Another teleportation scroll? How can he just waste such a pricey, single-use item like that without a second thought? Lam Vien thoughtfully analyzed the situation. Looks like this first apostle has way more resources than I thought. I need to rack up some capital myself. Oh right. It's about time I stockpiled a bunch of high-grade lightning-resistant potions. Once that lightning element dungeon opens, these babies are gonna sell like hotcakes. His gaze sharpened as he looked at his undead minions standing guard. And to make that happen, I've got to keep holding down this hidden dungeon, the Serpent's Lair. Meanwhile, inside a grand and solemn cathedral, a lady named Edith expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Oh, heavens! I had no idea these poor homeless girls went through so much suffering. Please, let them stay here. Another girl took Edith's hands, overflowing with gratitude. I can teach them how to sew. It's way better than ending up as low-life maids again. That was exactly our goal for this trip. Thank you, Lady Edith. A knight standing next to Lam Vien spoke up. We shall take our leave now. Ah, right. Has Callow's confession been fully prepared yet? Another knight replied. It's already been handed over to the commander. I can't believe that bastard was secretly conspiring with the Nam Quai Empire. What a disgrace. Nam Quai is our sworn enemy. As the group of knights departed, someone watched them and muttered, "So, the Nam Quai Empire is pulling the strings." In this immortal world, Nam Quai and the Western Desert have always been bitter enemies. I hope he gets what he. As the knights walked away, no one noticed a faint movement in the shadows of a nearby thick bush. A figure clad in a black cloak with a crow perched on his shoulder whispered an order. Go tell the boss. The target has left the night order. We can strike at any time. The crow let out a few caws as if it understood, then spread its pitch-black wings and soared into the blue sky. Back with Lam Vien, he was walking down the street, running the numbers in his head. The high-grade lightning-resistant potion recipe I have is a unique item. Brewing this stuff requires a high-level alchemist, but almost all of them belong to the big guilds. He stood in front of a quest board, frowning slightly. This recipe is a single-use item. If they learn the recipe and then stab me in the back, it's gonna be a massive pain in the ass. Lam Vien made his decision. Seems like finding a freelance alchemist and signing a contract is the safest bet. He scanned the quest flyers on the board, though high-level freelance alchemists aren't exactly easy to find. Guess I'll post a bounty mission first to see if anyone fits the bill. Suddenly, his eyes locked onto a certain quest poster. He pulled the flyer down and read it to himself. Player Lak Huyen Non has posted a bounty mission. Huyen Non? In his memories from his past life, she was one of the top 10 alchemists in the Western Desert. Her main class was a ranger, specializing in long-range attacks. Lam Vien's eyes lit up as he gripped the paper tightly. And most importantly, she's never joined a single guild. The system panel popped up instantly. Bounty mission accepted. Quest poster automatically added to your friends list. A chat window popped up, and Lak Huyen Non's voice came through, sounding genuinely surprised. Huh. I didn't think anyone would actually dare to take my quest. Didn't you see the guys from the Quang Dien Guild purposely blocking my quest listings? Lam Vien typed back decisively. Don't care. When are we heading out to clear it? Lak Huyen Nyan giggled. Well, someone's impatient. All right then. I'm sending you my coordinates. See you in a bit. A small notification appeared in front of Lam Vien. Coordinates 22547865. He muttered, high-level freelance alchemists are hard to come by. Let's hope she's someone worth working with. Lam Vien quickly made his way to a jagged rocky canyon bathed in the glow of the sunset. A playful voice rang out from behind him. Hey handsome, are you the one who took my quest? It was Huyen Non, a gorgeous female ranger with long brown hair and a green battlesuit. She walked up, asking, Just you? The granite golem is an elite mob, you know. Are you sure you can handle it solo? Lam Vien turned around, giving a soft grunt of agreement, only to realize she was that drunk girl from the tavern the other night. So she was Lak Huyen Non. Lak Huyen and Han stepped closer, leaning right into Lam Vien's face with a teasing grin. All right then. Didn't realize my little bro here was actually pretty handsome. I'm counting on you for this quest, okay? She hopped onto a rocky ledge, drawing her bow in a flash. Make sure to watch your back, okay? This big sis right here will protect you with her bow. Lin Yuan coldly replied, no need. Lei Huyen Non thought to herself, this guy looks totally unreliable. Lin Yuan sighed internally. If there wasn't anyone more suitable, I guess she'll have to do. La Huyen Non pointed ahead. Those granite golems are hiding in those rocks, just waiting to jump anyone who passes by. The two of them started heading deeper into the canyon, their footsteps crunching on the gravel. Lin Yuan suddenly stopped, his eyes growing sharp. Humph. La Huyen Non just laughed it off. But hey, don't sweat it. Even if we fail the mission, this big sis won't let you kick the bucket. Right then, the ground shook violently. A giant granite golem burst from the cliffside, charging right at them. A status window popped up before Lin Yuan's eyes. Granite Golem. Elite. Level 15. HP. 3,600. Attack. 300. Defense. 410. Skills. Hardened Body. Power Strike. Both of them immediately braced themselves as the hunt officially kicked off. The granite golem roared, swinging a fist the size of a boulder right down at them. La Huyen Non didn't even flinch. She drew her bow, a green energy arrow glowing brilliantly. Take this. Told you this big sis would protect you. The arrow sliced through the air, but the moment it hit the monster's steel-like body, it just bounced right off. A mocking mist popped up in the air. La Huyen Non pouted, her face falling. Ugh, figures. Real combat is way harder than alchemy. Before she could even finish complaining, she jumped out of her skin as two more golems flanked her, pulling back their fists to strike. Just when things were hanging by a thread, a dark blur swept past. Lin Yuan stood right in front of her, pushing her back with one hand while drawing his sharp sword with the other. Stay down and hide. I'll handle this. A pale blue aura erupted around Lin Yuan. His eyes turned sharp as his brain worked at full throttle. Granite golems. Their main attribute is, even though he was surrounded by monsters, Lin Yuan didn't show a shred of fear. Instead, he flashed a smug grin. Granite golems have insane defense. In that case, I'll just use that to my advantage. He instantly launched 2 energy spheres straight at their heads. Watching from a distance, La Huinyan stared blankly at Lin Yuan's back. She muttered, "Why does he look so familiar? A cold, handsome, and totally badass guy." Suddenly, a memory flashed in her mind, and La Huinyan stood there, completely frozen in shock. "I remember now. Isn't he the guy who chased those thugs away from me at the tavern? He's actually strong enough to solo monsters on his own? So I wasn't just hallucinating because of the booze." She hurriedly fished out a recovery potion and ran toward the fight. Panic setting in. "Oh no! He must be totally cursing me out in his head right now." "Don't be scared, little bro. Big Sis is bringing you some recovery potion." But before she could even get close, Lin Yuan slammed his foot down, launching himself into the air like an arrow. He raised his sword high and roared, "Gate of Armaments!" Instantly, a massive, eerie green dimensional rift tore open behind him, and howling hellhounds and werewolves surged out. The undead army clashed with the granite golems, unleashing an absolute bloodbath. In the blink of an eye, the monsters were completely wiped out. Their bodies shattered into pieces, leaving glowing golden crystal cores scattered across the ground. Lin Yuan touched down gracefully and picked one up. He calmly walked over to La Huyennan, who was standing there slack-jawed, and held out the crystal core. "This is the granite golem core you needed, right?" A system notification popped up. "Lao Huyenyan's bounty quest is already cleared?" Wait, did I hallucinate that because of all those sleepless nights brewing potions? Lin Yuan shrugged and replied nonchalantly, "They were just a few elite monsters." She stared at him with stars in her eyes, smiling as she recalled, "Hey, you're also the little bro who brought me back to my hotel room last time, right? Man, this Big Sis owes you a huge favor. But hey, with crazy strength like yours, why did you even take my quest? You could easily do high-paying missions instead." Lin Yuan looked her dead in the eye, laying out his cards. "To be honest, I'm looking for a high-level alchemist to sign a contract and brew potions for me. But I don't trust the guild crowd. You just happen to fit my criteria perfectly. It's a highly profitable gig. Interested?" Lin Huyenhan flashed a charming smile and nodded without a second thought. "Sure. This Big Sis already saw what kind of guy you are that night. So, how about we go grab a drink and discuss the details?" Lin Yuan immediately pulled up a holographic contract. "I'll brief you on the specifics later. Sign the contract first." La Huyennan replied happily. "All right. I'm not usually a fan of these binding contracts. But since it's you, little bro, no problem. I'll sign." Lin Yuan nodded in silent satisfaction, as the system notified that the contract was successfully bound. "That makes things safe. Guess I've got myself some backup now." The notification pops up clearly. Player Lak Kuyin-nan has agreed to sign the cooperation contract, establishing a higher contract relationship with player Lam Vien. ID hidden. Lak Kuyin-nan crosses her arms, winking playfully. "Well, looks like this big sister is working for you now. What do you want me to do, huh?" Lam Vien replies, "I have a recipe." Mid-sentence, Lam Vien suddenly freezes. He narrows his eyes and looks around. Wait a second. This place is. Looking up at the jagged stone pillars, a sudden wave of familiarity washes over him. I swear I've seen this somewhere in my past life. The spawn locations of these granite golems actually follow a pattern. Right then, a flash of green light flares up. A massive monster with a lion's body, eagle wings, and a tail. Lak Kuyen Han panics, while Lam Vien instantly recognizes it. A Suhat. Without a moment's hesitation, Lam Vien leaps straight onto the back of the newly appeared Suhat. The beast roars, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky, leaving Lak Kuyen Nan standing there completely dazed. Huh? He just left like that? Soaring through the air, Lam Vien looks down at the panoramic view of the canyon. He suddenly realizes, no wonder. So, this is why the photo on the forum, in my past life, had this exact angle. Looking down from above, the stone pillars where the granite golem spawn are arranged. The Suhat circles around once, before landing right in front of the largest stone pillar. Lam Vien's eyes flash with excitement. This is the entrance to a hidden dungeon. Inside the ancient tomb, Lam Vien and Lak Kuyen Nan, one radiating blue dark energy, the other enveloped in a green light of life, cautiously make their way deeper inside. Lak Kuyen Nan whispers as she walks, unable to hide her shock. I can't believe there really is a hidden dungeon in this stone forest. But seriously, there are only two of us. Is this really going to be okay? Lam Vien keeps a calm expression, secretly calculating his moves for this dungeon. The forum in his past life only had a single photo of the entrance, and absolutely no other information. A hidden dungeon might be extremely dangerous, but the rewards are massive. Even without any intel, I have to do this. He glances at the girl next to him. If I remember correctly, you're the one who insisted on tagging along. Lak Kuyen Nan instantly plays the victim, putting her hands on her hips in a playful pout. Geez, I was just curious. Don't worry, I don't even need any of the loot. Just Lam Vien shakes his head slightly and says firmly, since we're here, you follow my lead. Let's go. The entrance is right ahead. The moment his foot touches the first step, an ancient, freezing chill washes over him. Lam Vien narrows his eyes. This is. Before them lies a deep, dark passage leading underground. At the very end of the path stands a massive stone sarcophagus. Lam Vien recognizes it instantly. The underground ruins of the Aztec civilization, an ancient tomb. He explains to the dazed Lak Kuyen Nan. In the lore of the immortal world, the Aztec civilization was one that worshipped death. As they walk, observing the strange patterns on the walls, Lam Vien continues, what they pursued was the transcendence of the soul, a state of immortality. They possessed incredibly powerful crafting techniques using corpses. However, this civilization collapsed hundreds of years ago. Zooming in on the ancient, decaying stone steps, Lak Kuyen and shivers, hugging her arms. For some reason, I've got a really bad feeling about this. Suddenly, from the front of the sarcophagus, a buzzing sound begins to echo, growing louder by the second. Lam Vien immediately goes on high alert, straining his ears. The sound of mosquitoes buzzing. Wait. No. A dark shadow surges out of the sarcophagus at a terrifying speed, leaving a blurry streak of light. Lam Vien only has time to yell, it's too fast. He swings his sword, releasing a brilliant blue slash of sword chi. But that dark shadow is even faster. It easily dodges the slash and charges straight at Lak Kuyen Nan. She only has time to let out a panicked scream as her entire body is. The shadow reveals its true form, a black-robed wraith wielding a scythe. Its eyes glowing with a sinister purple light from within its hood. The status window appears. Black-robed wraith. Common. Level 17. HP. 4,500. Attack 530. Defense 45. Skills. Grudge Cry. Endless Pursuit. From behind the wraith, a swarm of smaller monsters begins to crawl out. One of them makes a sound. Are those insect-type monsters? Lak Kuyen Nan grits her teeth, feeling her body lock up. I don't think I can move anymore. Without looking back, Lam Vien orders his minion, Dogman, get her out of the dungeon. Even though she is restrained, Lak Kuyen Nan quickly pulls out a few potions from her bag. Summoning all her strength, she throws them toward Lam Vien. These potions should temporarily buff your stats. The system panel repeatedly flashes notifications. Agility potion used on teammate Lam Vien ID hidden. Effect. Agility increased by 10%. Attack potion used on teammate Lam Vien ID hidden. Damage output increased. Defense potion used on teammate Lam Vien ID hidden. Effect. Defense increased by 10%. Feeling the surge of power coursing through him, Lam Vien analyzes the situation. That monster specializes in lightning-fast attacks. First, I gotta clear out these weak-ass minions. Then I'll focus on the big guy. He charges straight into the monster horde, the glowing green sword light from his undead soldier skill flashing non-stop as he wipes out the small fry mobs. Out of nowhere, a sharp, deadly gust of wind slashes in from his flank. Lin Yuan quickly dodges back, his gaze turning serious. Damn, this bastard is smarter than I thought. It actually knows how to wait for the perfect opening. Standing right in front of him is a massive scarab, its entire body glittering like pure jade. Lin Yuan swings his sword and slashes down, but it does absolutely zero damage. Wait, a beetle with zero defense but taking no damage at all? Does this thing have some kind of special defense mechanism? According to the status panel, Aztec Empire, Divine Scarab, Special Monster, Level Unknown, HP 100, Attack 1000, Defense 0, Skills, Judgment, Immortal. Lin Yuan narrows his eyes, locking in his decision. Fast speed, insane single-target damage, this is exactly what I need to patch up my tactical weak spots. There's no way in hell I'm letting you escape. He immediately summons a giant lightning scorpion, crawling up from the ground, blocking the beetle's escape route. Instantly, the beetle flies right over the lightning scorpion's head. Lin Yuan roars, "Don't even think about running," and chases after it at absolute maximum speed. It's still fast as lightning, dodging every single attack coming its way. The exact moment Lin Yuan leaps into the air, delivering a heavy strike from above. No matter how powerful it is, in the end, it is still just a blade carrying the power of the undead slashing down hard. Just a beetle, after all. The beetle gets instantly crushed by the blow, shattering into countless fragments of energy. Lin Yuan yells, "Die." Lin Yuan exhales a long breath, his sword still pinning down the struggling, dying Divine Scarab. Phew. Even though I could only chip away at its health bit by bit, there's no way it can escape anymore. Death is only a matter of time. Right after, the system panel coldly flashes. Health points reduced to 0. Lin Yuan stands tall, reaching out with one hand as jade blue necromantic energy swirls in his palm. Excellent. Now, fight for me. From the beetle's corpse, a powerful burst of jade blue light suddenly explodes, cracking the surrounding stone floor. The light condenses as the shattered fragments of the beetle quickly reassemble, forming a brand new Divine Scarab, its entire body radiating an eerie, mystical glow. Lin Yuan is genuinely surprised. As the resurrected beetle hovers around him, a tiny, childish voice echoes in his mind. "Who do you want?" Lin Yuan thinks to himself, "No way. It actually has a trace of sentience? This is a massive bonus." Without waiting for an answer, the beetle flies straight toward the massive stone sarcophagus. Lin Yuan instantly realizes, "Wait, that coffin. Can you actually open it?" The beetle lands on the lid of the sarcophagus, releasing a powerful wave of energy from its body that triggers an ancient mechanism. The heavy lid slowly grinds open with a loud rumble. A blinding pillar of light shoots straight up into the sky from inside the sarcophagus. Lin Yuan watches the majestic scene, finally figuring it out. No wonder there was absolutely no info about this hidden dungeon on the forums in my past life. This step actually requires the active cooperation of the Divine Scarab. From inside the pillar of light, a glowing golden book, bound by heavy chains, slowly rises. The system announces, "Congratulations, player. You have obtained the Book of Curses. You may pay a price to choose a skill to learn." A list of skills pops up. Amplified damage, level 1. Curses a group of enemies, increasing the overall damage they take by 50%. The price, max HP minus 200 points. Night vision debuff, level 1. Curses a group of enemies, shrinking their field of vision. The price, vision minus 50 points. Enfeeble, level 1. Curses a single enemy, reducing the damage they deal. The price, attack minus 100 points. Damage reflect, level 1. Curses a group of enemies, causing the damage they deal to bounce right back at them. The price, strength minus 10 points. Fear, level 1. Curses a single enemy, causing them to flee in terror. The price, intelligence minus 5 points. Lin Yuan glances through the list and nods. As expected of a civilization that worships death, these skills are basically all nasty debuffs. But looking at their effectiveness, none of these are going to be easy to dispel. Without hesitating, he reaches out and locks in the first skill. Amplified damage has the best practical combat value, so let's go with that. Losing 200 max HP is nothing to me anyway. Plus, the Divine Scarab has already covered my previous lack of burst assassination capability, while the curse skill is a perfect match. On top of that, with the crowd control cleanse skill from my gloomy undead spirit, I'll be able to lock onto high priority targets with insane precision during fights. Having learned the skill, Lin Yuan casts a glance at the destroyed wraiths, but they don't matter anymore. He turns and walks away, the divine scarab obediently hovering right behind him. Lin Yuan smirks. The divine scarab's paralyze effect, paired with its high-speed stealth capability, means the next time I run into that old corpse controller, there is no way he's slipping away so easily. Just then, the beetle's status panel updates. A details panel pops up showing the divine scarab's skills. Skill effect immortal. All damage taken by the divine scarab is reduced to exactly 1. Judgment. Inflicts 200% lightning damage to enemies, with a 50% chance to trigger a paralyze effect that lasts 60 seconds. Undead body. Immune to fear, severe poison, blindness, pain, and bleeding. The second they cleared the dungeon, Lam Vien was already planning his next move. Next up, time to head back and prep the shop the alchemy lab needs to start stockpiling. But suddenly, La Kuyen Nan comes flying out of nowhere and crashes right at his feet. Startled, Lam Vien immediately whipped around, scanning the area with his guard up, where a group of players was marching toward them. The leader, a blonde guy with a super arrogant smirk, sneered. "Oh, so you're the little punk who took her quest? Don't tell me you didn't know she's been blacklisted by our Quan Diem Guild? Looks like you've got a death wish." La Kuyen Nan quickly scrambled to her feet, whispering to Lam Vien in frustration. "Hey, kid. Find a chance to slip away. They're after me." These clowns didn't have the stats to back it up but insisted on taking my quest anyway and ended up getting wiped out by monsters. Now, they're trying to turn around and extort me. The blonde leader pointed straight at La Kuyen Han's face, veins popping as he screamed, "You rotten bitch. If we hadn't tried to help you fight those stone golems, my boys wouldn't have died and lost their levels. This debt is on you. Unless you cough up 30 gold coins, neither of you is leaving this place alive today." Suddenly, a chilling wave of dark energy radiated from Lam Vien, making the leader freeze in his tracks. The whole gang stared in horror as Lam Vien was enveloped by surging, deep purple curse energy. The blonde guy stammered, "What the hell is happening?" Lam Vien raised his hand, and a massive curse magic circle materialized right beneath the gang's feet. The blonde guy panicked as he realized, "Oh crap, this is curse magic." Then, an eerie voice echoed through the air. "Curse descent." The demon scarab flew up from behind Lam Vien, its eyes glowing with a fierce light, and his voice echoed coldly in their heads. "So, we're not leaving here alive, huh?" Lam Vien smirked with sheer confidence as the deep purple curse energy swirled around him. This was the perfect chance to test out his new skill combined with his demon scarab. A system interface flashed right before his eyes, its cold text glowing. Skill activated, damage amplification. The blonde leader roared at his healer. "You useless piece of trash. You can't even dispel a single curse?" The healer cried out in sheer panic, his entire body wrapped tightly in dark, smoky chains. "No, it's not that." Just then, a cold system notification popped up. Dispel attempt failed. Cannot be removed. Gritting his teeth, the leader tried to keep his team calm. "Damn it, don't think you've won just because you landed a cheap sneak attack." He pointed arrogantly at Lam Vien and sneered. "It's just a basic curse spell. There are 4 of us here taking you down, will be a walk in the park." Before he could even finish his sentence, a flash of jade-green light sliced through the air, and one of his lackeys let out a blood-curdling scream as the green energy slammed into him. Another party member stared in absolute horror, as his teammates began dropping like flies. Stammering? When did he even attack? Lam Vien stood perfectly still, a green energy ball condensing in his palm as he coolly calculated his moves. Amplify the damage with the curse spell, then let my highly mobile demon scarab hunt down and wipe out their healer. Yeah, this makes my tactics way more flexible. Clutching his wounded shoulder, the leader roared like a maniac, "Move!" His skills must be on cooldown. Get him and tear him apart. The remaining 2 beefy tanks roared, hoisting their heavy weapons and charging straight at Lam Vien. This guy relies entirely on his summons to fight. He's bound to be. The other shouted, "Right on." Lam Vien's face remained hidden in the shadows, revealing nothing but a chilling, confident smirk. The sword in his hand suddenly erupted with a brilliant cyan glow as streams of virtual data rushed down the blade. The 3 remaining members of the Quan Diem Guild stared wide-eyed in unison, their faces twisted in sheer disbelief and horror. What? He actually drew a sword? Moving like a ghost, Lam Vien zipped past the two tanks in the blink of an eye, his cold voice whispering right in their ears. Too bad for you. You guessed wrong. Meanwhile, the healer was being toyed with to death by the demon scarab, screaming in pure despair. What? What kind of monster is this? Another guy grazed by the scarab shrieked. How should I know? Our attacks are only dealing 1 damage to it. Before the leader could even react, Lam Vien sent him flying backward with a brutal kick, crashing flat on the ground. Lam Vien casually strolled over, standing right over the leader who was struggling to crawl back up. No way. How could you wipe out my team so easily? You. What class are you anyway? The leader quickly flipped his attitude, trying to play nice. Damn, who knew she'd find a powerhouse like you to back her up? Look, why don't you join our Quan Diem guild instead? Whatever that bitch is paying you, I'll double it. No, wait, I'll pay you 5 times that amount. But as the leader planted his hands on the ground to push himself up, a dark vine suddenly erupted from the earth, pinning his hands down. Lam Vien narrowed his eyes, his sharp gaze sweeping toward the edge of the forest. Huh. So there's an ambush? Out of the darkness, a giant phantom wolf emerged. Lam Vien coldly muttered, "Shut up and die." The leader only had time to let out one final, terrified shriek before the phantom wolf ripped him to shreds. Lam Vien raised his hand, and the corpses littering the ground suddenly began to glow. He roared, "Let's hear you scream." The system interface popped up. Skill activated. Corpse explosion. The corpses violently exploded, creating a terrifying blast that blew away everything in their path. The blast was so massive, it dazed the guys running through the forest, forcing them to a halt. One of them reacted quickly and slammed on the brakes. One of them muttered in sheer terror. Is this a coincidence? Or were we blown from the very start? Right then, Lam Vien suddenly appeared, dusting off his clothes with a smug smirk. Just as I thought. Still 3 little rats hiding out here. Seeing they'd been spotted, one of the black-cloaked men quickly shrieked a warning. Heads up! Instantly, a massive wave of jade blue sword energy erupted from his blade, sweeping across the battlefield and sending the black-cloaked assassins flying. Lam Vien touched down, his sharp eyes analyzing the situation. Wait, this isn't right. The strength of these guys is on a whole different level compared to the Quan Diem guild. Could they be from another faction? Meanwhile, the 3 black-cloaked men quickly regrouped, flanking him in a pincer formation. The leader roared, "Since we're busted, let's just end him. Use that move." The big guy carrying the axe barked back. Got it. He immediately leapt into the air, swinging his massive battle axe in a powerful downward cleave. At the same time, a volley of arrows rained down from behind. From the ground, a glowing red chain whip lashed out like a venomous snake, aiming straight for Lam Vien's upper body. Lam Vien's reflexes kicked in instantly, stomping hard on the chain to propel himself backward into the air with a spectacular flip, effortlessly dodging the incoming battle axe. He landed firmly on the ground, his sword radiating a freezing, icy aura. He smirked provocatively. "Is that all you've got? Show me everything." Enraged by his attitude, the axe-wielding assassin roared in fury and charged straight at him. "Die, you arrogant punk!" Taking the full force of a swirling wave of blue magic, the axe-wielder was launched into the air, gritting his teeth as he screamed in agony. Arr! Lam Vien's hand glowed with oppressive dark magic circles. He smirked, delivering a cold, fatal line. "My turn to strike." At that exact moment, the fatal blow hit. The cloaked man's eyes rolled back in sheer panic. Cold sweat poured off him as a deep purple dark energy bound him tight, leaving him completely paralyzed. Choked by the constricting magic vines, he couldn't budge an inch. In a frantic, twisting struggle, he screamed to his comrades for help. "Hurry! Break this spell for me! Fast!" Before he could even finish his plea, a massive shadow suddenly loomed over him, blocking out the light. His face went pale with absolute dread as he gasped. A colossal stone golem slammed a heavy, devastating fist straight down on him, followed by an agonizing, ear-shattering shriek. Arr! Unbothered by his ally's fate, the leader swung his chain whip wildly, barking orders in a frenzy. "Don't stop. Keep going with the mission. We have to take him out, no matter what." The one clashing with Lam Vien immediately replied, "Roger." Lam Vien effortlessly parried a razor-sharp spear thrusting toward him, his brow furrowing as he calmly analyzed the situation. A mission. Huh? Looks like these guys are the enemy's vanguard. Once again, the spear sliced through the air, thrusting rapidly at him with terrifying speed. But with a slick, skillful flick of his hand, Lam Vien grabbed the enemy's long chain whip, pulling it taut with sheer force. The sudden yank caught the assassin off guard, throwing him completely off balance mid-air. The assassin's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? Before he could react, Lam Vien's dark blade surged with mana, unleashing a raging torrent of blue storm energy straight at him. Crushed by the devastating blast, the assassin was sent spinning through the air. Watching from afar, the female sniper holding a crossbow clutched her head in pure panic, breaking into a cold sweat. What kind of monster is this guy? He took down both second and third brother in just a matter of seconds. As she trembled in fear, a massive magical scorpion suddenly dropped right over her head. A cold, deadly voice echoed from above. Die! The scorpion crackled with fierce blue lightning, lunging forward to paralyze her. The shock sent the female assassin tumbling down the cliffside, completely defenseless. Stepping up to the defeated assassin, Lam Vien rested his sword over his shoulder, looking down on her with an oppressive glare as he coldly interrogated her. Who sent you? Spill it, and I might just let you live. Gritting her teeth through the pain, she glared back at him with fierce, defiant eyes. Humph. You want me to talk? In your dreams. Just finish it. Seeing her stubborn attitude, Lam Vien frowned, pondering. Looks like I won't be cracking her mouth open. The backing behind these three must be a massive organization for them to choose death over leaking info. Just who the hell is targeting me? Without wasting any more time or showing mercy, he raised his hand and summoned a devastating storm, coldly delivering his final words. Have it your way then. The enemy could only let out a brief gasp before being completely vaporized. Dusting off his sleeves after the fight, Lam Vien turned around just as the female archer came running over excitedly. She practically bounced with admiration, puffing, "Man, you are so cool. Watching you beat those thugs to a pulp was incredibly satisfying. Oh, and about those drops. Catching a shiny, glowing item, Lam Vien generously distributed the loot. This silver tier bracer buffs bow and crossbow attack speed. Take it, it's yours. I'll take the rest of the silver gear to sell for gold." Snatching up the sweet gear, she gave him a playful wink. "Aye, young boss. Big sis here won't be polite then. I'll just count this as an advance on my salary." The system interface popped up, showing a glittering silver bracer with an incredibly sleek and exquisite design. The stat screen popped up, clear as day. Pursuit bracer, silver tier. Stats: attack power plus 30, movement speed plus 10, attack speed plus 15. Attached skill: rapid fire, granting an extra 15% attack speed when using bows or crossbows. Immediately after, they left the battlefield scattered with wreckage. The girl nudged Lin Yuan's shoulder, playfully inviting him. "So, can we go have a few drinks to celebrate now?" The guy threw a bucket of cold water on her idea, replying with a deadpan face. "No, we have to go handle the business for the stone shop." While the two strolled leisurely, deep within the dense bushes, a mysterious dark figure hid silently, watching their every move. The scout retreated to report to their leader, who wore a badass metal mask, "Boss." Those three were a squad with a perfect 100% mission success rate. Who would have thought that kid would wipe them all out, leaving no survivors? Hearing this, the leader squinted. A glint of light flashed from the gaps of his mask, exuding a twisted, evil excitement. "This guy seems a lot more interesting than I thought. Should we send a stronger squad?" He waved his hand in refusal, schemes already brewing in his mind. "No, I've changed my mind. A talent like him who hasn't joined any guild yet, we should find a way to recruit him instead." The leader's eyes glowed with a bizarre, eerie blue light filled with curiosity as he barked a decisive order. "I'll handle the client myself. For now, suspend all actions targeting Hani." Back to the bustling streets, Lin Yuan calmly strode with his hands tucked into his white coat pockets, accompanied by the archer girl, as they entered Binyan City Square, as if that bloody massacre had never happened. Lin Yuan held the parchment in his hand, his lips curling into a smug, confident smile as he thought, The recipe for the ultra-rare, high-grade lightning resistance potion has been safely in my hands all along, and I've already signed a deal with a reliable, high-level alchemist. Once the store's location is sorted out and I gather enough materials to mass-produce this miracle potion, just wait until the lightning attribute dungeon opens. I'm going to make a freaking fortune. While he was lost in his daydream, a flattering voice suddenly called out from below, "God Yuan." The blonde warrior waved his hands frantically, rushing over as excited as if he'd struck gold. Flattering him shamelessly, he said, "God Yuan, you finally remembered your little bro. Do you remember the last time we cleared that dungeon together? That feeling was seriously such a rush." The system interface popped up with some good news, displaying 2 notifications. Tai Lok has paid 400 gold coins, and the equipment listed by Lin Yuan has been sent straight to your mailbox. Seeing him grovel and cling like that, the archer girl put her hands on her hips and teased, "Oh, so this is your hardcore fan?" Lin Yuan cleared his throat to dodge the overwhelming enthusiasm. "Ahem, actually, I'm planning to buy a storefront to open a shop. Let's talk about dungeon grinding later, okay?" Hearing about spending money, the blonde guy's eyes lit up. He eagerly beat his chest, volunteering himself. "Buying a shop? God Yuan. Let me tag along. Tossing cash around is my absolute specialty." On the other hand, the archer girl waved goodbye. "In that case, I'll head back to the workshop first. Need to clear out my pile of alchemy tools." Inside the grand hall of City Hall, the mayor sat comfortably in his cushioned chair, waving his hands repeatedly with a troubled look. He firmly refused. "No, no, no. This is absolutely not a matter of money." Stroking his sleek mustache, the mayor raised a finger with an air of authority, citing the supreme law. "The king has issued a very strict decree. Commercial properties in Rogo Square absolutely cannot be sold off to commoners." The blonde guy leaned both hands on the desk, leaning forward to sweet talk and pester him. "But us buying the property to open a shop will definitely boost the local economy. It's a win-win situation." But the mayor dismissively waved his hand in refusal. "Young man, don't waste your breath. There's absolutely no room for negotiation." Having failed miserably at bargaining, the blonde guy turned to Lin Yuan, timidly scratching his head in apology. "God Yuan, I think I messed up. How about I buy you another storefront in the real world instead?" Lin Yuan stepped forward calmly. "Lin," waving him off decisively, "no need for all that trouble. Let me handle it." Thinking the 2 youths were going to keep haggling, the mayor closed his eyes and waved them away harshly. "Just go home and get out of my sight." That commercial area was planned and assigned to someone else a long time ago. But 2 seconds later, the official's eyes bulged, his pupils contracting in shock, as Lin Yuan's dominant voice rang out. "So, what if I have this?" Proudly holding up a badge that glowed with a mysterious, brilliant golden light, Lin Yuan left the mayor stammering in absolute shock. "The honorary badge of the Scorpion's Tail Knight Order? Only Commander Sid himself has the authority to bestow this." Completely throwing away his pretentious, dignified act, the mayor sprang right up from his chair. Jaw dropped and breaking into a cold sweat, he panicked and cried out, Are you actually the honorary knight of the Scorpion Tail Blade Knights?" Doing a total 180 in a split second, the official bowed low, sucking up to him as he submissively held out the map. "According to the king's royal decree, this commercial district is completely off limits to commoners. But since you're a core member of the Knights, you obviously have the privilege to purchase land. Here is the layout of the plots. Please, feel free to choose the absolute best spot." Ignoring the cheap flattery, Lam Vien crossed his arms and studied the map, his mind quickly running the numbers. This shop's location will directly affect his future gold mine, so he had to choose super carefully. Standing nearby, the blonde guy folded his hands in absolute awe. As expected of a god-tier player, even in front of a high-ranking NPC, he's so incredibly imposing and has this much leverage. With eagle-sharp eyes, he locked onto the most prime red plot on the map. He firmly pressed his finger down, locking in the choice. This is the spot. Stopping in front of a bustling building with a holographic sign showing that plot number 32 was bought out by an anonymous player, a warrior looked up in confusion, muttering, "Wait, isn't this prime storefront supposed to be locked by the system? Who the hell is badass enough to snatch this plot and even hide their ID?" Struggling to carry a bulky chest of gear over, The female archer stared in wide-eyed shock. Her mouth formed a perfect O as she gasped. What? You actually bought out this entire building? Didn't the NPC say the storefronts here were totally locked down? With both hands stuffed in his cloak pockets, looking like a total boss, Lam Vien stepped up the stairs into his newly acquired estate and casually tossed out, just had to pull a few strings using some minor privileges, that's all. He handed the secret document straight to her. He asked seriously, take a close look at this potion recipe. What materials are we still missing? At the same time, a system notification popped up, confirming that the recipe had been successfully shared. While Kuyen Nan skimmed through the document, 21107 deported. She analyzed the situation. I've already got all the other minor ingredients covered. The only snag is the lightning lizard claw. This item is practically non-existent on the marketplace right now, nobody's selling. Lam Vien checked the map and thought to himself that it was perfect timing, as his accumulated EXP bar was about to level up anyway. I might as well head out, grind some mobs, and grab these materials while I'm at it. Sensing his plan to run a dungeon, the blonde guy excitedly waved his hands and begged, are you heading out to farm mobs in a bit? Boss, please take me with you. I promise I'll be the most hardworking, loot-gathering errand boy you've ever seen. Seeing the two guys hyped up for some monster slaying, she quickly waved her hands, politely declining as she stepped back with her gear chest. You two go have fun together. This young lady only cares about burying herself in the lab to research alchemy. Holding out the keys to his partner, Lam Vien calmly handed over the heavy responsibility like a total boss. I've granted you full management and business rights for this shop. From now on, this place is. Kuyen Nan gasped in complete bewilderment. Huh? Leaving her completely dazed, Lam Vien summoned a majestic dark beast that proudly spread its wings to take flight. He turned back and ordered, let's move. We'll ride this and fly straight there to save time. From below, the blonde guy stared up at the massive pair of wings, his eyes shining with awe as he gasped, oh my god, this mount is absolute fire. The system panel read, successfully summoned winged crane mount. Shortly after, as the two of them landed in a treacherous canyon, a fierce, blue-crested dragon lizard monster aggressively opened its jaws full of jagged, saw-like teeth, roaring to assert its dominance, and spat a blinding, destructive ball of lightning straight at the intruders. The combat scan interface instantly popped up, clearly analyzing the enemy's data. Lightning lizard. Normal rank. Level 17. Health. 3,800. Attack power. 330. Defense. 145. Skills. Discharge. Summon allies. A barrage of magic spheres, blazing with a green flame and packed with destructive power, rained down from the sky like a meteor shower. With skilled agility, Lam Vien swiftly drove his black sword into the ground, using it as leverage to slide and dodge the bombardment while the ground cracked open under them. A horde of hideous, bright green lizard monsters rose up all at once, making the blonde guy lose his mind and shriek, whoa, that's way too many mobs. Remaining as calm as a still lake, Lam Vien explained thoroughly. The trait of these lightning lizards is that when one of them dies, it wakes up all nearby pack members. This is totally normal. Seeing his boss so casual, the blonde guy got hyped up to show off. Boss, let me go ahead and be your shield. The young man tucked his hands back into his cloak pockets, stepping back to cede the stage. He tilted his chin up and directed, just focus on gathering the materials. Right then, a massive, spiky lizard king blazing with green fire suddenly manifested. Without a shred of hesitation, Lam Vien immediately cast his summoning skill to bring out his ace minion. Looking cool as hell, he commanded, Lizard King, unleash full firepower. The system panel immediately popped open, flashing a golden victory message. Congratulations, you have leveled up to level 16. With a glowing level up arrow hovering over his head, Lam Vien smirked. Standing beside him, the blonde guy stared wide-eyed at the summoned beast army, utterly blown away. Is that the Ashes Valley boss? Are they working for the boss now too? Holy shit, that is so badass. As his insane stat board popped up, Lam Vien stroked his chin, thoughtfully plotting his next move. That snake controller's leveling speed is definitely no match for mine. Plus, with the Holy Beetle and my damage boosting skill, I'll definitely catch him. As for those 3 ambushers, they felt like straight-up assassins. I need to find a chance to look into them too. sprinting back with a sack of loot bigger than himself. The blonde guy excitedly reports, "Yuan Shen, all the drop materials are right here." Lin Yuan turned around and took a leisurely stride. "Thanks for the hard work. Let's go." The scene shifts to the inside of Shop 32, which has been completely renovated into a grand space with a classic yet mysterious design. Standing at the counter, Luo Qingyan gently swirls a purple test tube, anxiously analyzing the market. The effect of this high-potency lightning resistance potion is indeed great, but the current dungeons don't require such a strong potion at all. If we make them, will they actually sell? Suddenly, the door swings open. Lin Yuan walks in with a massive sack of materials and gets straight to business. "This batch of materials should last us a while. How far along are you with mastering the recipe?" Luo Qingyan is stunned by his insane grinding speed. Stuttering, she tries to explain the professional pressure she's under. "This is a high-level recipe. Even for a high-tier alchemist, there's still a certain failure rate. I need a little more time to increase my proficiency." Slamming a bag of plump, juicy fruit onto the table, Lin Yuan instantly shifts his sales plan. "In that case, let's sell this first." Seeing this, Han Cheng, feeling pained by the waste of such prime real estate, quickly tries to stop him. "Fruit? Seriously, boss? We have such an amazing location, and you're going to use it to sell this? Isn't that a total waste of such a prime spot? I still have a few other potions in stock. Should we just display those for sale first?" Ignoring the discouragement, Lin Yuan smirks confidently and pitches, "Just take one bite and you'll see." Han Cheng, "You try one too." Holding the red apple in her hand, Luo Qingyan is still skeptical. "All right, but isn't this just a regular fruit?" Without a care in the world, Han Cheng eagerly shoves the apple into his mouth, taking a huge bite while sucking up to him. Yuan Shen definitely has his reasons for doing this. No need to overthink it. The moment he swallows the bite, Han Cheng's eyes widen in absolute shock as he sees his physical and mental stats skyrocket. He gasps in disbelief. My stats just shot up. How can such a magical fruit even exist? See, I told you. Anything Yuan Shen brings out is bound to be legendary." Ready to secure the bag and rake in the dough, Lin Yuan locks in the price with absolute CEO energy. "Each person can only use this fruit a maximum of 100 times. I'll resupply the shop every week. Let's set the price at 5 gold coins each. Today, we are officially open for business." Instantly, a flashy, colorful system announcement rings out across the entire server. Server announcement. Shop 32 at Rogo Square is now officially open. We welcome all players to come and check us out. Out in the wasteland, a warrior currently farming monsters is utterly confused. "Wait, Lang Yue said yesterday that prime real estate was impossible to buy? How is someone already opening a shop today?" Qian turns to ask. "Xiao Dan, look. It's actually the very first player-owned shop on the entire server. All across the city, players are buzzing with excitement. What is going on here?" A salty player stomps his feet in frustration. "Damn it! Shop 32 has the absolute best location. I've been eyeing that spot forever." The curious crowd excitedly urges one another. "Come on, let's get over to Rogo Square and see what the hype is about." Lurking in a dark alley right across from the Grand Shop 32, the assassin leader breaks into a cold sweat, whispering in utter shock. "What? That guy? He actually opened a shop?" The white-haired client standing next to him grits his teeth in anger. "Didn't you say you were going to wipe him out? When are you guys actually going to make a move?" The masked leader stands there speechless, staring in disbelief. Then, a hand decisively tosses a heavy pouch of reward money, cutting through the air. Catching the pouch, the masked leader flatly rejects the contract. I'm afraid this guy is way more dangerous than the intel suggested. Even one of our elite squads ended up dead. Here's your payment back. We're pulling out of this job." Furious at the sudden backing out, the white-haired guy grabs the assassin's sleeve and roars. "Is it just a matter of cash? Speak up. How much do you want?" He is desperately throwing money around, determined to get his revenge, regardless of the cost. As long as that guy ends up dead, we can negotiate any price. In the middle of screaming his lungs out, the white-haired guy's pupils suddenly contract, and he flinches in sheer terror. In the distance, the female warrior Leng Yue, clad in her majestic, freezing armor, strides forward. Blinded by jealousy, the white-haired guy turns around and vanishes, bitterly cursing in his mind. She's going to find that bastard again. Stepping into the brightly lit, bustling shop, the customers are eagerly welcomed by Han Chang with open arms. Welcome, valued guests. A group of players walks through the door. The leader looks around, staring at the nearly empty shelves that display only a few items. He asks, in confusion, "Huh? Do you guys only sell one single item here? Fruit? You've got the most prime location in the city. Yet you're selling this crap?" Flaunting her business savvy, Luo Qingyan flips her hair with a radiant smile, lifting an apple to pitch it. "This bad boy permanently boosts your stats, and it's only 5 gold coins a pop." Hearing that steep price, the customer's jaw literally hit the floor as he gasped in sheer shock. "Wait, how much? 5 gold coins? If I sold every single piece of gear on my back, I still wouldn't." Ignoring his buddy's pathetic whining, another player stepped up, totally curious, to double-check the stats. "Hold on. You mean this thing can actually permanently boost my core stats?" After hesitating for a second, the skeptical customer clicked his tongue and decided to just go for it. "No freaking way. I've never even heard of a fruit like this." "All right, give me one to try." The second he got his hands on it, he stuffed his cheeks, eyes wide, devouring the whole thing without leaving a single crumb. Instantly, his eyes lit up like freaking stars, and with veins popping from sheer excitement, he screamed, "Holy crap, it's real! My constitution just jumped by 4 points." The guy who just swallowed the apple suddenly froze, his face dead serious and in such massive shock that he couldn't even squeeze out a single word. Right after that, people went wild, waving their coin pouches and shoving to the front of the counter, screaming, "Quick, give me 3 more." In his mind, the guy was already doing the greedy math. If he bought these now and flipped them to the top guilds for a premium, he'd make a killer profit. Seeing the chaotic scramble starting to break out, the customer in the red cloak quietly turned around and slipped away, a devious, scheming smirk creeping onto his face. Just then, Lan Henjiet coldly stepped into the shop, and a system notification flashed right in front of her. "You have entered the shop of your close friend, Lin Yuan. ID hidden." Meanwhile, inside, Lin Yuan was standing there looking cool as hell with his arms crossed. Spotting him, the girl walked up, completely stunned, and asked, "I had no idea. But seriously, how did you pull this off? Just yesterday, I came here trying to buy some stuff, and the NPC kicked me straight out." In response, Lin Yuan let out a confident, mysterious smirk. Shrugging, he casually brushed it off like a total boss. "Hey, maybe I just got a little lucky." Putting business aside, Lan Henhuet got serious again to talk shop. "Well, perfect timing. About that sewer issue you mentioned earlier, I went back and did a thorough investigation. That day, absolutely none of our guild members set foot in those sewers." Hearing that, Lin Yuan gave a knowing smile and played along. "Thanks. In that case, I guess my eyes were just playing tricks on me." In his head, he was already putting the pieces together. Looks like for now, he could temporarily rule out the Jinghua Shuiyo Guild as suspects. With that out of the way, Lin Yuan turned to head upstairs, tossing over his shoulder, "Feel free to look around. If you see anything you want, I can hook you up with a discount since we're buddies." Behind him, Lan Jiet reached out to stop him. "Wait." But right as she opened her mouth, her eyes suddenly sharpened with a flash of intense suspicion. "Huh?" Because right there, a system alert popped up in front of the squad leader. "Your close friend, Xing Yin, is currently nearby. Would you like to send a party invite?" She frowned, deeply suspicious. Xing Yin is actually around here too? Meanwhile, cutting to a dark, quiet alley outside, the mage Xing Yin was grabbing the sleeve of a masked assassin, straining his voice to bargain. "I'll pay you 3 times the reward." "No, make that 5 times. All you have to do is take out some brat." But the masked leader coldly brushed him off, refusing on the spot. "This isn't about the money at all. The point is, from now on, our organization will reject every single request you ever send us." While they were bickering, Lan Hnu Yet's ice-cold voice came from right behind them, scaring the crap out of the culprit, Xing Yin. "What exactly do you mean by offering 5 times the reward? Who are you trying to assassinate?" Xing Yin jumped out of his skin, absolutely terrified. Caught red-handed, his face froze as he broke into a cold sweat, stammering to cover up his obvious guilt. Lan knew it. You. What are you even doing here? You completely misheard. I was just negotiating a gear trade with this guy. But Lan Ningut's face darkened, her razor-sharp eyes instantly tearing through his pathetic lie. Did you seriously forget that our Iron Triangle squad has a core member tracking feature active? When a teammate is nearby, the system automatically triggers a notification. Who exactly is that standing next to you? Because I clearly heard the word assassinate just now. Xing Yin's mind completely shattered in sheer panic. Damn it, he had totally forgotten to block Lan Nuyet's tracking. Realizing things were going south, the masked assassin decisively shoved his annoying client aside to make a quick exit. Deal with this mess yourself, I'm slipping out. But right as he turned around to make his swift exit, the masked man accidentally exposed a gold-plated skull badge hanging from his belt, radiating a spine-chilling murderous aura. Catching that tiny detail, Lan Jiet's pupils dilated in shock as a cold shiver ran down her spine. She recognized that badge instantly. You. Stop right there. I have some questions for you. The assassin glanced back with a cold, mocking sneer. Humph. You think you can stop me? With that, the dude launched himself into the air to flee. But out of nowhere, a giant bug zoomed right in front of his face. Thinking, what the hell is this weapon? The very next second, he threw a grappling hook straight at the wall. He used the momentum to swing himself away, narrowly dodging a lightning blast from that dangerous bug. But the second his feet touched the ground, Lin Yuan's black-cloaked figure appeared right behind him like a straight-up ghost. Before the masked assassin could even catch his footing, his eyes popped out in absolute shock. Giving his enemy zero time to breathe, Lin Yuan swung his black greatsword, unleashing a vicious wave of green sword energy to hunt him down, and roared coldly. Where do you think you're running, punk? Backed into a corner, the assassin had to desperately block the blast with his weapon. Seeing Lin Yuan, Tin Nen, burning with curiosity, piped up. Dude, how the heck did you track him down? Meanwhile, Lin Yuan lowered his sword, stepping in front of Lan Wyatt to shield her, and calmly replied, I was nearby and heard the commotion. Just now, you said that guy was carrying a pocket watch. Are you absolutely sure you didn't mistake it? Lan Wet's eyes burned with fierce determination and pure killing intent. She gave a firm nod and said coldly, Absolutely. Even though it happened in the blink of an eye, I'd bet my life I didn't misidentify that thing. Seeing her dead serious look, Lin Yuan smirked deviously and muttered, Well, then that's just perfect. I was literally just stressing over where to find you, and here you are, bringing your own pathetic self right to my doorstep. Hearing those chilling words, the assassin leader shivered as cold sweat broke out all over his body, panicking in his head. Wait. Does this monster already know I was the one who sent that hit squad? Turns out he doesn't just have insane power, his info network is freaking nuts, too. Realizing he was completely outmatched, the guy immediately tried to play nice to buy some time. Look, buddy, I know you're pissed off, but can we just talk like civilized people? I can explain everything. But his only reply was a devastating swing of Lin Yuan's greatsword, shattering the ground and forcing the assassin back. Lin Yuan replied coldly, An explanation? Save it. Once I capture you, I'll interrogate you myself for whatever I want to know. Seeing Lin Yuan striking with such ruthless precision, Tin Ngan panicked and backed away. With sweat dripping from his forehead, he gritted his teeth and began plotting a dirty scheme. According to their rules, they would never sell out a client. But if things go south, I'd better strike first and silence him myself. On the other side, Lin Yuan kept pressuring his opponent, making the assassin scream in frustration. That's enough. I've already stopped fighting back. Hearing this, Lin Yuan sneered with pure contempt. Is running away like a headless chicken all you can do? You coward? Pushed into a tight corner, the assassin frantically dodged as the lightning bug flew past, shouting, I'm just a mercenary. I only work for money. I can't reveal any details about the client. I can't break our organization's rules. Catching the key phrase, Lin Yuan lowered his sword slightly and narrowed his eyes in thought, his sharp gaze locking onto his target. Work for money. Huh? Suddenly, a dark energy sphere came hurtling from behind. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Yuan swung his great sword, slicing the toxic smoke cloud right in half, and boldly charged, straight out of the explosion in a totally badass manner. Right at that moment, Tin Ngen rushed forward like a madman, aiming to backstab the assassin while roaring viciously. "You're too damn loud. Just die already," he thought smugly to himself. "Is this damn assassin trying to sell me out? No freaking way. If Lan Wit finds out about this, I'm absolutely finished." However, his sneak attack hit nothing but thin air, as the assassin smoothly leaped onto a wall to dodge, making Tin Gan curse in frustration. "You total idiot. Trying to silence me, are you?" Sliding to a halt as he landed, the assassin thrust his hand out decisively, his eyes burning with intense fury. "If you're going to play dirty and throw our deal out the window, then don't blame me for showing no mercy." Standing right in front of Lan Hinwiet, Lin Yuan calmly watched as the assassin exposed the true mastermind behind the hit. "Yeah, those 3 assassins were sent by me, but I only did it for the cash. Tin Yan is the real piece of trash, pulling the strings from the shadows to take your life." He immediately flashed the ultimate proof, a hologram screen clearly showing their dirty transaction. The furious assassin laid all his cards on the table. "See for yourselves." He promised to double the payout once the job was done, insisting that I make your death as agonizing and miserable as possible. "Oh, quite the big spender, aren't we?" Unable to believe her ears, Lan Huiet whipped her head around to look at Tin Hengan, her eyes filled with utter disappointment as she demanded, "Is this true, Tin Hengan? You actually hired assassins to kill someone?" Backed into a corner, Tin Yan pointed at the assassin, trembling as he screamed, "You bastard! How dare you backstab me?" Completely ignoring the bickering of the 2 hypocrites, Lin Yuan casually raised his massive black greatsword, his freezing voice putting immense pressure on the masked man. "Who commissioned the hit doesn't mean a damn thing to me. Where the hell did you get that pocket watch on you? Spit it out, now." Seeing Lin Yuan suddenly get so aggressive, the assassin dangled the pocket watch mockingly. "Oh? So you're talking about this little thing? Don't sweat it. You'll be getting your hands on it real soon." Immediately after, he activated his magic skill, completely vanishing into thin air. Left hanging, Lam Vien could only frown in confusion. "I'll get it too?" What the hell did he mean by that? Once the horned beasts outside had quietly retreated, Lan Huet immediately turned to look at Tingan with an incredibly cold and terrifying glare. With a sharp, icy voice, she said, "Tin Hengan, I think you owe me a damn good explanation." Facing the female captain's overwhelming aura, Tin Hengan broke into a cold sweat. His face contorted in sheer panic as he clenched his teeth, completely speechless. A split second later, tears suddenly welled up in his eyes, and he began to scream like a psycho fueled by morbid jealousy. "Lan Genuet, don't you get it yet? As long as he's gone, we can go back to being close just like before." Hearing those twisted words, Lan Henguaye furiously cut him off with a loud shout. "Enough! The Tin Gan I knew was a polite, decent friend, not a scumbag who hires assassins to murder people. You better apologize to him right now." At that exact moment, the system dealt him a devastating blow, flashing a blinding notification, "You have terminated your core ally relationship with Tin Hengan." Staring at the heartless notification, tears welled up in Tin Hengan's eyes as he choked out in sheer resentment. How could you be so heartless to sever our core ally status over some outsider? And now you're forcing me to apologize to him? What the hell makes me inferior to him anyway?" All his bottled-up rage finally exploded. Tin Yan glared like a wounded beast, directing all his venomous hatred toward Lam Vien. "This is all your fault. Every single bit of it is because of you. You tore our iron trio apart and turned me into a laughingstock." With bloodshot, crazed eyes, he roared hysterically and lunged forward. "You're the one who deserves to die most, you miserable parasite." With his face contorted in pure malice, Tingan recklessly charged past Lan Hingayet, channeling his lightning magic for a fatal blow against Lam Vien while screaming at the top of his lungs, "Today, I'm gonna make damn sure you feeling the sudden surge of killer intent." Lam Vien slowly turned his head, his eyes burning with cold-blooded killing intent as he let out an icy sneer. "Fine by me. Let me speed up your journey to the afterlife then." Before Tin Hingan could even touch his clothes, Lam Vien executed a seamless mid-air flip, swinging his dark green sword to deflect the attack. Stunned, Tingan's eyes widened in sheer disbelief as he gasped, "What?" Leveraging his downward momentum, Lam Vien delivered a powerful slash that blasted Tin Gan backward. He crashed hard, shrieking in agonizing pain. Taking the hit head-on, he struggled to support himself with his staff, coughing violently as he clutched his chest, growling through gritted teeth. Damn it. You think this is enough to take me down? This is far from over. Just as he was about to raise his staff to cast his lightning spell, a glowing green beetle suddenly zipped right toward him, leaving him dazed. What the? Huh? Ron? Before he could even react, the green armored beetle unleashed a blinding flash of blue electricity, jolting his entire body. The mage began convulsing violently, screaming in agony. Instantly, the cold system interface flashed a decisive notification, sealing the loser's fate. The target has entered a paralyzed state. Looking down coldly at the pathetic loser now kneeling before her, Lan Nuyet crossed her arms, radiating a chilling pressure as she demanded sternly, Tin Hin Gan, even after all this, are you still refusing to admit your wrongs? Despite being completely paralyzed, he realized his hopeless situation and desperately scanned his surroundings, scheming, Tai Duong. Only Tai Duong can save my skin now? He sneakily brought up his system interface, which flashed a covert prompt. The coward quickly sent a distress signal to his core ally, Tai Duong. Upon receiving the distress signal, Tai Duong rushed over in a panic with his teammates. Without even knowing the whole story, he immediately spoke up to defend him. Tin Hingan, what the hell is going on? Why did Xiao Yue suddenly terminate her core ally status with you? The moment they showed up, Lan Nuyet's system interface flashed a detection notification. Your core ally, Tai Duong, is nearby. Would you like to send a party invitation? As for Tin Gan, seeing his savior arrive was like grabbing a lifeline. He shamelessly began screaming, twisting the facts. Tai Duong, hurry. Help me remove this paralysis effect. Some scumbag cheap-shotted me. Disgusted by his pathetic backstabbing lies, Lan Han, Nguye, Zhao Yu decisively swung her greatsword to block their path, forcing Tai Duong to halt in surprise. With a sharp, unwavering gaze, she exposed his crime without batting an eye. Tin Hingan intentionally hired an assassin to murder someone. He brought this entirely on himself, and no one is allowed to interfere. Stopped dead in his tracks by the razor-sharp blade and the shocking truth, Tai Duong's eyes widened in utter disbelief. Hired an assassin to murder someone? Tai Duong's gaze shifted to the guy carrying the dark sword, and he gasped in recognition. Chiton? You're here too? And you have your sword drawn. Don't tell me the person Tin Gan wanted dead was you? In response, Tai Duong's face fell, filled with absolute defeat. He closed his eyes and let out a helpless sigh. I get it now. Chiton, I won't get involved. Even Zhao Yue drew her sword on me. Tin Hingan, what kind of sick, twisted game have you been playing? Clinging to his staff as he desperately tried to stand, Tin Gan's face warped with a mixture of despair and pure malice. Tai Duong, are you really turning your back on me too? You'd rather believe some complete stranger than trust the years of friendship we've shared. Refusing to let the hypocrite play the friendship card any longer, Lin Yuan coldly delivers a swift kick straight into Jing Yin, sending him flying backward through the air. Cutting straight to the chase, he interrogates him. Spit it out. What the hell do you actually know? Jing Yin gnashes his teeth and glares like a madman. In your dreams. Even if I die, I'm never letting you get what you want. But before his arrogance can even settle, Jing Yin's pupils dilate in sheer terror. He sees the green beetle engulfed in a blinding flash of blue lightning, sending violent shockwaves continuously ripping through his body. Screwing his eyes shut, he grimaces in absolute agony and desperately begs for his life. Stop, please, just stop. Lin Yuan's armored boots stomp heavily onto the solid ground, his crushing pressure bearing down as he closes the distance step by step. He swings his sword down, pressing the cold blade right against the guy's throat. Standing tall like an absolute demon, Lin Yuan radiates an overwhelming murderous aura. He speaks in a cold, dominant tone. Now tell me, who the hell was that guy you were just with? Down on the ground, Jing Yin breaks into a cold sweat. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Just don't shock me with that bug anymore. With his face twisted in absolute terror and his eyes darting around, too chicken to make eye contact, Jing Yin tremblingly spills the truth. That man. He's from the Apostle Guild. Just as he finishes confessing, He quickly adds the most crucial detail, while the tip of Lin Yuan's boot nudges closer, threatening him. The pocket watch you guys mentioned. It's the token of the Apostle Guild. In his mind, memories of cloaked figures clutching lethal weapons in the shadows flash by. In my past life, I didn't know much about them, but I do remember they are an organization specializing in assassination contracts. Touching his collar lightly, Lin Yuan's sharp eyes scan around as he deduces. Plus, since they operate in complete secrecy, intelligence regarding this organization is extremely scarce. While Lin Yuan is deep in thought, Jing Yin quietly pushes himself up, turning around to sneak away. But he instantly freezes, breaking into a cold sweat as a voice as cold as ice rings out from behind. Did I give you permission to leave? He spins around instantly. Lin Yuan swings his arm to pass judgment on his enemy without an ounce of mercy. Didn't you say you were going to make sure I die today? Taking the brutal hit, Jing Yin throws his head back and screams in agonizing pain. Engulfed in blue flames that ravage his body, Jing Yin flails his limbs in despair, crying out to his former teammates, Leng Yue, Tai Yang, save me. I don't want to lose my levels. Save me. But Leng Yue maintains her cold, stern expression, clearly pronouncing the punishment in front of everyone. Since Jing Yin hired assassins, which is a severe violation of the Jinghua Shuiyu Guild's regulations, I have decided to strip him of all his official duties within the guild. Considering his past contributions, we will temporarily keep him as a regular member. Charred and deformed by the magical flames, Jing Yin desperately reaches his arm out toward Leng Yue's cold, retreating back, screaming and pleading for mercy. Leng Yue, I'm sorry. I'll apologize to him right now. You can't treat me like this. I'm the only one who deserves to stand by your side. Her gaze is steely, completely devoid of emotion. Leng Yu delivers the final psychological blow, cutting all ties between them. Jing Yin, you have disappointed me. Beyond words. Just seconds later, Jing Yin's face contorts in a mix of regret and despair as the screen reveals his final fate. His health points have hit 0. Instantly, Jing Yin's body shatters into thousands of dark data particles, drifting away into the air. Tai Yang is left standing in helpless silence, watching his old friend vanish completely. Turning his back on this harsh reality, Tai Yang's eyes sink in deep disappointment as he mutters, no wonder back in the Ash Valley, he was always. Meanwhile, the backs of those uninvolved figures gradually fade away. Lin Yuan sinks deep into his thoughts about the gold skull watch, his eyes gleaming with sharp realization. So, that pocket watch doesn't just belong to the First Apostle's lackeys, it's actually a token of the Apostle Guild. But no matter what, at least I've confirmed that the Snake Master is hiding inside this organization. He turns his head to look at the girl who had resolutely stood up for him. Lin Yuan smiles slightly in approval. Thanks to her, I managed to find this clue. I didn't expect her to protect me so fiercely. Snapping out of his thoughts, he sincerely thanks Leng Yue. Leng Yue, thank you so much. My shop has a few items that permanently boost stats. Want to head over and pick one out? Before long, they arrive. The golden rays of the setting sun wash over the building's walls, bringing a wave of relief that makes him sigh. Whew! Finally, everything is completely sold out. Inside the shop, the gorgeous female manager wipes a bead of sweat from her forehead. Standing proudly behind a chest-high mountain of gold coins, she grins and asks, well, didn't your big sis do an awesome job? Standing before the massive pile of wealth, Leng Yue keeps her cool expression and shrugs with a touch of regret. Looks like I didn't make it in time. I'll have to come back another day. From behind, he quickly reaches out to stop her. Wait a minute. Lin Yuan pulls out a handful of glittering, glowing items and places them directly into Leng Yue's hands, gently advising, here, I hope you won't let that jerk ruin your mood anymore. Looking at the precious items, Leng Yu hesitantly declines. Well, this is way too valuable. It's better if I pay you for it. Witnessing this intimate scene, the female manager glares with gritted teeth. Fuming with jealousy, she complains internally. What the heck? He just meets her and immediately hands over a massive score. While I've been working my ass off here all day and he acts like I'm completely invisible, her slender hand slumps over the edge of the table. Completely drained, she slouches and sighs, grumbling that all her hustling for half the day didn't yield a single damn thing. Stomping toward the door in a huff, she radiates a dark, resentful aura, tossing out some passive-aggressive shade. I might as well just clock out early and grab a drink, leaving Lin Yuan standing there, utterly dumbfounded with a clueless face. Watching that huffy figure stomp away, Cold Moon tilts her head and asks, "Your employee? Looks like she's not in a very good mood." Lin Yuan's face remains totally blank. Under the brilliant glow of the sunset, the white stone ruins stand tall and silent in the quiet landscape. Strolling through the park, the manager kicks a rock hard to vent her anger, her scowling face looking incredibly salty. What the hell was that? Acting all generous and not taking a single cent. Who's your actual employee here anyway? Why don't you just let her run the shop for you then? A leather boot steps up, stomping the stray rock deep into the green grass. A man in a red cloak says, with an arrogant, condescending smirk, "I've been waiting for you for a long time. The Soughing Tree Guild is extremely interested in buying out your shop. I suggest you play nice." The manager's eyes instantly turn sharp and guarded. She glares at the guy blocking her path and sneers. The Soughing Tree Guild? Just as arrogant as the rumors say. What, do you think because I'm a girl, I'm an easy target? You trying to use force to rob me? The man tilts his chin up with a smug, cunning smirk. Of course. You can also join our Soughing Tree Guild. I guarantee you'll be treated as our honored guest. Amidst the tension, a glowing system notification pops up in front of her eyes. Notification. Your friend Lin Yuan, ID hidden, has sent a package. Flesh Seed times 45 has been added to your inventory. Reading the text, her expression softens up a bit, turning her head back with a smug little grin. So he did save some for me. Guess the kid's got a bit of a conscience after all. And still respects his big sis. The notification continues to scroll down, showing an attached message. Lin Yuan, there are still 45 seeds left in the warehouse. Remember to bring them up tomorrow. Her expectations instantly crash. She claws at her hair, a raging red fire of fury, erupting like a screaming demon in her mind. I knew it. That heartless little jerk. Being completely ignored, the man's face darkens with impatience. He growls threateningly. You don't seriously think you can protect this shop on your own, do you? In the real world, we actually have a major physical corporation. Tons of heavy hitters are dying to join us. Don't push your luck. Hearing this, she flips her long hair to the side, casually brushing past his shoulder while leaving him with a coy proposal. Something this major. I'll need some time to think it over. If your guild is really as powerful as you say, I'm sure you can afford to give me a little time, right? His eyes narrow into sharp slits, shooting her a bitter glare before agreeing. Fine. But don't you dare play tricks on me. Without stopping her pace, the manager looks back, shooting him a razor-sharp glare that directly counters his brutal threat. Just so you know, I can crush you whenever I want. He narrows his eyes, his profile dripping with malice, glaring coldly after her receding figure. His face twists into a sinister, self-satisfied smirk as he plots, just wait until I take over this shop and show the president what I'm capable of. By then, the entire Soughing Tree Guild will be mine to command. As the evening sun bathes the high-reaching rooftops in gold, the manager crosses her arms, glaring at Lin Yuan's image in her mind, grumbling. I'm getting threatened, and I'm still trying to keep your secret safe. Where else on earth are you going to find a woman as amazing as me? Blending into the bustling crowd on the street, she holds her head high, muttering under her breath as she holds a grudge. You little punk, you're going to pay your big sis back for this sooner or later. Nearby, rows of uneven houses stretch out, bathed in the faint, lingering sunlight, slicing across the sky. The scene shifts. Lin Yuan stands tall. Right now, he is holding a glowing green beetle up to his eye level, calmly calculating. These flesh seeds are definitely selling like hotcakes. Once I stock up and put them on the shelves, the price is bound to spike even more. While I'm at it, I should check if there are any traces of the controller in this area. A system notification silently pops up in midair. Skill activated. Stealth. Lin Yuan's figure immediately becomes completely transparent as he calmly observes the undead guards patrolling lazily, thinking to himself, the undead are still here, which means he's been getting way more reckless lately. He swiftly glides past the line of guards, his feet lightly touching the stone steps, without leaving a single trace, decisively heading straight inside. The moment he approaches the target, Lin Yuan immediately deactivates stealth, summoning the glowing green scorpion imbued with the power of lightning, and commands in a thunderous voice, "Lightning Seed, let's wrap this up fast." As the attack rains down, the system responds with a confirmation signal. You have entered the hidden dungeon, Demon Cleansing Cave. The scene shifts to the center of a dark, eerie, evil god's temple. Purple wisps of ghost fire flicker, casting shadows over an eye-shaped throne, not far from where the messenger lies, prostrate, awaiting orders. The messenger grits his teeth, swearing, his claws dug deep into the cold stone floor as he snarled in pure rage. That freaking bastard. The more he thought about getting snatched right from under his nose, the madder he got, finally snapping and jumping to his feet. The snake tails on his back thrashed around wildly. He knew looking for backup at this point was a dead end. He shot a sideways glare at the maid cowering in the corner, grumbling to himself, "Anna wouldn't even let me borrow the Underworld Serpent King, and my own baby snakes are still out of commission." Backed into a corner with zero options left, he threw himself down before the throne, his voice shaking as he begged. "Things have gone completely sideways. Master, I have no choice but to beg for your help." Right then, a majestic purple illusion materialized out of thin air. A heavy, venomous voice dropping a suffocating pressure on the room. "Serpent Emissary. Shouldn't you be out there executing the new phase of the plan right now?" Crushed under the immense weight, the emissary pressed his face flat against the floor. Sweating bullets, he scrambled to explain, "Master, some random player keeps messing up our plans. He even snatched my baby snakes." The purple illusion spread its arms, dark, menacing energy swirling around and swallowing the pathetic servant. "Oh, you can't even handle a single player? Tell me then. How exactly should I punish you?" Backed into a corner, he snapped his head up, a desperate spark of hope flashing in his eyes. He's no scrub, I suspect. I suspect he's a necro hunter, just like you." The second he heard that title, the purple aura around the master flared up violently. A cold voice echoed, "A necro hunter?" Right on cue. A stunning pink figure of a temptress materialized, looking insanely hot, but speaking with a vicious, mocking tone. Well, Snake Charmer. Looks like you're having a pathetic run in the Western Desert. Making up a ridiculous excuse like that? There's no way a second necro hunter even exists in this world." Ignoring her sarcasm, the serpent emissary scrambled to open his grimoire, desperately presenting the proof. "Master, I swear I'm telling the truth. Please, see for yourself." The grimoire floated into the air, radiating dark energy, and a system alert popped up, loading memory log. Inside, they saw the serpent emissary's snake army being raised as undead by Lin Yuan. On screen, Lin Yuan smugly declared, "My undead are infinite, while your snakes just keep dying. Just give up already." A surge of purple light blasted from the book, filling the entire temple. Faced with the actual footage, both the master and the temptress went dead silent, their eyes glued to the playback. But even with the proof staring her in the face, the temptress still couldn't resist rubbing salt in his wounds. Is that it? If he's really that overpowered, do you honestly think you'd have lived to crawl back here? Shrugging off her jab, the master's phantom calmly analyzed the situation. Well, who would have thought another necro hunter actually existed? Too bad for him. His legacy is incomplete. Nothing to worry about. Reaching out to summon a vial of purple potion, the master smirked. A half-baked knockoff like him isn't worth my personal attention. Seeing a tiny sliver of hope to flip the script, the serpent emissary let out a devious smirk, eagerly waiting for orders. "So, you mean?" The master drew a dark magic circle, laying out the plan. "Listen closely. Deep in the deserts of the Western Desert Empire, there lives a breed of flying serpents with insane speed." As the heavy magic aura flared up again, he emphasized, "and skills that drain mental strength." The moment he finished speaking, a flashing coordinate panel popped up in front of the serpent emissary, sharing the coordinates 458.274.96. Grabbing the potion, the serpent emissary grinned like a psychopath and vowed, "Understood. I'll make him beg for death and force him to show his entire hand." But the master hesitated, then spoke, "No." The master dropped an unexpected order. "If the opportunity arises, recruit him, make him one of us." Dumbfounded, the serpent emissary and the temptress could only stare up at the purple phantom standing majestically with his hands behind his back on the sharp crystal steps. Speaking with the deep curiosity of a true ruler, he muttered, "I'm very curious. A necro hunter? Someone who shouldn't even exist anymore. Where on earth did he crawl out from?" The master's phantom slowly sat back down on his throne, resting his chin on his hand in a dominating, regal posture, radiating an aura that made everyone below him hold their breath. The scene shifts to a magnificent desert city. Massive onion domes rose silently against a brilliant golden sunset stretching across the horizon. Fueled by absolute frustration, the serpent emissary stormed through a sun-drenched doorway into a tavern, gritting his teeth in pure anger. "I can't believe Master actually wants to recruit that bastard. What about my revenge then?" His face, half hidden behind a scaly serpent mask, hardened with calculation as a cunning glint flashed in his eyes. "If I have to do what Master says and recruit him, then I'll need to use the intelligence network of the false apostles to find out if he belongs to any guild." Hiding his dark ambition, he pulled up the collar of his black cloak and confidently strode deeper into a rundown warehouse packed with messy oak barrels. Spotting a waiter carrying a tray of wine down a narrow stone corridor, the serpent emissary stepped in front of him. The waiter professionally warned, "Sir, if you want draft beer, head to the front lobby." The snake charmer casually shot back, "Oh, nah, I'm here to deliver the hops." Staring back at the suspicious waiter, the snake charmer clicked his tongue, grumbling as his hands clumsily fumbled through all his pockets. "Man, having to trade secret codes and show tokens every single time is such a pain. Let me see where I put that pocket watch." Suddenly, he froze. His pupils dilated like crazy behind his mask. Looking completely shook, he frantically ransacked his cloak, his face turning pale as paper as he panically muttered, "The pocket watch. It's gone." "Since when?" Seeing that he couldn't show the token, the waiter immediately flipped his attitude, his eyes turning razor-sharp and threatening. Flustered, the snake charmer gestured defensively, trying to cover it up. "Damn it, hold on. Let me think where the hell I dropped it." The waiter coldly cut him off. "Mr. Hops, we don't even need hops here." The waiter's face darkened, his eyes flashing with a sinister light as he coldly ordered him to scram. "Or maybe you should go check out some other pub, dude." Right as the tension peaked, a firm hand reached out from the darkness, stopping the waiter's imminent outburst with a sharp, brief command, "Hold on." Out of the dim corner, the Silver Mask sub-branch chief stepped out calmly. Looking totally badass with his arms crossed, he bailed out the struggling guy. "I know him. Let him in." Recognizing his superior, the waiter immediately reined in his bloodlust, bowed respectfully, and obeyed. The scene shifts down to the guild's secret basement, where the cold, blue stone walls are dimly lit by flickering torches. Metal walls, studded with razor-sharp spikes, come into view, showing just how brutal this underground assassin base is. The silver-masked chief leaned back comfortably in his leather armchair. Standing before him, the snake charmer bowed his head and apologized like a total wimp. "Thanks, boss. It's my bad for losing the pocket watch and causing you trouble." The chief coldly cut straight to the chase. "Spit it out. What's the deal?" The snake charmer handed over a folder, using it as an excuse to cover up his real scheme. "I came today because of a new commission. I need to dig up some intel on this target." Watching his boss flip through the papers, the snake charmer secretly smirked, plotting, "These meatheads will never figure out that this request sheet is a total fake. But even if they wipe him out, it's whatever." A wicked gleam flashed in his eyes as he polished his plan to get someone else to do his dirty work. "If I can use this intel to trick that bastard into thinking we're out to get him, then even if I tried to recruit him, there's no way in hell he'd ever join. That way, I can easily cover my tracks with my master." The chief narrowed his eyes, skimming through the request sheet, and nodded thoughtfully. "I see." But completely shattering his subordinate's calculations, the chief reached into a document box nearby and pulled out another file. He leaned forward slightly, tossing the paper down to compare them with an amused grin. "What a crazy coincidence. I just got a commission here too. And the target happens to be the exact same guy." This unexpected twist caught the snake charmer completely off guard. Cold sweat broke out along his temples. Trying to keep his cool, he stammered, Is that so? Damn, looks like this punk has a ton of enemies." The chief tossed the stack of papers onto his lap and tapped his fingers, casually declaring, I already thoroughly investigated this target way ahead of time. Since it's the same guy, I'll just take care of him myself while I'm at it. Seeing his juicy prey about to slip away, the snake charmer put on an adoring face and tried to talk his way back in. Wait, Chief. Boss, I've always seriously looked up to your strength. For this gig, can you take me along? I don't even care about the payout, but his over-the-top enthusiasm instantly drew a suspicious stare. The chief leaned all the way back, resting his chin on his hand with a skeptical smirk. Ha, forget it. I only squad up with people I know. Besides, why do I get the feeling you're weirdly obsessed with this kid? Having his mind read, the snake charmer winced and avoided eye contact, forcing a clumsy laugh to hide his panic. No way. Why would you think that? He quickly waved his hands and backed away. Ha ha ha. Definitely not. All right, boss, I'll head out and handle some other job then. Turning around, he walked down the narrow corridor, his face darkening with scheming thoughts again. Even if Yama actually assassinates that guy, it's pointless. He'll just respawn in the immortal world anyway. Looks like I need a backup plan to completely block any chance of my master recruiting him. Leaving the vengeful schemer behind, the silver-masked chief sat quietly alone in his secluded stone room. Flipping back open the worn-out file, a strange excitement flared in his eyes. Who knew this discarded commission from Silver Star would actually come in handy? His mind drifted back to their explosive clash in that narrow alley, where he had to backflip and dodge Lin Yuan's devastating slash. No wonder that grumpy bastard went absolutely feral and attacked me the second he saw the pocket watch. So that's why. But wow, they really want this kid dead at all costs. This is getting way more interesting. Suddenly, a hologram featuring a blazing mask symbol burst into the air. The system flashed an urgent alert. Leader is placing a remote call through the Watcher's eye. An imposing voice boomed down from above, demanding, could he really be the one who wiped out our elite squad? The branch chief immediately stood up straight, bowing slightly in respect to confirm with the supreme leader. That is correct, my lord. It's a pity. The branch chief clenched his fist in front of his chest, his voice dripping with a fighter's intense hunger. Otherwise, I would have loved to have a real showdown with him. From within the magical flames, the supreme leader's final command echoed down with absolute authority. In that case, go test him one more time, and while you're at it, see if he has any interest in joining us. Understood. The branch chief bowed in submission, replying firmly, I'm on it. The door creaked open, signaling the master's return. Stepping inside, Lam Vien was completely dumbfounded. Standing before him was a blonde knight wearing a maid apron, holding a broom with a radiant smile. My lord, I've come to help you. Lam Vien stood there frozen, his face completely pale. Ignoring the ridiculous scene, the shop owner, Lak Kunhan, walked out holding a small box. Hey kid, an acquaintance of yours is here looking for you. He's been waiting for a while. Lam Vien's eyes instantly turned cold as ice. It's him. The masked man, completely wrapped in a cloak, took a sip of his tea and said nonchalantly, let's go. Let's talk outside. Before leaving, Lam Vien completed his weekly transaction. A notification popped up. Flesh and blood seeds times 100 have been transferred to partner Lak Huin Nan. He casually said to Lak Huin Nan, just adjust the price and mark it up a bit. The scene quickly shifts to a desolate canyon, where jagged stone pillars tower under the glowing sunset. Lam Vien chased after the assassin, hearing his voice echo from ahead. Did you look for me just to run away? As the assassin leaped effortlessly across the cliffs, he sneered mockingly. Haha, kid, if you want answers, beat me in a one-on-one first. And don't use those weird summons of yours. Lam Vien frowned slightly, wondering what this guy was up to. Did someone hire him to assassinate me? With a determined look, Lam Vien coldly replied, fine, let's do this. The assassin eagerly launched his attack. Great! Let me see what you've really got. A sharp claw attached to a long chain whipped furiously toward Lam Vien. Lam Vien raised his sword to block, sparks flying as the two weapons clashed. The claw clamped tightly onto his blade. Lam Vien narrowed his eyes, sensing something off. Huh? A hidden mechanism? The chain suddenly retracted, pulling the assassin straight toward Lam Vien. A surge of green death energy erupted from Lam Vien's body, swirling into a mini vortex. The assassin was slightly surprised, but still mocked. Too bad you're too slow. Lam Vien's sword was dragged down and plunged into the ground. Instantly, the green death energy exploded, blasting everything back. The assassin yanked the chain hard, trying to pull the sword toward him. "Come to me." However, he only managed to pull the sword back. Lam Vien had vanished without a trace, leaving him completely stunned. A shadow flashed, and Lam Vien appeared right behind him, landing a heavy blow to the assassin's neck. "The slow one is you." The sheer impact cracked the ground beneath them. The assassin fell flat on his back, while Lam Vien stood tall, firmly holding his sword. Looking down at his defeated opponent, he questioned him in a cold voice. "Why didn't you use your assassin stealth skills? Do all you acolytes of death carry out your contracts like this?" Lying in the rubble, the assassin rasped. "Who said I came here for a contract?" Lam Vien pointed his blade at him, his eyes sharp as daggers. "If that's the case, let's just cripple you first." Right then, a system notification popped up in front of him. "Friend Han Cheng is requesting an emergency call. Connect immediately?" He answered. "Yes." An urgent message flashed on the screen. "Han Cheng, Yuan Shen, we've got a huge problem. The shop owner was kidnapped by a gang of thugs who burst in. I couldn't stop them on my own. You need to get back here, fast." Instantly, a crimson murderous aura enveloped Lam Vien, his eyes darkening with pure rage. "It seems I overestimated you guys. I never expected you to resort to such a dirty kidnapping trick." The assassin jumped to his feet, shouting back in anger. "Cut the crap. I, Yama, would never stoop to such despicable acts, let alone touch a woman." To prove his point, he instantly opened his contact panel and firmly commanded, "Just wait here. I'll show you. Intelligence unit, find out about a woman kidnapped from shop number 32. A system notification appeared. Emergency order issued. All squad members have received it. Shortly after, another notification pinged. Intelligence unit has sent the coordinates. The assassin pointed at Lam Vien and shared the details. "It's not far. Go take care of it. Since I'm already here, I won't run away." A notification popped up. Shared coordinates 889347538 with player. ID hidden. Lam Vien gave him one last glance. A voice cold as ice says, "You'd better not run." The scene suddenly shifts to a graveyard, where a girl has been knocked flat on the ground. The girl lies there, her body slowly turning translucent, as the system announces her health has dropped to 0. A penalty notification pops up. "You have been killed 3 times. Your level has dropped from 14 to 11. Right after respawning at the resurrection point, the girl is still disoriented. She forces herself to look up, her emerald green eyes filled with rage. Her beautiful face is now smeared with dirt, reflecting pure, unadulterated rage. 2 men stand on the steps, looking down at her with smug, arrogant faces. "You little brat, you've been killed so many times and you still won't talk?" A burly thug steps forward, growling threateningly. "Mf. Young Master Schwan already got the details from the city officials. The person who bought the shop is a guy. If you don't cough up his identity right now, we're going to send you straight back to the beginner village today." Gritting her teeth, the girl thinks in bitter resentment, "These 2 scumbags are actually camping right at the respawn point. I can't escape at all. Even if I Alt F4 and go offline, my character will still just stand here." She screams defiantly, "If you've got the guts, then bring it on. This lady isn't afraid of you." The mage grins slyly. "Looks like we're going to have to keep teaching you a lesson, boys. I'm heading to the shop to set up an ambush. You keep going here. I don't believe that other guy won't take the bait." The other guy laughs nastily. "Don't worry. Hey he. I'll make sure she completely submits." Just as his words fall, a freezing voice rings out from behind him. "Who do you want to submit?" Without warning, Lin Yuan rushes forward like a ghost, coldly saying, "Go to hell." The mage lets out an agonizing scream, and the other guy quickly meets the exact same fate. Luo Qingyan is absolutely stunned to see her enemies taken down in the blink of an eye. Lin Yuan stands there, completely expressionless, thinking to himself, the coordinates the guy gave were actually real. Han Cheng, clad in senator armor, rushes forward and shields Lin Yuan. He glares at the punk, who continues to yell arrogantly, "You dare mess with members of our Blackwood Guild, kid? You're dead meat. If you know what's good for you, get on your knees." Before the thug can even finish his sentence, a beam of blue light pierces right through his chest. Lin Yuan coldly asks, "Or else?" "What?" In the dead of night, Lin Yuan's silhouette looks more terrifying than ever. His voice carries a heavy trace of bloodlust. "The Blackwood Guild?" Right after that, the corpses of the two thugs dissolve into beams of blue light, and Luo Qingyan's gear drops from their bodies. Lin Yuan frowns, just as I thought. All of her equipment was kept by these two. Luo Qingyan hesitatingly calls out, "Little bro." She looks down at her tattered appearance, her heart filled with humiliation and resentment. To think they would torture her to this extent. Even though it's just a game, the realistic sensory simulation still inflicts a level of real pain. Lin Yuan gently hands the equipment back to her, his voice softening a bit. "It's okay now, everything is fine." Looking at the glowing gear in her hands, Luo Qingyan can't hold back her tears, sobbing as she tells him what happened. "They wanted to know who the owner of the shop is. I wouldn't tell them, so they trashed the shop, then Camp killed me at the respawn point." Lin Yuan lets out a soft sigh, his voice calm but carrying a gentle hint of reproach. "You should have just told them the truth." Luo Qingyan quickly wipes away her tears and forces a brave smile, putting a hand over her heart. "I'm your big sis. After all, of course I have to protect you. Besides, they're really not that big of a deal." I wasn't scared at all. Seeing this, Han Cheng steps forward, his face flushed with anger. "This is too much. They must have been ganging up on you for so long that all your gear dropped. Here, take this potion. Drink it to restore your stamina first." Just as Luo Qingyan is about to say something to Han Cheng, Lin Yuan turns around, his gaze as cold as ice. "Tell me everything about the Blackwood Guild." Both of them panic immediately. Luo Qingyan says anxiously, "Little bro, don't do anything rash." Han Cheng chimes in, "Yuan Shen, the Blackwood Guild is no pushover." Han Cheng explains thoroughly with a dead serious look on his face. Unlike ordinary gaming guilds, they have a massive backing behind them, none other than the real-world Blackwood Corporation. Their organization is incredibly tight-knit, with a strict hierarchy. They're completely on another level compared to normal guilds. Yuan Shen, even if you are incredibly strong, trying to take on an entire guild of hundreds or thousands of players by yourself is simply impossible. Hearing this, Lin Yuan merely smirks. The Blackwood Corporation, I know they have deep pockets. But so what? This is the immortal world. Right after he finishes speaking, he summons a massive winged lion. Its overwhelming aura forces the other two to take a step back. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's brows furrow slightly. Huh? At that exact moment, the two thugs he had just eliminated respawn nearby. Catching sight of Lin Yuan, they roar. Damn it! But before they can even make a move, Lin Yuan is already standing right in front of them, two massive undead claws manifesting behind his back. In a highly provocative voice, he says, "Didn't you guys want my shop? Come on, then. Make your move." The burly thug roars in anger. This bastard only knows how to land cheap shots. But the moment they try to charge, those undead claws rip right into them, throwing both of them into a total panic. It's game over. Ah, what the hell is that thing flying at us? Quick, call for backup from any nearby guild members. A notification pops up. Backup request, successfully sent to the nearest members of the Hakthu Guild. But before backup can even show up, the slaughter begins. Revive at spawn. You have been killed once, level dropped from 14 to 13. You have been killed twice, level dropped from 13 to 12. With every single death, they drop their gear piece by piece. You have been killed 3 times. Level dropped from 12 to 11. Finally, when the two of them are dragged all the way down to level 1, lying flat on the ground, they're shaking like leaves, begging, "Please stop killing us. I've already dropped down to level 1. This account is basically trashed." Lam Vien happily takes back her gear. "My gear. Thank you, little bro. I seriously thought I'd never get it back." Lin Yuan coldly glances at the two gasping losers. What absolute trash, it's just questioning one person, and they already had to call for backup. Right at that moment, their reinforcements arrive. A big, burly, bald guy steps forward, his voice dripping with arrogance. "Let me see which bastard dares to mess with young Master Xuan's business." But the moment he spots Lin Yuan, he freezes, squinting his eyes in recognition. "Oh, I remember you. Aren't you that little nobody from the blood scale cave? He glances down at his pathetic underlings, then looks back at Lin Yuan. Looks like you're the one who dealt with young Master Xuan's guys, huh? Once I take care of you, I'll go back and interrogate that bitch. Young Master Xuan is gonna reward me big time. He sneers, veins popping on his forehead, but Lin Yuan remains completely calm, gently patting the head of the winged lion beside him. So this, young Master Xuan, is the real mastermind behind all this. Lin Yuan takes a step forward. The bald guy flinches in panic, stammering, "You." One of the brainless grunts next to him, completely oblivious to the situation, barks out arrogantly, daring to snatch someone from our Hakthu guild? You must be tired of living. Our captain is one of the top 10 fighters in the entire guild. If you drop to your knees and beg right now, maybe our captain will spare you a few times? Ha 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 ha. Before he can even finish his laugh, Lin Yuan appears right in front of his face. Enveloped in a dark shadow, a chilling, demonic voice rings out, "You're going to kill me?" The grunt is scared out of his mind. "Monster." Slap. The bald captain smacks his underling right across the face. "You absolute dumbass, shut your damn mouth." He immediately spins back to Lin Yuan, his attitude pulling a complete 180-degree turn, sweat pouring down him like rain. "If I had known it was you, sir, you could have beaten me to death, and I still wouldn't have dared to get involved in this." He bows and grovels. "I'll take these idiots and scram right now." Lin Yuan coldly replies, "No need." A flash of green light erupts, blasting the entire group away. Lin Yuan stands amidst the swirling death energy and speaks to the captain, who is trembling violently. "There, now they've scrammed. Now, take me to that young Master Xuan." The bald guy, paralyzed with fear, nods frantically. "Yes, right away, sir." On the way, the bald guy secretly opens his mental communication channel, his mind buzzing with schemes. Bringing an outsider into headquarters is treason. The fine from the Hakthu Corporation alone would completely ruin me. Not to mention bringing back a monster like this. No, I have to find an excuse. Over the guild channel, a message is dispatched. "Urgent report. I've located the shop owner. Currently luring him to headquarters. Hurry up and set an ambush on the road to stop him from escaping." Coordinates: 48223.78.2. Seeing the confirmation on his screen, the bald captain lets out a sigh of relief, a sinister smirk creeping onto his face. That was fast. Looks like I'm saved this time. At that exact moment, a system notification pops up in front of Lin Yuan. "You have entered the ambush zone designated by Squad 7 of the Hakthu Guild." The bald guy abruptly stops, forcing Lin Yuan to halt behind him. A triumphant smirk spreads across his face as he stares into the empty space ahead. "They're here." Instantly, he whips around, points directly at Lin Yuan's face, and roars in absolute triumph. "You dumbass. Did you seriously think you were invincible? Spit. Today, I'm gonna teach you a lesson in respect. Boys, get him." But instead of his comrades' battle cries, a dark shadow streaks past like lightning, sending one of the ambushing soldiers flying to the ground. The bald guy stands there dumbfounded, looking around in utter confusion. What the hell? Why hasn't Squad 7 attacked yet? He looks back, and the scene before him makes him freeze in horror. Scattered all over the forest floor are the corpses of Squad 7, with green trails of death energy still hovering in the air. Terrified, he stammers, "How? How is this possible? Squad 7 was wiped out." Just like that? Lin Yuan coldly walks past, his sword still dripping with fresh blood. He thinks to himself, "That's that guy's dagger. Is he trying to help me?" Lin Yuan looks directly at the captain, who is shaking like a leaf. In a voice so calm it's terrifying, he says, "Didn't you want to teach me a lesson in respect? Make your move." The bald captain is so worried he stumbles back, sweat pouring down his shiny forehead. Without a single warning, a bolt of blue lightning crashed down from the sky, completely engulfing the guy. He only had time to let out a pathetic shriek. "Stop. Please, I was wrong." "Ah." As the lightning faded, Lin Yuan stepped up to the guy writhing on the ground, his voice completely deadpan. "If I'm not wrong, leading this many Black Tree members to their deaths is going to cost you a massive fine, isn't it?" Lin Yuan pressed his sword right against the guy's neck, the icy blue glow reflecting off his pale skin. Lin Yuan made an offer. He couldn't refuse. You're at the end of the line anyway. Why not just hand over young Master Xuan's coordinates to me? Who knows? Once I wipe out the Black Tree Guild, your fine might just magically disappear. With no other choice, the captain hurriedly fell to his knees, begging, I'll talk. I'll tell you everything, sir. The scene shifts to a luxurious meeting room. A man is giving a report. The Black Tree Guild, under the Black Tree Group, saw a 30% increase in profits last quarter. Our new store projects are also moving forward, with goals expected to be met next quarter. Another shareholder cuts in. Pardon me, President Yi, but from what I know, you haven't actually secured a single store yet, have you? President Ye, a middle-aged guy wearing an eye patch, takes a drag of his cigar and casually replies, well, about that. But he quickly regains his swagger. Coincidentally, we just tracked down the person who bought the store. The Black Tree Group doesn't miss out on any chance to make money. That first store is basically already in our pocket. Nobody can snatch it away from us. Right on cue, the meeting room door is slammed open as a guy bursts in, screaming in a panic. President Ye, we've got trouble. Someone's raiding our guild headquarters. President Ye slams his hand on the table. Outside, in the grand courtyard of the headquarters, endless screams ring out as Black Tree Guild members get sent flying like falling leaves by a single intruder. Armed with just a single sword, Lin Yuan tears through the enemy lines all by himself. A guard roars, You bastard! How dare you start a fight on Black Tree Guild turf? But all he gets in response is a massive wave of green death energy erupting from the ground. Lin Yuan says coldly, Out of my way. The bald captain stands at the gate, watching Lin Yuan walk away. Without even looking back, Lin Yuan drops a warning. I hope those coordinates were right. If not, I'll be coming back for you. Inside the headquarters, under a gorgeous crystal chandelier, the absolute beatdown continues. In a luxury room, a guy calling himself Young Master Xuan is slouched on a couch, watching a live stream while bragging to his lackeys. The real show is about to start. Once I get my hands on that store, I'll squeeze at least a few $1,000,000 out of them, and then I'll reward you guys. The live stream screen shows the viewer count is over 2,000. A girl sitting on his lap says cutely, Young Master Xuan, you're so bad. Stealing other people's stuff again. Just then, loud noises from outside make Young Master Xuan scowl in annoyance. Who the hell is making all that noise out there? What are you guys even doing? Can't you see I'm streaming here? Go check it out right now. His lackeys quickly obey. Yes, sir. Two guards walk out the door, muttering, Who's the blind idiot trying to pick a fight here? But the second they open the door, a dark figure rushes in, sending one guard flying backward. The other guard only manages to gasp. What the? Through the dust, Lin Yuan steps inside, his sword still dripping with death energy, and asks coldly, Are you He Xuan? Their killer intents clash in the air. An epic showdown is about to begin. Young Master Xuan smirks with total contempt. Another clout chaser. Let's see how I play with this loser. This instantly sends the livestream chat into a frenzy. The viewer count skyrockets, with comments spamming. Oh boy. What's Young Master Xuan up to now? Who's the unlucky bastard this time, haha? Wait, that guy looks kind of familiar. Young Master Xuan slowly spins his chair around to face the intruder. He looks Lin Yuan up and down, speaking with absolute arrogance. Hey, you trying to join the Black Tree Guild too? Just so you know, not everyone has what it takes to be my dog. Resting his feet on the table, he arrogantly offers. Tell you what. Get on your knees and clean my shoes right now, and maybe I'll consider letting you in. The girl next to him giggles. Hee. Young Master Xuan is giving you a huge chance here. Lin Yuan just smirks with a cold scoff. The next second, a surge of blue sword energy sweeps across the floor, blowing back all the surrounding guards. Young Master Xuan is utterly terrified. As the sword energy grazes him, he quickly grabs the girl and uses her as a human shield against the terrifying attack. The livestream chat blows up, and the viewer count hits over 5,000. Holy crap, someone actually dared to mess with Young Master Xuan. This is the Black Tree headquarters. That's insane. Wait, isn't that guy Great God 36? Lin Yuan points his sword directly at Young Master Xuan, his voice ice cold. Store number 32 belongs to me. If you ever set foot on my turf again, I won't mind wiping the entire Black Tree Guild off the map. Young Master Huyen stared in shock for a second, then leaned back in his chair and burst out laughing. You? Wipe out the Black Tree Guild? He laughed like a complete maniac, then sat straight up, looking at Lam Vien like he was a total idiot. I thought you were just crazy, but turns out you're just a massive dumbass. Meanwhile, the livestream's viewer count had already blown past 10,000. The chat recognized Lam Vien and went wild. Oh my god, it's the legend, it's the legend. Now, this is a real show. The legend is back to wipe out Black Tree. Young Master Huyen clapped his hands, looking totally amused. Where is everyone? Get your asses out here for this young master. Dozens of Black Tree's elite members rushed out from the shadows, surrounding Lam Vien. One of them yelled, "You dare barge into the Black Tree headquarters? You got a death wish or what?" Surrounded on all sides, Lam Vien didn't even flinch, only lightly swinging his sword. Young Master Huyen sat there with his legs crossed, arrogantly sneering. This young master setting eyes on your shop is a massive honor, you know? Dozens of people are begging to hand theirs over to me, and they don't even get the chance. He flipped a single gold coin over, throwing out a final, insulting offer. Tell you what, 1 gold coin. Hand over the shop, get down on your knees, and kowtow 3 times. Do that, and this young master might let your little stunt slide. Instantly, Lam Vien swung his sword, blocking the flying gold coin and shattering it into pieces with his sharp blade. Lam Vien summoned a spirit scorpion, his eyes flashing with murderous intent. I don't have time to waste on brain-dead idiots like you. Go to hell. A burst of green light erupted from the ground, tearing right through everyone surrounding him. Young Master Huyen didn't even have time to react, only gasping out, "Huh? What?" as a blast of emerald energy shot straight toward him. Before he could even process what was happening, a bright green beetle closed the distance, flying straight at his face. He only managed to let out a blood-curdling shriek before the beetle detonated, releasing a wave of destructive energy. A cold system notification popped up. HP reduced to 0. His lackeys stood frozen, unable to believe their eyes as young Master Huyen's lifeless body collapsed onto the floor. Huyen. Young Master Huyen got killed? Hey guys, if you're enjoying this recap, please drop a like. Snapping out of his shock, a captain quickly roared, "Get him!" The guards rushed forward instantly, but it was useless. Only blood-curdling screams echoed through the air. Take him down! Meanwhile, back in the boardroom, a panicked employee was on the phone, his voice shaking. Inform the chairman immediately. We've got an intruder. He's literally busting his way into the main headquarters. CEO Diep, the chairman of the corporation, tried to stay cool in front of the shareholders. It's definitely a malicious attack by a rival company. The Black Tree Guild has plenty of backup plans for unexpected situations. Quick, turn on the projector and find Huyen's live stream. As the screen lit up, CEO Diep confidently announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, observe. This is the true power of the Black Tree Guild." But then his brow furrowed, and he muttered in confusion, "Wait. What?" On the screen, there was only Lam Vien standing tall in the middle of a battlefield littered with dead bodies. The entire boardroom fell dead silent. CEO Diep leaned over the table, both hands planted on it, his eyes glued to the screen, completely frozen. He roared in sheer desperation and embarrassment. "No way. This is impossible." Meanwhile, the stream chat was absolutely blowing up, with the viewer count surging past 20,000. The legend is not just soloing bosses anymore. Now he's soloing an entire guild? Hell yeah. I've been sick of Black Tree's crap for the longest time. Let's go. Legend. This is going viral for sure. CEO Diep gritted his teeth, cold sweat pouring down his temples. No. This can't go on. If this continues, Black Tree Corporation's stock price is going to absolutely tank. Even my position as CEO won't be safe. I cannot let this happen. There must be some kind of mistake. Is the guild's guard unit on leave today? I'll contact the person in charge right now. He immediately dialed his phone and roared at the other end. You useless brat. I don't care how you do it. Make him stop right now. Meanwhile, back at the respawn point in the game, Huyen had just respawned and was already screaming in pure rage. Damn it. How dare he make me lose a level? He immediately sprinted back toward the main hall. As he ran, he shrieked in bitter anger. Stop right now, or sooner or later, I'll take your shop. And another thing. I'm gonna kill you. Standing amidst the pile of corpses, Lam Vien coldly turned to look at him. Are you threatening me? Huyen puffed out his chest and snarled. Damn right I am. This young master always keeps his word. If you don't believe me, just try me. Lam Vien gently closed his eyes, and a creepy, ominous soul materialized behind his back. His voice was bone-chillingly cold. If that is your answer, then there's no need for the Black Tree Guild to exist anymore. He raised his hand and triggered his ultimate skill. Activate. Corpse explosion. A series of emerald green explosions burst from the corpses, littering the floor, whipping up a massive storm. Back in the boardroom, CEO Diep could only watch in horror as his guild headquarters on the screen was engulfed in a sea of flames. My guild. My precious guild. One of the shareholders stood up, looking at CEO Deep with absolute disgust. CEO Deep, is this the project you wanted us to invest in? This is pathetic. I'm seriously starting to question your ability to run Black Tree Corporation. Hearing this, he scrambled to reassure them. Everyone, please calm down. The guild's elite guard unit has already arrived. He turned to confirm with his assistant. Has the elite squad received the order? A secretary quickly reported. Yes, sir. Everyone is in position. Through the screen, the entire boardroom watched as a group of players clad in black armor smashed through the windows and stormed in from the outside. The elite squad leader roared. The whole squad roared in unison. Understood. The stream's viewer count just blew past 30,000. Are these the guys? They're totally screwed. Those guys are notorious for playing dirty. Honestly, they're just delivering themselves on a silver platter. Our god's power will absolutely crush them. But the reality was even more brutal. The entire elite squad was being absolutely trashed by a single undead beetle summoned by Lin Yuan. Hurry up and block that damn bug. I've already dropped 5 levels. Just as one member barely dodged a slash, the giant beetle was already looming right in front of him. Damn it! It's coming again? The massacre unfolded in the blink of an eye. The undead beetle dove down, claiming another life. HP reduced to 0. Lin Yuan hovered amidst the swirling death miasma, looking down coldly at the survivors who were huddling in fear. He spoke in a deeply sarcastic tone, his voice echoing throughout the hall. Didn't you guys say you'd hunt me back down to level 1? Why are you hiding in the back now? Too scared to make a move? Without a moment of hesitation, the elite squad leader swung his sword, rallying his men. Boys, same plan as before. Charge together. The fired-up soldiers behind him charged forward in a frenzy, screaming, kill him. But seeing Lin Yuan standing there completely unfazed, the leader's eyes widened, his jaw dropped, and he roared in pure rage. You little brat. Leaping high into the air, he brought down a thunderous strike toward Lin Yuan. But before his sword could even hit its mark, a sudden barrier of green light flashed, blasting him backward and leaving him completely shocked. Seeing their leader overwhelmed, 2 mages in the back immediately spammed their spells. Fireballs and arrows shot forward with deadly speed. One of them sneered mockingly. No matter how strong you are, you can't beat 7 of us. Take this. Another taunted triumphantly. Taste my paralyzing arrow. Ha ha. As fast as a ghost, Lin Yuan slipped past the attacks, instantly appearing right in front of the mage. He grabbed the guy's face in a death grip, his cold gaze locked on him as he muttered, Your tactics are way too overcomplicated. He slammed the mage violently into the ground, triggering a massive explosion of green energy that shook the entire area. The system screen coldly flashed the familiar notification, HP reduced to 0. In the middle of the cracked crater from the impact, the mage lay motionless, completely defeated. Suddenly, Lin Yuan's system screen pinged, alerting him. Meanwhile, the remaining soldiers stood dazed, gripping their weapons as they searched through the hazy smoke. Huh? Where did that brat go? Did he run away? Meanwhile, the livestream chat kept rolling with non-stop comments. A lone tiger can't beat a whole pack of wolves. Even if our god loses, he still goes down in glory. They're just ganking him with numbers. In a fair one-on-one, nobody stands a chance against him. Back on the battlefield, one soldier furiously slammed his fist on the ground, veins popping on his forehead. He completely trashed our place. If we let him escape, the Black Tree Guild's reputation is totally ruined. He roared in anger. Suddenly, The sky above him turned pitch black. Young Master Huyen, who was still crawling on the ground, suddenly broke out in a cold sweat and turned around dazed. Huh? From right behind them, a pack of massive wolf-dragon hybrid soul beasts slowly rose from the realm of death, bearing their razor-sharp fangs at their targets. The soldiers screamed in sheer terror. What on earth? The beasts unleashed an earth-shattering roar, channeling emerald-green hellfire inside their gaping jaws. An overwhelming blast of force exploded from their breath, instantly launching the remaining elite soldiers high into the air, sending them spinning helplessly in despair. Right then, a system notification popped up. Stealth skill deactivated. Lin Yuan slowly materialized, crossing his arms and teasing nonchalantly. Anyone else? Bring them all on. It just so happens that the spawn point still has plenty of empty slots. In the real world, a young guy lying lazily on his bed with his eyes glued to the live stream broke into a cold sweat and gasped. Holy crap, we get to witness this god in action again. Seriously, he either plays nice or he straight up leaves a trail of bodies. On a bustling street, a group of teenagers crowded around a tablet, excitedly chatting away. The Black Tree Guild really messed with a literal god of death this time. In another corner, a schoolgirl clutched her flushed cheeks, her sparkling eyes staring infatuatedly at her phone screen. Wow, how can he be so incredibly handsome? In stark contrast to the viewer's excitement, back on the field, young Master Huyan was groveling on the ground in sheer terror, opening up his chat window to sob, sniveling and crying for help. Dad, come save me. Through the chat, CEO Diep roared, spitting in fury. How the hell did I raise such a useless piece of trash like you? You good for nothing. You're going to get me killed. Do you hear me? Not one to back down. Young Master Huyen snapped back defiantly. Hey, old man, I was just following your orders to buy out the shop. Your intel was garbage, so why are you blaming me? Shut down by his own son, CEO Diep choked on his rage. He slumped over his desk, gasping for air as he tried to suppress his fury, barking orders to those around him. You rebellious brat. I don't care how you do it, you must stall him. Hold him there for me. His face darkened, a sinister gleam flashing in his eyes with supreme confidence. The top-tier expert I paid a fortune to hire is already on his way. At that very moment, perched on a high tree branch, looking down at the ruined headquarters of the Black Tree Guild, the King of Hell masked assassin stood there with his arms crossed, clicking his tongue. Suddenly, his system interface flashed with an urgent quest from the Black Tree Guild. Eliminate the target. Lin Yuan. ID. Hidden. Bounty. 500 gold coins. The assassin stared at the screen and smirked. An urgent quest. And they want me to deal with that brat? What a joke. He casually tapped the screen, flat out declining the quest, and blocked all future notifications from the Black Tree Guild. Behind his mask, his eyes gleamed with pure amusement. Might as well head over and watch the drama unfold. Just then, a new group emerged from the forest. Lan Hengiet folded her arms and commented. Not only did they call in the military guild, but even players from the top guild are here. Looks like the Black Tree Guild is going all out this time. Up on the treetop, the King of Hell masked assassin thought to himself, these are all that brat's acquaintances. This is gonna be a hell of a show. A warrior carrying a giant axe cracked his knuckles and growled impatiently. I just want to get this over with and beat the crap out of that cocky punk. Watching the three of them charge down, the assassin smirked. Guess there's no need to test his strength. I'll just send the video straight to the boss. Meanwhile, in the central hall, young Master Xuan was cornered by two soul beasts, screaming in pure rage. Even my own dad has never beaten me like this. Meanwhile, the moment they arrived, the entire mercenary squad froze, staring wide-eyed at the absolute ruin before them. Lan Shnuyet and the masked assassin froze too, quietly observing. Seeing the newcomers, Lin Yuan turned to face them, his blood-red eyes glaring with a razor-sharp gaze. Lan Nugiet gasped in shock. The target is him? Even the masked assassin was taken aback, muttering, "It's that crazy bastard?" Right then, a voice dripping with sarcasm chimed in. Well, young master, looks like your backup is finally here. Gaining a sudden boost of courage, young Master Xuan roared. Get him. Everyone. Kill him. Today, I'm gonna make this bastard crawl and beg for his life. But Lin Yuan just casually kept his foot planted on the young master's chest. His cold gaze swept over the newcomers, making the entire area fall into a suffocating, dead silence. With just a single glance, an invisible pressure crushed down on everyone. Seeing the reinforcements, one of Xuan's surviving lackeys immediately got cocky. "Oomph. You think nobody can touch you? A Tier 1 and a Tier 2 guild are teaming up. You're dead meat, kid." But before he could even finish, the axe-wielding warrior shoved him aside. Glaring at the lackeys, the warrior roared, "Get lost. You think that tiny bounty is worth throwing my life away? You bunch of idiots." Right then, a system notification flashed. "System, abandon the Black Tree Guild's quest." Having said that, the warrior turned around and walked away, pinned to the ground. Young Master Xuan shrieked in panic. "Hey, where the hell are you going? You haven't even fought yet, and you're already running scared?" Lin Yuan didn't even bother to look at him. He casually swung his sword, letting a wave of emerald energy sweep through. The smug lackey let out a final shriek and vanished as his HP hit 0. Having dealt with the small fries, Lin Yuan looked over at the remaining two. "Are you guys here to help the Black Tree Guild too?" Another system notification popped up in front of the female knight. "Abandon the Black Tree Guild's quest." Lan Henguyet offered a friendly smile and shrugged. "I'm sure you have your reasons. Need any help?" Lin Yuan calmly replied, "No need. Just stay back and enjoy the show." Having just respawned, young Master Xuan leaped up, pointing and screaming curses at the mercenaries. "What the hell? I paid good money to hire you slackers to work, not to watch a damn show." The masked assassin crossed his arms, his voice dripping with sarcasm. "Oh, absolutely. Did you pay us just to watch you make a fool of yourself, young master?" Xuan, thinking he had finally found an ally, eagerly ordered, "At least one of you has some damn sense. Get him. Tear that bastard apart." But Lin Yuan cut him off, looking straight at the assassin. "You're the one who cleared out the guys in the forest, right?" "Just doing some light cleaning," the assassin smirked. Young Master Xuan froze as if drenched in ice water. "What? You're a mole too?" The assassin pulled up his system interface, starting a recording with a snicker. "Hey, don't put it like that. I never agreed to take your quest. I'm just here to watch the drama." Blatantly betrayed, young Master Xuan and his remaining two lackeys could only gnash their teeth in fury. "Damn you all. I will never let you get away with this. Just you wait." Suddenly, a terrifying wave of killing intent descended from above. The three of them looked up in sheer terror. A massive dragon of pure energy plummeted down, swallowing all three of them whole with a deafening roar. A cold notification popped up. "HP has reached 0. Respawning yet again, young Master Xuan scrambled out of the rubble. His face was covered in soot, but his eyes still burned with bitter rage. Lin Yuan looked down coldly, his voice devoid of any emotion. "Let's keep going. I have a feeling your guild leader won't be able to sit still much longer." Meanwhile, in the real world, a shareholder slammed the table, screaming at President Ye. "Our company's stock has hit rock bottom. Yi, you caused this entire mess, and you're going to take responsibility for all these losses." Beside him, a trembling secretary stammered, President Yi." President Ye gnashed his teeth and hissed, "Shut up. Bring me my gaming helmet, now." He clenched his fists tightly, dead set on making a move. If he didn't step in to clean up this mess personally, the corporation's entire investment would be completely wiped out. "I have to get them to recover." Just then, a system notification popped up. "Heishu Guild Leader. Has logged online." A majestic mage in a crimson robe, clutching a golden staff, materialized amidst the ruins. Lin Yuan glanced over and asked bluntly, "So, you're the leader of the Heishu Guild?" Hiei thought to himself, the live stream is still running. I need to deal with this guy quickly. I absolutely can't let the board of directors see any weakness. Then he spat out a threat. "Kid, you've messed with the wrong person." But out of nowhere, he switched up his attitude, flashing a patronizing smirk. "Well, seeing as you've got some skills, I might consider letting you join the Heishu Guild as an elite squad leader." Just as he respawned, young Master Xuan shoved his way in. "Old man, why are you wasting your breath on him? He slaughtered so many of our people and you're just gonna let him slide? Call our guys over and crush him already." Hiei swung his staff as glowing red magical energy surged around it. He roared, "You little brat." He unleashed a devastating strike, Don't you dare underestimate the foundation of our Haishu guild. But his attack was effortlessly blocked by an emerald spirit. Lin Yuan stood behind it, his voice dripping with sarcasm. The leader of a top 10 guild only amounts to this? He Ye's eyes widened in sheer disbelief. He blocked my attack with a summoned beast? In the next second, Lin Yuan's summoned beast leaped forward, charging straight at him. Lin Yuan casually asked, "Then how are you going to deal with this?" The beast coldly swung its blade, but luckily, He Ye managed to dodge just in time. But at that exact moment, Lin Yuan materialized right behind him, surrounded by other summoned beasts. He coldly announced a notification popped up. Skill activated. Brutalize. He Ye realized with horror that he was completely cornered. Damn it. A violent explosion of emerald energy erupted, swallowing everything. Back at the respawn point, He Ye and young Master Xuan stumbled to their feet once again. Drenched in cold sweat, He Ye screamed internally, "No, this is impossible. I couldn't even withstand a single blow. This guy is a literal monster. Either way, I need to find a way to stall him first." Acting fast, he hurriedly raised his hands and staggered backward, shouting, "Wait! We were wrong." He desperately pleaded. "Hold on. Please. We were wrong. Just stop. We'll make a public apology and compensate you." Hearing this, Lin Yuan stood beside his massive summoned beast, his voice freezing cold. "You don't actually know you're wrong." He stared dead into the man's eyes and concluded, "You just know you're about to die." The summoned beast roared, charging forward and sending He Ye's crew flying. Agonized screams echoed out. "Ah, you bastard." Sent flying into the air, young Master Xuan shrieked at his father. "Old man, do something, damn it." Infuriated, He Ye snapped back. "Shut the hell up. What do you want me to do? I've already tried everything, you useless brat. What kind of monster did you even pick a fight with?" Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed in He Ye's mind. Wait, if even top-tier players are no match for him. He looked toward Lin Yuan and the colossal summoned beast. Then, "NPCs are our only hope," he muttered, running the numbers. The Heishu Guild headquarters is located on the edge of windblown Sand City, which is technically part of the main city zone. Safe zones are supposed to prohibit any combat. If I can just alert the town guards. Smirking triumphantly, He Ye pulled out a scroll and turned to his son. "You idiot, why didn't I think of summoning the town guard sooner? No matter how strong he is, there's no way he can take on the game's NPCs." He activated the item. Emergency summon. Arrest order. Young Master Xuan's eyes instantly lit up. "I get it now, Dad. The town guards will stop any fights in the main city. And if anyone disobeys, they'll be thrown straight into the in-game prison and forced to go away from keyboard." A bright light flashed as a majestic, imposing general materialized alongside two soldiers. "Summon successful," the general growled. "Daring to cause trouble in the main city? You clearly have no respect for my authority." Pointing his finger at Lin Yuan, he ordered, "Arrest him immediately." He Ye and his son grinned triumphantly. He Ye sneered, Hey, kid, the Heishu Guild is well within the main city limits. Dare to lay another finger on me, and you'd better get ready to rot in jail." Away from keyboard, young Master Xuan joined in the jeering. "Ha ha ha, aren't you supposed to be some big shot? Come on, touch me again, I dare you." In a flash, Lin Yuan vanished and reappeared right in front of young Master Xuan, kicking him away with a brutal strike that made him scream in agony. He Ye gasped in horror. "What?" Witnessing this, a panicked He Ye shrieked, "Kid, you're dead meat," as he simultaneously activated his skill, Mana Shield. Seeing that Lin Yuan still dared to attack, He Ye roared in his mind, absolutely certain of his victory, making a move right in front of the town guards. "You're a hopeless idiot." Sure enough, the NPC general was instantly triggered. "You dare to initiate combat right before my eyes? How insolent. Arrest him. I want him locked up for 3 months." The two soldiers obeyed the order and charged forward instantly. Let's go. On the livestream, the viewer count had already bypassed 30,000. The chat room was flooded with comments of regret. "Man, what a waste. It's over now." With a system mechanic like this, How is anyone supposed to fight? Seeing this, Hack Diep got even more smug, pointing his finger at Lam Vien and sneering. Huh. Once a player dares to attack a guard NPC, they'll be wanted by the entire Western Magic Kingdom. No matter how strong you are, there's no way you dare slice up a guard officer, right? But before the words could even fully leave his mouth, a dark figure suddenly lunged forward. Lam Vien effortlessly shattered the magic shield, closed the distance, and delivered a devastating blow that took Hack Diep down, coldly spitting out a single word, idiot. Instantly, the stream chat exploded once again, with over 30,000 viewers. Damn, the god is so freaking cool. Looks like the god has zero intention of making peace. Let those idiots rush in. In the end, they just get slaughtered like newborn chicks. And the consequence of that law-breaking action? A cold system notification popped up. HP reduced to 0. Of course, the guard officer couldn't just ignore this. He roared as the overwhelming pressure of a high-level NPC swept across the area. You dare defy the laws of our Western Magic Kingdom? I will punish you, and punish you severely. Facing the NPC's wrath, Lam Vien casually reached out, letting a glittering gold badge slowly drop. Before the two soldiers could even touch him, they froze. The metallic clink of the badge hitting the ground made time itself seem to stop. The commander stood dazed, cold sweat pouring down as his eyes widened in sheer disbelief. This was the honorary badge of the Scorpion Knight Order. Staring at the exquisitely crafted badge, he stammered, "You're an honorary knight?" All he got in response was a mysterious, smirking grin from Lam Vien. The tables turned 180 degrees. The commander panicked and screamed at his subordinates, "Stop! Stop right now!" leaving the two soldiers utterly bewildered. Immediately after, the commander hurriedly bowed, carefully picking up the badge with both hands, and respectfully handed it back. Lam Vien calmly took the badge from the trembling hands of the officer. Now, he was the one calling the shots. He pointed his finger toward Hack Diep and young Master Hyen, who had just respawned. These two, deal with them. The commander bowed his head instantly, his attitude completely pulling a U-turn. It is my absolute honor to serve you, my lord. Witnessing this unbelievable scene, Hack Diep was still clueless. Why hadn't the officer made a move yet? Meanwhile, young Master Huyen next to him turned pale, stammering, "Damn it, that bastard." As an honorary knight, the officer in front of them was basically like a dog obeying orders. The commander spun around, eyes burning with murderous intent as he pointed straight at Hack Diep and his son. "You two bastards dare oppose the Scorpion Knight Order? I suspect you are spies from the Nam Kwai Kingdom. Come with me to the dungeon for questioning." With the tables completely turned, the father and son backed away in sheer panic. Hack Diep waved his hands frantically. "Wait, hold on. This is all a misunderstanding, Commander." Young Master Huyen turned to blame his father. "You old geezer. What kind of brainless plan was that? Now we've brought absolute ruin upon ourselves." The commander didn't give them a single second to explain, stepping up to personally arrest them. "Know your place. Don't you dare disturb Sir Knight." The two soldiers rushed forward and dragged them away. "Get moving, you trash." A final server-wide announcement popped up. Players Hack Diep and Hack Huyen have been arrested by the main city guard. Even while being dragged away, Hack Diep refused to give up. He turned back and screamed at Lam Vien, "Wait, whatever you want, we can negotiate. I'll give you money." Lam Vien coldly turned his back. It's way too late for talks now. Looking at the ruined Hack Thu Guild headquarters, he delivered the final verdict. The Hack Thu Guild has only one destiny left: disbandment. And just like that, the livestream channel once again witnessed history with over 40,000 viewers. The god has smashed a new record. Taking down an entire guild all by himself is absolutely unprecedented, a battle written into gaming history. Facts have proven that the god remains the undefeated #1. Meanwhile, in the real world, inside a luxurious meeting room, a powerful man was pointing at a screen, swearing loudly. "Ridiculous. Is this your so-called brilliant plan? And you even live-streamed the whole thing? Absolutely shameless. I should have never handed the guild project to a useless piece of trash like you in the first place." Back in his own room, Hack Diep furiously smashed his gaming headset to pieces, screaming in sheer frustration, "Enough! Who could have guessed he had so many trump cards up his sleeve? What could I have done when even the NPCs were taking his side?" The powerful man coldly ordered over the phone. The stocks of the Hakthu group are about to be completely worthless. Dump everything immediately. As for those two brainless idiots, contact my lawyers. I want them rotting behind bars for the rest of their lives. The subordinate, who had been standing there listening all this time, suddenly spoke up in disbelief. That crazy bastard actually managed to wipe out the entire Hakthu guild. Guess my penalty fine is basically cleared now, huh? Back on the battlefield, Lam Vien coldly swept his gaze over the remaining survivors. System notifications flashed continuously. HP reduced to 0. Not a single player, not even the core members, could escape his blade. Hakthu Ma Qian has left the Hakthu guild. The notifications kept rolling in, one after another, acting as an obituary for the collapse of a once mighty powerhouse. Hakthu Lalan has left the Hakthu guild. Hakthu Tang Dao has left the Hakthu guild. No one could stand against the Black Tree, but now, even the Dual Spear Reaper has bailed on the Black Tree guild. Not even the captains are safe, they're getting tossed around like ragdolls by giant soul beasts. And just like that, the captain of Squad 4 has left the Black Tree guild. Finally, another big name vanishes from the Black Tree. 8,000 Slayers has left the Black Tree guild. As the smoke and dust clear, only Lin Yuan is left standing alone in the middle of the absolute wreckage. The system chimes in with a final notice. With fewer than 30 members remaining, the Black Tree Guild is being automatically disbanded. Watching from a distance, the Yama assassin holds an energy orb, clicking his tongue in awe. He, Ye, and He Xuan are totally cooked, and the Black Tree members were slaughtered so bad they bailed in droves, completely wiping out the Black Tree Guild. This kid actually pulled it off. He opens his control panel and starts uploading the priceless footage he just captured, with the video sending. Once that's done, Lin Yuan turns around, his gaze sharp as a blade, staring straight into the darkness where the assassin is hiding. How much longer do you plan on watching the show? The Yama assassin slowly materializes, giving a casual shrug. How about a drink? I'll wait for you at the tavern. Ask me whatever you want. Oh, and don't forget to grab your loot. Lin Yuan watches the assassin's figure slowly fade away, a new plan already forming in his head. Now that the Black Tree Guild is completely wiped out, it's the perfect time to investigate this guild's background from the ground up. He waves his hand, and a beam of light envelops all the loot on the ground. A simple notification pops up. All equipment collected. Meanwhile, at a secret base, a short-haired girl stares at the person opposite her. Crossing her arms, she questions him, with a stern face. What's the plan this time that needs my cooperation? Let me tell you first. The Nether King snake is absolutely off-limits. The man opposite her, a snake tamer, sighs in frustration, while the purple snake on his shoulder flicks its tongue. Last time, the master made a new arrangement, telling me to investigate that guy and then find a way to. The dialogue between the two mysterious figures continues. The man says, "The master gave me some intel.